This episode is a deep labor of love. I've been writing about economics for a couple of decades now, and I've done many episodes of the seen and the unseen on it. And yet, when I see what the popular discourse on economics is like, I feel so dismayed. Sometimes people just mentally switch off when the subject turns to economics, as if it is an abstract field with numbers and graphs and doesn't affect them in any way. And I want to shout, no, economics is awesome. First, it's a study of human behavior, a study of society. It explains the world around us. Also, economic policy affects everyone. Policy can have humanitarian consequences. Good policy can put food on plates, roofs over heads, hope inside the hearts of those who had given up. Like the 1991 reforms, for example, that lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. So listen up, it matters. I also feel dismayed when people's reactions to some policy or the other come from a shallow place. Maybe they just go by the stated intention of the policy and think no further. Maybe they give in to tribalism. If a party they like suggests a policy, they support it, and vice versa. And I want to urge you, don't demean yourself like this. Don't be a follower of a tribe or a slave to an ideology. We must think independently, we must build our own frameworks, and we must test those frameworks against reality and against history. And that's why I'm doing this episode. I love this country, and I regard it as a moral failing that millions of Indians are still in poverty. And it's possible to look back at the last 75 years, look at what went wrong, what went right, and draw some conclusions from there. We can talk about first principles, we can look at what works and doesn't work in the real world, we can build a frame through which we can evaluate our governments and hold them accountable. What kind of democracy are we if we don't do that? What kind of citizens are we if we don't demand good policy from our governments? And spoiler alert, we haven't gone into this episode looking for heroes and villains. People are complex, all our parties have failed us in some way or the other, there have been sparks of hope, there has been much despair, and there's a lot to be worried about in this present moment. Indeed, I love a phrase my guest today used. Talking about the economic phenomenon of a K-shaped recovery, she described our economy as a K-shaped economy. One section is plugged into the global market and is reaping the benefits of economic freedom, but much of the country is still mired in jobless despair, as poor as sub-Saharan Africa, oppressed by the state and still not free after more than 75 years. We need to think about how we got here. We need to think about what went right and why, and what went wrong and why. We need to think about the way forward. All that and more in the next few hours.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Rajeswari Sengupta, a brilliant economist who's been on this show 3 times before. I bumped into Rajeswari at a friend's office on the day the election results were announced, and I said, hey, come on over, let's record an episode about the state of the economy. She agreed, but as we started discussing what to talk about, I got more ambitious. I decided to try and make this a one-stop episode to understand the Indian economy, the ultimate resource as it were. We would talk history starting from 1947. We would talk first principles and economic concepts. We would discuss all major policies under Nehru and Indira and the post-1991 period all the way up to now. We dive deep into what happened, why it happened, and why it worked or didn't work. We take lessons from the world and lessons from our own past. My thought was that if anyone in future asked me about one source to understand the Indian economy, I could point them here. Not just to this conversation, but even the show notes of this episode, which I've tried to build into a comprehensive resource. You'll find relevant episodes of The Seen and the Unseen and my YouTube show Everything is Everything, and all of Rajeswari's work, and many relevant books and papers and resources. Unlike many other episodes of mine, I don't examine my guest's personal journey today. I've done that in past episodes with Rajeswari, and today we just dive deep into a subject we are both so passionate about, the Indian economy. Once again, this episode is a labor of love for both of us, and I hope you find it useful. Before we begin though, let's take a quick commercial break. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Rajeshwari, welcome again to the Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you, Amit. It's always a pleasure talking to you.
So, this is the fourth time you've been here. The first time we did an almost cult episode on the GDP, for which I believe some people now call you GDP Rajeshwari, instantly turning you from a respectable Bengali into an also respectable South Indian. And the second episode that we did together, out of the three we've done before this, was in 2019, in September 2019, and it was 12 Dream Reforms, where we got together with Shruti Rajgopalan and Vivek Kaul, and we did 4 reforms each. And I'm like thinking ki kya hua yaar? I don't remember what those reforms were, but clearly none of them came close to sort of being carried out. How do you feel in the journey since, and we've recorded once in between where you came with Shreyana and you spoke about the state of the economy, which was, I think, a year and a half ago. How have you felt about what's happening in the last few years? Because for a large part of our adult life, there was a euphoria that India has opened up, the world has opened up, we are globalized, and so on and so forth. And from being sort of a consumer of that opening up, as it were, you actually become a part of the policy apparatus, and you're seeing things close up, you're seeing the beast from within. And a lot of that momentum just went, and here we are. This is 2024, and there are reasons to be bleak, there are reasons to be hopeful. How have you felt during this journey?
So, first, let me say that I think I needed the work on GDP to actually justify my name as Rajeshwari, because it is originally a South Indian name. And then now, when I get called, I actually get referred to as GDP Rajeshwari. Then it's like coming a full circle, right? I mean, I've basically shed my Bengali identity and I'm a full on Tamil. So, first of all, on the Dream Reforms episode that we did, I almost feel that, I don't want to use a strong word like delusional, but we were very idealistic. And there is a saying that Dilulu is the Solulu, right? So I think we were trying to solve things in our own heads by being slightly more delusional and idealistic of those dream reforms. And they remained dreams, right? The true sense of the term. And of course, none of that even came close to materializing. I think in terms of the Indian boom or the Indian growth story, so I had an interesting journey. When I was young, right, India was opening up and it was fantastic, right? I grew up in communist Calcutta when practically nothing was available, from electricity to bread. Everything was in short supply. And then after quite a few years, I go to the US. And of course, there everything is exactly the opposite. And when I come back, this is in 2011-12, and I was told that, India had this massive growth boom. Of course, I was doing my PhD. I wasn't following it that closely. India had this massive growth boom and everything. And this is India's decade, India's century, all of that. I thought, oh, great. I've come back exactly at the right point of time. And like all my friends who are working in the IT, in the financial industry, I'll get to ride the great Indian growth wave. And I'm still waiting. Right? I'm still waiting to do that, because from 2011 onwards, ironically, after I come back, everything goes down south. And I never really got to witness the massive wave that my friends did. So I feel it's almost unfair, right? I come back and what happens to the economy? So that's the journey. And as I said, I'm still waiting for that wave to take off. And maybe it will at some point of time. But the narrative at least seems to be that there is a wave that we are not really feeling. Maybe at some point we'll start feeling that wave. But having said that, in terms of the policy involvement, that's again something that, I thought that, yeah, fine, you then start analyzing and studying the Indian economy. I really take interest in understanding what's happening, right, around me. And I thought that, yeah, the policy process is something that not just many of us could get involved in and start making an impact. One of the big reasons why I came back, so to speak. But that also is something that we have been waiting for, because as we know that, I don't want to call myself an expert, but as a generic term, a lot of the intellectuals and experts have been alienated and they've moved away from the so-called policy-making process. So again, that's something that I believe we are waiting for. So I think there's a long wait. And the hope is that at some point of time, the wait will come to an end and things will start working the way I thought it would.
So, among many of the economists who've been on the show have this consensus that, look, our best years were 91 to 2011 and everything went to hell after that. And I don't want to imply causality, but hello, you came back in 2011. What are you doing? Is
Yes.
there a prospect of you shifting back to the US?
Maybe I should. Yeah.
So, at this point, I should sort of, I think, clarify for all the listeners why we are doing this episode. Very often, what has happened is every year or every 18 months, I do a State of the Economy episode where we talk about the economy and all of that. You and Shreyana had come for one of those. I've had Mohit Satyanand and Pooja Mehra before that. I had Ila Patnaik before that. This is not one of those episodes, right? I don't want to do just a State of the Economy as it is now. Instead, the way we conceptualized it is to do something that is more comprehensive, which is why the title of this episode is Understanding the Indian Economy. Because too often what I've realized is that we throw about terms and phrases and refer to things that happened as if it is common knowledge. Everybody knows what is going on. And too often also people don't people like you and me suffer from the curse of knowledge. We assume that we know all of these things, everybody must, but a lot of people don't have those frameworks. They react to policies in piecemeal ways, sometimes judging them by intention and not outcome, sometimes judging them by whether they are for or against a political party in charge at that point in time. And what Rajeshwari and I are setting out to do here is to sort of talk about post-independence India 1947 onwards, talk about what has happened with the Indian economy, and get specific. So contextualize it. Don't just use terms like central planning or opening up the economy or economic freedom or all these broad phrases which people throw about, but actually contextualize ki we did A, B, C, and this is why they were wrong, or this is why they were right, and then this is why this happened. So we want to take that walk through history. So I think half this episode will really be about taking that walk through history and getting to the present time, contextualizing what we did also in the context of other countries, like with China, for example, when we talk about growth. And in the second part of the show, we'll really talk about the current time, and that will be a state of the economy thing, but with the context of the frameworks and where we are coming from. So that's part one of what I want to say. And the second part of what I want to say is that we have a framework today which is based on knowledge that has grown over the decades. When most of the policymakers we speak about were acting, when most of the politicians were making their plans, they had none of that. In fact, looking back, it is actually frightening how little they knew. I once, in an Ask Me Anything episode we did of Everything is Everything, someone asked Raji, if you're a time machine, what would you do? And he said, I would send back a whole bunch of books for Nehru and Ambedkar to read, right? Because they were absolutely brilliant people, but the state of knowledge simply wasn't advanced. And there is one key thing we know today, which many economists still haven't internalized, and that key thing is the importance of growth. I did a recent episode with Lant Pritchett, which we'll link from the show notes, and Lant has a bunch of absolutely seminal papers you must read. I'll link only the seminal ones. Please read them all, they're amazing, where he points out that number one, economic growth is both necessary and sufficient to take care of poverty. And he's done studies across various indicators of human welfare, whether it is to do with health, whether it is to do with any indicator that you can think of in terms of social progress or personal health and whatever. And all of them correlate to one thing, and that's per capita GDP. 99% of the effect that you get, the positive impact you get on them, is from per capita GDP, which is basically economic growth, and less than 1% is from things like welfareist measures and redistribution and other things that you might do. And this is incredibly important, I think, to recognize. And another key insight of Land in those papers is that the poorer you are, the more growth matters. And I strongly believe that our moral imperative, the only thing Indian policymakers should care about, is the poor. We have to get people out of poverty. The 91 reforms for the 20 years that, they had a great impact, got hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. That is a great humanitarian good. You forget everything else. Only one thing matters, that you get people out of poverty, you fulfill their basic needs. And the only way to do that is through growth. And growth comes from economic freedom, because people often through the centuries have committed the zero-sum fallacy. Again, Ajay and I have an episode on 5 economic fallacies. One of them is a zero-sum fallacy, which assumes a pie is fixed. You can redistribute from A to B, tax the rich, give to the poor, you've solved poverty. Actually, no, it's something that a rich country can afford, but a poor country simply cannot afford, because it is not a solution for poverty. Again, Ajay Shah and I have an episode of Everything is Everything on why freedom matters, which is basically an economic history piece. So I'll link that also from the show notes. But the framework is growth. And now with the hindsight bias, which is why we are not being judgmental about the people we speak about, but with this, knowing what we know in hindsight, when we look back on the last 75 years, what we see is that wherever we prioritize growth and economic freedom, good things happened. Wherever we didn't, and the state went in with the engineering mindset, we'll do everything, that status mindset that is default now, even among many economists in this country, it held us back terribly, and it had a humanitarian cost, because poverty is the whole thing. So a little bit of a rant, but I just wanted to contextualize what we are trying to do with this episode and why I think it's damn important that we do this.
So a few things I want to add to that, Amit, and I of course completely and wholeheartedly agree with you. So Robert Lucas, who's a Nobel Prize winning economist, once said that if you start thinking about economic growth, then it becomes very hard to think about anything else. Right?
In the context of poverty.
Exactly. And it's an all-consuming thing that you basically have to just obsess about why some countries are growing, why some countries are not growing. Just understanding growth, the factors, all of that is extremely important. And it's also true that in India, for example, recently, there has been that kind of an obsession with just one number, which is the GDP growth rate, right? The entire discourse, the entire narrative about the state of the economy is completely dominated by that one number, right? 7% or 8%, etc. That's not right either, because it's not just that one number, but it's also the kind of growth that you're getting, right? For example, we can say, we are growing at 8%. We are the fastest growing large economy in the world, which is true. Look at China. Everybody compares us with China, but then China is only growing at 4% or 5%, whatever. But the thing is, China's per capita GDP is $12,000 per year. Our per capita GDP is $2,400, right? We are at a completely different level when it comes to China. So just comparing GDP growth rate, or just looking at that one number saying, but yeah, we are getting growth right because we are growing at 8%, is not right, because that has many, many flaws. About you need to look at per capita GDP. You need to look at what kind of growth you're getting, right? Is the growth driven by just one sector in the economy, which I believe is happening right now, as opposed to the growth getting distributed across multiple sectors, a more balanced growth perspective. And the third is, there is again this obsession that, we have to grow at 8% for the next 10 years, and then we become an OECD country. I think that's wrong as well. What is really important is to get a steady and consistent growth rate for the next 50 years, right? You grow at 5% for the next 50 years, and by 2074, you are at the levels that US is in today, which is great. That's what the dream should be. The dream shouldn't be like get a short, sudden burst of high growth, and then it just peters out as well, which is pretty much what happened from 1991 to 2011, right? We got a high growth episode, and then we have basically been stuck since then. So I think it's very important to understand that, yes, growth is very important, but there are many nuances of that growth story that need to get into the whole policy discourse. So that's one thing. The second thing I want to add is, the reason getting this whole panorama of Indian history, economic history since independence is so crucial is because, exactly as you said, when we talk about policy, when we criticize the state of the Indian economy, when we analyze it, we look at a slice of time and we say, this is not going right, so let's do this. Manufacturing sector is not working, let's do a PLI scheme. There is inequality, let's do some welfare distribution. There is the entire world is turning protectionist, the state should increase import tariffs. And that's not correct at all, because given that we have had a 70, 80-year-old history since independence, there are many experiments in policy that have been tried. Many things have worked and many things have not. And it's very important for us to learn the lessons from our own past, that exactly in the context of state versus market, in the context of welfare versus growth, inequality versus poverty, what worked and what did not work. And once we have that sense of economic history, what can we do now that we are where we are? What should we do? What we shouldn't try? and all of that. So I think that's why getting this whole panorama is extremely important. And many of the audience today would probably not be aware of it, because much of the audience were probably born after the 1991 reforms, right? So for them, the pre-1991 period would be this whole blur. Yeah, there was some central planning and there was some socialist experiment. It didn't work and that's it. But there are many important details in it that are extremely crucial for us to understand in order to sort of lay down the path from here on, that where do we go? And the third thing is, I often feel that we have gotten into this isolated corner where we are only looking at, oh, but this narrow slice is not working and that is working, and let's tweak this and let's tweak that. We're not learning lessons from other countries. And I'm not saying that India has to emulate any other country. Of course not. Every country has a different path. Every country has a different structure, different political formation. But it's very important to learn some of the lessons from countries which have done some things right. And this is where, when I talk about the history, I want to talk a little bit about China. Not just because India is always pitted against China. And I know China, there are many things China did not do right. But there are some things China did very right. And it is important for us to learn those right lessons in terms of both what we should do and both in terms of what we should not do. And why China? Let me just quickly add a few points to it. If there's one country with whom India had remarkable similarity in terms of income levels for the longest period of time, that's China, right? We often have comparisons with South Korea, etc. But no, it was China. From 1700 to 1980, India and China were exactly at the same level of income. Right? That's a remarkably long period of time. They both had their separate journeys, but the levels of income remained exactly the same. In fact, there were some years in the 60s and 70s when India's per capita GDP was a little bit higher than China's, right? And from then on, China just takes off spectacularly. And it's the only country which has been able to create vast amounts of wealth for a really, really large population. That doesn't apply to South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, Israel, Chile, any of these countries, because these are much smaller countries, right? And secondly, the comparison is important because all these other countries had a very small domestic consumer market, right? So it was imperative for them to start taking advantage of the export market, the globalized world. China, like India, had a very large domestic consumer market as well. And despite that, they did that as well as exports. Right? So we often hear this thing, oh, but India has a large domestic consumer market. Why do we need to export? But that's what China did, right? So I think the comparison with China is more useful than harmful, because we often get into this wrong narrative that, oh, but it's an authoritarian government. Look at what's happening now. They're all falling apart. All of that is true. And that's why saying India doesn't have to imitate China. We can't. But there are some useful lessons about some things China did in the policy journey from 1980 onwards that we didn't. And we had other compulsions, fair enough, we are a messy democracy. But maybe those are the things we need to learn from now and then chart out a path forward. So I think that's why, to have this sense of history, to have a little bit of sense that, okay, what are the other countries doing? Can we learn something from them? I think this is what Salman Soz says in his really nice book, that we never learn lessons from other countries. For whatever reason, we have this high and mighty opinion that whatever we are doing is right. And oftentimes we end up learning the wrong lessons. And I'll talk a little bit about that as well. So I think that's why this episode is important, because it gives this very broad sweep of history. It gives a little bit of benchmarking against another very important economy that was very similar to us in a lot of respects. And then it gives a little bit more of a balanced nuance about the growth story.
So I'll wise words again. I agree with everything you say. I'll double click on some of them. Your first caution about GDP, we did an episode on GDP. So we examined the meta question there of why GDP may not be a perfect indicator of human welfare, but nevertheless, it's a pretty good indicator. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. We also spoke about problems of measurement, given India's statistical system, and you could say that there's been a degradation in that whole stats ecosystem in the last few years. And so are the GDP numbers even reliable? How are they being calculated? How much of it is spin? But leaving that aside, the bottom line is that, the GDP is important. It is not the be all and end all, but we should not forget that, like you said, there's a low base. So your percentage growth will be higher than a big lumbering economy, which may grow at 2%, and that's perfectly fine with them. And second, we don't know counterfactuals. Like when I look at the policies of the last 10, 15 years and the policy directions, I don't see economic policies that are meant to increase GDP. I think the fact that GDP is increasing is, in the words of Gurcharan Das, India works at night. That despite the state, the Indian people have enterprise, have resourcefulness, and despite the state, they are growing. My sense is that if you just had good policies in place, you build that good environment, the state did what it was supposed to and didn't do what it was not supposed to, we'd have much better numbers. And those numbers do matter because imperfect as a measure is, Nitin Pai once calculated that every 1% growth in GDP lifts 2 million people out of poverty. It was initially 1 million, he revised it to 2, and I have a vague sense it's now 3, which just tells you that this is not economists playing around with numbers on charts. This has a real sort of humanitarian consequence. Now, as far as the your second point was concerned, again, I agree completely. I think what has happened too much is that Indian policy making has been reactive, that something will happen and there will be a sense of we need to do something, this is something, let's do it. And that default will always be statism. That default will always be the state as a solution. Oh, this one state body is messing up, let's put another oversight body on top of that, as if that will not make the problem worse. So that's kind of something to keep in mind. You spoke about how our attitude to change is so piecemeal things now and then. It's all kind of broken up. And I remember Deng's incredible phrase, "crossing the river by feeling the stones," and that's such a beautiful way of thinking about policy. That you try different things, and and we'll speak much more about that at length. How he kind of all his SEZs in a sense were laboratories for policy changes, and how that kind of showed the way forward. So I think that's important to think about. And also I'll come back to Lant, and Lant believes in what he calls national development, which is that you take a nation out of poverty, basically economic growth for a whole nation. It's a very difficult and thorny problem, hard to measure, hard to attribute any growth that you see to a specific policy. His lament, and I love the phrase he uses for this, is that a lot of development economists have turned to what he calls kinky development. Right? What they'll do is they'll focus on incredibly small problems, and they'll do RCTs and all. RCTs are one tool of these kinky development people, and RCTs could be like, do mosquito nets help stop malaria? And the answer is like, duh, like what are you even talking about? And, Rohit Lamba and I discussed it, Lant and I discussed it, Ajay and I have a full episode forthcoming on Everything is Everything about this. It's just ridiculous. It's a waste of time. And again, what Lant has shown conclusively is that most of the really small problems that RCTs and that whole way of kinky development way of thinking address don't move the needle in terms of poverty at all. They don't make a difference. Then why do people do it? One is it's a fashion of the times, but two is that it is attributable. You can say, I did something and it worked. That's how you get ahead in your career. That's how you get Nobel Prizes. There is an illusion of movement, but is there actual real movement, rather than tackle the difficult question? And what I admire about Deng enormously is that he tackled that difficult question and he found a way to tackle it. I also completely agree with the third part of the thing, that we need to look at China. Now, one danger in looking at the West and seeing what they have done right is the danger of isomorphic mimicry, as it is called, that you just take a policy that has worked there and you implant it here, which many foreign educated economists will do over here. And then you find that, hey, Indian conditions are complex and different. Now, that's an obvious problem and easy to avoid, and it's really a kinky development problem at the level of small scale solutions. But there are larger lessons, and we'll talk about many of them. But the thing to avoid is that a lot of people, when they look at China and India today, they look at it as if to say that political authoritarianism and what happened in the markets kind of have to go together, almost justifying what might be happening here. And I just want to say that no, damn it, no, that happened to be their system. There was nothing Deng could do about it. He couldn't tear that wall down. But what he did with markets in terms of economic freedom, what he even did in terms of reforming the state. The Indian state is too central, and the Chinese state is way, way, way more decentralized than India is. I think it's by a factor of 17, according to Karthik Mullidharan's new book, that so many decisions get taken at the local level and all of that. And so at the local level, they are crossing the river by feeling the stones, and that's where you feel the stones the most. So there's a sort of lot to learn from. And again, at different points, you refer to the 91 reforms. I have episodes on that. I'll link that from the show notes, along with episodes I've done with Montek Singh Ahluwalia and KP Krishnan and all of that. I think I've done a ton of episodes on this, but never trying to unite it as we are today.
So a couple of points before we get into the real meat of the episode, so to speak. I did a TEDx talk a couple of years ago on state versus the market in the Indian context. And while I was prepping for the talk, I was just making a list of the different areas of economic lives of an average Indian citizen where the state is present. And I figured more than half of my TED talk would just be all about listing all of those areas. It was mind-boggling. I don't think on any given day we realize how much the state is pervasive, omnipresent almost, in every aspect of social and economic life, and which is getting worse over time. One is to realize how much it's present, and the second, of course, to realize why it's not always a good thing, right? And exactly as you said, there are some things we need to learn what Deng did and what China did right. There are also some things we need to learn that they got really wrong. For example, look at China now, right? The extreme statist mentality, the state intervention, the state coercion has gone to the next level, has taken a life of its own, and it's clearly not working for the economy, right? Everybody's looking at China, appalled that the China story was supposed to continue for the next 50 years. What just went wrong? This went wrong, right? And that's the lesson that we should learn as well, that let's not take the wrong advice from China and become all statist and authoritarian. Let's take the good lessons that Deng did during the reform period and then put it in the Indian context, which is all about looking at the Indian backyard, right? The isomorphic mimicry, even from China, will not work. So we combine that with a little bit of looking at the Indian backyard. And of course, it's not easy, right? I mean, if I were to become a policymaker, would I be able to come up with the exact recipe for policy? No, it is extremely hard. But we need to keep talking and discussing and then sort of tell people that what's the right framework to think about some of these issues. And I think that's what we are trying to do today. And the second thing I want to mention is, I think it's our favorite topic to debate about as well, which is that in India, there's an overwhelming discourse about inequality, right? Which took over the election campaign in the last few months from almost every party that was campaigning, right? There's one thing, there was no distinction across parties, right? We love to talk about inequality. We love to talk about how we're going to solve inequality. We love to say that, oh, it's really gone up. It's a bad thing. The rich are bad. The poor are helpless. We need to take money from the rich, give to the poor. And the development economists love it, of course. It is so wrong, right? I mean, I almost get worked up when I think about it, because what we should really attack is poverty. Right? It's poverty which is humiliating, right? Apart from the economic costs of it, it is humiliating, it is insulting, it is degrading. That's what we should be attacking. That's what Nehru wanted to attack. That's what the reformers in some level wanted to attack. But it's not inequality that's the enemy, because inequality is a state of the nature, right? You can't solve inequality, right? And we have discussed this several times. Where would you rather be? Would you rather be poor in Bangladesh, or would you rather be poor in UK or US, right? I think the answer is obvious, right? Or should we all be equally poor as opposed to equally rich? It's like a debate that just should not be there in the discourse. And unfortunately, the political parties in the campaign, they just love to talk it up, and that seemed to have gained a lot of currency. And we will talk about it more when we come to the current period in the episode. But I think it's very important to keep in mind that just as growth, exactly as Land said, national development is necessary and sufficient to alleviate poverty, right? That's the line to keep in mind as a takeaway throughout the episode. Growth is important to alleviate poverty, right? China lifted millions from poverty in a span of just 3 decades, right? If we keep obsessing about inequality, we'll just forget about growth, and then we'll basically reach nowhere, because then we are killing the incentives of the people who are creating GDP, and we are perpetuating the poverty of the people because we are saying, oh, we'll just give you some welfare subsidies and freebies and please be happy with it. And I want to say that the current election results showed that that's not the right way to go. And if I can just bring us back to the current situation, what happened with the national elections, I think the results of the national elections, irrespective of what happened with the parties and seats, etc., they throw a very important light on some economic issues that need to be highlighted, right? The first is that For the last 10 years, of course, the government has been run by pretty much a single party, which had absolute majority. So despite it being a coalition government, the one party was running the country. Now, it is astonishing to me that in a country where GDP growth, the one thing that we all seem to care about, has been upwards of 7% for the last 3 consecutive years, which is remarkable in and of itself, especially in a very unfriendly, slowing down global environment. In a country where this has happened and the party in power which has delivered this, that party loses absolute majority, right? I don't think this has happened at any point of time in modern history where you deliver consistent high growth rate. It's the fastest growing large economy in the world, slated to become 5th largest, 3rd largest, all of that. I think we're already 5th largest, becoming the 3rd largest by a certain number of years. And in that country, after ruling for 10 years, that party doesn't get absolute majority. Forget about the supermajority that was expected. And I think that says something about what is going on in the economy, right? Clearly, things are much worse than what the average voter has been told. Clearly, things are not really going at that 7-8% growth rate that the narrative seems to be talking about. The second thing is, it is also clear by now from several poll surveys, etc., that some of the most important reasons why the election results turned out to be the way they were related to economic discontent, right? Particularly with regard to unemployment, there's a lack of adequate, meaningful jobs, inflation, distress in rural sector. Once again, in a country growing at 7-8%. And also, let me remind you that what has also happened in the last few years is that the government has been given free food grains to 800 million Indians. It's the largest welfare program in the world. So a country which is growing at 7-8%, a country where 800 million people are getting free food grains. Some of the main reasons why the election results turned out the way they are economic discontent. How do you square the two? Once again, clearly something is off. If the government is giving free food grains to so many people, they know that the reality of the economy is not consistent with the narrative that is getting talked about. The third thing I want to say is, in context of this inequality issue that has been drummed up quite a bit in the run-up to the elections, oftentimes the recommendation of the development economists and even the policymakers is that how do you solve inequality? You redistribute wealth, right? You do a lot of welfare schemes. In the last 10 years, the current party in power has had 300 welfare schemes on which they have spent $400 billion. That's massive, right? Despite doing so much of welfareism, they did not get, again, my point, absolute majority in the parliament, right? Which means welfareism, giving freebies, giving free stuff, is probably not what the voters want. There is something else. There is something else about their economic aspirations, about the well-being of their lives, which is not getting addressed by the current policy. That's what we need to think about. Maybe they want jobs. They just don't want to be given free stuff. They may want meaningful employment of their time. They may want to stand on their own feet and say, I want to use my time more productively, right? The children of the farmers may be saying that, no, I don't want free food. I want to study engineering and get a job. But that's not what they're getting, right? I think that's a real failure of economic policy. And lastly, since we're talking about elections, we have often wondered that what matters for Indian voters, right? It's the largest electorate of the world. The way they vote is important, right? Democracy, I think we have just seen, is not dead in India. The average voter matters. They are not indifferent. They care about issues. And it's not just in this election. If you remember in 2014, when the current party, which is ruling the government, came to power, the incumbent government at the time was voted out. Again, one of the very important reasons was economic discontent, because inflation was high, growth was slowing down. And that shows that the average voter cares about growth. The average voter cares about economics, about the way that affects his or her day-to-day life. And hence, I want to say that if any government wants to stay in power, right, irrespective of the political party, right, I'm absolutely nothing to say about that. But if any government wants to stay in power, they have to worry about economic policy. I think doing welfareism is not something that's going to keep them in power for a long period of time. They have to care about the economic well-being of the voters, and they have to address the issues that the average Indian voter is facing. And that's very important. What has happened in the last few years is, we talked about GDP data, right? Circling back to that, there was a point of time when if you just looked at the GDP numbers, you could say something about the state of the economy, right? For the longest of time, we could do that. But now, in recent times, that confidence is gone. We have done the episode. There are many, many papers and articles which have been written, many of whom you can link from the show notes. That time is gone when we can just look at the GDP number and confidently say, oh, yeah, this is right? This is the state of the economy. We can't say that anymore, right? Because there are measurement problems and all sorts of stuff. As a result of that, what has happened is economists, statisticians, experts, policymakers have started looking at a whole host of data, right? And this high frequency, low frequency, firm, household, banking, every possible data, which is good in and of itself. It's by now a very complex economy. We should look at all kinds of data. But in many occasions, what happens, given how complex and diverse the economy is, some data are inconsistent with the way the GDP data is moving, right? And what has happened in the last few years is because of the polarization of the intellectual discourse, depending upon which side you are on, you're picking and choosing the indicators and the data to make your case. And therefore, there are two sort of classes of people have emerged. One class is saying, oh, the economy is going gung-ho, this is booming, etc. And the other class is saying, no, wait, our indicators, the data that we are looking at, it conveys a different story. So it's become all very confusing that what really is the state of the economy. And I want to say that something happened in the last couple of weeks, which is that we didn't even have to look at the data. I think the voters spoke for itself, right? If you look at the way the election results turned out, I think that spoke for itself a lot, right? Based on exactly what I was saying earlier. And that is very important. In a democracy, you need to listen to what the voters are saying and then think that, yeah, maybe just spinning a narrative, maybe just choosing some indicators to say, oh, everything is going great, to almost being in denial, doesn't help. And that is when it starts biting in this beautiful thing, which is a democracy, which will not happen in a country like China. It's very important, I think, to have that in mind now when we talk about state of the economy and all of that.
So, bunch of things to respond to. Firstly, that formulation, where would you rather be poor in Bangladesh or USA, is actually mine. I brought it up for a column, and this is, again, like you, I get just mad at this because in a zero-sum world, inequality and poverty would go together. If people stay poor and the rich are getting richer, then obviously there's a problem. They go together. It's not a zero-sum world. It's a positive-sum world. The pie keeps growing. It is possible for both the rich and the poor to grow richer at the same time, and the rich, starting from a broader base, will obviously grow richer. Inequality grows up. Now the point is, since the 91 reforms, what happened in India was poverty went down, inequality went up. That's exactly as you'd expect. That's a damn good thing. That's what you'd expect in a poor country. And the reason it matters is that the policies with which you tackle each of them are completely opposite. They are literally opposite, right? There is that trade-off between redistribution and growth, and even the term trade-off, I hesitate to use it anymore because it implies there's some kind of equality and etc between those two. And actually, no, there isn't. Growth is a whole game. It's 99% of human progress, of whatever well-being you measure, whether it is health or nutrition or height or whatever. Everything depends on per capita GDP. It is all about growth, and therefore that's something we should keep in mind. The second thing, and here I'll push back a little bit, but I'm not just pushing back against you, I'm pushing back against literally every commentator who said anything about the election, is that my sense is that I hate the term mandate. It is used as a metaphor, but there is no such thing as a mandate. An election is not one country uniting and saying X or Y or Z. An election is hundreds of millions of people voting separately for separate individual reasons. What an election is, it's a mechanism. It's one mechanism to actually put a party in power there because somebody needs to run the state, and we can argue about different forms of that mechanism. India, we have first past the post, you could have proportional voting, but at the end of the day, it is a mechanism. The people are not speaking as one. So any narrative that is advanced about what the people want, I am fundamentally skeptical of it. Like, on the one hand, it is absolutely true that the BJP is entitled to say that our vote share is the same. Their vote share is literally the same as 2019. So they haven't lost support. It is not that people who supported them earlier in absolute numbers are turning against them. The percentage is the same. At the same time, it is also true, and studies have shown, and I'll refer to one of them now, that many of the people who voted against the BJP voted for economic reasons. Now, it is not, again, lest people misunderstand you, it is not economic reasons that somebody sitting in a hut in a village somewhere is thinking GDP has gone down. They are looking at their own lives. In the 1984 US elections, when Reagan was sort of campaigning. Sorry, in 1980, when Reagan was campaigning and Carter was president, Reagan asked one question to the American people: are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And it is a simple question for every individual to answer just looking at their own life. It's a masterful question. And that is, I think, what many voters did. Now, a couple of points there. My friend Mohit Satyanand had this great newsletter where he refers to an ASUS study. This is ASUS's annual survey of unincorporated sector enterprises. So it's looking at the informal sector, which is most of our economy. And what the survey finds is that in this informal sector, between 2016 and 2023, employment dropped from 111.3 million to 109.6 million. So the absolute number dropped at a time when the population is growing up. And Pranab Sen, the chairman of the Standing Committee on Statistics, told the Business Standard, according to Mohit, is Mohit quoting him, that because of this, you have 25 million fewer jobs than you otherwise would have. And Mohit's point here is that, look, the GDP numbers are not actually that impressive if you look at it. If you adjust for inflation and you take into account what's happening in the informal sector, the numbers are pretty drastic. I'll link Mohit's piece from the show notes. You can look at them themselves. Now, another great piece of commentary that I have come to, which speaks to a point you made, is by Pratap Bhanu Mehta, where he talks about the welfareism. And he says that the Indian government does very well in mission mode, but it doesn't do a great job at governance. Now, mission mode is ki agar kuch karna hai, like COVID has happened, you do mission mode, you can do some things well, though they messed up a lot there as well. Or if you want to do polio vaccination, you can get into mission mode. It is something to be done. It is basically event management, and you can do that at a grand scale and do it. But it is not so good at everyday jobs of governing. And what happened is that when I take his words a little further, I look at, for example, the welfareism of the UPA, which UPA towards the end of the aughties, where they did MREGA and all of those, which Sonia Gandhi was pushing so much. It was a mission mode operation done for a political reason, not an economic reason, because we know it doesn't help the poor, but for a political reason to get votes. Now, similarly, the BJP doubled down on that. And in 2019, if you actually look at the numbers, and I had an episode with Yugang Goel on this as well, you realize it's not Hindutva or Balakot which won them 2019. It is welfare delivery, especially in the Hindi heartland, where they basically took a lot of the UPA welfare schemes, renamed them, and they got in welfare schemes of their own, and the last mile delivery was exceptional, and it all worked for them, but it was mission mode. I was chatting with a friend of mine, Siddharth Raman, who you also know, and we were kind of discussing why it didn't work this time, because the same welfare delivery is happening. And he pointed to what is called the hedonistic treadmill, and said that there might be a version of that for welfare, like a welfareist treadmill, where once you get used to a particular welfare scheme and it is normalized, it is no longer a reason for you to vote. Right. And in fact, Pratap's point in his great column is that the same thing has happened with Hindutva. They've delivered on the temple and they've delivered on some of the mission mode things. And now what is your vision? Now what are you going to do? Right. And this brings us to the question of what is a larger vision. And here I'm going to be extremely negative about these elections, that at one hand, many people ask themselves the question, am I better off than I was 4 years ago? And it is clear that they feel that they are not. The data indicates that they are not. So we need to take these high GDP numbers with huge amounts of salt. But it is also true that all the parties think the same way. They think in statist ways. They keep talking about inequality. The Congress manifesto was also essentially a shit show, going in completely the wrong directions. It was batshit crazy when it came to economics. They are all going in the wrong direction because they don't get it. They are all thinking of economics in terms of what will win me votes. What can I say which will make poor people think I care about them? Just as, Indira Gandhi did Garibi Hatao, and then she completely obliterated the poor of this country as it happens. So yeah, so that's my final thing, that I feel that as citizens we need to be skeptical of what all the parties say. It is not as if one party has run bad governance and the other parties have figured it out and will solve this. No, the political discourse does not agree with you and me and everything we are going to say in this episode. The political, and I've heard from people in the Congress that, oh, he's saying these things to get votes, but they'll come to power and, everything will be hunky dory and we'll get back to UPA 1. And I'm sorry, I don't buy that, So the dominant thinking is statist and short-termist and reactive.
So, couple of points to add, and I think after this we should go.
We should go to history.
Start the history. Yeah. So, I really like what Mohit the analysis that he did, and I obviously have no problems in believing it. And for example, as I said, we can figure out how many surveys and what all is happening. Recently, there was a survey by a consulting firm. My friend Harshvardhan sent me this, that it shows that a staggering 77% of low-income households in India reported that they had witnessed no increase in their household income over the last 5 years. Right?
That's nuts with inflation.
77%, exactly right. And at a time when inflation has been on average 5%. That is crazy, right? Forget about even elections, forget about voters, etc. Just in and of itself, in a country which is apparently growing at 7-8%, I can't get the number out of my head, you have 77% of low-income households who have not experienced a rise in income in 5 years. Even if maybe critics will say, oh, but there may be sample methodology problem, which households, even then, right? How wrong would you get it? And I'm sure if there are endless other surveys, would come up with very similar numbers, exactly as Mohit found that the informal sector has shrunk. So there is something that is not working in the economy, right? I'm not an expert of everything, and I'm sure you would agree as well. It's not like we know exactly what is right and what is wrong. But by and large, I think there's the sense that we are getting from all of this discussion. We can use the election results as a crutch or whatever it is, or the surveys, etc. The things are not going the way the narrative is. I think that's the problem. That is there some amount of denial in the powers that be, and if you're in denial, if you're not even acknowledging the problem, that is worse, right? At least if you acknowledge, you can come to the position of figuring out what needs to be done to solve it. But if you're not even acknowledging it, you think, well, everything is great, and yet all of these data start pouring out, and then of course, as I said, maybe election outcomes do confirm, do not confirm, whatever it is. If you don't have that sense, that humility of saying maybe something we are doing is not working out well, we are wrong, and how do we course correct, right? And when we talk about history, it will come up that how important is course correction, right? There was a point of time we continued with the same paradigm for 40 years and how costly it probably proved to be. So that, I think, is extremely important at this juncture, to understand that, okay, let's take a holistic view of what's happening. Let's really be a little bit more pragmatic about the state of the economy, and then figure out, okay, what is the course correction that we need to do, and what are some of the policy changes or reforms, whatever you call it, that we need to implement. Now, one last thing I'll say before we start the discussion of the historical episodes is that at some level, maybe we also have to be a little bit cognizant of the fact that it is a messy, noisy democracy, right? And this we have discussed in outside of recording as well several times, that at all points of time, the government in power, the political parties are in campaign mode, right? It's not that we have a 5-year election cycle. That is wrong. There are about 6 states which go for assembly elections in any given year, right? Now we have 3 assembly elections lined up. So if the parties are constantly in a campaign mode, and what really matters is an electoral approach, not even a political approach. Forget about an economic approach, right? If an electoral approach is what really matters to you, then you'll obviously sway towards doing the more easy things, which is, of course, welfare schemes, increasing our revenue expenditure, giving freebies, right? And that's been the culture for a very, very long period of time. And it's extremely difficult for any government in power to say, no, we are not going to be welfarist. We now start doing the really hard, difficult reforms, because by the time the reforms will start yielding results, I may not be even in power. So I think that the dilemma in a democracy like India is, let's assume that you have a party in power, you have a government that really wants to do the right stuff, right? They listen to a podcast, they figure out, oh, fine, these guys maybe know something about what's to be done, and let's do something like this. But in order to actually be able to do all of these things, you also need to stay in power. right? If you just get voted out after 5 years, how will you implement some of these hard reforms? But then, in order to stay in power, you need to do the easy things as well, because voters will not see that, oh, you are doing education reform or doing agriculture reform, which is going to take a very long time. Solving that puzzle, that I think is an extremely difficult thing, which I'm sure party after party, government after government has struggled. And we'll see again from our discussion of history how the political compulsions become so important and such binding constraints on even a well intentioned government who wants to do the good things. So I think that's something we need to keep in mind. And that's the big difference from a country like China. But because they don't have all of these, even they do. I mean, they also can't do something which is just really unpopular, but they have it much, much less than we do, right? And I think it's important to have that in mind as well, instead of just saying that, no, this government is doing this wrong and that government is doing something right, because there is this undercurrent of welfarism that probably will always be it's always easy to do, and it gets you votes, right? So that's why I wanted to draw the connection, and maybe I'm wrong, but it just seemed immediate obvious to me that you are doing a lot of welfare schemes, right? And yet it's possible that people have just gotten used to it. So that's clearly not sufficient. There's probably something else that needs to be done as well, and we are perhaps at that juncture that what is that something else that's not working? And maybe after this we'll just start the historical discussion.
Yeah, but I can't help responding to what you said.
Yes, please go ahead.
The obvious question that comes up when you come up with that 77% figure, which I totally believe, is why are these people not voting in the numbers we would expect? And the reason for that is that by now, after 75 years, there is this widespread apathy and the sense that no government will deliver and all parties are equally bad, and you've just taken that for granted. So the choice that the voter has is, do I vote for the party that gives me 1 bag of rice, or do I vote for the party that gives me 1.5 bags of rice and gives me biryani when I come to the rally? It has exactly become that. The other point I want to sort of make is that, there is often a problem with language in that words in their common meaning don't really express what's going on behind the scenes. So welfareist sounds good, right? But welfarism, as we call it, that specific economic term, doesn't actually need to lead to welfare. Welfare comes in a sustainable way where you have jobs. What you need is to provide jobs. You're not increasing jobs. That is the only sustainable way. My friend Kumar Anand refers to what is happening in India as PPP, which is perpetually planned poverty. And that's sort of exactly what we get here, and it's a long journey we've made to get here. And I think let's begin that journey.
So I think it's because we are taking a very long sweep of history, it's important to sort of break it down into parts, right? Because it's like almost 75 years. And depending upon the growth dynamics, depending upon the economic policies that were adopted, I think, and you would agree, that there were 4 distinct parts during this last 70 years. One is, of course, right after independence, when Nehru becomes the prime minister. We go from 1950 to roughly 1966. That's the first phase. Then Indira Gandhi gets elected the prime minister. We have 1966 to 1990. And as we talk about the different phases, it will become more apparent why we are doing this kind of a split. And within this, we can do sub-splits as well. Then from 1990, of course, based on the reforms that were undertaken, a complete paradigm shift, we go from 1990 to 2011. Now, ideally, I would have loved to not do any split after that, because, hey, you did reforms. Why would you want to do after that? It should all just be incremental. But lo and behold, that's not. That's when I come back from the US, and hence that's the structural break. And that's 2011, right? So 1990 to 2011 is the phase. And when we talk about it, I may tweak it a little bit in terms of the endpoints, but that's just trivial. And then from 2011 to now, which is the 4th phase, and of course, an extremely eventful lot of things happening. So these are the 4 phases that we will talk about. And let's start with the first phase, right? So what happens in 1950? India achieves independence in 1947. 1950, India is world's largest democracy, right? And this is one thing that whenever I say it, I almost get goosebumps, right? It's irrespective of what has happened, we have retained democracy. It's not trivial, we take it for granted. But for a poor country like India, the way it started after 200 years of colonial rule, to become a democracy and then to retain it for the next 7-8 decades is a massive achievement. And this is something I think we need to credit everybody involved for this. So that's just an aside. Now, when Nehru becomes a prime minister, he inherits an economy that is extremely poor, right? There is mass-scale poverty, there is widespread unemployment, there are food shortages, and it is an essentially agricultural economy, right? What does Nehru want to do at that point of time? He wants to industrialize this agricultural economy, right? He wants to bring in modern production, with the state taking the lead in investment, right? And almost every phrase in this sentence is important, right? A modern production, rapid industrial development, with the state taking the lead in investment. He wants to combine the British parliamentary democracy, that's the political system that we inherited, with Soviet-style central planning, right? Now, that's a really weird combination, come to think about it. Because here you have central planning model that you are picking up from a country which is anything but a democracy and putting it in a very nascent democracy which is coming out after 200 years of colonial rule. In and of itself is a very, very strange concoction. And his vision was that the state would play a critical role in every sector of the economy. And that is how, using that state-led model of economic development, we will gradually catch up to the frontier. We will catch up to UK levels of income, right? This was the vision. Now, before we talk about what are the things that he did, I want to take a little bit of time to understand, and this has been discussed quite a bit in hindsight, why did he did this, right? Was it a mistake? Did it set us back by several decades? And that's how we are where we are today. Because he did have the opportunity to build the modern nation, the modern economy from scratch, literally. And while it is very easy for us to say, oh, Nehru got it all wrong, socialism doesn't really work, state-led model of growth and development doesn't work, I think at that point of time, there are several factors which were at play, and all of them are very, very important to give us a perspective about why he did what he did and why he probably couldn't have done anything else. The first thing is that at that point of time, there was no vibrant private sector or free markets, right? Lots of business enterprises all over the country that could make the large-scale investment for a long period of time and build the kind of industries that are required in order to create a modern economy. It simply wasn't there. It was there in small pockets. For example, it was there in Bombay, etc. But that's about it. And I don't know how many people know this, but there was this document called the Bombay Plan, which was published in 1944, even before independence. It was signed by the 8 leading industrialists of the time, including the Tatas and the Birlas. And the Bombay Plan document basically said that the state needs to take the lead in developing and growing the economy after independence, right? These are the industrialists saying that the state has to intervene because the fledgling industries in the private sector will not be able to withstand the competition if it's opened up to foreign producers, foreign enterprises. And also it acknowledges that the private sector will not be able to raise the amount of capital that is required to build these heavy industries. And it even goes on to say that if the private sector is not able to do this, then the state needs to set up public sector enterprises in these heavy industries. And at least for the next 15 years, that's the state-led model of growth and development that should continue. And very specifically, they say that maybe private sector can put in 40% of the capital. The rest should all come from the state. Now, it's remarkable because this is way before Nehru starts his planning model. Now, I'm not sure he ever acknowledged the Bombay Plan, but he basically went on to do exactly what the Bombay Plan laid out. And that shows that this was not the time when the private sector, by its own acknowledgement, could have played a very important role in taking the growth forward. The second, of course, I think it always helps to understand what are the influences of these leaders in and of themselves when we try to evaluate their policies. Nehru was a Fabian socialist, right? He was deeply influenced by economists like Harold Lasky, who himself believed in planned economy and the state owning the means of production, right? This was the influence for Nehru amongst many other Fabian socialists of Britain at that point of time. And Nehru himself didn't believe in this whole cutthroat capitalist model, right? He thought that profit was a bad word. He thought that private enterprises were all out to make profit for themselves, and that capitalism would basically self-destruct. Once again, a relatively Marxist way of thinking, right? That's what his influence was. And then the third point is that at that point of time, you talk of any economist in the world, they are advising the Indian government, right? Because India is like the crown jewel in the British Empire, just become independent, and everybody's curious and interested to see this democracy. How is it going to fare in terms of economic development? And the advice that all of these economists gave India is that you must have a state-led model of industrial growth. Why? Because back then, right after the Second World War, state domination was the rule. That was not the exception. State-led economic development was happening everywhere, including in the United Kingdom. And Nehru was, of course, a very integral part of this ecosystem. He had studied in London, and that's basically what his training, what his influence was. And he was not an outlier in the context of the time then. It was the flavor of the day that that's basically what you should do. And the fourth point, to sort of get in perspective of what he did, is that when India got independence, and it's such a poor country, resources are scarce, right? Economic resources, natural resources, etc. And if you leave it to, and this was, of course, Nehru's thinking, that if you leave it to the private sector to get hold of these resources, then everything is just going to go haywire, because they will not be able to do the proper distribution and allocation of resources the way it should be done. So hence, the state needs to step in, and the state needs to decide how to allocate these scarce resources among the sectors of the economy that the state thinks would help in economic growth and development, right? So that, when you think from that perspective, that makes sense, because there's a fledgling private sector. You can't leave scarce resources at their disposal, because they may just squander it and use it for maximizing profit, which again, from Nehru's parlance, is a very bad thing to do. It wouldn't build the country, it wouldn't forge the nation together. So it's important to understand that in this context, when you put all of these things together, it perhaps makes a lot of sense why Nehru adopted the model of central planning, state ownership of means of production, and sort of the private sector, pushing the private sector to the background, in his vision of building a self-sufficient, industrial, modern economy where you would be able to bring millions out of poverty. Right? That was the ultimate objective. So this is the framework within which he starts his economic policies.
Let me sort of add to that, because, bang on with the context, it's really important to talk about all of this. One simplistic reading of the economic history could be that, oh my God, Nehru made so many blunders. But it's like, I think of Nehru as just one of the great men of our history. He got many things right, he got many things wrong. But even the things that he got wrong, which are specifically in economics, are because of understandable reasons. Sitting there in that moment, in his shoes, it is difficult to believe that he could have done differently. Everything kind of made sense. Now, let's talk about his intellectual influences. Time magazine did a piece on him in 1951 where they wrote, quote, "Beatrice and Sidney Webb, the godparents of Fabian socialism, are in a truer sense his creators than Vishnu and Shiva." Stop quote. So Vishnu and Shiva, of course, wouldn't have economic ideas. So in terms of economics, it's the Webbs who are there. John Kenneth Galbraith once said the center of Nehru's thinking was Lasky. Again, Harold Lasky. And Ram Guha quoted an unnamed wit in one of his books who says, quote, "In every meeting of the Indian cabinet, there is a chair reserved for the ghost of Professor Harold Lasky." Right? So his whole frameworks of looking at the world come out of all of these people. Now, the Time magazine piece on him in 1951 also has these lines, quote, "He shares all the socialist emotional tenets about the capitalist order. In consequence, he has a socialist undisguised contempt for capitalism, reinforced by the aristocratic Brahmins' contempt for the Baniya shopkeeper caste. He speaks of, quote, Baniya civilization of the capitalist West," quote ends, and the Time magazine piece continues. He speaks of the Baniya civilization of the capitalist West, of the West's cutthroat civilization, Nehru's words. Utterly unlike Gandhi, he admires modern production methods and wants to bring them to India. He has announced that India will in time develop her own atomic energy program. But as a socialist, he believes that capitalism, after its prodigies of production, is bound to make a cruel and bloody mess of distribution. This view is based on the standard British socialist reading of 19th century economic history. His understanding of 20th century American capitalism is negligible, stop quote. And here I will say that at that moment in time, sitting in 1950, what you are looking at is you're looking at America and seeing the Great Depression of the 30s and everything that happened there. Allegedly, at that time, in the popular imagination caused by the stock market crash of 1929, though of course it wasn't if you look at the numbers closely enough. Thomas Sowell has written a lot about this. Separate subject, let's not go there. And he's looking at the Soviet Union. And today we look at the Soviet Union and it's like, oh my God, what a monstrosity. But at that time, in the fog of war, with no internet, with information not flowing, from a distance, you bought the Kool-Aid. It looked like something that was successful. Nehru in his autobiography says, quote, "I had long been drawn to socialism and communism, and Russia had appealed to me. I realized more and more how the very basis and foundation of our acquisitive society and property was violence." Stop quote. And this is a fashionable thought. Property is violence, but it is complete rubbish, right? In a free market, you are getting consenting adults trading with each other to mutual benefit. That's where the notion of profit comes from. Profit is a virtuous thing. It is a virtuous thing. It is what, John Stossel famously described as a double thank you moment. That I buy a coffee at a Starbucks. The Starbucks values the money I pay for it more than the coffee. I value the coffee more. We are both benefiting. The more you have such double thank you moments, the more economies grow. That is why economic freedom, that is why prosperity. Nehru did not get this. He once famously said to J.R.D. Tata, "Do not speak to me of profit. It is a dirty word." So this is sort of the whole mindset happening, this whole mindset that, profit is a dirty word. And underscoring this is also the fact that India was basically colonized by a company. Right? It was the East India Company, and then the British Empire came in. So automatically you're thinking of companies in a bad way. Now, other things to note about that period of time also is that as far as the Bombay Plan is concerned, whether or not he directly took inspiration from it, Ram Guha, I think in his great book on India After Gandhi, mentioned the Bombay Plan and said, see, even the capitalists supported it. To which my response is like, duh, of course they would. Pro-business and pro-market are opposite things. Pro-market means that you want competition, you want economic freedom, that's how consumers benefit. But pro-business is the opposite. Any capitalist who is already there running a large company will want competition kept out, will want to get as close to a monopoly as possible, will want a protected marketplace where they don't have to provide value for money and they don't have to face competition. So firstly, that is her. Secondly, I'll quote Jagdish Bhagwati here. Now, people will speak of the Bhagwati Amartya Sen battles, and Bhagwati was a free market guy, Amartya Sen was on the other side. But it wasn't always like this. And first of all, Amartya Sen is a far, far more nuanced thinker than any caricature can capture. In my view, a great philosopher as well as an economist. But even Bhagwati, initially at that time, was with that Nehruvian consensus. So he writes at one point, quote, "Let me first observe that a number of economists like me and Amartya Sen came back from the West after studying at Cambridge, Oxford, and the London School of Economics. We were all trained in a left-wing tradition. Our teachers had been radical or progressive economists from a little left of center to all the way to the left, with luminaries such as Nicky Calder and Joan Robinson and stop quote." And he kind of goes on and on. Now, it's easy to look at it in hindsight and see the problems. Like Chidambaram at one point wrote about that period, that quote, "India suspected capitalists. It suspected the profit motive. It tried to nail it down, block it, and thought that all growth would come from government planning. By the late 1980s, Korea was a miracle economy and India was a stagnant, slow-trot kind of economy. The whole idea that there was a big market out there did not strike Indian planners," stop quote. And you have voices of dissent. You have people like B.R. Shenoy dissenting right at the time of the second plan in 55. I won't go into details. You have Milton Friedman writing that famous 1955 memorandum. Except that Friedman was not such a mainstream name at the time. Those debates were still on, and India, having allied with the Soviet Union, sort of suspected US deeply. Now, there are many other counterfactuals one can go into. What if Nehru wasn't there? If you look at all of the other leaders, I think it is likely that our direction would have been quite different, but not too different. It would still, that engineering mindset of let's fix it from the top down would still have been there. Maybe it would have had slightly different manifestations. So looking back, I think passing judgment on historical figures is almost a ridiculous thing. The person is dead, the past is over, it's done with. But what are the lessons that we can learn from history? And here's where I'll come back to you. And, if you want to add more to context, you can. And then let's talk about, the actual specific things and what happened.
Absolutely. And to add to a couple of things, Amit, that you said, one is that in terms of the Bombay plan, one, of course, is that the private sector would love protection, right? And we are seeing that today as well, an exact replay of that. I think it was also the case that the 1940s were a decade which was extremely volatile, right? There was a lot of discontent, a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress. And there was a fear that the movement against colonial rule can morph into a movement against private property, right? And therefore you need that protection, that guarantee, that shelter from the state. And the context of that time is, I think, is extremely important, because we can't just live in today's India and say, oh, but the private sector should have played a role. I think that's very important. The second thing is, and since you talked about counterfactual, I love counterfactuals, who doesn't? I think another interesting counterfactual is to think about, what if Nehru continued beyond 1960s, right? I mean, he got some very long life, he didn't die in 1964, and he lived for 10 years more, right? Would he have still continued with the model that he had started, knowing that it was really not yielding the results, and there were a lot of inefficiency that was getting built into in the system, in the society? Would he have still stuck to that system, or would he have become more open? Because at that point of time, exactly as you said, by 60s and 70s, countries like South Korea, etc., start embracing a very different route of development under the aegis of the state, right? It was a state-led model of development, except the state was giving a lot of importance to exports in the private sector. So would Nehru have changed his mindset at that point of time? And I think that's a very interesting counterfactual experiment, because I think what we have to realize is, it's perhaps not the mistakes of Nehru. I don't want to use the mistakes, but the problem with the model was not what he did in 1950s and 60s. I think the problem was it continued for too long, right? It continued for an inordinately long amount of time. And that is where the problem is, right? There was a point of time when we could have done the course correction. Of course, in hindsight, it's very easy for us to say and speculate, but I think there is something to it, right? It was a point of time a lot of other countries which were also state dominated were moving a different direction, but we not only continued on the same path, we just got worse on it, right? So I think that's what was really, really wrong about this model that was started. And I know I'm digressing. We'll come back to this again, but I just really wanted to make that point. And one last thing, because...
But I'll address this first. My sense of this counterfactual is kind of two-way. Two things could have happened. One is that Nehru, through the 50s, was actually quite rigid and dogmatic about a lot of his thinking on a lot of issues. Like, he brushed away Rajaji, and basically, by Rajaji, of course, I mean C. Rajgopalachari, who, was at one point considered a contender for the prime minister, but there is one a report that Gandhi preferred Nehru because Nehru was younger, and Nehru actually died, much before Rajaji. But he brushed away Rajaji. He was pretty dogmatic about this particular thing, and he was pretty dogmatic in a lot of his views, like on foreign policy and China, for example. He trusted China far more. I've had episodes on this. I'll link from the show notes. But it was, only after we got hammered in the war and humiliated in the war that he realized that he was wrong to trust V.K. Krishna Menon, and he was wrong to trust China. So he had been dogmatic about that. Having said that, great men of that age did contain multitudes and did keep changing their lives. And a classic example of that is Ambedkar. I had a great episode with Chandrabhan Prasad ji. And, while the constitution was being framed and all of that, Ambedkar correctly realized that, villages were a den of localism and ignorance, and in his words, and, the caste problem was so massive that he was very skeptical of anything but socialism. But by the early 1950s, he had kind of moved fully. And when people read Ambedkar's collected writings, I think it's really important to see the years, because he's changing his mind throughout. And by the 50s, he's beginning to embrace, like Chandrabhan Prasad ji has two heroes, Ambedkar and Adam Smith. And by the 50s, you find that Ambedkar is beginning to embrace Adam Smith much more, talking about capitalism, talking about markets. So people do change their minds. Nehru hadn't really shown signs of it on the big issues, but who knows? But yeah, so I thought I'll put my 2 bits in. Continue.
No, I think that's an excellent point. And I think I of course, have deep respect for Ambedkar, and precisely because of this point. I mean, he was a great thinker and philosopher who was able to change his mind. And we disregard the importance of how important it is for a luminary, for a political thinker, for a leader to be able to change his or her mind and say, I was wrong and I have learned, and now this is what I believe in. Again, coming back to the current day, right? That's what we need to do now. Is there something that is not working? Can we change our mind? Can we do course correction? Now, I think let's go back to some of the specifics of the Nehruvian socialist era to understand what exactly are we talking about, right? Beyond the broader description, as you said, of central planning and socialism, what were some of the specific economic policies that he was undertaking? The first thing, of course, as I said, was rapid industrialization and capital accumulation was the chosen path to win this battle against poverty, right? That was his singular mindset, that that's what I want to do. And what I want to say here is that it was an extremely capital intensive path to growth, right? Over and above the point that you're doing a state led model and all of that, you are doing a capital intensive model of growth in a country which is massively labor intensive, right? It's a labor abundant country, right? And our biggest resource are our people, right? And I know you've written on this and I completely agree that why would you not want to do industries where you are not only producing output, but you're also creating jobs and you're taking advantage of the biggest resource, which is your people. Maybe the thought it is that you need to educate them, skill them, bring them up to speed. But at no point of time was there recognition that labor intensive industries need to get importance because we need to create a ton of jobs of a rapidly increasing population, right? And once again, I'm just so tempted. That is exactly what we are doing today, right? When we do a PLI scheme, we are giving subsidies to electronics industry. Nehru gave it to heavy industries. They're all very capital intensive in a country where the biggest resource is the people, where there are millions and millions of people who are jobless. That just doesn't work, right? And this is exactly, digressing a little bit, what China did differently, and we'll come to that. So anyhow, that's what Nehru wants to do. And in the words of what Lenin used, the phrase of commanding heights, he wants that the public sector enterprises would occupy the commanding heights of the economy. And the result is that a mixed economy emerges. What is a mixed economy? Where both private sector and public sector would operate, except it was heavily skewed towards the public sector, right? Now, we had these private industrial empires, of course, right? The Tatas and Birlas, but they had basically given up. They had thrown up their hands because they really, really didn't have a huge role to play. Now, what was Nehru doing? He was a rational thinker, right? And of course, he was a great statesman. And he wanted to use science and technology, right? He was a great believer in the power of science and technology. And he, at all points of time during his planning, during the central planning, he wanted to make it a very scientific process. He would keep inviting great scientists, statisticians, etc., to help him understand how you can formalize this idea of central planning. And one of the great statisticians, of course, that he invites is Prasanta Mahalanobis, right? Who was in ISI Calcutta at that point of time, brilliant statistician. And he gets invited by Nehru, and Nehru basically tells him that you think about how to plan the economy, right? I want to plan it. How do I go about it? Now, Mahalanobis goes about it in a very mathematical way, right? He does complex mathematical formulation, what we call dynamic programming. At that point of time, economic growth models are just coming about. There is a growth model called Harrod-Domar growth model. And he uses concepts from growth and dynamic programming and complex statistical models to plan the Indian economy in terms of a very mathematical formulation, which he uses to basically allocate fractions of investment to industries that are producing capital goods versus industries that are producing consumer goods in order to maximize long-run economic growth, right? To essentially take principles of growth models in order to figure out how the economy should be planned. But essentially what is happening is you're using mathematical formulation to plan a less than perfect real world, right? And of course, it cannot go right. I mean, just as we are saying it, I think it's pretty obvious that that's not how you go about planning a very, very diverse and poor country like India at that point of time. But then that's what Nehru did, and that's what Mahalanobis came up with. So all the ideas, therefore, that Nehru had started getting implemented through the 5-year plans, which is, of course, an import from the Soviet style of central planning. And what are these 5-year plans? That every 5 year, the Planning Commission, which was set up in 1950, would come up with these detailed documents that would plan every aspect of economic production. And I can't tell you how detailed and complex those plans were. They would set targets for specific sector, this much agricultural output, this much industrial output, targets for overall GDP growth, how much money is to be allocated to which sector, all the details, right? And the most important plan during this period is the second 5-year plan. It's 1956. In fact, at the inauguration of the second five-year plan, Nehru calls a lot of famous economists from all over the world because he's very proud of the second five-year plan. And this is the plan that sort of lays out his strategy for the rest of his time. In fact, this is called, and I'll come to this, as a part of the second five-year plan, he comes up with this industrial policy resolution, right, which is passed in 1956. And the industrial policy resolution almost came to be regarded as the economic constitution of the time. And it pretty much cemented Nehru's mistrust of the private sector. It just neutered the private sector, right? So what is this industrial policy resolution? It basically says that public sector enterprises will be the commanding heights. And in terms of specifics, it creates 3 schedules of industries. And it's very important to remember as we go forward in this history discussion. There was a Schedule A, which said that the whole bunch of industries will be entirely under state ownership. What are these industries? All the heavy industries that you can think of, right? I mean, this is iron and steel, machinery and plants, airports and ports and railways and telecommunication and power, everything. And of course, we still have vestiges of that even today, right? So all of these industries will be under state ownership. Schedule B is not that important. It basically says that state ownership will gradually increase in these industries and the state will set up some enterprises in these sectors. And Schedule C is what is reserved for the private sector. Now, on paper, this looks fine. Nehru's vision, public sector will do the heavy industries because private sector cannot raise the capital to do all of this. But there is a schedule which is left to the private sector. Now, the catch is the second point, which is that the private sector was subjected to what is now known as the permit raj, right? So everything that was reserved for them in Schedule C was not really free for them to get into, because for every step of the production process in those industries, they had to apply for a permit, a license, a quota, which meant multiple rounds to the bureaucrats in Delhi. And we can go into the details of it if you want, which basically means that if you want to import capital goods, if you want to get foreign exchange, right? If you want to expand production, if you want to get into a new industry, all of these require detailed permission from Delhi, and it's time consuming, right? You're running pillar to post from ministry to ministry. Who knows how long it may take? So while there were industries that were left to the private sector, there was not really any semblance of economic freedom even in those industries. So that became a hallmark of Nehru's time. The other thing that he did was he set up some institutions which started playing a very important role. For example, he sets up this controller of capital issues, which is eventually replaced by SEBI in 1992. And what's the idea of the controller? That, of course, we can't let these private guys to raise capital in the stock market openly. So the controller of capital issues will decide how much capital can you raise, at what price. And nothing, of course, in that sounds right? I mean, ultimately, price should be determined by supply and demand. But of course, we have left that behind long ago because that's not what Nehru wants. Then in 1950s, he also starts the Essential Commodities Act, right? And it's all very interesting because the Essential Commodities Act is extremely relevant in today's age. Why is that? Because the farm bills that were introduced by the Modi government in 2020, one of the elements of the farm bills was amending the Essential Commodities Act. So back then, the Essential Commodities Act was brought about by Nehru to say that I don't want unfair pricing practices to affect consumers. So I'm going to start imposing stock limits on traders and control every aspect of the production and distribution of food grains or any other commodity that is deemed essential. What the Farm Bill of 2020 said in the amendment is that a lot of these commodities they wanted to remove from the list of essential commodities, and they actually wanted to liberalize the farming sector. But of course, that's history by now because the farmers protested, although it was from a liberalization perspective a very good move. But that's the history, right? That's when in the 1950s, Essential Commodities Act is passed. The other thing that happened during this time was, as you can imagine, that there's a lot of expenditure that is going on, right? The state is heavily investing in heavy industries, doing all these plans. Where is the money coming from? Because there is not a lot of tax revenues. The formal economy is extremely small. So how is the government finding the money to do all of these expenses? Two elements to it, right? One is foreign aid. A very, very important element for the next 40 years, right? Development economists, policymakers love foreign aid. At that point of time, sure, maybe there was no other option, but we continued to depend on foreign aid for a very long period of time. In fact, by 1980, India was the country receiving the largest amount of foreign aid, to the order of $55 billion. And William Easterly, of course, he has done a lot of work on aid. And there's a fantastic paper that we can link from the show notes. And I just want to read out just one passage, although he talks about this in the context of 15 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, in context of the really poor countries in Africa. But I think it applies even to India back then. And this is what William Easterly says in the paper, and I quote, "These exercises, meaning these aid exercises, only make sense in a central planning mentality in which the answer to the tragedies of poverty is a large bureaucratic apparatus to dictate quantities of different development goods and services by administrative fiat. The planning mindset is in turn linked to previously discredited theories such as poverty is due to poverty trap, which can only be alleviated by a large inflow of aid from rich country to poor country governments to fill a financing gap for poor countries. The aid inflow is, of course, administered by the same planning apparatus." Right? So there is this intricate link between central planning and foreign aid. And why is that? Because when you are doing central planning, you are not really generating a lot of tax revenues, right? And if you have to continue doing central planning, you need a lot of money. So what do? You depend on foreign aid. So it almost becomes like a vicious cycle that dependence on foreign aid keeps on increasing. Not necessarily a good thing for an economy where the vision of Nehru is that we want to become self-sufficient, right? It's exactly contradictory to that self-sufficiency objective. Then a couple of more things, and after that I'll stop and hand it over to you in terms of what are the things he did. There was a very deep suspicion of foreign trade. And I think now it almost becomes obvious, right? I mean, this person who doesn't like the private sector, doesn't like capitalism broadly. Foreign trade is simply a part of it, right? And maybe it's because, as you said, the whole colonialism, the whole colonial rule was started by a foreign company, right? So this whole suspicion of foreign trade, foreign investment was very deeply entrenched in his economic model of planning. In fact, there was no export strategy in any of the 5-year plans that he came up with. And interestingly, this was discovered by, guess who? By Manmohan Singh, when he wrote his PhD thesis, questioning the whole idea of export pessimism, right? Until then, it was almost taken for granted that exports are a bad thing, foreign trade is a bad thing. You can at best do imports of essential capital goods and raw materials, but that also will be rationed and licensed by the government. And indeed, what happened was, at that point of time, the finance minister, Shanmugam Chetty, he devised 3 different lists of imports, right? Free, restricted, and prohibited. And very quickly, the list of free imports basically vanished. And all you're left with is restricted and prohibited. And that starts the time of import licensing, right? So at every step of the way for the private sector, not only do you have to apply for license and permits to produce, you're also having to apply for import licenses to import anything that you may not have access to domestically, right? And that, incidentally, and we don't realize this perhaps, it's a very big departure from what was happening under the British, right? We may think, oh, the British, bad guys, they colonized us, and therefore I'm sure we did not do much of a trade. That's absolutely not true. We had free trade during the British times in India, and there was no restrictions in cross-border transactions, financially or in terms of trade. And ships were moving in and out of the ports of Bombay and Calcutta freely. But that's what changed with Nehru. He essentially closed down the economy. He made it an autarkic economic model. And of course, we know in hindsight and through many economic models that autarky doesn't work. But that's exactly what happened. So along with this very state-heavy model of development where private sector is subjugated, there is also a lot of restrictions on foreign trade. And in terms of where that money would come from, I had said 2 points. One was the foreign aid. The other thing that was happening was there was a very important role played by the central bank, which is the Reserve Bank of India, right? The RBI gets set up in 1935. During the time of Nehru, it actually gets nationalized because until then, it was basically held by a whole bunch of private shareholders. During this time, when there is a constant shortage of money and the government is spending way beyond its means, the RBI gets called upon to print notes. Of course, every monetary economist today would cringe because that is exactly what the central bank should not do because it's going to fuel inflation. So there was an acknowledgement that yes, inflation would happen, but what was more important was to subjugate monetary policy to the fiscal requirements of the day because planning was the overarching goal. So RBI did that. It goes about printing notes. It starts doing what is called printing ad hoc treasury bills to itself. So it's basically issuing treasury bills in the name of the government to itself. And it made it so automatic that every Friday, RBI would print 50 crores of money, right? And during the week, at any point of time when needed, they would print 20 crores. And this became just the standard formulation, right? And this was a given thing, and RBI had to accept that this is what we have to do. So when inflation started increasing, what did they do? They started doing credit rationing, right? So they basically told the banks that this is how much you lend to this person at this rate. And that continued for the next 40 years. It's insane, right? Now that we think about it. In fact, an interesting anecdote is that by late 1980s, there were as many as 200 interest rates in the economy. And the saying was that, show me a business and I'll invent an interest rate, right? That was exactly what it came down to, because you've accepted that all you're really doing is printing money to finance the central planning. And therefore, if there are consequences, you just have to deal with this extremely distortionary manner. The last thing I want to say, which was extremely important in this model, is when you are averse to foreign trade and foreign investment, but at the same time, you're doing this very heavy industrialization, you obviously have to import capital goods, right? You don't have all the raw materials in the country. So there is import licensing or allowing to import. What do you need to import? You need foreign exchange. Now, imagine the imbalance that you're creating. There is an extreme export pessimism. You don't let the enterprises, even in the public sector, to export, but you need foreign exchange to import. And of course, there is no foreign investment whatsoever. So where will the foreign exchange come from? And the reason I'm mentioning this is because this is another constant theme that continues for the next 40 years. At all points of time, there is a foreign exchange shortage. And of course, that's basically what culminates into a 1991 crisis. Because at all points of time, you're importing way more than what you're exporting, or simply not exporting, right? So what Nehru did was, ironically, he was actually open to the idea of full convertibility on the current account. What does that mean? That I should be able to convert rupee into any foreign currency if I want to trade in goods and services, and vice versa. So in principle, he was ironically okay with the idea, right? This is a bit of a contradiction, right? And in fact, I'm going to quote what he said, and I'm quoting now. Indian capital is to be supplemented by foreign capital, not only because our national savings will not be enough for rapid development of the country on the scale we wish, but also in many cases, scientific, technical, and industrial knowledge and capital equipment can best be obtained along with foreign capital. So he acknowledges, he realizes that there is an importance of foreign capital that we need, but it's just not fitting into his overall plan. So what he did was, he comes up with FERA, right? The Foreign Exchange Regulation Act of 1947. And interestingly, and Bhargavi Zaveri has a very nice article as a part of Shruti Rajagopalan's 1991 project on this, that when FERA was started in 1947, it was actually conceived as a temporary measure. That because times are volatile, there is so much of uncertainty, we don't know how to manage a foreign exchange, we're running out of forex, so let's have FERA for just 5 years. There was even a timeline. And after 5 years, it will automatically expire, because by then the RBI would have built enough foreign exchange reserves and all will be well, right? And what did FERA do? FERA basically said that nobody can do any foreign exchange transaction without the permission of the RBI, even for foreign travel, etc. And that FERA, of course, continued for the next 40 years. And we'll talk about it, how it morphed, how it became significantly more restrictive, and then what happened even after liberalization in 1991. But when it started, Nehru had that vision to say that I don't want to impose so much control on foreign exchange, which is only justified if there is a war. But in peace times, I don't want to have forex control. So let's just have it for 5 years. After that, it'll get discontinued. So there is these sparks of, you get this, that he understood that this is important, but it still was inconsistent with the overall model that he was trying. So at this point, I'll stop and hand it over to you. And after this, we can talk about the consequences of many of these things that he tried.
So I think, there's, I want to double click on a lot of these. So, but masterful narrative, you summarize the whole thing so well in just the right amount of detail. And I think of, one overarching metaphor for that period actually in my mind revolves around the word free. Now, when India became free on August 15th in 1947, General Cariappa had to tell his troops that we've become free. But his Hindustani, as it were, wasn't so good. He was an English speaking guy. So what he wanted to tell them was, now you are free, we are free, the nation is free. What he said was, इस वक्त आप मुफ्त, हम मुफ्त, मुल्क मुफ्त है, right? And muft for non Hindi speakers, muft is basically free, as in free of charge. You're not kind of paying for it. It is a sort of a cheapening of the people. So as a metaphor, it works really well for me. So I'll go in order and I'll double click on a bunch of those things. And the first in the first part of your answer, you sort of had that little aside about how those sort of capital intensive investments still goes on. And in Raghuram Rajan and Rohit Lamba's book, there is an example of this where they write, quote, take for instance a Micron semiconductor plant agreed upon in June 2023 intended for a site in Gujarat. Assuming it goes through, it is a $2.75 billion investment, out of which 70% is a direct subsidy coming from the central and Gujarat governments. This is expected to create 5,000 jobs. So we are spending nearly $2 billion for 5,000 jobs, which is $400,000 or 3.2 crores per job. Stop quote. And this is absolute nuts. Now, let's go back to the broader narrative. I had a great episode with Nikhil Menon on Mahalanobis and the Planning Commission and those years. And excellent book because it also paints a portrait not just of the times, but of those men, Mahalanobis and Nehru, both flawed, great thinkers, both following the scientific temperament, and both of them perhaps committing this great sort of fallacy, which is a fallacy of imagining themselves, in Adam Smith's words, as a man of system. So now I'll quote Adam Smith because, hey, we're doing an episode on economics. I have to quote Adam Smith once. Where Smith says, quote, the man of system is apt to be very wise in his own conceit and is often so enamored with the supposed beauty of his own ideal plan of government that he cannot suffer the smallest deviation from any part of it. He goes on to establish it completely and in all its parts without any regard to the great interests or to the strong prejudices which may oppose it. He seems to imagine that he can arrange the different members of a great society with as much ease as a hand arranges the different pieces upon a chessboard. He does not consider that the pieces upon the chessboard have no other principle of motion besides that which the hand impresses upon them, but that in the great chessboard of human society, every single piece has a principle of motion of its own, altogether different from that which the legislature might choose to impress upon it. And the thing here is, this is a classic central planning conceit, and the story I have to illustrate how stupid this is something that Frederick Bastiat once asked, where he said, "How do you feed the people of Paris?" Right? And it's a question I will forget Paris, Andheri. How will you give breakfast to every person in Andheri? If a central planner is to try to figure it out, you are headed for madness because you have to somehow figure out in advance what each person will feel like eating, and you have to then organize the eggs, you have to organize the transport to get the eggs, you have to organize the bread, you have to organize the poha, you have to organize the fuel for the poha. It is impossible. It cannot be done. It always breaks down. And Walter Lange once in the 1940s wrote this paper on central planning recommending it. And in response, Friedrich Hayek, one of my heroes, wrote the greatest essay of the 20th century, in my view, called The Use of Knowledge in Society. And Hayek speaks about exactly this. He speaks about this coordination problem. Society is so complex, how can any central planner know? And then he writes, and these are the key words, quote, if we can agree that the economic problem of society is mainly one of rapid adaptation to changes in the particular circumstances of time and place, it would follow that the ultimate decisions must be left to the people who are familiar with these circumstances, who know directly of the relevant changes and of the resources immediately available to meet them. We cannot expect that this problem will be solved by first communicating all this knowledge to a central board, which after integrating all knowledge issues its orders. We must solve it by some form of decentralization. Stop quote. Right? And this is where the great insight comes. That, okay, central planner cannot do it, too complicated. We got to decentralize it. How the hell do you decentralize it in a way that works? And Hayek's answer was prices. That's what prices do. If suddenly eggs get more expensive, I might, because supply got disrupted somewhere, I can choose to have poha, or ideally if I'm doing intermittent fasting, I won't have breakfast only. So I can adjust to all of that. Prices tell us about every member of society. Where are the shortages? What are the needs? Prices coordinate all of that beautifully. And when you interfere with prices, you basically go to hell and everything falls apart. And this is, of course, a fundamental mistake, that we have a state which is trying to run society, but it does not and cannot know what society wants. Because the best mechanism for understanding so many of the minutiae of people's needs and desires and capacities happen through prices. Right? Now, you mentioned permissions also, how permit Raj and how that was. And there is in Montek Singh Ahluwalia's book, and Montek did a great episode with me. And in Montek's book, at one point, he writes, quote, N.R. Narayana Murthy, the iconic co-founder of Infosys, told me of his personal experience in 1983 when Infosys wanted to import a Data General MV8000 computer with 3 removable disk drives at a capacity of 200 MB each. They had to make several trips to New Delhi to get the import license. By the time they got the license, a new disk drive with a capacity of 300 MB had become available 30% cheaper. Naturally, they wanted to import the latest model. However, the original license specified the model number, and several additional visits to Delhi had to be made to modify the license. In an area where technology was changing rapidly and timely delivery of export orders was crucial, long delays in getting equipment was fatal for exporters, stop quote. And at this point, I'll also plug episode I did with Ajay on Everything is Everything about what we call I-18N, or internationalization. There are so many letters that people call it I-18N for short, where the idea is that exports are amazing. Exports are amazing not because of what wealth they might bring to the exporters, but because you are forced to compete in an international market, automatically your standards rise and you start making better products and services for the domestic market as well. And this is the route to prosperity, and this is what really worked for Korea, for example. Now, you mentioned, the farm laws and, the Essential Commodities Act and all of that. And at this point, I'm also going to briefly talk about, the impact of the Essential Commodities Act. Now, you stated Nehru's intent beautifully. Nehru's intent is that, we need to control the process so people aren't getting cheated on either end, and so on and so forth. At which point, I will now read out a share from the great farmer leader Sharad Joshi, right? Where Sharad Joshi once said, and this is in the voice of a farmer speaking to a consumer. And he said, मरते हम भी है, मरते तुम भी हो, मरते हम भी है, मरते तुम भी हो, हम सस्ता बेच के मरते हैं, तुम महंगा खरीद के मरते हो. Right? And the English translation of that, my translation is, I die, my friend, and so do you. I die, my friend, and so do you. I sell my produce cheap and die. You pay so much that you die too. And what is this referring to? This is referring to the APMC. The APMC was basically the state mandated middleman. There was no other middleman. Only the APMC could buy from the farmer. Only the APMC could sell to the consumer. And therefore, it's a monopoly and a monopsony. Right? And so what would happen is that often, and this is a real example, a farmer might sell a unit of tomatoes to the APMC for 2 rupees and the consumer would buy it for 20 rupees. The farmer is getting screwed, the consumer is getting screwed, right? And ideally what would happen is you have competing middlemen, and therefore the margin of the middleman is maybe 2 rupees somewhere, and the farmer gets 10 rupees for the tomato and the consumer buys at 12 rupees. And both of them are better off, by a massive amount. The farmer much more so, 5 times better off. And yet, that system is in place. And the politics of the time really irritated me, because when the farm laws came, everybody knew, the Congress knew, all the parties knew that this was a good reform, that getting rid of the APMC was great. The Congress, many of the reforms in the farm laws were in the Congress manifesto for the elections before that, right? And yet they opposed it because, hey, politics, we have to, right? Which disgusts me so much, because that, the reforms are sort of good for the people. And with all this sort of rhetoric of, oh, capitalists will now take over completely, and etc etc, as if competition is ever a bad thing. And as an aside, it disappoints me because it wasn't always thus. Earlier also you spoke of the incentives of politicians. Why should they not do only welfareism? But if you look at what happened between 91 to 2011, political parties at different times, including while changing government, actually worked together. The new pension scheme was designed under the Vajpayee government. He left it for the next government, and Manmohan and Chidambaram supported it. Similarly, inflation targeting was again prepared in early 2014 by the Chidambaram government, but as a courtesy, he left it for the next government because elections were happening, and Mr. Jaitley saw the wisdom in it. And there was no politics ki ye to unhone kiya hai. So there was a sense that there is a higher purpose there, and everything is not short-term election cycles. Of course, you do your, politically profitable moves, but you also do the good work that has to be done. Anyway, that's an aside. Now, moving on to Forex, you quoted Easterly, and I will, firstly recommend to readers Easterly's great books, especially The White Man's Burden, which is precisely about this. And then I will also quote Easterly myself, because why not? He has this great essay called The Searchers and the Planners. We'll link that from the show notes, where he writes, quote, "The planners have the rhetorical advantage of promising great things, the end of poverty. The only thing the planners have against them is that plans didn't and don't work to help the world's poor. Poor people die not because of the world's indifference to their poverty, but because of ineffective efforts on behalf of those who do care. To escape the cycle of tragedy, we have to be tough on the ideas of the planners, even while we salute their goodwill." Stop quote. And then he talks about searchers who are much more sort of, navigating the river by feeling the stones, as it were, sort of a much better approach. And speaking of, again, an aside and a little bit of trivia, that in the 50s, if I remember correctly, and it was a Ford Foundation, if I remember correctly, made some of their aid conditional on family planning measures, because at that time, people believed that population was a problem. Now, I have had an episode of Everything is Everything about this, and I'll link to my column also. People are brains, not stomachs. Overpopulation is not a problem. That is why we move from, villages to cities. Population density is an amazing thing. And it is incredibly condescending to say that, oh, the people are the problem. But of course, I'm not part of the people, but you people are the problem. And part of the result of all of these incentives was India's drive towards population planning, which was partly mandated by foolish ideas of, similar central planners from the West giving their gyan, and some of it percolated into, say, Sanjay Gandhi's brain, for example, which is why you had the disasters of the emergency. Again, I don't want to speak too much about, British times, but it is interesting to, I'll share a phrase here with you, which Vinay Sitapati first told me. And the phrase was, and his argument was, that the liberalization of 1991 should be called the re-liberalization of India. Because he said under British times, actually, that it wasn't quite so bad. The typical Marxist view is that, oh, British rule was laissez-faire and global trade screwed India, so the state must step in. Tirthankar Roy has a great essay, which I'll link from the show notes, which became a book on exactly this, which critiques this, which talks about, how there was a manufacturing boom in Bombay and Calcutta. Calcutta flourished under the British and got screwed in independent India after that, under our politicians. And he also explains the low growth rate and everything. Everything contains nuances that, yes, colonialism hurt us enormously, but in economic terms, if you look at it in a different way, it wasn't quite all that bad. But that's sort of different kind of story. Yeah, I mean, these are sort of my responses to many of the things that you said. I thought I'll add a little bits of meat or salt to the narrative.
No, that's fantastic, because now I want to double click on some of the points you said, and then we'll go back to the consequences of some of the measures that Nehru took. So on the semiconductor industry, it's almost like a separate podcast, because it's just, it's taking a life of its own.
I have an episode with Pranay Kotasane and Abhiram Manchi. They've written
fantastic,
a book. Yeah.
So I completely agree with what Raghu and Rohit Lamba wrote in the book. And in general, there has been a discourse about this as well, that, if you have, as a government, if you have unlimited resources, right, then your triage is very different, right? Then you can pursue, fine, I want to build a semiconductor industry because I don't want to become excessively dependent on Taiwan or any other country, because if something happens, that I don't want to lose access to an extremely important ingredient in every step of the manufacturing process. But when you are the government running a poor country, right, where the per capita GDP is $2,400 a year, you are constantly having to fight a fiscal deficit. You're always spending beyond the means. Then your triage is very different. And there are many, many other things that you need to do, basic stuff that all of these other countries which are doing semiconductor industry, from US to European Union, they have sorted it out long back, right? You are still struggling to build basic public goods, which is essentially what the state should be doing, right? You talk about defense, you talk about criminal justice system, you talk about general judiciary, you talk about the civil courts, you talk about, where would I start, right? It's just an enormous list. Instead of that, you are choosing to spend billions of dollars in subsidy in an industry where we have no expertise. This is just the cost to set up plants. And of course, it's just going to be a whole different journey altogether, because it is an extremely risky endeavor, right? There are different versions of the chips. By the time we start manufacturing something, the technology is rapidly changing, all of that, right? Why would you want to put your money into something like that? It doesn't make any economic sense whatsoever. Maybe there's a nationalistic sense, right? You want to become self-sufficient and all of that, but do you really have the resources, the wherewithal to do that? And I don't think so, right? So I think it's completely agree that that's really not a good idea at all. I wanted to add on this whole andheri and feeding breakfast to people, just as an aside, that a true central planner wouldn't really listen to what the people want to eat. The true central planner would tell the people, this is what you should eat, right? Everybody should eat poha on Monday, dosa on Tuesday, etc., Wednesday, and that's what will be served, right? There is no freedom of the society or the people to decide or have choices that this is what I want. And this brings me to what you said about the price system. Of course, during this entire period of the central planning model, there is no importance of the price system, right? I remember whenever I would teach in the Center for Civil Society, I would have this slideshow in order to convey the importance of the price system, where the traffic signal has stopped working. All the cars are in a complete chaos because nobody knows which way to go. And that is exactly what happens when the price system falls apart. Because the price system operates as an extremely important signal to say, exactly as you said, where the demand is high, where the supply is low, for the producers to decide what to produce more, for the consumers to decide what to eat more, what to buy more. When that falls apart, suddenly that entire signaling mechanism has completely gone haywire, and it's a chaos of all these cars not knowing where to go, which is exactly what happens in the economy. And now, because you don't want that chaos to happen, what do? You subjugate the private sector, right? Because in the public sector, price doesn't matter, because as it is, the state is telling you what to produce in a 5-year plan. So you subjugate the private sector. You don't want them to come up with this crazy price system. Who wants the prices to work, right? And then you're creating all these distortions, because now, because you're not letting the private sector work, you're not getting enough tax revenue. Your deficit is growing, right? You're spending way beyond the means, which is also inflationary, right? Because you're spending so much, there is always a shortage economy, which means there are prices working which are conveying to you, hey, there is a shortage building up. You need to produce that, not according to what the 5-year plan says. But no, I can't do it. So what do I tell the central bank? Impose price controls, right? And that's the other really bad distortionary thing continuously happening during this time in India. The central bank starts imposing price controls. The government starts imposing price controls. What happens when you impose price controls, right? Any economist will be able to say that that doesn't work. What it creates is a separate economy, which we call the black market, the underground economy, whichever name you want to use. And that is exactly what started happening in India, because there is a certain market price that everybody can see, but the government is in denial. They are imposing price control. So the black market, the underground economy will say, oh, we want to profit from this. We want to arbitrage this. And that is exactly what happened. At some point, the underground economy was bigger, I believe, than the formal economy. That's just crazy, right? So when you let the price system go completely out of whack, then you start getting all of these distortions. And there is no way that you can build a so-called modern economy and all of that thing. The third thing I wanted to say is, in terms of aid, right? Maybe, yes, at that point of time, given the design that Nehru came up with Mahalanobis, there was no money. You had to be dependent on aid. But as I keep on saying, The problem was we just went on with it for such a long period of time that at some point of time, nobody is beyond a point of time, nobody is really giving you aid simply out of charity. There is always a string attached, right? And the string started becoming extremely valuable. For example, there is this story that when Indira Gandhi becomes the prime minister, there are acute food shortages all over the country. We are dependent disproportionately on the US for food aid. And Lyndon Johnson, who's the president, refuses to release food shipments. Why? Because Indira Gandhi had said something against the US in the context of US actions in Vietnam. Right? So that's the power that you're giving to this aid giving country on something as essential as food. So once the US president says that I'm not going to release the food shipments, we are completely screwed. We basically can't feed our people despite all of these years of saying we are going to become self-sufficient. So Indira Gandhi has to make multiple trips to the US, literally begging for food. And that's humiliating for anybody, like let alone the leader of a country. But that's what happens when you start becoming so dependent on foreign aid that, of course, the country will say, I'm going to start using it for my own benefit. Or you said this, I don't like it, I'm not going to send you aid. That doesn't help you achieve self-sufficiency at any point of time. The last thing I want to say is in terms of, this Narayan Murthy quote, which of course is legendary by now, is in terms of creating a protected and sheltered market, right? Which is exactly what Nehru started doing, and it got perpetuated, that you're cutting out all competition, innovation, everything. It's a very interesting story that Hindustan Motors, which was set up in 1956-57, around this time, starts producing ambassadors, right? All our favorite cars back then. My family, I remember, had an ambassador, which almost became the pride of the neighborhood, because who had an ambassador back then? You had to wait for years. The king of the roads, this car, HM starts manufacturing it. 20 years after, Toyota manufacturers in Japan starts manufacturing Toyota. Now, move ahead a few decades. Hindustan Motors is manufacturing about 15,000 ambassadors a year. Exactly the same design that it started in 1957. Nothing has changed. The numbers are just 15,000. Toyota, which started 20 years before, is manufacturing more than 5 million cars a year. And why? Why would Hindustan Motors not do that? Why would they not change the design? Why would they not manufacture much larger number? Because there was demand, right? We all had to wait to buy a car for our or even our previous generation. The reason is because there was no incentive, right? Hindustan Motors simply did not have the incentive to innovate, to come up with a new design of the car, to manufacture more cars, because A, the price signal was lost. You didn't really see that there was demand. B, there's no incentive to innovate because there's no competition, right? The only two car manufacturers we all know was this Fiat Premier Padmini and Ambassador. Why would I want to spend money in innovating and all of that? So this is the state of the affairs, and this is just one example of how inefficient the system had become as a result of all of this. So anyway, I think let's go back to what we were talking about, right? The consequences of some of the Nehruvian socialistic measures.
Let's talk about that after the break. But before we go into the break, couple of sort of quick triple clickings, quadruple clickings.
I think I've lost count.
You mentioned cars, and if you listen to our 1991 reforms episode with Shruti and Ajay, you will find the factoid that in those days, in the 70s and 80s, a second-hand car cost more than a first-hand car. Because a brand new car, you'd have to wait 7 years or whatever the waiting period was. But a second-hand car was available. It didn't matter if it was second-hand or falling apart, but it was available. So second-hand costs more there. And families would often, like if a daughter is born, they'll often book a scooter when she is born so that it is delivered in time to be her wedding gift, as it were. And finally, I'll say, like, prices kind of get me every time that, price controls always lead to scarcities. It's a classic example of good intention, bad outcome. People will judge a policy by the intention, they won't look at the outcome. The thought experiment I like to give is, what if the government said that, hey, everyone should afford cars? We want to be advanced. So you restrict the price of a car to, say, 10,000. Now, what will happen if you do that? The first thing that will happen is that there will be scarcity, because any car which is, which costs more than 10,000 to make, which is all cars, will essentially not be there in the market at all. And secondly, then you'll have a black market and all kinds of shit will be happening behind the scenes. So always don't go by the intention that, oh, everyone should have a car. But the outcome always is scarcity, because once you disrupt the traffic lights, as you put it in your Excellent metaphor. Everything is kind of going to go out of whack. And I'd say prices are even better than traffic lights, because traffic lights, which work like prices, would actually take real time traffic into account and optimize the length of each light exactly for that. Right now, it's like a second best solution where you have fixed timings, and over time, people will study that and they will change that. But if they work like prices, you'd have real time adjustments all the time, which would be quite wonderful. But let's go grab a bite and then we'll come back and talk some more about Nehru.
We are just getting started.
Yeah. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm still here with Rajeswari, and it's time to talk about now the consequences of what Nehru did in India's economy through the 50s and 60s.
Yes, and I think you mentioned, Amit, about B.R. Shenoy, and he was one of the very vocal critics of what Nehru did. He himself was a student of Hayek, of course. That explains a lot. He made 2 very significant points. One was that this dependence on deficit financing, right? What I was saying, the RBI was printing money to finance the fiscal deficit. This dependence on deficit financing will continue to be inflationary in a persistent manner, which is exactly what happened, right? And the other thing which he said was quite prescient, which is that the growing role of the government could eventually undermine democracy, right? And that's exactly what we saw in the 1970s. So I thought that particular criticism was extremely important and to the point. Now, in terms of the general economic consequences of the steps initiated by Nehru, what was going on? The plans, of course, were highly inflationary, right? And what was that? Over and above the generic understanding that this was a shortage economy, specifically what was happening was that there was a greater production of capital goods. Because ultimately what you're doing in the plans, as I was mentioning, is all heavy industries, right? So a lot of capital goods are getting created, and this is creating incomes. Now, when you're creating incomes, there is also greater demand for consumer goods and food. But you're not really producing that because the plans are very heavily focused on capital goods. So there is this intrinsic shortage of food and consumer goods that is getting built in. And you can't import consumer goods. That's not allowed. And food, of course, given the shortage, basically what we are doing is food aid. And on top of that, the deficit financing, as B.R. Shenoy correctly pointed out, was of course adding to the inflation. So inflation becomes entrenched in the system. There are, of course, periods of highs and lows, but by and large, it's there. The counterpoint of this, of course, was that what was happening to growth? And since we started this episode with the idea that growth is the all-important objective of economic policy making, it is true that despite every reservation that we might have about the central planning model, it is true that this model from 1950s to the mid-1960s did deliver growth, right? Economic growth was greater than 4%. I think it was about 4.3% or so in terms of GDP growth. And that now it may not seem like a big number when we compare to the current 8%, but back then it was quite significant. Why was that? Again, this is a newly independent country coming out of a colonial rule. And during the last few decades of the colonial rule, Indian economy was not even growing at 1%. Right? And from compared to that 1%, when you see this 4.3% growth rate, that's pretty remarkable, right? So that's what the central planning model ended up of delivering. Now, of course, the causality is not clear. Was it the central planning? Was it something else? It's also possible that when you've achieved independence, there's a lot of newfound optimism, all the tension, stress, anxiety, volatility, all of that is sort of stabilizing. There is an economic vision. We can debate whether it's right and wrong till the end of time, but there was an economic vision, right? There was production happening, incomes were increasing. So all of that combined together produced GDP growth. The third consequence, which is extremely important, and I'll tell you why, which was that given this combination of control on imports and export pessimism, along with the fact that second five-year plan onwards, heavy industrialization was getting so much focus and much of these needed imports of capital goods, India had its first foreign exchange crisis in 1957. And we all know of the 1991 foreign exchange crisis, but the first one was in 1957. And from then on, almost every decade, we have had a foreign exchange crisis, right? Because of the fundamental way the system was designed. You're always importing more than you're exporting. You're always falling short of foreign exchange. And you're not really, there's no foreign investment happening either. There is no source of foreign currency coming from anywhere. So yes, you are imposing forex controls, but that's not enough to hold on to as much foreign exchange as you need to justify the imports. At that point of time, India had barely 1 month worth of foreign exchange reserves to pay for imports, right? Again, a common theme that will run across. And what was done by the policymakers, right? It's interesting. So there's an article by V.K.R.V. Rao, a very prominent economist, and I'll send it to you for your show notes. There was this discussion that you have to drastically reduce the requirement of forex, right? You can't increase the supply because you've basically just stopped all of that through export pessimism. So you have to drastically reduce the requirement of forex. How do you do that? You impose further import licensing, right? You now start giving licenses only to very specific capital goods and raw materials, definitely no imports of consumer goods. And then, very interestingly, there's a discussion that maybe we need to start exports as well. Now, the debate there was, but if you start exporting goods like oil seeds or raw cotton, etc., there won't be enough output left for domestic consumption. And that's the dilemma that they had, because production is limited, because it's a very controlled, command and control planned economy. At all points of time, production is limited. So if you now start diverting output to exports, then domestic consumption there'll not be enough for domestic consumption. That was the trade-off. And in fact, there was even this insane, I call it insane now, but it was the case back then. There was even a discussion that maybe we should clamp down on domestic consumption. We should put restrictions on domestic consumption so that we can start exporting oil seeds and raw cotton. And that's how we get foreign exchange, right? And all of that doesn't sound right at all.
It sounds like a dystopian novel.
Exactly. And then there's even a discussion, but that's not going to help our main exports, which is jute and tea, where we in any case export almost all of our output. So maybe net, it's not going to be that much helpful in getting foreign exchange. So let's not increase exports, right? That's pretty much the discussion that happens. And that's that. Now, because this whole export discussion ends there and you need foreign exchange, what happens as a corollary, as I was saying earlier, is FERA, the Foreign Exchange Regulation Act, doesn't expire after 5 years, right? It continues because government realizes, oops, we need to preserve this precious resource called foreign exchange. Therefore, let's just continue FX controls. Common people don't need it. People traveling abroad don't need it. We need it to import capital goods for our plans, right? So that's the dystopian world that was getting built into the system. And of course, it continues. The other outcome that happens is when you're living in this shortage economy, and this came up earlier in our discussion as well, there was, of course, severe shortages of food grains, right? Now, think of what happened. Nehru has inherited a basically agrarian economy, right? Where majority of the population is employed in agriculture. There is no discussion of agricultural reform from second five-year plan onwards. It's all industry. And as I said, you're creating income. There is a demand for food. You're not meeting it. What's going to happen? Severe shortages of food grains. Another theme that runs throughout the next few decades, right? And of course, going back to the theme of foreign aid, we become dependent on the US. We sign an agreement called the PL 480. The PL 480 was basically an agreement that US would sign with multiple other countries, but we became the biggest beneficiary because our population is rapidly growing. It's a large country. And we became the biggest beneficiary of this PL 480 food aid that we started getting. And the last point I want to say is that all said and done, right? This is what was happening in the real economy in terms of output production, inflation, deficit financing, etc. There's something fundamentally that, and this is where I believe, even if I want to give, that great statesperson the benefit of doubt because of the flavor of the time, etc., there's one thing where I feel that he really didn't pay enough attention, and that probably cost us dearly for the next 70 years, is building institutions. Right? I mean, he had the central planning model, state was doing all the work, but the heavy industries are not the foundational pillars of a modern economy. The foundational pillars of the modern economy are the institutions, right? Your judiciary, your banking regulation, your criminal justice system, your police force. That's basically what is meant by the pillars of a modern economy, which is what almost all the developed economies got right? I mean, they took time over centuries to build those institutions. We did not. Nehru did not. No, none of the plans talks about building institutions. And this is a sort of like a problem, a disease, I don't know what to call it. It's something that we are still suffering from today, right? No matter what we talk in terms of policy, job creation, investment, exports, fundamentally the weakness of the Indian economy that keeps coming up over and over again is weak institutions. And this starts way back in the 1950s and never really gets corrected, right? We, of course, bumble about, but at any point of time, there is no concerted effort to say, oh, we have to do institution building, right? And I will definitely, as pompous it may sound, but I will discredit this, what was happening in Nehru's time. And along with this institution building, the other thing which also never finds focus in the 5-year plans is reforming, as I said, agriculture, reforming education, primary education, and reforming healthcare, right? Once again, you can't build a modern economy unless you have an educated workforce who's healthy, and unless you have a modern agrarian system, agricultural system, where people are creating demand for manufactured goods, right? You simply can't go about. There's no country in the world which has achieved a modern economy or a developed economy status without reforming its agricultural sector. So all of these basic things got missed out in the central planning model. And of course, there is this whole economic freedom and all of that, which is more abstract. But in terms of specifics, I felt that these were the glaring shortcomings of the planning period. Now, let's moving on to the 1960s. Nehru dies in 1964, right? And after he passes away, the longer term consequences of his central planning model are significantly worse. Why? Because the model sort of loses steam by the time he passes away, right? The experiment is breeding a lot of inefficiency. There's a lot of shortage. There's a lot of inflation. And this is what I said earlier, that when all of these problems are getting compounded, at some point of time, there had to be a course correction, right? It's just not working. And it's not like fine in 1940s and 50s, there was no other model. So Nehru did central planning because of his own beliefs and what he was advised, what he was looking at the world. But by 60s and 70s, there are countries which started changing the course, which started going the other way, of opening up to exports, of giving more importance and incentives to the private sector. We did not learn those lessons. That is why I feel, that's why I said in this episode as well, learning lessons is so important by looking around what's happening. We did not learn the lessons. And what we did post mid-1960s after his death is that not only did the state do what Nehru had started, the state started doing much more of it, right? Forget about a course correction. We actually went backwards. We just doubled down on everything that had gone wrong in the first 20 years. And we said that, oh, this is not working. Let's just do more of it, right? And we'll talk about it. So that's where I want to sort of end the whole Nehruvian socialistic era, that this is where the economy was in the mid-1960s, which is when his daughter takes over the government and gets elected the prime minister. And this point, I'll hand over to you, and then we can talk further.
No, you've summed it up beautifully. I don't have too much to add, but with regard to agriculture, I will, point out other distortions of the price system which came into play, like MSPs, right? MSPs, minimum support prices for farmers, seem to have such a great intent to them that you support the poor farmer and you give them a guarantee that even if there's no market for something that you're making, that the state will buy it from you. But MSPs, what they did was the traffic light is gone. Right, you are putting an incentive in place for farmers to do something for which there may be no demand, and which has all kinds of unintended consequences down the line. For example, in the 60s and 70s, we instituted MSPs for cereals because it was like encourage farmers to grow cereal, etc., etc. But what this did was that not enough farmers grew pulses. It came at the cost of pulses. So what inevitably happened is that because of what was there, which wasn't necessarily what people wanted, again, but but what had been decided by the central government that they should eat, almost as absurd as planning breakfast for Warsaw. You will have this, you will have that. That's what the MSPs ended up doing, which led to a carb heavy diet and not enough proteins, especially for vegetarians, and is certainly one factor in the diabetes explosion that has since happened in India. So imagine state policy leading to an unexpected healthcare outcome. Similarly, those of you who are listening to this in Delhi, who do you blame your fog on? You can blame it on bad economics, because MSPs were given for rice to farmers in Punjab, for example. Now, Punjab is arid. Ideally, you should not be growing rice there. The way the market would adjust is it would be too costly for you to grow rice in Punjab. So Bengal and all would do it, or places with more water, and Punjab would do something else, and everything would sort itself out with the price system. Instead, you have Punjab taking over rice production, and because there is free electricity for farmers, you also have bore wells and tube wells and all of that, which are leading to a depletion in the underground water supply. So there's a water crisis happening, and since you're growing rice, you got to get rid of the rice stubble. That is a cost-intensive thing to do between seasons. So what farmers do is they burn the rice stubble. That drifts further down towards Delhi, and that is a big part in making the air pollution over there much worse in autumn and winter. So another crazy unintended consequences, which just tells you that don't mess with prices. All kinds of terrible downstream things happen, which you can't possibly control. Speaking about education, I won't say much on it, but I've had episodes with Karthik Muralidharan and Amit Chandra and Parth Shah on this. I'll link them from the show notes. And we have a forthcoming Everything is Everything episode on this in 3 or 4 weeks' time, where we go into it in great depth. But here's the thing, what you said earlier about the government saying, quote, this is not working, let's do more of it. Exactly that happened in education, where the idea was that, number one, we won't let the private sector operate because it's too important. So you let the private sector, eventually, after 91, the private sector got into airlines, and what was once unaffordable became absolutely affordable for everyone. It got into telephones, and where you had 8-year waiting periods for telephones, now you get them in 8 minutes if that's how long it takes to walk to the nearest store, right? But education was kept out of that. For-profit schools are still not allowed. People have to find jugaad ways out of that. And the government kept throwing good money after bad, thinking that the answer is you spend more and more and more. But output alone doesn't, guarantee you outcomes. And, what people like you and me would say is not that the government should stop spending, but it's a river and the stones sing again. You allow the private sector in. You see what happens. At least allow them. You do whatever you have to do, spend more money, do whatever, but allow the private sector to operate, which also hasn't happened. I've had episodes on that. I won't belabor that. But there is also another great misconception I had, which was, of something that is intuitive and all of us believe, but which Land Pritchett found was untrue, which is basically that there is a common belief that for growth you need education. That first you educate the people, give them skills, and then growth will happen. And Land actually then did a study on this across many, many countries to figure out if this is true, if this is a part of the puzzle. He expected that the role of education will turn out to be smaller than he thought. What he did not anticipate, and took even him by surprise, was that it was exactly zero. That the way it actually plays out is that education plays no part in growth, that the typical trajectory is that growth happens and then education happens, and the two are not related. Now, regardless of whether it leads to growth or not, education is a good thing and we have to get it right. It is our duty to get it right for all our kids, especially at the primary level. And the state has messed that up completely by being inefficient where it should do things and by getting in the way of others who can do things. That's a different matter. But it just tells you that stuff which seems obvious, which seems intuitive, it is always good practice to question everything, to look at the data, and you can find unexpected things.
I completely agree with, of course, everything you said. And I want to double click in your language. I love this word, double click, on some of the points that you said. One is that, when you're talking about, with private sector, you actually got low prices and, everything with 8 minutes walk to the store, etc. Almost like I was visualizing a play on the stage where there are this big skeptics who say, the private sector is bad and everything is going to go haywire if you leave the economy to them and they just only want profit, which is, of course, as Nehru said, is a dirty word. And then suddenly you move a few years, right? And the private sector actually has control over the means of production, lo and behold, and prices actually start coming down and consumers have access to varieties of goods and they don't have to wait for 20 years to get a car. All of these start happening and these people on the other side of the stage are like, how did that happen? That was not supposed to be, because these are the bad guys, right? The price is not supposed to come down. Consumers are not supposed to be happy when private sector is working. They are the evils. And they say, oh, no, there's something wrong. They're corrupt. They're crony, right? So let's attack them from that angle. And it goes on and on, right? So it's at all points of time. And then, of course, you say that, there are market failures and state needs to come in, which is all fair. But I feel at all points of time, there is this overarching belief that whatever the state does is good, right? And whatever the private sector does is bad. There's this massively simplistic black and white view of the world, which probably got entrenched because of this 40 years of socialist mindset, that private sector cannot do anything good, right? Anything they touch is basically going to just fall apart because there's greedy people going after profits. But the state is benevolent. State really cares about us, right? What we say, the Mai Baap Sarkar, and they can't do anything wrong. Hey, but for 40 years, as we are discussing now, there are many, many things that went wrong. By the time Nehru dies in the mid-1960s and Indira Gandhi becomes prime minister, what do you have in the economy? You have food shortages, which is like the worst thing that can happen. You have inflation. There's a shortage economy for every consumer good possible. The government doesn't have enough money. The public sector enterprises doesn't have enough money they don't have enough money to import. There's a foreign exchange crisis happening. Other than the fact that you got a little bit of GDP growth, yes, because there's a base effect on all of that, there wasn't really anything good that was happening in the economy, right? So I think that perspective, that's why the sense of economic history is so important. That's why it's so important to learn lessons from what we did wrong and why are we now perpetuating and repeating the same mistakes over and over again and then hoping for other outcomes, right? It's like exactly the saying, you keep doing the same thing and you hope for a different outcome, then it's just plain stupidity, which is basically what's going on. Now, the other thing I want to add about MSPs and the Essential Commodities Act, I think maybe there's one way to think about it. It's back then when there are so much of food shortages, there is no agricultural market, of course, and the farmers are really, really poor. Maybe at that point of time, in that limited slice of time, it made sense, right? You wanted to give farmers some kind of a price guarantee. You wanted the consumers to be protected from the volatile rises in prices. So maybe for those 10 years, MSP and Essential Commodities Act comes up in 50s. MSP is done by Indira Gandhi during the 60s and 70s. Maybe during that time and age, it made sense. But again, at some point of time, that had to be repealed, right? They just ran out of steam. There was an expiration date. That needed to have been respected. What we did was, again, like central planning, we went on and on and on. And even as the economy is liberalizing, we're opening up to market forces, agriculture just fell behind. And we continued the vestiges of central planning and said, no, but this is exactly what's good for the farmers. And in the process, it's like a drug which is really bad for you, but you just get addicted to it. The farmers got used to it. Today, if you try to lower MSPs, the first people who will really protest against it, which is exactly what happened, are the farmers, because they are just so used to being given MSP, even if it creates all these distortions that you talked about. So I think that became the real problem, that you just continued this bad policy for way too long, right? I think that's something that this government tried to change with the farm bills, but of course, as we discussed, that didn't really work. And lastly, on education, I think Land's finding is pretty spectacular because a lot of growth models, actual empirical work on growth models done by Robert Barrow and others, which finds the opposite. They actually find that education and health, human capital, play a very significant role in increasing growth rate of countries in long cross-country studies. So I think it's both ways, but maybe what is really happening is you need skilling. Right? You need skilling, you probably need an apprenticeship model, you probably need certification, something that will make the workforce employable so that they can actually get the jobs which are being created. So, because currently what I keep hearing and what I keep reading is that there is not only a supply problem in the jobs market, there are not enough adequate supply of meaningful jobs. There is also the demand problem because there are not enough employable people, right? While there are lakhs of workers entering the workforce every year, not many of them are employable in these jobs which are getting created, if at all. So there is a lack of jobs and then there is a lack of employable people, right? And of course, solving that is a massive puzzle. How do you do do it. But I think to some extent, the skilling or having the kind of vocational training that will make you employable is important. And for that, you need the basic level of primary education, right? You can't go to that without getting this. So maybe a combination of that plays a role in growth, and not just primary education itself. Because you could be educated, but if you can't really have the skill or a vocational training to do a job, then what's the point, right?
Let me give you a spoiler alert into there's an Everything is Everything episode which we've already recorded in Beer, coming out in a couple of weeks after this is released, and we discuss land study there, and both Ajay and I agreed with one thing. That one is, if you look at the paper and how rigorous it is and what it looks at, and even Land himself was dubious. He thought something must have gone wrong. It can't be zero. But it is zero. But what explains it to me is very simple. And it is that we are defining education wrong. That the education system is completely moribund. What it provides is not anything that should be called education. It doesn't equip you for anything in the real world. Not just in the terms of skilling, but just in the terms of how to think about stuff. Like that supply demand mismatch, that on the one hand we have the high rates of unemployment that we do, where people simply can't get jobs, and on the other hand I have friends who run companies and startups in Bangalore saying that we cannot fill the vacancies. There aren't enough trained people keep skipping jobs because demand is more than supply. So there's a supply demand mismatch, that companies, the private sector needs people to work for them, and everyone that we are educating is actually being taught nothing. There is nothing of value there. So it is a definition of education. It still seems intuitive to me that if you educate people in a true sense, there will be value that will come out of it. But I feel we are not doing that. This empty shell that passes for education, and I don't just mean it in the bad Indian implementation of primary education. I mean it in the paradigm itself. My sense is that this whole paradigm that kids of the same age study together, they study the same bunch of subjects, this is how many years they do it for. This is a paradigm that came up in the early 19th century for the Industrial Revolution and to bring out workers for the British colonial empire, and officers for the, and it really is utterly, completely outdated. If you have a monkey and a fish, you can test a monkey on how to climb a tree. You can't test a fish on how to climb a tree. It is complete madness. This is another rant I keep going down on, that I can go to a supermarket and find 40 varieties of tomato ketchup, right? Whatever individual need I have, that can be fulfilled. The education system doesn't do that. When 40 kids go into a classroom, each of them actually has separate needs and capabilities and wants and desires. And ideally, when it comes to private goods in the market provides for all of those, it customizes for each person. That's the beauty of it. Whereas over here, you simply don't have that. The whole paradigm is fucked up. And this is not Nehru or Indira's fault, and per se, this paradigm being fucked up. It's just, I think, fucked up across the world, frankly. And, it's just that in, more advanced societies, you have better ways to mitigate it. And it's at least implemented a little bit better. So in India, that's not the case. But either way, I mean, this is just I don't have a policy recommendation coming out of this finding of lands. It's just interesting. We have to reform education, and I've spoken at length about the various ways to do that, of course.
No, I think that's a great point you made, that maybe one of the big mistakes we make in studies or in discussion is that we can't really define education, or we're defining it wrong. For example, the Robert Barrow literature, I mean, lots and lots of studies came up in the growth literature after that. What they do is they measure education by number of years of schooling. And we know now, of course, with India, with all the Pratham studies and ESSER survey, that number of years of schooling mean absolutely nothing, right? I mean, I'll give you an example from my own personal experience. I teach a bunch of slum children in Bandra, and the other day I was talking to this kid who is in the 6th standard, and he has been taught, I mean, imagine 6th standard guy, he knows how to write English by looking at another book. So he can copy paragraph after paragraph, absolutely perfect, no problem, but he can't read it. He can't read a single sentence. So when I asked him that you're reading this full 2-3 paragraphs, what do they mean? He said, Didi, mujhe padhna nahi aata, I can't read it. So, and this is what this guy is in 6th standard. Talk about number of years of schooling, right? So there, I think that you're absolutely correct. The way we are defining education using some of these measures are probably deeply flawed. So we've digressed quite a bit. So now coming back to what we were talking about, I want to take a little bit, I will step aside a bit from discussing Nehru and India, etc., since we talked about China as well. Now, whenever we think of China during this time, of course, we think of Deng Xiaoping and his great dream reforms, etc., and the spectacular growth that China experienced. But what is important to recognize and appreciate is in the 90s and 1950s and 60s, China was really not doing well at all. And as I said, India was exactly the same par with China. And this is the time when Chairman Mao is the premier of China, is basically the leader. And interestingly enough, the remarkable similarity with India is that China also adopted the 5-year plans because they were also influenced by Soviet Union style of central planning. And Mao also wanted to convert the economy from an agrarian economy to an industrial economy. Except the way he went about it was, of course, significantly more draconian. He did in 1958 what is called the Great Leap Forward, which is essentially a forcible conversion of the economy to an industrial structure, where he forced thousands and lakhs of households actually to live in communes, right? He collectivizes agriculture. There is no private ownership of farmland. He forces his households to live in large communes where everything is decided and provided by the state, and they are producing agricultural output as per the targets set by the state, with the sole objective of feeding the urban cities. And this is the kind of model that Mao comes up with. And he thinks that this is going to convert, because of course, there's also heavy industrialization happening simultaneously. And I think this is going to yield the results of an industrial development. But of course, what happens? We experienced food shortages in India. China just experienced it at the next level. Because as heavy industries started coming up, the demand for food started getting compounded significantly. But because these communes were given targets, and they are not really doing it out of their own incentives, right? This is not the price mechanism. This is not free incentive. You're forced to do something, right? So there was, of course, a massive shortage of food grains. And this created, I think it was the largest or the second largest man-made famine in China, where the estimates are between 15 to 50 million people died, right? It was just absolutely crazy. So this was the other extreme of the food shortages that India also experienced. But because of Mao's experiment with the Great Leap Forward, they actually ended up creating a famine. And of course, after that, there's a great cultural revolution where all elements of any semblance of capitalism is rooted out. So the reason I'm saying that is that, China is not a country that was always growing at a rapid pace, that was always doing great in terms of manufacturing, exports, etc. In 50s and 60s, China was in some sense worse off than where India was. And it's important to have that sense of history. Now, moving forward to the post-1966 period in India. And I think, Amit, you'll agree with me that from 1966 to 1977, I think that was the darkest period of the Indian economy in a post-independence period, right? Of course, we got the emergency, which is an absolute disaster and really embarrassing moment for a democracy. But the economic implications of what happened in those 10 years were really, really bad. Like, I mean, I almost get really worked up when I start talking about these things, but setting aside all of those emotions, what happened during this time was the initiatives of Nehru got compounded. They took a life of their own. The laws became significantly more draconian. The answer to every problem was greater state control, right? State intervention became all pervasive. The loss of economic freedom was near complete. And the state became the predatory state that we keep talking about, right? In the true sense of the term. And of course, I mean, we can talk about the broad brush, but I want to get into the specifics of it, right? What went on? What happened, of course, politically and socio-culturally, many things went wrong, but let's just focus on the economics, which is what we're doing. Indira Gandhi inherits a significantly weaker economy, right? In the sense that once again in 1966, we had another foreign exchange crisis. Right? Same problem as 1957. Imports are way greater than exports. We don't have enough foreign exchange to pay for the imports. We went to the IMF asking for bailout, exactly similar to what we did in 1991. And the IMF, of course, attached conditions. And the condition was that the rupee had to be devalued. So we got the 1966 devaluation. And what is devaluation? Back then, the rupee was basically a fixed exchange rate. Right? This was the Bretton Woods system. The rupee was pegged to the dollar. And when you ask IMF for aid, the IMF's condition is, I'm going to give you money, I'm going to bail you out, but you have to let the rupee move. And because it's a poor country, it's a weak country with very high inflation, the moment you get rid of the peg even a little bit, right, the rupee devalues, it falls, right? So that's the rupee devaluation. So we have the devaluation of 1966. Along with that, of course, there was very high fiscal deficit coming out of this whole planned heavy industrialization expenses, food shortages, common theme. There was serious threat of famines, right? I mean, not the man-made famine that China had, but this was monsoon shocks related shortage of food, serious threat of famines. Now, Indira Gandhi did actually try, there was a little bit of attempt at, I don't want to use the word liberalization, but a little bit of restoration of freedom, of loosening of regulations and control, because that was also demanded by the IMF when you're giving the bailout. But then, of course, the whole Lyndon Johnson thing happens, right? I talked about that, this whole humiliating begging for food. Indira Gandhi comes back and says, basically, that do hell with liberalization. I'm not going to kowtow to this foreign powers. And she basically pledges that no more food aid. The next time we get food from US, it will be a food import, commercial import, just like all the other countries do, right? And that was that. And then, of course, she starts off on her own path. And it is true that apart from this economic background, she also had political compulsions, right? I mean, she decided to ally with the left-centric sentiment of greater state control, greater state coercion, etc., which was in consistence with everything that was happening in the central planning model. So what did she do? Central planning continues, of course. Aggressive expansion of the public sector in even more areas than before. And how did she go about it? The word of the day was nationalization, right? By the way, mind you that the first nationalization actually happened during Nehru, because Air India was nationalized in 1953, life insurance around the same time. But Indira Gandhi, of course, takes it to the next level. She starts with the nationalization of the banking sector. This is my favorite topic. I keep on talking about the financial sector for a different episode. 1969, she nationalizes 14 large banks. The rationale was that right before that, there were many private bank failures. Banks were not doing what they're supposed to do, so they cannot be allowed to operate freely, and hence let's nationalize them. So that happens. Now, understand the import of this, right? Nationalizing banks essentially means that you are taking over the savings of the households, literally, right? Now the government says that financial capital is limited. It's a scarce resource. Instead of developing the financial sector, instead of coming up with ways of improving savings, the government says, I'm going to take over the financial sector. I'm going to expropriate the household savings. And I am going to decide where this savings is going to be allocated, to which sectors, at what rate, at what amount, at what duration, right? So the entire operation of a financial sector, which should be based on the risk and return like a business, was completely ended. And it was important because even today, as we speak, we are paying an extremely heavy price for that decision. India is the only country other than China that has a very large government-owned banking sector, right? It just sounds crazy even when I say it. Why would the government own banks, right? Banks are financial intermediaries which will take savings from households and channelize it to investment for the private corporate sector. That's the role of the banks. What's the government doing in that? But that's basically what Indira Gandhi started. And which means that every time you have a banking crisis in India, in the US, when people say banking crisis, it's a bank failing, right? A bank becoming bankrupt, insolvent, the bank ends. Like the hundreds of bank failures happen in the US and everywhere else. In India, whenever there is a banking crisis, the banks don't fail, they don't shut down. It automatically morphs into a fiscal crisis. Because it's the government owning the banks, the government has to put its money to save the bank. And that has been happening for years and years and years, right? As recent as the last 10 years, which we'll talk about at length, that the banking system has become so inefficient because of this government ownership. They don't operate like the financial intermediaries they're supposed to do. So all of that gets started with Indira Gandhi. As a result of which, the RBI, as the agent of the government, basically tells the bank how much you're going to lend, to who are you going to lend, at what rate, at what duration, the 200 interest rates that I talked about, right? So banks essentially become an extended arm of the government, right? They become a tool in facilitating central planning. That's what happens. Of course, she doesn't stop there, right? Why just banks? Why not insurance? Why not mutual funds? Everything. Basically, at one point of time by 1970s, the government owns and controls the entire financial sector. That's how pervasive state control becomes, right? So you have an economy where heavy industries, airports, railways, aviation, power, telecom, banks, insurance, mutual funds, everything is in government ownership, right? So it just goes to the next level. What else does she do? Of course, she turns even more inward, right? Nehru started import controls, import licenses. In Indira Gandhi's time, the average import tariff was anywhere between 50 to 150%. And in some cases, it was more than 300%. It's just absolutely insane, right? There is no way that the private sector, or forget private sector, even the public sector enterprises would be able to import at that high cost. Basically, she just shut off the economy even more, right? Autarky at its completion. Then the other thing that she does is, of course, this whole MSP and APC and all of these things happened during Indira Gandhi's time. She also sets up the Food Corporation of India, right? Maybe again, benefit of hindsight, maybe at that point of time it made sense because FCI is procuring grains from farmers and at MSP and distributing through the ration shops, etc., PDS system. But today, FCI is an extremely heavily subsidized organization using essentially taxpayers' money, right? And what is the logic of a Food Corporation of India functioning in today's Indian economy is just beyond me, right? Once again, a vestige of the central planning era that we are tolerating now. The other thing that she does, of course, the craziness simply doesn't end, which is tax rates, right? And we know this, like at some point of time, she increased the top income tax rate to 93.7%.
I think 97 or something.
And then that was not the end of it. Then she took it to 97%, right? I mean, it's basically, why would you earn income? Why would you make the effort of getting a job if 97 rupees out of the 100 rupees that you're earning is being taken away by the government, right? And even if and let's say you are saving, you're getting the 3 rupees or whatever, 5 rupees, you're consuming 2, you're saving 3, that saving is also going to the government because the government owns the banking system. So the financial repression that started during that point of time, and I'll tell you another fact. Not only was the government owning the banking sector, and not only was the tax rate so high, because of this deficit financing, which of course continued during that time, RBI is printing bonds to itself. Over and above that, there is something called the statutory liquidity ratio, which is the percentage of bank deposits that banks will invest in government bonds.
Oh, wow.
This is the banks directly financing the government, right? That point of time, the SLR was 40%. Right? So 40%, 40 rupees of every 100 rupees deposit that a bank got, basically the bank was giving to the government. So imagine the sources of money the government is expropriating from the households through taxation, through deposit mobilization in a publicly owned banking sector, and of course through this SLR thing, right? Which is the direct financing. So it was just absolutely crazy. And then how will we stop just here? We have covered taxation and import licensing and permit raj. Oh, in permit raj, she comes up with the MRTP, right? I shouldn't always keep saying she, the government, right? So the government comes up with MRTP, the Monopolies Restrictive and Trade Practices Act. What does it do? Now, on paper, it sounds maybe great, right? It's a market failure. You want to control monopolies, which is fine. But what the MRTP did was it imposed a lot of restrictions, really prohibitive restrictions on businesses of a certain size, which said that if these large businesses wanted to do any merger, any expansion, any operation, they had to get more licenses and permits over and above what the permit raj said, which means no business had any incentive of growing in size, right? Why would you want to expand and grow in size when you are then limited by the MRTP? Forget about monopoly. You simply just would not expand, which means not create jobs, etc., etc. So that was the unseen effect. And lastly, FERA. Right? Really, really draconian, which again was supposed to be temporary, continued. What did Indira Gandhi do? 2 amendments, 1960s and 1970s. And again, Bhargavi talks really nicely about it in her article. We should link from the show notes. There was one amendment of FERA in 1960s where the government said, I'm going to bring in criminal prosecution as a part of FERA. That if you hold foreign exchange beyond a certain threshold that is specified by the RBI, you will be arrested for 2 years and without any warrant, right? That was the first criminalization clause of FERA. Of course, they didn't stop there, right? In 1970s, they increased the imprisonment term from 2 years to 7 years, and they completely went against the cardinal principle of innocent until proven guilty. They just turned it around, said, if you are caught under FERA, then you are assumed to be guilty unless you prove that you're innocent. Right? The proof of burden that you are innocent falls on the victim, which is just completely crazy, right? But that's FERA of 1970s. And ironically, we'll talk about this, even after liberalization, for the longest of time, we did not remove this criminal prosecution thing. Then we did at some point. FERA got converted into FEMA. We got rid of this whole criminal prosecution thing. And the worst thing, in 2015, we brought it back. 2015 FEMA was amended to bring back criminal prosecution, which means as of now, if you get caught under FEMA, which is the post-liberalization cousin of FERA, then you will be criminally prosecuted. And once again, the burden of proof of proving innocence falls on you. So it's just insane that this is an act which was supposed to be a temporary provision for 5 years, today continues, and there is this criminal prosecution element attached to it, right? So that's why I said I think 66 to 77 was this 10-year period, which set us back by multiple decades. Central planning of Nehru maybe made sense given the flavor of the day. Those 10 years simply don't make sense, right? And the opportunities that were lost, right? The cost that we are paying as a result of that, I think is enormous. And I think that counterfactual is the most important counterfactual. That if Indira Gandhi's government didn't do all of these things the way they did, if they learned the lessons from some of the Southeast Asian countries, then where would we have been today? I think it sort of destroyed any chance of India becoming a rich nation in the next 40, 50 years. Because after that, everything that we did was basically undoing all of this. Forget about doing new structural reforms. We spent a whole lot of 10 years, post 1991, undoing all of these draconian laws, right? So that's why I think that becomes the watershed moment for me. I mean, it's just really, really sets us back several decades. Over to you.
So, bunch of things to double click on, both in terms of principles and context. You mentioned the peak tax rate of 97%. That sounds so crazy that anyone who is listening to this would agree with me that in that context, taxation is equal to theft. Right? I want to take it a little bit further. I want to say that, look, we've normalized the coercion that taxes imply. But let's put it like this. If you are paying 30% tax, and I think almost everyone, even if you don't pay income tax, you actually pay a ton of taxes and indirect taxes. Every time you buy salt, you're paying taxes. But if you do both, then 30% is a lowball figure. But let's say if you pay 30% of your income in taxes, if you pay that effectively, or let's say if you pay 1/3 of your income in taxes, that basically means that January to April every year you work for the government. You are essentially a slave. Taxation is part-time slavery. Period. That is what it is. The proportion that you pay in taxes, that is a proportion to which you are a slave of the state. Now, I am not saying that there should be no zero taxes, no state. We need this. I mean, it's a great liberal paradox that for our rights to have any meaning, we need those rights to be protected. We need the state to protect those rights. So we give away whatever bits of the rights we need for the state to exist to protect the rest of our rights. That's a great liberal paradox. I think so. One central principle here simply has to be that you acknowledge this violence, you acknowledge this coercion, that it is at the threat of abduction by the state that you are actually parting with some of your money. It is, in a sense, it is a legalized hafta. That you acknowledge that all action by the state involves coercion, that, as I said in a headline of a piece I wrote for the Times of India, every act of government is an act of violence. Now, the great liberal paradox means that we do need a state, and some of this violence we have no choice but to accept it. But we should always debate about when this violence is being inflicted and why. Is it justified? I think the core point of disagreement between all political philosophies is this one thing. When is state violence justified? That is the only thing, So a libertarian or a classical liberal like me might say that, oh, night watchman state, do the basic things. Somebody else might say, no, positive externalities, make infrastructure, make roads. Another person may say national pride matters and we have to have a space program and we have to invest in things for national pride. Somebody else may say we need a statue of so-and-so, etc., etc. And without passing judgment on any one of those beliefs, I think all of those arguments, which is the stuff of politics and which is the stuff of healthy, rational discourse in a society, all of it has to first acknowledge the fact that there is violence. And then keeping that into account, then you have to find justifications for it. Now, before I come to Indira, I'll go back to Mao for a moment. So on November 20th, 2016, shortly after demonetization, I wrote a column for the Times of India with the headline, Narendra Modi takes a great leap backwards, right? Punning on Mao's great leap forwards. And I began it by talking about 1958, where in 1958, and this is a classic central planning madness that Chairman Mao decided that all sparrows over China should be killed. Right, and the reason for this was that farmers were suffering because sparrows were eating their grain seeds. So Mao said, okay, simple problem, let's solve it with state action. All sparrows must be killed. And thus began what is called the Great Sparrow Campaign. Right, this is not fiction. This shit really happened. And what happened was that a huge amount of sparrows were wiped out, and everything went haywire because the ecosystem got moved. Sparrows ate locusts, right? So now the locusts proliferated madly and they destroyed all of China's crops. And this was one of the key proximate causes of the famine, the hunger, the starvation. More than 45 million people died because this mad fool of a central planner said, ki kill the sparrows, right? And this to me is a metaphor for central planning itself. A society is as complex as an ecosystem. To imagine that you can control any part of it is essentially the same vanity or the same fatal conceit, as Hayek would put it, as imagining that killing sparrows will, solve the problems of farmers. So just a tremendous cautionary tale in there. Now, it is almost as if Indira is looking at Mao and saying ki haan waisa hona chahiye, because that's really the direction that she moves in. Now, couple of things to note. One is that she didn't actually at any point in her life show any signs of having true beliefs about anything. The move leftward that she made was a political move, that within the Congress she was fighting with this group of politicians, including Morarji Desai and all, who were broadly, I think, in direction of more markets. And to distinguish herself from them, she therefore took this move leftward and allied with the far left of the party, and the party split, and etc. etc. So all of this shit comes from there. Now people today look back at Indira and they talk about the emergency. The emergency is horrendous. I have spoken about it in episodes of The Seen and the Unseen, and Everything is Everything will link from that. Absolutely horrendous. The entire opposition locked up in jail, the deaths, the suffering, it is crazy. But to me, her economic policies were actually worse. Her economic policies were crimes on humanity because they kept millions of people in poverty for decades longer than would otherwise have been the case. And they're absolutely crazy. And this is unseen and people don't get this, But all of the laws that you named, for example, and we could easily dig deep and talk about each of them for an hour or two because the consequences are so massive and they hurt private enterprise and therefore impeded jobs and therefore kept the poor for ages and ages and ages. And another part of that puzzle was actually labor laws, that you would imagine that at that time with India's advantage being cheap labor, that we could have become a manufacturing superpower as China went on to become. But we did not, because of the crazy draconian labor laws that existed from before that, and then whatever Indira also brought into being. And the whole ostensible intention, the stated purpose was we will help workers. But actually you harmed workers because you didn't allow enterprises to grow beyond a certain point, and therefore you affected not just the number of jobs but also the quality of jobs. And again, such a misnomer. You would imagine labor laws would protect labor, but they ended up having the opposite impact. Do you have thoughts on the labor laws as well?
So we can talk about it when we talk about the current time as well.
Yeah.
And I think, and because this has come up many times, that one of the reasons why India doesn't have a vibrant manufacturing sector is because the labor laws were never reformed. The labor laws were, of course, a vestige of the central planning period. And I completely agree with you. I think, and I mentioned this earlier as well, at no point of time, I think the state, the government, whatever you want to call it, realized that our biggest asset, our biggest comparative advantage is the people, right?
People are brains, not stomachs.
Exactly, right? I mean, we are a labor-abundant country. That's our resource. We were always a capital-scarce, poor country, right? So heavy industries and all of these things, beyond a point, just doesn't work because you are not really taking advantage of the biggest resource, which is the people, which is what China did and for building a large manufacturing sector. And I agree with that not only did we not take advantage of this huge resource, we sort of constrained and shackled it even more by very draconian labor laws, which says that And the thinking is that we are protecting the workers, right? We are protecting the laborers. And today we are in a situation where they need jobs, right? They are really crying out for jobs. But all we are saying, oh, no, but we want to protect you, right? We don't want you to be exploited by these crazy capitalists. We are going to give you all this sheltering. But in the process, you're actually hurting them so much more by not giving them the livelihood, the incomes, the jobs, the wages that they want. So clearly that kind of a labor law does not work. You want to free the labor to work wherever they want. You want the demand supply mechanism of the market to work. You want the wages to clear the market. And yes, of course, there are market failures. I'm not saying private sector is all good either. And at that point of time, as a regulator, as a state, you do step in to ensure that yes, there should be proper working conditions, etc., etc. But beyond that, the laborers have to sell the labor. That is the main commodity. And the private sector has to buy that labor at a certain equilibrium price. And that's how the economy should move forward. Instead of the state saying, but we are going to protect you. And if there's an enterprise which employs more than 100 workers, then you have to be subjected to all of these restrictions. Then, of course, every enterprise will say, I would much rather stay small and not employ. And what is increasingly happening now, I'm going to employ contractual workers, right? Daily laborers, contractual workers, which have no protection in any case, right? They don't get any kind of benefit, gratuity, all of those things. So they're even more vulnerable. So you're actually creating a system where you're perpetuating this contractual labor, which defeats the purpose that you originally had with the labor laws, which is protecting the workers. So clearly this whole system does not work out at all. So, and of course, I know that this has been repeated ad nauseum by several experts, economists, etc., that it's hard to do labor law reforms, it's a state subject, and all of the consensus building has to happen. I think even before reforming, there has to be a lot of thinking that what exactly is the objective of having such a law, right? Why do you need such a law, first of all? And what is the objective of the overall system where you want to create jobs? The biggest crisis that we have in Indian economy today is jobs. That's just one word, right? We have a jobs crisis. And the irony, I love this, it's that we have a demographic dividend, right? We love saying those two words. What is a demographic dividend, by the way? A demographic dividend is that you have several decades when your workforce is growing at a faster rate than the population. It's an absolutely magical thing because the birth rates are falling. The workforce is growing at a faster rate than the population, which means you are in this really magical period when if you create enough jobs, you can grow. That's it, right? It's like stripping aside all the other frills, you have this massive resource of workforce, which is young. The median age of the Indian workforce is 28 years, which is lower than many, many other countries. And all you have to do is basically give them jobs and the economy grows. As simple as that, right? That is basically what we have not been able to do in 70 years, right? Now, the reason this is remarkable for India is because all the other countries that we talk about, China, South Korea, Japan, US, Europe, they're all aging. These are all countries which are done with the demographic dividend. They're all aging. They are not going to be able to enjoy this magical thing that we are enjoying. We are in this unique position to get benefit from this dividend, but we're not taking the benefit. Now, why is this a crisis? And this is the long-winded answer to what you asked. This is a crisis because the demographic dividend is not permanent, right? At some point of time, this will start getting reversed. I think there are studies, and I think Vivek quotes that in one of his articles. There's a consultant firm which did a study that I think by 2040s or 2045 or something, the demographic dividend starts getting reversed, which basically means that's an irreversible process. Once the population starts aging, once the population growth rate increases beyond the workforce growth rate, you are done, right? You don't have this dividend anymore. And then you have to worry about many other problems, which is providing pension, social security. It's an aging population. You don't have enough workers, right? Forget about jobs. You simply don't have enough workers, which is the problem that Japan is facing today, right? That's a very, very serious problem to face for which you need massive government fiscal resources. We are not there. So, instead of having labor laws and saying that we are going to protect in a very socialistic way, it's time to start thinking about this real crisis that is looming large, that is staring at us. Because once we lose grip of this demographic process, no matter what we do, we'll simply not be able to grow at a high rate, right? That's how bad the problem is. So that's why that perspective is important. That do we really focus on protecting the labor and basically destroying all chances of the enterprises expanding and the workers getting jobs? Or do we focus on this crisis, which is very important to solve because that's basically what we need to grow? Otherwise, we'll simply not be able to get onto that bandwagon.
Yeah, I'd say ostensibly protecting the labor. The labor laws actually hurt labor, and I want to sort of quickly illustrate what I mean by that with a couple of sort of concrete examples. And one example is simply minimum wages, right? You imagine the minimum wage is a great thing because you're guaranteeing a certain an income with which even the poorest of the poor can live with such dignity. Surely they are worth that much, and etc. etc. Now, what a minimum wage typically does is that everybody whose labor would have gotten a price less than the minimum wage is effectively out of a job. A classic example of that is just in garment manufacturing in West Bengal and Bangladesh. In West Bengal, the minimum wage is something like 17 bucks an hour or whatever. And in Bangladesh, it is 12 bucks. They also have one, but it's lower. Now, what that 17 rupees target does in India is that if you would have gotten 15 rupees for your labor, if that is what it is worth at that moment in time, you don't get 15, you get zero. You get put out of a job by the law and you get absolutely nothing. And that's a worse outcome than, getting 15 bucks would have been. Now, typically what would have happened is if your labor is worth 15 and you get 15, then economic growth is happening. Both you and the factory are benefiting in a double thank you kind of moment. The factory goes or business grows. You also get savings. And then eventually all of that growth leads to a higher equilibrium where you get 20 rupees, 25 rupees, you get more anyway. That is a journey economies make. Instead, what is happening is that now the Bangladesh companies are growing because they can afford to hire workers. And, so that is another boat that India missed. And people will think, no, minimum wage and we have to protect the worker. You are hurting the worker. There's a great video by Milton Friedman, which I'll link from the show notes in this. Another example of labor laws hurting is that there will be these ridiculous labor laws like if you have more than 20 employees, you have to put this in place, X, Y, Z in place, which are all costs on the company and which are often, things that you might want in a utopian situation. But therefore the company, when it reaches the 20th employee, employing the 21st is too freaking expensive. So one, they'll go for contract labor, and two, you never manage to scale, which is why one of India's great tragedy is that you have too many SMEs, small and medium enterprises, which have never become big, which have never managed to scale because of this. Where is our Walmart? Where is our Nvidia? Where is our Amazon? I mean, you have fancy startups doing well, but the real counterfactual is that 20, 30 years ago, you could have giant companies achieving scale. What happens when they achieve scale? You have economic growth, you have more jobs again. And for a worker who is saying, no, I need a living wage of 17 rupees or I want these employment benefits, for them, they say there's a good law in place, so what if I'm unemployed right now, but the law is there. But the truth is, if that damn law wasn't there, you would have a far better life than you can imagine. And this is very difficult to see and to sort of get across.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And since you mentioned this excellent point about MSMEs, right? And this also goes back to what Mohit Satyanand found, that informal sector is shrinking. We perhaps don't realize that the MSME sector, the informal sector along with MSMEs, today employ more than 80% of the workforce in India, right? That's how big and that's how important they are. We have created that informal sector, right? The informal sector didn't just happen because they just wanted to be informal and really small. Through all of these distortionary laws, we have perpetuated the informal sector, which will forever remain small because, exactly as you said, the cost for them to expand is significantly prohibitive, right? So we have this problem at hand and we honestly don't know how to solve it because it's just getting worse by the day. Because when we do something like a demonetization, the informal sector gets hurt even more, right? So that is this whole thing that we have created. The other thing I wanted to say, going back to the taxation point, I find taxation fascinating because I think it's the first concept of economics, so to speak, that started getting applied from the times of empires, etc. Right? Even before GDP, my favorite subject, started getting measured, output started getting measured. Because the whole idea was there is a contract between the state and the citizens, right? You give me money through taxes, I'm going to keep you safe. Right? That's the original thing, that I'm going to give you this defense, internal, external security, and in return, you pay me taxes. That was the original contract. Of course, now in the modern day, the state provides public goods and you pay taxes. But what has happened is it has been taken to the next level, but the state just continues to expropriate in the name of taxation, but the provision of either security or public goods, everything is inferior. But because the state has monopoly on violence, I can't say that, but I'm not happy with the state of roads, I'll stop paying taxes. I have every right to say that. That's the contract, right? I pay you taxes, you provide me with public goods. But the state has monopoly on violence, so therefore I cannot say that. So there's this huge asymmetry which has gotten built in. And the irony is, a lot of the economists will now say that, but you have to increase the tax rates in order to improve tax revenues. And that is just so mind-boggling, right? I mean, the moment you increase tax rates, which is exactly what the Indira Gandhi example shows, there is tax evasion. Because people don't want to part with the income, the hard-earned money, and give it to the government willy-nilly, right? You increase the tax rates, people will evade taxes, the underground economy will happen, and it'll obviously distort your incentive to work to begin with. So it just doesn't help that you keep on increasing tax rate and tax revenue will increase. That's not the magic solution. In fact, there are ample studies which show that if you reduce the tax rates and you increase, essentially end up broadening the tax base, you reduce the load on the system, and that's how tax revenue increases. It's completely the other way around. But that whole thinking in the taxation in the fiscal community to a large extent is really, really distorted. So I wanted to mention that. The other thing I wanted to say was, at some point you talked about poverty alleviation, right? And millions are being lifted out of poverty. It really strikes me that after these decades of central planning and the state-led model of development that they were doing, the overarching objective that Nehru started off with was poverty alleviation. And that is exactly what did not happen. I think that's the biggest failure of that model, that you actually perpetuated poverty. You kept millions of people in poverty for decades when they could have been lifted out of it by doing a course correction. And of course, the whole thing gets delayed. So this is not just talking about high economic ideals and principles. This is about the lives of poor people, them getting affected because of the policies that the government took. And that's the real cost that the economy is paying. So moving on a little bit to what were some of these consequences. And some of these, I think, by now are becoming obvious, that when you have such draconian system, what can happen? The usual stuff by now of shortages, inflation, etc. The other thing, of course, that started happening was corruption. Right? When you have this system, comprehensive system of permits and controls and licenses, when you can't get things done the direct way, the right way, you will find a way around it, right? Which is exactly what the businessmen started doing. So this whole permit Raj essentially created this unholy nexus between the businessmen, the politicians, the bureaucrats, where every permit, every license was procured using corrupt means, right? And that's sort of the seeds of corruption getting sown, which became such a big thing in recent times, right? I mean, there's a reason why corruption became so big. Of course, there can be an argument that not all corruption may be bad, because in a country like India, land Pritchett also has this rules versus deals, etc. But fundamentally, I think the fact that everything, every bribe, every license had to be procured using bribes was definitely not the most efficient way of going about it. The other thing that happens, of course, is we have talked about the businessmen being completely stifled because of the license Raj. Consumers, right? We don't talk about that enough during central planning model because it's hapless guys. Consumers were really, really like they got a really raw deal, right? You have shortages. Not only are you waiting for years to get anything from cars to scooters to anything, but you also have no access to varieties. Today, something that we take it for granted. We walk into a grocery store, we walk into a mall, there are varieties of everything that is available. That was not the thing back then in 70s and 80s, and we grew up in that world as well, right? You had one kind of butter, one kind of milk, which was all adulterated and diluted. And the other thing that happened was the proverbial ration card, right? I remember seeing these ration cards that my mom used to use and go stand in the queue in front of ration shops. Why? Because the government has allocated the provision of food grains and fuel and kerosene, etc., that you as a household would have to stand in the line for hours and using the ration card, get it from the PDS, the ration shops. It is just a mind-boggling inefficient system. You can't just walk into the store and buy the produce, buy the rice, buy the grocery that you need. You need the ration card to get it at the subsidized rate, right? The one thing that it does is you are obviously shafted because you don't have access to variety. You are subjected to this humiliation of standing in the line and getting really bad quality commodities. On the other hand, of course, there is a market, and we talked about it earlier. The market price is at all times high because demand is exceeding the supply. And of course, the incentives of the ration shop owner is exactly what? I am going to keep curtailing the supplies that I'm giving to these ration card holders. Instead, I'm going to take advantage of the high market price and I'm going to sell it to some guy in the black market to make some profit on the side, right? Again, this is the classic seen unseen, right? On one hand, the government thinks, but I'm allocating at a subsidized price, I'm helping consumers. But on the other hand, you're actually encouraging the coming up of this underground economy. So again, a very distorted system, even from the consumer's perspective. The last thing that I want to say is that when you are stifling the private sector with so much of imports and permits and protection, etc., yes, the private sector may like it because you're protected against foreign competition, you're sheltered, but fundamentally what is happening is there is no spirit of innovation, right? Going back to the My Ambassador example, there is no spirit of creativity, there is no spirit of entrepreneurship. You have no incentive to innovate, you have no incentive to expand because everything is just so costly for you in terms of time and resources. So you're creating a system which is grossly inefficient, where shortages are absolutely entrenched. And I'll give you a really funny example. In 1991, and this I read about in this fantastic book called Commanding Heights, which I'll send you the link to. In 1991, there's a public sector unit called Hindustan Fertilizer Corporation, right? And it is supposed to produce fertilizers. It has 1,200 workers who are clocking in every day. You have to sign your name in the register and all of that. They're clocking in every day, every week. It turns out that Hindustan Fertilizer Corporation has been in business for about 8-9 years or so, but it is yet to produce any unit of fertilizer. Why is that? The equipment, the machinery, was bought by bureaucrats, right? Because it's a public sector unit. And they procured it from Germany, from Italy, from London, all over the places, because they got it from wherever it was cheap, right? Because you're optimizing on the scarce resources. They bought it from wherever cheap, but it turns out when they all bought it together, the machines didn't fit together. So everybody just pretended for 8-9 years that the plant is operational. And they all got paid because these are government employees.
12,000 people clocking in, clocking
1,200.
out. 1,200.
Yeah, but not a single unit of fertilizer had been manufactured. You're just pretending that it is operational simply because you have basically vested production to the bureaucrats who have no idea how to run business. This is like a completely hilarious example of how things can go wrong if you let the state do production, right? So essentially what ended up happening is that by 70s and 80s, you have created a system where there is inefficiency, there is shortage, the consumers don't really get what they want, the state is sort of deciding what you should get at what price, the financial sector is completely stifled. That's the thing that you've created in 30 years with all these lofty ideals of central planning and state-led growth.
So I want to double click on 3 things and then come back with a question for you. And the first of the things I want to double click on is really the effect that power has. It is entirely predictable that as the state grows more powerful, you will have more corruption. What is corruption? Corruption is a state having discretion. The more discretion it has, the more scope there is for corruption, and power always corrupts. So that is necessarily going to be the case. I used to get very amused when the Anna Hazare movement was going on, anti-corruption and all that yes, you should be anti-corruption, but your solution is completely wrong. Your solution is you have another government body as an oversight body which is also not accountable and all of that. That isn't going to help anything. That's only going to make the problem worse. So that's sort of one way to think about the problem of corruption. The second thing that you pointed out is that inevitably also then what happens is when the state is telling you can't do 50 things, all of those, whichever are victimless crimes, eventually go into the underground. Now, the way that it works, for example, Bruce Yandel, who's a regulatory economist, has this great phrase, Baptists and bootleggers, right? And the idea is that the Baptists will say, drinking is evil, don't drink, so drinking will get banned, there'll be prohibition, and then the bootleggers will come up. And his point was that they are basically hand in hand, and even if they're not literally colluding, they are effectively hand in hand, which is why, the fatal flaw in Shah Rukh Khan's film Raees was that he plays a bootlegger in that, and then when there is a politician who is making speeches for prohibition who comes to that area, he wants to disrupt him and stop that guy. And I'm like, no, in the real world, that guy is your best friend. You are literally funding that guy. That's how he's getting elected. You want leaders like that. My third point is that inevitably what we don't realize is that, you spoke of the hapless consumers. My sense is, and I will be bold enough and vain enough to call it Varma's law. And Varma's law is that most interventions in free markets amount to a redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich. Right? Not from the rich to the poor, from the poor to the rich. For example, take tariffs. Right? Let us say that you are Rajeswari is a domestic consumer who makes widgets for 10 rupees. Now, I can get, if international widgets are much better. I can get great international widgets for 8 rupees, or I can get much better widgets for the same 10 rupees. However, Rajeshwari bribes the state, and the state puts an import tariff of 10 further rupees to 100%. And therefore, that means that I can no longer get foreign widgets, and I have to buy Rajeshwari's widgets at 10 rupees. Now, what happened here? What happened here is that there was a redistribution of 2 rupees from me, which I would otherwise have saved, which goes into Rajeswari's pockets. In public choice theory, there is a phrase, diffuse cost, concentrated benefits. So now there are millions of people like me who've lost 2 rupees each, but we don't even know it. So we can't even argue. Whereas that one interest group, which is Rajeshwari, is getting all these 2 rupees from everybody else, and it is in her interest to have the tariffs. So whenever you have interventions in free markets like this, it is actually redistributing wealth from the poor to the rich, because it is the poor consumers at large who lose out and specific interest groups which win. And most people don't realize this. And isn't this something we should outrage about? That forget about whether you're for or against redistribution from rich to poor. This is literally poor to rich. And that is what statism does, and that is what interfering with markets does. Now, my question for you is based on a hypothesis which Kumar Anand and I were planning to write a paper on once. We never did. Maybe we will one day. And it was sparked off by the question about why we have such a rent-seeking mentality as a people. I think Jagdish Bhagwati once made the observation that China is profit-seeking, India is rent-seeking. Now, I don't know enough about China to pontificate on that. But in India, there has certainly through the decades been the mindset कि business करेंगे तो किसी को exploit करना है. You're always looking to kind of take advantage in some way. It is a very zero-sum mentality which doesn't correlate with the nature of the world. And maybe in urban metros and all that, with new startups and all that, in certain circles it may not be like that, but trust me, it is like that in most of India, the default mentality that the only way I can get ahead is by stepping on someone else. And Kumar and I had the theory that, listen, this is not something inherent in Indian culture or something like that. This is an exact consequence of the institutions we have and the institutional setups we have. That if you are in a society where the state is all powerful, where the only way for you to get ahead is either to be an agent of the state or to collude with the state to take advantage of others, then inevitably it will lead to this kind of zero-sum rent-seeking mentality. And therefore we underestimate the effect to which cultures can be shaped by institutional designs and by the design of the state. So, so what is your...
I completely agree with you, right? So, for example, let me give you some illustrations, right, which helps exactly based on what we're talking about. Imagine you're in a situation where you're constantly being told the resources are scarce, right? That it's a zero-sum game, natural resource, economic resource, financial capital, everything is scarce because we are basically autarkic economy, have closed off the economy to the rest of the world. And then the state is saying, okay, so there is this 100 rupees of resources. I am going to decide the allocation of that depending upon who I think deserves it, who is producing the goods that the economy needs, and I will be the central planner who does all the allocation. Now, there are like all these 50 industrialists, businessmen, whatever. Suddenly there is this competition, right? Which need not be. It is artificially created. Because if you just opened up the economy, then you have the whole world from where you could just import resources, etc. But because you've closed that opportunity, yes, of course, it's a poor country, there are limited finite resources, and now you're creating this competition amongst these 50 industrialists who are saying, oh, but if you curry favor with me, if you send enough of your people to the corridors of Delhi, I might give you the license. And if you don't, then you have to wait in the line. So automatically, I think that creates that rent-seeking mentality that I have to step on somebody's head in order to get ahead, right? That's the artificial scarcity and the competition that gets created. Likewise, imagine the financial sector, right? The bank is going to give credit only to the person that the RBI tells the bank to. So I have every incentive to lobby with the government, to lobby with the RBI, etc., saying that, oh, but I deserve the credit more than the next person. Again, rent-seeking mentality. So at every point of time that the state is deciding the allocation and calling these resources scarce, of course, there's going to be rent-seeking mentality, right? Because we all want to get ahead in the sense that they want to produce, they want to make profits, they want to earn money. But it's not a market system where, again, going back to what we were saying, there are resources that you have access to. There's a price mechanism. There's a signal. You respond to the signal and you do what you do, right? That's not what's happening. Here, the state is allocating and deciding and distributing every damn thing. So, of course, as the private sector is completely subjugated to the state, what other option do you have other than nurture a rent-seeking mentality? And it gets entrenched because the system has been perpetuated, because even if we did liberalization, that system hasn't gone away. Even today, for example, it's a PLI scheme. The bureaucrats will decide that these 12 industries industries to which we are going to give these subsidies because we think these industries are the ones that deserve based on some criteria that is completely opaque to everybody else. Which means all the other guys are thinking, oh, when will my turn come? Does it mean that that guy lobbied more than I did? Should I pay more visits like Narayan Murthy to Delhi? And all this guessing game starts, the rent-seeking mentality, I want to get ahead of the others, right? Once again, the state doing an allocation. So I completely agree. If the institutions are designed in such a way that there is one big guy at the top and you're creating a pyramidal structure and then there's a hierarchy and I'm doing all the allocation and distribution, the rent-seeking mentality is absolutely inevitable, right? So I think one thing I wanted to mention, once again, I don't know how many people realize it, and going back to the era that we were talking about, is we talk a lot about emergency, right? It's like this dark period in history that is an embarrassment for democracy, the black patch of Indian democratic period. But there's a lot of economic reasons behind that emergency, right? It's not just Indira Gandhi feeling insecure about losing power. It is not just Morarji Desai and JP mounting a campaign. There were a lot of fundamental economic reasons for it. For example, again, going to the specifics.
Well, before you lay out the reasons, I should point out, just in case listeners get confused, that when you say there are reasons for it, you are not justifying it, you are explaining it.
Absolutely.
The emergency was horrible.
Yes.
Nothing like that should have happened.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is just no way that I would ever say that it was justified. I'm saying that to understand why emergency happened.
Indira's mindset, the state of the nation.
Explaining why Indira Gandhi did what she did. Now, right before emergency happened, the economy basically just falls off a cliff, right? During this early 70s, we have this again foreign exchange crisis. Inflation was basically around 20%, right? If you think of inflation as the worst tax on the poor, this was the period of the worst tax on the poor with 20% inflation. And agriculture was suffering because, as I said, exactly what was happening during Nehru's time, the demand for industrial output, because of industrial output production, the demand for agri products was going up, but we didn't really have enough supply. So food shortages were happening. And after the Bangladesh War of 1971, which we won, but the cost of the Bangladesh war was quite high. And there were lakhs of refugees coming into India, which further aggravated the food shortages, right? And eventually there were food riots in India. It was that bad. And then on top of that, this was a very volatile period because the Bretton Woods system collapses, right? For those of you who do not know, the Bretton Woods system was a system of fixed exchange rate, and that basically collapses in 1970s. And that is a very turbulent period for foreign exchange. Also, what happens is in around 1970 to 73, oil prices shoot up because there are tensions in West Asia. This is something that causes very high oil prices all over the world. India, being an importer of oil, obviously gets impacted through high import cost. So all of these factors become extremely important because this also showed that the government was doing gross mismanagement of the economy, right? I mean, people rioting on the streets because of food shortages was extreme. Unemployment was extremely high. And the mismanagement of the economy became so bad that this is basically what was used by JP and Morarji Desai to a large extent to say that if you get rid of Indira Gandhi, that's your deliverance against unemployment, food shortages, inflation, etc. Which of course resonated with all the people, with the common people, because they were really suffering from the mismanagement of the government. So that's why I say that one way to understand why emergency happened, because it was Indira Gandhi's escape from this gross mismanagement of the economy, right? It was almost like, I'm going to distract attention and I'm going to start focusing on this crazy stuff called emergency and put all my opposition enemies, everybody behind the bus. And you basically just get distracted from these severe economic problems that's happening. So I thought that it's important to lay it down there because emergency was not happening in vacuum vis-a-vis what was happening in the rest of the economy. Now, unless you have anything further to add on this point.
Nothing substantive, but just the observation that is interesting how there can often be this vicious cycle between the loss of economic freedoms and the loss of political freedoms. That, once you lose economic freedoms, a country kind of gets in a worse and worse state. And often one way of dealing with this is then by reducing the power of the people, which is basically repression. So, economic unfreedoms and political unfreedoms often go together, and the opposite is also true.
Absolutely. And now, once we have discussed about Indira Gandhi's government 66 to 77, I want to once again look at what was happening in China. And this is the most critical period of comparison, right? China, after these crazy experiments by Chairman Mao, basically experiences the Chinese economic miracle, right? Exact opposite of from the trough to the peak. And the man who made it happen was Deng Xiaoping, right? I don't want to go too much into the historical context and the details of it, but Deng becomes the Chinese premier in 1978. And this is a time when all these other Southeast Asian economies are doing spectacularly well, right? Singapore, for example, Deng visits Singapore and finds that most of the people who are working in Singapore are all Chinese. And he says, well, China is so much larger than Singapore. Why are we not doing what Singapore is doing? So he basically said that I want to build 1,000 Singapores in China. That's the vision, right? And interestingly, I want to draw the parallel with our 1991 reforms. And I may be wrong here, I'm going out on a limb. But in my mind, when I analyze history, in 1991, we did reforms, and we'll talk about what was happening in India post 1977 as well. Predominantly, the reforms were triggered by a crisis, right? Of course, there was a consensus building and all of that was happening. But the trigger was the balance of payment crisis, right? And this is something that Josh Feldman, our common friend, and whom I deeply respect for his understanding of the Indian economy.
Who's been on the show as well.
Exactly. And he has this very interesting point that in India, it has always been the case that we care more about stability than growth, right? So when the BOP crisis happened, the immediate urgency of the hour was to restore stability. And building on all the consensus that had been forming from 80s onwards, we did the reforms because we wanted to resolve the crisis. We wanted to restore stability. And of course, after that, the momentum of the reforms started slowing down, right? Contrast to China, the main problem, of course, that China had was the famine of Chairman Mao. But Deng Xiaoping's reforms of China were not necessarily triggered by a large economic crisis, right? They happened because he had the vision of facilitating growth and alleviating poverty for millions of Chinese, of creating a Singapore, of creating this growth miracle in China, right? And as a result, the reforms were not just for 2 years or 3 years. They continued for a long period of time. And the reforms were not just about removing the distortions and undoing what had been done earlier. Over and above that, he did structural reforms, which is what we did not. What we call structural reforms, of course, they changed the structure of some sectors, but they were essentially undoing the mistakes and misadventures of the past. So that's what Deng does differently in my reading of it, right? And as I said, I could very well be wrong because this is just a hypothesis. Now, what does he do? What he does is he basically starts, interestingly, in the political realm, he retains communism, right? It's a deeply communist country after all. But in the economic domain, he brings what is called market socialism, right? And they call it communism with Chinese characteristics because there was this market aspect of it, right? Which was very, very, again, puzzling. It's almost like parliamentary democracy with central planning, right? It's the opposite of it. It's authoritarian government doing market kind of a
Except
reforms.
it's largely rhetorical because socialism means that the state owns all public resources. So obviously he's using those words so that linguistically, rhetorically, it is acceptable to people out there. But essentially, it is not that at all, obviously.
Yeah, agreed. So the reforms that he brought about essentially was that he started loosening state control and regulation over the private sector to a large extent. He started opening up to foreign trade massively. He created these special economic zones, right, which are essentially zones from where you can import free of import duty, and your trading partners can also import from it at a lower cost, which basically became a big ingredient of the China success story. And over and above opening up to trade and reducing state control over private means of production, he also started attracting foreign direct investment. Right? So over a period of time, China got millions and millions of dollars of FDI, which is basically all these MNCs setting up shop in China to use China as their manufacturing base, which became the spectacular story. And in addition to that, Deng did two things. One was reform of the agricultural sector, right? The whole collectivization of farming that Mao had started, he reverses this. He restores private ownership of agricultural land, and he puts in a lot of initiatives and innovations to improve productivity of the agricultural sector. Now, what that does is, on one hand, as agriculture employs a lot of people, as you start improving farm incomes, their demand for manufacturing goods is increasing, right? So that automatically creates a homegrown demand for manufacturing over and above the export demand that's coming from the global market. Secondly, what it does is, as agricultural productivity is improving, people are moving out of agriculture, right? You just don't need as many people anymore. And then people are finding jobs in this manufacturing sector, which is coming up, which is exactly the transition that should happen in a growing economy. So that happened from 1978 onwards. And the second thing he did was he did education reforms. right? Of course, in the socialist way, the primary education, etc., etc. But he started that, and what that did was it created this large workforce, cheap labor, of course, because it's a poor developing country at still at that point of time, but large workforce which had basic education. So they could go to the factory, do all the jobs that Adam Smith had envisioned, right? All the division of labor of thousands of people sitting in the factory floor doing the work that they are doing. But he created that education and enabled them to move from agriculture to the urban areas, to the SEZs, to the manufacturing centers. So, and the reason I'm harping on this is because these are exactly the two things that we did not, right? So there were the structural reforms that he does over and above the opening up of the economy. And of course, as a result of that, what happens is that between 1978 and 1993, China's average GDP growth rate is close to 9%. In comparison, India's growth rate is exactly half. 4.5% or so, right? So that's how much of a lead China got over and above us, despite the fact that we started off exactly the same level for centuries, not just decades, right? And that's why I find the story fascinating, how the journey of two countries can become so different, notwithstanding all of their other political differences, etc. And then, of course, China just takes off on this epic transformation path, right? I mean, at no point, the last time India's per capita GDP was higher than China was mid-1980s. And that was the last time we were ahead of them. And then, of course, they just take off on a whole different plane altogether. And we sort of bumble about. And yeah, we do have a boom phase too, but we are never able to catch up to China's level, right? So I thought that point was very interesting, that in 1978, what was happening in India, I'll come to that unless you have something to add, but we were basically suffering from the hangover of this massively centrally planned, closed, autarkic state. And all around us, there are these East Asian, Southeast Asian countries which are taking off one after the other, just zooming past us, right? Irrespective of whether it's South Korea with a small domestic market or is China with a large domestic market, right? They adopt this common model of export-led growth. They do all the reforms. Almost all of them do this under state-led model of development, right? In none of these countries, we get the Western capitalism of the US. These are all the state-led model. They all started with central planning, but they just take off at a whole different trajectory. We are bumbling about, suffering from the hangover of what we had started. So that's why, again, I just find it so fascinating that, of course, it is true that from 1980s onward, our discourse also starts changing, but it's never at that level at which some of these Asian countries are able to do.
So, what sort of strikes me about China, and this is, so I'd thrown up this sort of hypothetical question to a few of my friends in the past. I don't know if I've ever asked you this, but let me ask you this right now and let's see what answer you come up with. Which person has done the most good for humanity in the last 50 years?
Wow, that's a tough one. I would say, given the millions of people who were lifted out of poverty in China, just by sheer strength of number, I would say Deng Xiaoping.
Yeah, that's absolutely my answer. I asked our friend Ruben Abraham this. This was Ruben's answer. It is an obvious answer. Hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. Ajay Shah has an argument with this where he says, no, Deng led to Xi. You can't give him any credit. I don't buy that argument at all, because that's like saying 91 led to Modi or whatever. All that a leader does is, in the short term, that man lifted millions, hundreds of millions out of poverty. That's a huge humanitarian good. And two, even in the long run, he increased the probability of China going in a better direction. It's not his fault if Xi came along. The counterfactual could be far worse. Now, what I find remarkable about Deng, and so it's, in the context of everything that he did, is the lack of hubris. We've often heard that phrase, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. He had absolute power within China, and yet he had sort of the foresight to give up a lot of it. Late 1970s, it was a household responsibility system, which was basically you're decollectivizing agriculture. You're turning that around. You're giving autonomy and property back to the farmers. The open door policy, which allowed trade and investment to come in. The dual track pricing system, again, a very clever way of sort of making the transition where you're saying that, okay, there'll be state controlled prices and market prices at the same time. Let's see what works better. And eventually, the transition happens. But what really impresses me is the whole funda of special economic zones in places like Shenzhen, Zhuhai, Shantou, Xiamen, if I'm pronouncing them correctly. If I'm not, please forgive me. Chinese listeners, deep respect for Deng and for everything you guys achieved. And the key principle here is again that instead of thinking in a top down way as men of power will do, he's actually thinking in a very different bottoms up way and saying, let's set up SEZs and then let's do A/B tests. Let's try different policies. Let them compete with each other. Let's see what works where. Best practices will emerge from the bottom up from these places rather than our giving diktats from the top down. And in a sense, it is one Jugaru way of achieving the benefits of proper federalism or decentralization. Like the whole idea of a federal structure in India is too centralized, but ideally, the India I'd like to see is a little bit more like the US, where the states have far more power. So effectively, the states are competing for labor, the states are competing for capital, and those incentives are great. In India, too much power is top down, too little of the taxes actually find their way to the states, and therefore those incentives aren't in play for the states to be able to compete with each other. And even if they wanted to compete on many dimensions, they cannot because they're not state subjects. So Deng sort of achieves this in a way by saying that we want bottom up innovation. Let's start these special economic zones, let them run under different laws. Let's do A/B testing. Let's try out different baskets of laws. Let's get foreign investment. Let's do all of these things. Let's see what works. And then he goes with that. And plus, as I mentioned earlier in the episode, a lot of the local decision making, not just in economic terms, but just in general governance terms, is incredibly decentralized. So, yeah, one party, one state, and all of that. But in terms of how that machine works, he's decentralized it. And my sort of cynical way of thinking about this again is that I feel like he's an anomaly, he's an outlier. That the system is designed in such a way that it's like the great man theory of history. We were, China was lucky to have Deng, but Xi is what you would typically kind of expect, and what happened in India till 91 is what you would expect with the centralized design of the state. Then we had the lucky accident of the balance of payments crisis and another bunch of tremendous outliers, the great reformers like Manmohan and Montague, who from the late 1970s onwards were planning for the reforms, which eventually, when it came, everything was ready. So, shall we talk about that period, or would you want to
Sure. So
respond
just
to?
a few snippets because you mentioned the special economic zone. So did you know that during Indira Gandhi's time, in fact, the first special economic zone was set up in India?
Wow.
And this was SEEPS in Andheri, Bombay. And this was the start of the IT export sector, which basically started with TCS getting set up in Bombay in the 1960s. And SEEPS became the first special economic zone from where electronics and IT exports started. So I just wanted to add that snippet.
No,
But
and
basically, we don't really have special economic zones the way China has. I mean, SEEPS is a very, very small area because, of course, it's just IT export.
No, and my larger point is that if you have a special economic zone and you say that if we liberalize the laws here, we have a different set of laws, they will work better, this region will grow, then for me, that is a logic to extend those laws everywhere. To me, all of India should be a special economic zone, right? And that's kind of what Deng did, that he extrapolated from, the good that was happening in those special economic zones, and then they just spread everywhere. And yeah.
Absolutely. So I think that special economic zone is almost like an experiment, right? What we call the sandbox in regulation, etc. Right? You get this constricted finite area, you do all the experiments and you see basically what's working, what's not, and then you take it up to the larger economy. In India, for example, we have Gift City, where there's a lot of experimentation underway in terms of financial deregulation, etc. Of course, many things have gone wrong. We don't have to talk about it now, but we have tried in our own small ways, but of course, never ever at the level at which China did. And coming to Deng, I'm a big fan, right? I completely don't agree with what Ajay Shah said, but we don't have to talk about that. I think he was exactly as you said, he was an outlier, right? He was an outlier. How did Mao's China, I mean, he was a part of Mao's party, of course. How did that produce a person like Deng it's a complete mystery to me. And what he did was, of course, at that time, as I keep saying, that there were these Southeast Asian tigers. China was not the first country to show the powers of globalization. All of these other countries were already doing it. But what is unusual about Deng and China is that it still is a vast country, right? And to use globalization, to use the power of exports and market, etc., to essentially give wealth, to essentially give richness, so to speak, to this vast population in that short a period of time, in literally just 30 years, is an unusual thing that has not happened in history, right? Which is what sets China and Deng apart from every other economic success story that has happened. Of course, there are problems, right? I mean, China has endless problems today. The economy is falling apart. All the problems of taking fast decisions and all of this are becoming very apparent now. But would we rather have a China without Deng's reforms? Absolutely no, right? And also what they did was they showed the power of globalization, right? I mean, where did this whole consensus of the late 70s and 80s starting to change in India, where did that come from? It didn't come out of thin air. It came because all the people like Manmohan and Montek and all the others and Rakesh Mohan, they were looking out at the world, right? They were trying to learn lessons, basically what hadn't been done till then. They were looking at China, they were looking at South Korea, and they were getting inspired and influenced, which is why there is a positive externality from China's growth story to India that we fail to recognize. In fact, Narasimha Rao, the father of reform, so to speak, was deeply inspired by Deng. He never got to meet Deng because, of course, when Rajiv Gandhi visited, he was not taken with him. But he was deeply inspired and influenced by Deng Xiaoping. So, and in fact, Narasimha Rao is termed as the Deng of India, right? So there is this parallel, and which I find is absolutely fascinating. Coming to the late 1970s, as China was taking off on this path, what was happening in India? There was gradually a change of discourse, right? That was the first time we started seeing that there was some intention of course correction. Why was this happening? Essentially, it was led by a group of people. For example, I think you and Ajay talk about this in one of your episodes, which is where I learned this as well, that there's Morarji Desai, there's H.M. Patel, there's D.T. Lakrawala. All these people come from Bombay to Delhi. They are not inspired by the Delhi politics of central planning. They have seen Bombay businessmen up close, and they take that sentiment with them to Delhi, and that influences the change of discourse. There's Manmohan Singh, who writes his PhD thesis in mid-1960s, basically questioning export pessimism. And I mentioned earlier, he was the first one to point out that Nehru's 5-year plans never had any export strategy, right? Then there's Montek Ahluwalia. He's written about this in his book Backstage as well. Fantastic read. He comes back from the US and he starts working eventually for Rajiv Gandhi. Then there's Rakesh Mohan. There's a report on delicensing, which actually starts getting written then. So there's this it's not sudden. It's basically happening over a gradual period of time. There's a change in discourse that is starting to take place. There's Jagdish Bhagwati and T.N. Srinivasan. Again, T.N. Srinivasan deeply respect Bhagwati as well. They start writing papers about the problems of the central planning, problems of this state socialism, and why we need to start opening up and loosening up more. What happens during this time, right? This is post-emergency, 1977. Indira Gandhi loses elections. Janata Party comes to power. And this ragtag, basically government, which is basically put together a ragtag group of political parties, this is when the discourse is changing. But towards the end of it, this is also when the economy suffers several shocks, right? We once again, because fundamentally nothing much is changing in the policy. It's just the discourse that's changing, right? So by the time Indira Gandhi gets re-elected in 1980, basically she gets re-elected on the back of economic discontent again, right? There's inflation, there's rampant unemployment, shortages, foreign exchange crisis, all of these things keeps getting repeated. Interestingly, when Indira Gandhi gets re-elected in 1980, this is sort of a blessing of history, so to speak, that she could have again gone back to her 1966 self, right? She could have again gone draconian and deeply socialist and central planner, which she did not. Right? Luckily for us. She actually started softening the tone of central planning. She started loosening some of the regulations on the private sector. She started talking about addressing the sickness, the inefficiencies of the public sector enterprises. She starts gradually opening up to FDI. All of these actually start happening. In fact, interestingly, in 1982, there's a document called Operation Forward, which she prepares basically to put together a blueprint of how we can come out of. So that's remarkable, right? I mean, I think there is this quote, and I remember you or Ajay, somebody mentioning that it was Sanjay Gandhi's mother who could have done the emergency, and it was Nehru's daughter who could have called the elections again. And maybe it was Nehru's daughter again who realized that this system is really not working, along with all the other change in discourse. And she does put together this Operation Forward document of 1982, which is remarkable for somebody who did all these draconian laws. So there was that moment when that mindset change happens.
Maybe a hypothetical question about Nehru gets answered by his daughter, that maybe she is beginning to change her mind at this time.
It's possible. And of course, we wouldn't know what would have happened if Indira Gandhi lived longer, because of course the unfortunate assassination happens. Then 1984, Rajiv Gandhi becomes the prime minister, right? Now, Rajiv Gandhi is the first prime minister who has ever had a job outside of politics. He was a pilot, right? And he, of course, was much more exposed to the real world, so to speak, than his mother or his grandfather. And he is, in some sense, a reformist prime minister, right? He uses computers. He wants to import computers. He sees the private sector is all shackled up. He wants to open it up. So he's not able to go full hog on it because, of course, there were a lot of pushbacks and criticisms because the system has deeply entrenched central planning mindset. But it does start the ball rolling in multiple ways. For example, Montek working for Rajiv and all of that. So little by little, incremental liberalization, incremental deregulation starts happening from the mid 1980s onwards. And this is what gets reflected about GDP growth as well. So I didn't talk about the GDP growth numbers. So we said that in 50s and 60s, by the time Nehru passed away, the growth rate was about 4.3%, which was great compared to the pre-colonial growth rate, a pre-independence growth rate. Then in 1960s and 70s, the GDP growth rate was less than 4%. Right, 60s, 70s together, it was about 3.9% or so, or even lower. This was called the Hindu rate of growth, right? There was something wrong about being Hindu that the growth rate was just so abysmally low. But then in 1980s, because of this gradual incremental liberalization that happens, of course, the energy of the private sector starts getting released, right? That's the beauty of, if you remove the shackles and the controls, the private sector responds, and that shows up in growth. It's almost like a direct causality. The growth rate is 5.6%, the highest growth rate in the post-independence era till then. There was an economic boom, right? So this is basically what's happening in the 70s and 80s. And we can take a break here unless you have something to add before we go to the reforms period.
Yeah, let's take a break. But before the break, I'm sort of, you mentioned incremental change, and I think a younger me would often get impatient at the pace of change in the world, and which is a good thing. Young people should be impatient and full of fire. But what I have realized over time is that change will naturally take a lot of time because time passes fast and the state moves slowly. And a classic illustration of this is something that happened in the late 1980s when, and I've got a great episode with Montek Singh Ahluwalia, and the episode you were referring to is called The Reformers. It's one of the Everything is Everything episodes. So that sums up this entire period. There's an anecdote that Montek mentions that he was chatting in the late 1980s when he was in Rajiv Gandhi's government with the principal secretary B.G. Deshmukh. And at one point, B.G. Deshmukh, they were having tea together, and B.G. Deshmukh lifts a cup of tea to his mouth, and Montek does the same thing. And at that moment, and this whole visual scene, I'm just painting myself, but over the rim of the teacup as he's holding it in front of his face, B.G. Deshmukh says to Montek, दिल्ली ऐसा शहर है जहाँ कप बदलते हैं लेकिन चमचे नहीं. Right, and that kind of tells you about the entrenched system, the deep state, the way politics works, and why change can often proceed at a glacial pace. And it's a good time to take a break, because I think with the arrival of Manmohan and Montek into our narrative, India got a break, and so are we.
And before we take a break, I just want to add one last thing, and after this we'll just directly dive into the 1991 reforms, is that if you have to summarize, right, since we have covered 40 years, right, what strikes me is that when you continued this particular model of growth for 40 years, and of course then you liberalized and you thought, fine, that's done, and we've moved on to the new paradigm, it's not that straightforward. Because what you did was you have deeply entrenched a socialist mindset. And that's something that we suffer from, that we pay a price of even today. So the reforms on the surface, yes, they unwound, undid, all of that. But fundamentally, today, there is still a deep suspicion of private sector, of foreign investment, of exports. So at every step of the way, right, if we have to sign free trade agreements, if we have to come up with financial derivatives in the financial sector for offering hedging options, if we have to privatize the banking sector, anything that we have to do, right, if you have to open up to more FDI, if you have to get more capital investment from abroad, every step of the way, even though we liberalized post-1991, because of this 40 years of deeply entrenched socialist statist mindset, we are simply not able to break free of that. And then it's just a matter of luck which government comes to power. If one government is a little bit more statist than the others, we just keep going back, regressing. If one government is a little bit more forward, we move forward a little bit, but we are still very statist, right? So the socialist mindset that no, the free markets are not a good thing, right? And we have replaced the state in the post 1991 world with a whole bunch of regulators, right? And the regulators will now clamp down on the private sector, on the financial markets, and say, I'm going to ban this, I'm going to ban that, I will not let the product develop, I will not let this market develop. That still continues. So it's somewhere we should not think that just because we did reforms in 1991, there was a complete intercept shift. There was a paradigm shift and, oh, that was a whole new world. That is not the case, right? We built it over this base, and I don't think that will ever go away because it is just very, very deeply cemented in the psyche of policymakers, and it helps, right? I mean, fundamentally, the default option is state is good, markets are bad. And it just feeds into that psyche in some sense where some of us keep saying, no, but there is a middle area, let's think about that. But I think we'll always be the minority.
And I can't help but double click since you mentioned the word socialist and socialism so many times. There's another episode of Everything is Everything titled Beware of These Luxury Beliefs. Now, what is a luxury belief? A luxury belief is a term coined by Rob Henderson. And basically, a luxury belief, the way I interpret it, is that it is a belief that is easy for people in air conditioned rooms to hold because they don't face the consequences of that. And they usually harm the poor. And the classic example of a luxury belief is socialism. People use the term socialism as if it is a good thing. Many people in some woolly sense think, oh, socialism must mean what is good for society. But that is no more true than nationalism being what is good for the nation, right? Socialism essentially means statism. The state controls the means of production. In a purist sense, it owns all the property. But, even in the regular everyday colloquial sense, it controls, the state controls society rather than the other way around. It is deeply toxic. It is dangerous. It involves coercion, it involves the mass-scale suppression of individual freedom and consent, and it has been disastrous all through the 20th century. And yet, it irritates the hell out of me that when people wave the preamble about, which they should, I believe they should wave Ambedkar's preamble about, because it doesn't have the word socialist in it. Indira Gandhi, after doing all the things that she did, naturally amended the preamble and put the word socialist in there. And to me, that is a problem. I want you to wave the preamble, I want you to wave Ambedkar's preamble, and I understand that many people prefer to waive Indira's preamble because she also added the word secular, which is an important word. But let's go back to Ambedkar himself, that these two words actually came up for discussion. Right? It was proposed in Ambedkar's time that let's have socialist and secular in the preamble, and he said no need. He said no need to put secular because it is already embedded in every law of our constitution. We don't need to virtue signal and say it. Not his words, but his argument. And for socialist, he said, even though he was proposing socialism as the system that the government adopt at that time before he changed his mind in the 50s, his thing was that this should be a matter of politics. Let this be decided in the political space and not otherwise, right? And therefore he didn't want that word in there. And I object to that word. People use that word socialism as if it is something harmless. It is toxic, it is dangerous, it hurt the poor of India for decades. It is a terrible, terrible word. And one upshot of this was that the Swatantra Party, of which I think S.V. Raju was the last sort of main office bearer, he fought a legal battle for years and years because what Indira also did was she made it a law that if you were a party contesting the elections, you had to pledge allegiance to socialism. Now, this was only naam ke vaste, but on principle, he said, I will not do that. And I admire that principle, but a good time to take a break. But carry on.
Yeah, just one last point is that I completely agree with you, right? I think if there's any word of amending the constitution, we should do it for the right reason, which is to get the socialist word out of it. Because I agree what it does is any government that comes to power almost, I think, feels obliged that we have to abide by this socialist word that's written there because in the most important document of the country, and then just everything goes wrong after that, right? And that's why I said that that's that mindset that we have. So anytime we try to reform anything, right, and I've been in a limited way involved in, let's say, the bankruptcy reform process, etc., but anything that we do, there's always this constant fight, constant struggle. I'm not saying the discourse should not be there. I'm not saying that we should blindly accept. Absolutely not. Let there be debate, let there be discourse, but let's not come into the debate with this preconceived notion that we are socialist, that the state is going to be all good. That's the problem. That's the damage, right? And on the specifics, since I love specific details, ultimately, after the 40 years, where do we stand in terms of the broad achievements? Nehru wanted to industrialize an agrarian economy. Was he able to do that? Did Indira Gandhi manage to do that? Absolutely no. Even today, agricultural sector employs the maximum percentage of the workforce in the country, right? Even today. The second thing, the idea was, remember what I started off with, that use heavy industries and capital accumulation in order to win this battle against poverty. What happened to poverty in 1991? Millions were still living in extreme poverty, right? The whole poverty alleviation thing in 40 years was a complete failure, did not work. Third thing Nehru wanted to achieve was self-sufficiency, right? That's why we will not depend on imports, etc., etc. Did you achieve self-sufficiency? Absolutely not. At every step of the way, as I kept saying, there were foreign exchange crises, you're begging the IMF, you're getting foreign aid for money, for bailout. How is that a self-sufficient economy? You're getting food aid, right? That's how dependent you are. So none of the economic objectives could be achieved either. So that basically summarizes this whole 40 years of what did you really land up with. And then, of course, now we can talk about the 1991 after the break.
At this level, we'll never take a break if we go on and on like this, but I can't resist making 2 points, which is just to double score what you said about agriculture. It is not just that it employs more people than any other sector in the country, but it employs between 50 to 60%. 60% is a figure bandied out, maybe it's 50%. In Western countries, it is around 5%. I think in the US, it's about 5 to 7%. Throughout the West, it is like that, because the journey that happens is that agricultural productivity goes up and people move from agriculture to labor intensive manufacturing, and from there higher up the value chain, services, etc., etc. And that never happened in India because of our great leaders. The other point about self-sufficiency is I want to draw a metaphor with an individual. Supposing I say I want to be self-sufficient, so I will not work for anyone outside. So no exports, basically. I will not work for anyone outside. I will stay at home all day, and in my little garden patch, I will grow my own food throughout the year. What will happen is I will always be dirt poor. I will often have to beg for food, and I will get none of the value that comes from being interconnected with the beautiful world that is outside. Why do we create these barriers and these boundaries and all of that? But yeah, well, break.
Yes, this is when we are finally actually taking
You
a
managed to
break.
control yourself. No more
Yes,
double
I did.
clicking. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. This is going to be a long episode, which is a good thing because you got to do justice to something like the Indian economy, and we are aiming for this to be like a comprehensive one-stop episode on the subject. Rajeshwari, what inspires me about the 91 reforms, and something I didn't realize, is that they started long before that, right? Like my impression used to be that, hey, we had a balance of payments crisis, we were forced into the reforms, but the reformers' heart really wasn't in it, and eventually after the first cycle of low-hanging fruit, there weren't enough reforms and the socialist mindset remains. Now, some of that is true, the socialist mindset remains, many reforms are left, but what I hadn't realized and what took me time to realize is that there was a community of people who were true believers in the power of freedom and the importance of growth. And these true believers were at work in a sense from the 1960s when Manmohan wrote his PhD and pointed out that, exports-led growth was important. And then, I have this great episode with Montek, and his autobiography is also great, where he talks about how Manmohan asked him to come back to India. And then he says, yeah, okay, I'll come back to India. And he comes back, and then there's a community of people like that within the state or associated organs of the state who, even though the climate is not with them yet, because chamchas are taking time to change, as it were, are still working away silently, doing the dharma, doing the research, writing the papers. Montek in 1990 wrote this famous M document laying out what reforms there should be. And eventually the time comes and the reforms happen. And there is this whole community of people who are just doing this because they believe it is the right thing. And this, by the way, includes not just some of the men we've mentioned in the episode so far, but also outstanding women like Padma Desai, Jagdish Jagdish Bhagwati's better half, and many would say better half actually. Just a remarkable economist like Ishar Jaja Ahluwalia, another, and whose memoir, and both their memoirs are just remarkable books. So truly formidable people. And I did an episode of Everything is Everything called The Reformers, in which I sort of looked at that longer arc and sort of made the prayer that let us not forget these people. And I've also I have an episode on the 91 reforms. Shruti Rajgopalan's 1991 project at the Mercatus Center is outstanding. It's a public service and important work of documenting that period. So we should also look at that. So but what I would like to do is I'd like to go into much more detail with you again, in the same way as you sort of broke down what Nehru did and why, in the same way as you broke down what Indira did and what the effects were. Take me through the 91 reforms.
Absolutely. And I really want to thank you for mentioning Padma Desai and Ishar Ahluwalia, because oftentimes the contributions of female economists get ignored.
And there are many more. And I think if I remember correctly, the 1991 project at the Mercatus Center has
Yes.
pieces on them as well, the women economists of the period.
Exactly. So I'm really glad that you mentioned that. And I completely agree with you that it is true that I think Montek himself said that Manmohan Singh and Rao did not waste the crisis. But it was not just Manmohan Singh and Narasimha Rao. It was, of course, a whole battalion of people. And if they hadn't started thinking, talking, writing, discussing amongst themselves from the 1980s, as it were, probably when the crisis happened, we would have still had some reforms because the IMF wanted us to do reforms, but we probably wouldn't have gone beyond that. And what happened in India was we went way beyond what the IMF wanted us to do, which I think was predominantly because there was this fantastic group of reformers and intellectual thinkers who had come together. And this was the great accident of that time, that it happened. And there was the document, there was all the thought process and everything that was ready by the time the crisis happened, right? So it was almost like an opportune moment, as if the crisis was waiting to happen just when this discourse was changing. So what exactly happens in 1991, right? So by 1990, the economy is in a bit of a precarious situation. Fiscal deficit is upwards of 8% of GDP, just of the central government, which is pretty massive. Of course, why? Because the government has just been spending on heavy industrialization and central planning. Overall, with public sector enterprises together, it was well above 10% of GDP. Inflation was again in double digits, the same problem of a shortage economy. Income tax rates were around 50%, right? That's how prohibitive the taxation regime had become. Import duties averaged above 80%. Excise duties were as high as 125%. So really, really prohibitively restrictive economy. Now, around this time, the first thing, external shock-wise, what happens is that in 1989 is the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the Soviet Union. Why is that relevant for the Indian economy? Of course, because our entire model of central planning was based on the Soviet Union model. And with the fall of the Berlin Wall, essentially that fundamentally shakes this conviction in this state-led model of central planning, right? I think that was a very, very important event, which must have subconsciously impacted all the policymakers, thinkers of that time. The second thing, of course, that happens, which is basically the main trigger, is that in 1990s, Iraq invades Kuwait, right? Why is that relevant for India? Because India is a major importer of oil. This is a crisis that was brewing in Middle East, which is a major producer of oil. Basically, that means that oil prices shot up, our import bill goes out of whack. And remember what I've been always repeating, because we never really exported, we were always in a foreign exchange crisis mode. And this is when the crisis gets really bad, because our foreign exchange reserves go down to about $1 billion. To put it in retrospect, the current foreign exchange reserves of the RBI are upwards of $600 billion, right? But back then we just had $1 billion, and it was not even enough to pay for 2 weeks worth of imports, which basically means that the country was on the brink of bankruptcy. Not only did we have enough money to pay for imports, we couldn't repay foreign loans that we had taken as well. And this was the classic recipe of a balance of payments crisis, right? Balance of payments basically mean that you can't make your current account payments, import payments. And when that happens, what do? You go to IMF for a bailout. Now, IMF was basically an organization that was created in order to solve many of such problems. And they, of course, come to rescue. There's this, of course, very interesting story of Chidambaram flying out to Washington, D.C. with gold from RBI's stock, and sells gold, about 20 tons of gold, in exchange for a little bit more than $200 million to temporarily tide over the crisis. And this is humiliating, right? You're essentially selling gold to get loan, and there's no way that any policymaker, any government would feel good about it. So that's what we do. And of course, IMF attaches conditions. And these conditions are called Washington Consensus. It's a 10-point document which the IMF had come up with. Now, one thing that's important to mention here is that it's not just India that was on the recipient end of Washington Consensus. Throughout 1980s, a lot of emerging market economies in Latin America had been experiencing economic crisis. And the recipe was exactly the same, right? Import substitution, export pessimism, not enough foreign exchange to pay for imports, you have a BOP crisis, you run to the IMF. So the IMF thought that we basically need to devise a 10-point document which can be peddled to all these countries in lieu of the bailout that we are doing. So that is the Washington Consensus, which was given to India as well. Now, the question is often asked, that I think Montek also refers to this in his book, that did the reforms happen entirely because the IMF wanted us to do so? I think that was definitely a very important part, because, of course, without that, we wouldn't get the bailout package with the money. But it was also the fact, as I said earlier, that our reformers went beyond what the IMF wanted us to do. And that's the beauty of the intellectual thinking of that point of time, that we didn't just stop at the Washington Consensus. So what exactly happened with the reforms? Of course, we know what happens politically. This is a very, very volatile period of time, right? Ironically, this is not a politically stable time with a political party with absolute majority. Far from it, right? This is after the assassination of Rajiv Gandhi, when government after government is just toppling down, and Narasimha Rao gets appointed literally as the prime minister. And the whole impression was that this was a caretaker government, which was not going to last. Lo and behold, of course, he went on to become the most important person in India's political history post-independence. And he appoints Manmohan Singh as the finance minister. Absolutely dream team, right? It was always a function of the people. Monte Ahluwalia, Chidambaram, N. Varma, all of them coming together, right? That was just another spectacular accident of history. Now, in terms of the reform packages, of course, there was a crisis at hand, right? By July 1991, Manmohan Singh presents what is called the Dream Budget, which is where all the reforms had to be outlined. Essentially, the need of the hour was to resolve the crisis, right? Of course, there's this underlying thought that we need to unshackle the Indian economy and bring out the private sector, the free market, etc. But predominantly, the force, the trigger was solving the crisis. And it's important to keep that in mind, and I'll explain why. The 1991 reforms had two main components. One was the whole fiscal deficit reduction, inflation reduction, macro stability that IMF wanted. The second was the more important one, which is the structural reforms, as they called back then, which is basically the part of the reform package that signaled the paradigm shift in economic policy. And this is the part that shifted the focus from subjugation of the private sector and this whole state-led model to gradually freeing up the private sector and the state starting to take a backseat, right? That's the main part of the structural reforms. And there was an explicit recognition that this whole system of central planning had basically been in place for too long. Right? There was this recognition, and the whole excessive protection through tariffs and import controls was simply not working. What were some of the important components of the July 1991 Dream Budget? Because that is the most important document. The first one, of course, was that industrial licensing was abolished, except for a few industries where licensing was still retained for strategic reasons, environmental reasons, and to some extent, they wanted to reserve it for the small and medium enterprises, which basically meant that no businessman from here on needed to seek permission from the government to do any aspect of the economic activity that he or she wanted to do. Secondly, if you remember, I had said that this industrial policy resolution had this Schedule A of industries, which was reserved for the public sector. That was drastically reduced, and I think it was just down to 8 from 18, right? So it's only 8 industries where public sector is still operating. Some of them is still continuing, but there was a drastic reduction in public sector ownership. Third, very importantly, the MRTP Act, right? Very prohibitive act of 1969. That eventually was replaced by the Competition Commission Act. But the MRTP Act at that point of time was basically the provisions were relaxed to a large extent. Fourth was FDI. This is the part about, the first few parts is about deregulating and unshackling the private sector. This part is about opening up the economy to foreign investment and exports, etc. So FDI Remember, I had said that during Indira Gandhi's second term, they had started allowing a little bit of FDI, but now FDI was allowed from 40% to 51% of equity, and that is significant because with 51%, essentially you gain control rights over the company. So that was important, and the Foreign Investment Promotion Board gets set up with the explicit objective of pursuing FDI. Right, the sudden shift of realizing that we need FDI because we just can't use our domestic private sector because they're not competitive and efficient, and we need to open it up to competition in order to encourage innovation. Then there were a few parts which were not immediately done in the budget, but it was announced. And this shows the foresight of the reformers. One was tax reform, both for direct and indirect taxes. The announcement was that the committee would be set up under Chellaya, and this committee would recommend widespread tax reforms. And the remarkable thing was the actual tax reform ended up being more than what the committee had recommended. Right? Typically, what happens is committees would recommend, and ultimately in the policy debate and policy negotiation, the actual implementation will be less than what is recommended. This was the other way around. They went beyond what the committee recommended. Taxation system was streamlined, tax rates were brought down, corporate tax was reduced from 50% to 35%, which was great. The whole income tax prohibitive rates, we started with these current slabs of 10, 20, 30%, all of that happened. And it was also announced that financial sector reforms, particularly in the banking sector, which was under this government ownership, would take place under Narasimhan Committee. And I'll talk a little bit about that. So what it means is with all of this list of items, as you can see, that there are this attack on this control of the private sector that is getting loosened, opening up the economy. A lot of import tariffs were reduced, import licensing was removed, right? So you suddenly open up to foreign trade, FDI. All the things that should have happened earlier now finally start happening, which is great, of course. Yet at the same time, the few things that were not in the budget, which took a little bit longer because of political negotiations and other technical details, which is that the currency, which was still pegged, right? The currency was devalued because the IMF didn't want a fixed exchange rate in place. And eventually we moved to a market-determined exchange rate. Now, of course, I can do a full episode on this. While we move to market-determined exchange rate, it's really not the case even now. As recent as 2022, the rupee basically got pegged to the dollar, right? So we actually haven't made a whole lot of progress in that, but that's for a different time. Maybe also liberalization of foreign investment in stock market and bond market. That happened a little bit later, not in the dream budget. This whole FERA, right, which I keep talking about, this transformation of FERA to FEMA, that also happened outside of the budget. But by and large, the budget basically set out the roadmap of which direction the economy was moving in. And essentially what happens is the remarkable thing is just in 2 years, you're abolishing controls on the private sector, right? The import licensing system gets dismantled. Many items such as capital goods, raw materials, etc., can be freely imported. And this combination of delicensing, liberalization of trade, and rupee depreciation, the rupee devaluation, this by itself provides a massive boost to the private sector because that's basically all that was needed, right? And the private sector starts expanding capacity because there is this newfound exuberance and energy. And there's a lot of capacity expansion that they start doing, which eventually hits a bit of a roadblock. I'll talk about that, but that happens. Very quickly, before I hand over to you, what did the reforms not include, right? And it's important to understand that as well. There was no mention of privatization in the reforms, right? And for a reason, right? There was already a lot of opposition from the left, as we can imagine, right? You're coming out from this deep socialist mindset to do all of this breakthrough reforms. So privatization was not mentioned. Interestingly, the first time privatization gets mentioned in a union budget, it is 2020, when Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, in the wake of COVID, talks about privatization. The second thing is, consumer goods were not liberalized. Import of consumer good was not liberalized. It's all, again, still capital goods and raw materials. Consumer goods that we are used to, not until 2000s, that happens. The other thing, interestingly, this is again, it shows the political compulsions in a democracy. Chidambaram, as the commerce minister, was responsible for lowering import duties. And he brought down import duties to some extent, but he did mention that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done to lower import duties to the level of the East Asian countries. And the hope was that subsequent governments will take it forward. That did not happen. Right, that's one continuity that did not work either through Vajpayee government or UPA government or even today, which means even as of now, our import duties are much higher than many of the Southeast Asian countries. And that is what is hurting us even today. So it's important to mention that. The other thing that did not happen, which was mentioned in the budget, was reform of the public sector. So while the public sector was removed from largely from that Schedule A, but it was announced in the budget that loss-making enterprises will be shut down and there will be restructuring of the public sector, of course, because of labor unions. That did not happen, right? So all of these show that the political compulsions in a messy democracy don't let you do reforms the way a Deng Xiaoping can do in China. And this is where the divergence becomes so important. And lastly, and I know you'll agree with this, that in some sense, again, maybe in benefit of hindsight, we can say this, but in some sense, we did the easy reforms, right? We did the product market reforms by undoing some of these laws and draconian regulations. We could not touch the difficult factor market reforms. And this is something that I think hurts us even today and will continue to hurt us, right? So we didn't do labor market reforms, we didn't do land market reforms. Even in the financial sector, the equity market reforms were remarkable, but we didn't do debt market, even banking sector. So factor market reforms, I think, is something that because of political compulsions, we could not touch. And we, of course, did not do anything about agriculture, right? I mean, we talked about this. It's literally the biggest private sector, the biggest employer. So we liberalize the private sector and deregulate it, but we don't do anything to agriculture in contrast to what Deng does in China. So I'll stop here and I'll hand over to you, and then I'm happy to go on further.
Yeah, on this last point, I agree entirely. I think circa 2003 or 2004, I in fact wrote a piece for the Wall Street Journal about how, the thing with the 91 reforms is they were great, but they were incomplete. And it was exactly these things: factor markets, agriculture, we've known it all along. They went for the low-hanging fruit. And as you said in the earlier part of our conversation, a lot of the low-hanging fruit was simply undoing the damage that Indira did, right? And that, leads me to think about the counterfactuals, that you saw this massive growth in the 1990s with hundreds of millions out of poverty simply by undoing something. What if what was undone had never been put in place to begin with? A lot of the growth would have happened much sooner. So that is sort of one of the great tragedies. And when you speak about the impact on the private sector, I'm reminded of something Naushad Forbes wrote in his book, and he also did an episode with me, and where at one point he's talking about the impact of that budget speech by Manmohan Singh. And he says, quote, "That budget speech had so great an impact on my brother Farhad and me that within 2 weeks, the senior management of our company, Forbes Marshall, had completed a detailed analysis. We presented our full product portfolio and asked what we would still make competitively if it could be imported free of duty, and assuming, of course, that we could import any raw materials or components free of duty. We identified half of our manufactured product range as uncompetitive in this scenario and took two calls. First, that investment in R&D would be quadrupled and work only on developing products that we could sell internationally. No more import substitution projects from then on, which used to be the bulk of what our R&D did. Second, that we would enter international markets in a big way. In 91, less than 1% of our turnover came from exports. We set a goal of 10% in 5 years, which we met in 6, and then set a goal of 20%, which took us another 10 years. Stop quoting. Today, they are at about 25%. Again, underscoring the importance of exports, that if you compete in the international market, automatically you become a high-class company with best practices and can compete in the domestic market. And also that, instead of demonizing the private sector, we should realize that all economic growth will come from the private sector. All your jobs will come from the private sector. That is the secret of human prosperity. I mean, what are markets? Markets are a mechanism by which people in society fulfill each other's needs to mutual benefit. It is mind-blowing. What a mechanism, right? Instead of demonizing it, we should sort of encourage it, which is exactly what sort of happened then. You also spoke of getting foreign investment in, and this reminds me of something from Montek's autobiography, where he talks about how Akio Morita of Sony was getting on a call with Narasimha Rao, and Montek told Narasimha Rao that, listen, why don't you invite him to set up a Sony manufacturing unit? And if Morita said that I want 100% foreign equity, Narasimha Rao could agree to make an exception. So Rao just listened and pouted in his traditional way, though I should really, not even bring that pout up, because the two people I know who have a resting pout face are Narasimha Rao and me. So, if I'm randomly sitting doing nothing, people will always ask me, why are you looking so sad? What happened? Did you meet a socialist?
Did you just equate yourself to Narasimha Rao?
only in this one superficial aspect.
Fair enough.
He was a man of deep learning, knew many languages, so cannot compare in any other dimension whatsoever. So anyway, so the meeting with Morita happened, and in Montague's words, at the meeting with Morita, the PM was at his disarming best. After the usual pleasantries, he leaned across and said, "Mr. Morita, every Indian I know wants a Sony TV, but you don't have a factory in India. Don't you think you're missing out on a huge demand?" And Morita was taken aback at Rao's directness and, as predicted, brought up 100% FDI. Rao then smiled and said, "I suggest you apply. We will see what we can do." Stop quote. And Sony did apply, and they did get what they wanted. And, all of us have, I don't have a Sony TV, I have a Sony camera, which is awesome. But regardless, you sort of get the drift. And the benefits of this are mind-blowing. I mentioned earlier how our friend Nitin Pai spoke about how with every 1% rise in GDP 2 million people came out of poverty, and Shruti wrote in a piece in the 91 project, which we'll link from here, quote, "Since 1991 the union government revenue has increased 25 times and state government revenue has increased 28 times in nominal terms and about 4 times in real terms. Embracing markets allowed the Indian government to increase its welfare spending." So even if at this moment you are saying ki welfareism karo, ye karo, wo karo, how are you going to get the money to ramp it up? Only growth will give you that. So yeah, before we move on, these are pretty much the only points
I think Shruti should have been in the team of Narasimha Rao to convince the left opposition just using this argument, and that would have worked like a charm. And on that note, I want to emphasize here what a remarkable person Narasimha Rao was, right? I mean, we talked about Deng, but I think if there was one person I would say from the Indian context which made the most difference, I would say that was Narasimha Rao, right? He was not meant to be, at that point of time, he was not supposed to become the prime minister. It was almost like an accident because of Rajiv Gandhi's assassination and the political turmoil that followed. He almost comes back from retirement and takes over the government. And then he puts together this remarkable team of people, right? And the most important thing that we don't realize is building a political consensus at that point of time in the early 1990s to push through reforms of this magnitude, right? We have been talking about how draconian and how comprehensive and how pervasive this whole central planning model was. And then you have a very strong left party in the opposition to build consensus in that kind of parliament, right? It's not like today where one party has an absolute majority and you don't have to do consensus building, right? That, I think, was remarkable. And I think we can't even give him enough credit over and over again for this. And Vinay Sitapati, of course, has this remarkable book, A Half Lion, which I think everybody should read to get an understanding of how this whole process went about. So I think it's important for us to appreciate that, yes, of course, there was the group of people, the intellectual thinkers, we made it happen, but it was Narasimha Rao who brought all of this together, who built the consensus and who pushed it forward. The second thing I want to mention is, this is a bit of a personal anecdote, right? When I was growing up and when I realized that I wanted to study economics, and I remember that I was in Delhi school. And of course, Delhi school at that point of time was like full of these Bengali students, Bengali professors, etc. And the general impression, of course, of Bengal is this left-oriented. The moment you study economics in Bengal, it's almost default that you are leftist and you're a development economist. And I was this one person who was saying, no, but I want to study macroeconomics. I want to study finance, which is a bad word, right? Finance is all about speculation and profit and arbitrage. And I remember there was a discussion in Delhi school that, why do you want to go down this route? Like, why do you want to do a PhD in macro finance, etc.? And I remember telling them that, I grew up in Calcutta, right? I mean, if there was a shortage economy in the country, Calcutta was like the epitome of it, right? Because we are the communist heartland. And when I grew up in that environment and then I saw the globalization happen, the way it changed lives around me, the way it changed my life, the way it impacted my family's life, right? It was just spectacular. It was stunning, right? I mean, overnight we had one landline connection where just placing a call to anybody was extremely difficult. We had one black and white Bharat TV where transmission would often come or not come on Doordarshan channel. We had an ambassador because my father, I think, was given the car by his office, public sector bank. But it's like that's all. And then we're essentially, because fuel prices were expensive, we had to ration every time who's using the car. everything felt like a shortage, except I didn't realize it was a shortage because that was the norm for me. And then suddenly you do this paradigm shift when the city, everything starts changing. The marketplaces, gradually malls are coming up, you get varieties, you get options, you get choices. And it was such an eye opener for me. And I remember writing in my PhD application when I had to write a statement of purpose, I wrote exactly this story of India's transition, that I want to study the power of the market, the power of globalization, the power of trade, and how that impacts the whole macroeconomic story of a country, because to me it was just absolutely stunning, right? So I think even with our personal lives, and you also, I'm guessing, would agree with this, that what we witnessed was absolutely transformational, right? And I think it's important to recognize that since then we haven't really felt that way, right? I mean, yes, the economy there is some period of boom, of course, which I missed. You may have lived through it, but since then it's basically been this slow burn process, these gradual stops and starts. Maybe that's how it is in a messy democracy, I don't know. But that feeling of exuberance, right, that feeling of optimism, of energy, of anything is possible, I haven't felt that since then. Anything you would want to add to that?
No, I completely agree with you. And in fact, leaving the exuberance aside, I think being extremely elite, both of us, we could have sensed the exuberance at a point, but even when the exuberance wasn't there in the economy, we had good lives. But, the figures that you quoted, 79% of families, you spoke about what they're going through. And I think, demonetization and the botched implementation of GST just wreaked havoc on the informal sector and on the poor of India. And I don't think that you and I can adequately appreciate that from our perches, even if we intellectually understand that. And here I want to talk about both Deng and Narasimha Rao, that in a certain sense they weren't elites. Like if you look at Deng's history, during the Cultural Revolution, he and his family were actually imprisoned, were actually targeted by the Red Guards. Deng's elder son, Deng Pufang, was actually imprisoned by the Red Guards. He was tortured, and he either jumped out or was thrown out of the window of a 4-story building in 1968 and was a paraplegic for the rest of his life. And in October 69, Deng was sent to this factory in a rural province and told to work there, and he spent 4 years there, and in his spare time he would simply write. And here's the thing, that you have a combination of seeing life from the bottom up, seeing the tough side of it. You're not one of the elites all along, and at the same time you have that tendency to introspect, which is what I get from that sense that all his spare time he would just sit and write. Similarly, in Vinay's wonderful book on Narasimha Rao, and we have a wonderful episode on that, which is actually I think one of my top 10 episodes in terms of downloads. He writes at one point about Narasimha Rao, who was born in 1921 in Wangara, which is a small village. And he writes, quote, "Living on the edge of 5 linguistic cultures, villagers here spoke Telugu, Hindi, Marathi, Kannada, and even some Oriya. And in this, the land of the Nizam, the language of power was Urdu, while the language of courtly life was Persian. Narasimha Rao would go on to speak 10 languages." Stop quote. And not just these 10 languages that he would speak. Later in the early 80s, he was bored in Delhi. He taught himself Spanish, and when computers came, he taught himself 3 computer languages, something like that. It is just ridiculous, the man. And yet people in Delhi apparently looked down on him. The English speaking elites, Rajiv Gandhi and his buddies, they would kind of make fun of him because for them he was, at the surface level, he's a vernacular hickster, but a man of remarkable intellect. And this is a complete aside, but one thing that really makes me mad is how the Congress party treated him after Sonia Gandhi took over the party. There is a story in the early 80s after he dies. Vinay writes in his book on the night of his death, quote, "That night television channels showed visuals of the half-burned body, skull still visible, lying abandoned. Stray dogs were pulling at the funeral pyre." He wasn't allowed a state funeral in Delhi by the incredibly petty Congress party. So this was happening in Andhra Pradesh itself, as it then was. And so a great tragedy that we don't kind of recognize what an extraordinary man that he was. And the reason I just thought of this, the reason I thought of Deng and Narasimha Rao and their backgrounds, is that they weren't elites. Too often we get, elites in air-conditioned rooms barking out luxury beliefs that actually harm the poor. And that is sort of dangerous, And I think at one level, I want to defend the elites. One of the things that populism gets wrong is its anti-elite rhetoric. And again, there's an episode on Everything is Everything on populism. This is a common factor to all populist leaders. The anti-elite rhetoric is harmful because you cut off expertise and you cut off embedded knowledge and all of that. But at the same time, I totally get the rants at the Lutyens elite. They are a problem. They have let us down. And it is a different matter that leaders who emerge from the bottom up, as we have seen, may also be, equally vile. But the point is that it actually pays. I think it is no coincidence that reformers like Deng and Narasimha Rao came from the ground. They got it fundamentally. They saw something that you cannot see from the corridors of power.
I completely agree. And I think, to some extent, Amit, is exactly as we said, Deng was an outlier. I think Narasimha Rao was an outlier as well, right? I mean, he was constantly being put down by the Congress party, right? He was denied positions, he was denied importance, he was not considered one of their own. He couldn't even meet Deng when Rajiv Gandhi went to China. I mean, there was a constant pushback against everything that he wanted to do, that he was saying. So, if you put yourself almost in his shoes, right, in 1990, and then he comes back as prime minister, and then he's given this massive responsibility, you are so almost battered by this constant thing that has happened within the party, and now the same party wants you to be the prime minister, and then you have to do all the reforms. The mindset that he has, like the thinking, the broadness of it, and the intellectual element of it, I think is just remarkable. And he just sets everything aside. He said, oh, this is the thing that I have to do. And he puts all the people together, and the rest is history. I think he's just truly an outlier. And it just really, really saddens me. And I completely agree with you with the way when he passed away, the way he was treated. It's just absolutely embarrassing and shameful, the way that happened. The one thing I wanted to mention is that I agree with you about the elite point, and I don't know whether this will come across as an anti-elite, and I don't want to say this in that spirit. But when you do education reform, when you do health reform, when you do agricultural reform in a poor country, what you're essentially doing is you're empowering the masses. Right? You're empowering the masses, and you're equipping them to look for jobs, to work for themselves, and to build a decent livelihood. Right? When you don't do that, essentially, I think what we did in India for those 40 years is we did not do that, right? What we did instead was we built and concentrated and solidified a group of elites who were basically caught up in their own ivory towers and echo chambers, and who basically went on doing whatever they thought was right for the masses. And I think to a large extent, what happened in 2014 was a huge pushback against that. Right? I'm not saying right or wrong, but I'm just analyzing history as it were. And I think that is exactly what we got wrong, that we didn't think of empowering the masses. We didn't think of bringing them up to the level where they can start looking for jobs and fending for themselves, right? We're always either giving them welfares and supporting them, and in the process we are creating, of course, this arrogant elites, if I can say that. And of course, at some point of time, there'll be a pushback, right? I mean, particularly in a democracy, when there is a way to show that through your votes, that's bound to happen. And of course, there's social media, there's democratization of discourse and all of that. So I think it's very important what you said, that it is true that Narasimha Rao, he was not one of the elites. He understood the struggles of the common man, and he was erudite enough, he was scholarly enough to also think, introspect, and think about the world and make sense of it, and which is what made him the way he was. So I think it's extremely important and relevant what you said. Anything you want to add?
Not really, except the elite attitude. I totally agree about the 2014 analysis. Like, look, everyone knows I'm anti-Modi. There are many criticisms I make about Modi. In that column I mentioned on Mao, I compared him to Mao, which is like the worst thing I can say about anyone. Demonetization was as bad as any of Indira Gandhi's policies. I mean, to me, the worst prime ministers we've had are Indira and Modi, right? But having said that, you have to criticize him on substance. Whereas a lot of the criticisms that went his way were not like that. Like, in fact, he got a boost when Manishankar Iyer called him a chaiwala, so to say, which is such a classless thing to say. A few years back, I remember there was someone on Twitter who, posted a picture of Modi at a state reception somewhere with the cutlery all laid out in front of him, and asked the snarky question of, does he even know how to use spoons? And
it's just horrible.
It's just horrible. This is a problem. How can you not have the basic self-awareness to realize that, or just decency
Yeah.
to realize that, and this is of course our Twitter discourse. There are legitimate reasons to go after the man, but like in 2019, I remember writing this piece in the Congress where I pointed out that Sonia Gandhi was standing from Raebareli, if I remember, and her opponent in the constituency was an ex-Congress person, used to be with the Congress, and Priyanka Gandhi made this very very snarky remark of, oh, he used to come and touch our feet and now he's standing against us, we'll teach him a lesson. And shit like this just totally reveals that essential kind of feudal attitude, that kind of feudalism. And speaking of, it is also the current Gandhis who repudiated, who have often sort of underplayed the role of Narasimha Rao and the 91 reforms, and have said great things about Indira. And at one point, every time Sanjay Gandhi would have his death anniversary or birth anniversary, the whole Congress party, the entire machinery would put out tweets celebrating him. And I'm like, are you crazy? Sanjay is a man that you should try to forget as, a blot on the past, an evil, vile sociopath. And Narasimha Rao is a man you should celebrate, one of India's finest prime minister, frankly, if you just look at actions and consequences. So that is my little rant there. I mean, I understand that default anti-elitist attitude also can be a huge problem, because it can also mitigate against expertise. Something like demonetization would never have happened if Modi had good advisors and he listened to them. Neither of those was the case. So I think that you also have to have an appreciation of expertise and the embedded knowledge that has come down through the generations, and you've got to understand that and appreciate that. But at the same time, I think India's elites and the Latvians elites deserve all the contempt that is heaped on them. And I say this in a sense as we are also elites. We are English-speaking, city-bred people. You are even foreign educated. I'm not. You're more elite than I am.
Now I feel really bad. No, yeah. I agree with you. I think, I don't want to go too much into the politics, but it's also true that, politicians are human beings too. They are individuals too, right? And they all have shortcomings. They all have strengths, right? And we shouldn't get so personal about, and when I say we, I mean the greater all of us, right? We shouldn't get personal about, oh, he's a bad person, oh, he's a good person. But at some level, I think we should analyze, evaluate, critically talk about the part about them that we can observe, which is the policies, which are the decisions, the reforms, etc. Beyond that, we really have no right to talk about a person, a character, whatever it is, right? So that's one thing. Secondly, I think India was at a juncture that it needs a dosage of both, right? I think we have had an elite rule for too long a period of time, and we have suffered from it massively. And I think we needed, in some sense, to 2014, right? So almost tell us that, you cannot have one extreme of anything for too long, right? There has to be, the pendulum has to swing somewhere from one extreme to the other and settle down in the middle. Maybe we haven't yet found the middle, but it's important, right? And for the longest of time, it had gone to one end, and we could all see that what are the problems with that. And also the last thing I want to mention is that I think any leader or any political person is also a big function of the circumstances, right? I mean, we talked about Nehru and the compulsions of then, Indira Gandhi, her compulsions, etc. Everybody is a product of the circumstances, of the periods, of the electoral compulsions. So that is also some humility that we need to bring to the discourse, instead of having this very angry, judgmental viewpoint, which I've seen a lot over the last few years, which doesn't do anybody any good, right? You lose your neutral, objective ability to assess, which is, I think, all social scientists should have. And we have lost that. And that is a big damage that we do to the discourse. And we end up polarizing it for no reason. And all we need to do is objectively assess reforms and policies the way, for example, we're discussing now, irrespective of, yes, it was just a function of the person who was in power, but there are circumstances, there are people, there's a group of people surrounding. All of that is also very important, right? So moving on a little bit about, again, going back to the way the reforms were happening. One thing that was the case was that implementation was slow, right? Although there were many big bang, a stroke of the pen changes, particularly for the delicensing, implementation was rather slow. Delicensing was the only big bang reform that was done. By and large, it was a very gradualist approach. And Montek mentions this in this book that Rakesh Mohan put together about analyzing the reforms. He says that this whole gradualism was a deliberate choice to give people to adapt to all these changes and gradually keep on building consensus. So it was a decision voluntarily and consciously taken. But at the same time, there should have been some kind of a timeline that was specified, that, such and such reforms would be done by this time period, so that there is a little bit certainty given to the private sector. Otherwise, imagine you're a business person, you're witnessing these massive changes unfolding, but you really don't know, given the slow pace of reforms, when this will fructify and when this will come to fruition, and you're constantly guessing, and then you basically are handicapped to take your investment decisions. And that's what Montek says, that there should have been a timeline that should have specified to give that kind of a direction. That was not done. And when I read that, I started thinking that maybe that's something that happens in general in Indian democracy, that at some level the state perhaps cannot appreciate what the private sector, what the market really needs, right? The fact that they need certainty, the fact that they need a stability, right? The fact that they need to be told that, okay, if this change is happening, then either there is a sunset clause or there is a finite period. Maybe that it's not always easy to stick to that, because governments change, compulsions can change, but at least you set out a direction to let the private sector build that into their calculations, right? And then extrapolating from that, the whole understanding that what we needed to do was not just undo the mistakes of the past, but also to reforming agriculture, coming back to that couldn't be done, but also to start building a manufacturing industry, right? I mean, to the extent the state could provide the boost needed for the private sector to start getting into manufacturing, what was needed for that to be done? Maybe, yes, it's a messy democracy, things take time, but starting the discourse on land reforms, right? Labor reforms, financial sector reforms, not just the banking sector, but was it really necessary to continue with the government ownership of banks at that point of time? Was it really necessary to not look at how the debt market would evolve, right? I admit it's difficult, right? I mean, in a democracy with so much of opposition, it is difficult. But was there even an agreement? Was there a consensus? Was there a discussion that what does the private sector need in order to start building a manufacturing industry, right? So that, I think, is something that continues even today, when we keep on taking policies, we keep on making policy changes, but in a very ad hoc and discretionary manner, without much thought about how this might affect the private sector, and creating this environment of uncertainty where the businessman is just going to withdraw and say, I can't invest because I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, right? And we can talk about it more when we come to the current period. The few other things I want to mention is there were some banking sector reforms that were undertaken under Narasimhan Committees 1 and 2, spectacular committee reports, Narasimhan Committee 1 report, which basically said that banking regulation needs to become more streamlined. So all this NPA crisis that we had in recent times, this was the time when Narasimhan Committee said that there is something about called prudential regulations. Banks have to do income recognition, asset classification, what is a bad asset, etc. All of that got streamlined. That was a very important reform. The second thing was, remember deficit financing that I was saying, that the RBI was essentially printing notes and issuing bills to itself in the name of the government. That started getting phased out, which was very important, right? There was a recognition that if we are moving to modernize the economy and open up and deregulate, then we also need a modern financial system. There was a little bit of recognition of that, and you cannot have a system where the central bank is constantly financing the fiscal deficit of the government, because then that's moral hazard, right? The government will keep on spending more simply because the central bank can print notes. So that system was gradually phased out, and eventually during Vajpayee's time, we had the FRBM Act, the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act, which said that deficit has to be brought down to 3% of GDP. The RBI can no longer participate in the primary auction of government securities. And this was also the time when a government bond market started getting developed, which was extremely important, because unless you have a government bond market, you can't have a corporate bond market. Basically, it's all connected, and bond market plays a very important role in financing private sector investment. So all of these things started happening then, which were very good. And since then, of course, any movement on this aspect has happened in stops and starts. That's the whole gradualist process of our democracy, which I keep complaining about. But as I said, maybe that's the only way to go about it. The last thing that I'll say in the reform list is equity market reforms, right? Again, financial sector. I think the one, other than the whole delicensing and opening up to trade and investment, etc., the one spectacular piece of reform was the equity market reform, right? And I don't think this gets discussed enough. Of course, there were institution building. SEBI came up in 1992, the National Stock Exchange in the same year. Nifty was launched in 1996. And since then, the equity market reforms were so comprehensive. I think the only part of the financial sector where the reforms were comprehensive, right? It touched every points of the market. And what it did was, of course, there was a lot of opposition, because the typical opposition was that SEBI is permitting free pricing of initial public offerings, IPOs. That is a bad thing because the private sector will exploit the gullible public, right? It's typical argument. So notwithstanding all of that opposition, all of the criticism, now we know in hindsight that this freedom allowed the capital markets to soar, right? I mean, today, we are in a situation where the equity market volume, right, the total size is $5 trillion, right? And the number of retail subscribers is 90 crore. So it has come such a long distance from literally, before that, it was basically, selling physical shares through Bombay Stock Exchange. But from early 1990s, the long distance that we have come in equity market reforms. And the reason it's important, not because there are retail subscribers, etc., but also because this is the market where companies are raising capital from, right? Remember the controller of capital issues that Nehru had set up, which was deciding the price at which capital would be raised. From there, we have come to a situation where it's $5 trillion worth of size. And it's massive, because when you have these startups listing in the market and raising at capital at any price, whatever, that's basically the actual operation of the market. I think the one place where we see free markets operating as best as possible in a country like India is the equity market. So I wanted to mention that. And before I go to what happens from 1995 onwards, over to you.
Yeah, that equity market story is phenomenally inspiring because, a lot of people will disregard the equity markets and say, oh, it's a casino, or oh, it's not related to the real economy and all of that. And that is just rubbish. That is where the energy of the economy comes from. That is what funds the real economy. It's a mind-blowing success story. I have two questions for you, which are broader questions which apply to the period after this also. So it just applies to the whole post-91 period. And the first of those questions is about the tying in the design of the reforms with the implementation of the reforms, right? Like a common criticism or a common thing people will say is that, oh, we made a good law, but it was implemented badly. Or, oh, we put a good reform out there, but, the state got in the way and it's not working out, and etc., etc. And my thinking is that at the moment of sitting and drafting the reform, you have to take into account what is the state capacity, what are the bottlenecks you're going to face, what is the likelihood of implementation, etc., etc. And I would imagine that the institutional knowledge of how to do that is something which would actually have begun in 91. You might do a lot of thinking about the matter from 77 onwards or 60s onwards, but you are actually that messy business of reforming and engaging with the state and being senior enough within the state to move the levers of power is something that essentially peeps would have had to learn on the job. And by the time you got into the policy making circles much later and all of that, some of it would have become a body of knowledge, and you would have learned what to do, what not to do, what mistakes to avoid, etc., etc. So tell me a little bit about this process of change. It is all very easy to say कि reform करेंगे, but it is not enough then for a good secretary and a good minister to get together and give orders and say do this. That is the very start of the process. And in fact, the very start of the process should happen before that, when you are taking into account what is likely to happen within the bureaucracy, within the political economy after that. So tell me a little bit about your learnings here.
I think it's an excellent question, Amit. And I'll give you one example from recent times, and then I'll go to the 1991 period. When I was a part of the BLRC, the Bankruptcy Legislative Reforms Committee, and we basically came up with IBC, and by we, I mean, of course, there was a great team of young people, with a lot of research, lot of consultative process, all of that happened, right? I mean, stakeholders consultation, conferences, meetings, papers, articles, all of that. And this is 2016, right? I mean, by then we have definitely better state capacity than in 1991, better institutions, quote unquote, I'm doing quotes with my hand, from 1991. Even then, when IBC was implemented, it became a law in May 2016, gets implemented in December 2016, it encountered so many problems, right? I mean, today, anybody that you talk to will say IBC is not working, it's a failed law, there are so many problems with it, there is so much of delays, there's so much of litigation. And the reason is because, exactly as you said, state capacity. Right? Even today, right? So IBC was a law that it was not just you pass a law and that's it, it's done. It touches a large number of stakeholders, right? Creditors and lawyers, of course, and the firms which have taken the debt, and judges and all of that. It required different institutions, for example, tribunals, information utilities where credit information would be stored, insolvency professionals who are dealing with, and all of that, right? Now, to envisage when you're doing the reform and you're writing the law, to envisage that all of these will fall in place one after the other in a nice sequential manner, of course that's not going to happen, right? State capacity is weak, institutions are weak, the judicial system has its own problems, the whole professional system of insolvency professionals, another set of problems. And of course, this new law, this new reform is going to run into issues. And the way I look at it now is that for a country like India, where remember what I said from the very beginning, post independence, we never really paid a lot of attention in building institutions, in building state capacity, right? I think until recently, probably we didn't even understand what is meant by institution building and state capacity. The whole Douglas North idea that institutions are an important ingredient of economic growth, I don't think that is very widely understood, right? So, in that kind of a country, when you're trying to do reform, at some level, you have to be prepared for a very, very long process of finally seeing results that you're expecting. If you get impatient and you think, oh, reforms are done, now in 2-3 years, I'll start seeing result and everything, growth investment will happen. I think that's extremely naive. That's not going to happen this way, right? It's probably going to take anything from 10, 15, whatever number of years. And during that entire time, it'll be messy. Right? I mean, there will be amendments to the law, institutions may come up, there'll be failures and drawbacks, and we'll keep learning and we'll keep tweaking on the margins. And that's probably the messy, complicated reform process that can happen in a country like India. That's been my learning from the experience I've had. And now going back to the 1990s, and of course, my experience is extremely limited, right? And you've talked to many people who are significantly more experienced than me in this. Now, when we go back to the 1990s, I think this is why one of the reasons why implementation was also slow, right? There is one reform where it's literally stroke of the pen, which is delicensing. That was easiest to do because it did not need state capacity or institution. You just basically struck off industries from a list. That's it. But everything else, right? When you're opening up to foreign investment, exports, etc., all of that encounters state capacity and institution, which are not there at that point of time, at least not to the extent that is needed. So, of course, implementation will be slow. Getting results from all of that is going to be slow. And maybe that's why from 1993 to 2003, our GDP growth rate was only 6%, right? It was not the 9% growth rate that China was experiencing because it's a very slow, messy process in our country. And by the time we started maybe seeing lagged effect of the reforms is post-2004. Again, causality is difficult to draw, but one can speculate that that is basically what happened. And these are massive, gigantic watershed reforms, right? They had effect more than 10 years later. So when we do a single thing like a GST or inflation targeting or IBC, it's going to take a very long time given this whole fractured implementation that it goes through. So that would be my long-winded answer to your question.
No, it's a great answer, and it also, the difficulty of establishing causality in the long times frames also brings to mind a great metaphor which Shruti first told me about. I think she might have cited Don Boudreaux as being where she got it from. I forget exactly, but the metaphor was about social science and establishing causality, where she said that, look, if you want to find out whether dropping a coin in a body of water displaces some water and changes the level, it's very easy to do it in a lab, because in a lab you have a beaker, you put water, you measure the water precisely, you gradually dip the coin and you measure it again. But imagine doing it in a crowded 100 meter by 100 meter swimming pool where there are 100 people inside splashing around and there is heavy rain and there is a storm and there are mad winds, and then you're dropping a coin and you're trying to figure out did something happen, and basically you will see what you want to see, which is why social science is so incredibly muddy, which is why what you really need is data that goes over decades, that goes over geography, that goes over countries, etc., etc., the kind of remarkable work that Land Pritchett does, for example. So, dear listeners, please read all the papers of his that I link there in education. And so all of it gets really hard to sort of establish.
I want to add here, Amit, is that because basically what you're talking about, we are discussing is macroeconomics, right? It's all interconnected, a whole general equilibrium framework. This is a framework where you can't do an RCT, right? Yeah. You can't have a clean treatment and control group and you give a certain treatment of a reform to one group, and then you have this exactly identical control group that is not being given the reform, and you're able to evaluate the result of it, and then you say, this works, right? We don't have the luxury, right? We have to experiment real time in a country where a reform touches everybody, right? And then you see in some cases it's working, some cases it's not, because there are so many stakeholders, right? And there are incentives. These are real people whose incentives are being affected, whose behavior is being affected. And you'll never be able to appease all different groups of stakeholders, right? And we saw that with IBC, right? If you create a law that is more friendly towards creditors, the banks, the bond market, etc., the promoters, the firms may not like it. If you create something that is friendly to the promoters, the judges may have problems because then there are labor law, labor, etc., effect, etc., etc. So it's extremely messy, and I completely agree with Shruti that when you're dealing with real life people in a setting of a country where you can't do this clean experimentation like RCT, etc., and where everybody's incentives become a big problem and everybody's getting affected in a differential manner, it is very, very difficult to expect that, oh, I'm going to design this perfect reform that is going to yield exactly this result within this particular point of time. And that is why I think we need to have, as thinkers or analysts or commentators, some kind of a humility and patience to not write off things just right off the bat, right? Oh, this reform got done, but there are no results. That means it's a bad thing. We should not do that, because that's why I said at the beginning as well that what is important to get that 5% GDP growth rate for the next 50 years. And in the process, of course, some reforms will work, some will not work, institutions will fail. That's a very, very long journey in the arc of history, because we're a democracy. Right? In an authoritarian country, things may work very differently. Given the reality of our polity, given the very diverse country that we have, I think that's the understanding and perspective we should have when we talk about reforms. So now moving on a little bit about what happened post 1990 to 93. The balance of payment crisis, which was the trigger for the reforms, pretty much gets resolved by 93, right? And from then on, the momentum of reforms slows down, because, as I told you, the main reason, one of the biggest motivation, was solving the crisis and restoring stability. And as the momentum slows down, we also start getting hit by several shocks, which starts affecting the way the private sector is investing and the economy is growing. For example, 1997 is the East Asian currency crisis, right, which spills over to some extent. The Reserve Bank of India has to increase interest rate, which of course hurts investment. That happens. 1998 is the nuclear tests, right? And what that does is it attracts sanctions, which is not good for us because we've just opened up to investment and trade from foreign sectors. 1999 is the Kargil War, right? Again, a period of great turbulence and instability. Then from, I don't know how many people know this, and I'll talk about it in a little bit detail. From 1999 to 2002, we had our first NPA crisis in the banking sector. Again, something that would discourage investment. Then 2001 is the 9/11 attacks. Of course, it spills over all over the world. 2001 is the dot-com bubble burst. Of course, we get affected because we have the IT sector that's coming up. So we have this series of shocks from 97 onwards, over and above the fact that we are basically doing this transformative change to the economy, right? It is a very unstable period. So if the growth rate was 6% and not higher, there's a legitimate reason why. It's not that the reforms were not delivering. It's because the economy was basically being battered from multiple sides. And I want to talk a little bit about this NPA crisis, because we only mostly talk about this NPA crisis of the last 10 years till 2019. But this first NPA crisis of 1999 in the banking sector, curiously enough, the reason it happened was, remember I told you that the Narasimham Committee came up with banking regulation related changes. For the first time, Indian banks, and also, by the way, this was also the time when licenses were given to the private sector to set up banks. So the banking sector started coming into competition, and foreign banks were there as well. So for the first time, banks were basically told by regulation that if a loan is not being repaid, you call it a non-performing asset. You have to set aside capital to provide for it. All of these things get streamlined, right? Simultaneously, you are doing all these changes to unshackle the private sector. So the private sector starts expanding capacity because it's just newfound lease of life. But the combination of that and then all these shocks mean that many of the businesses in the private sector are not able to repay the loans. Now, previously, this would not be called NPAs because there was no such regulation at all. But now these start getting recognized as NPAs. So the net result by, I think, 2001, the total non-performing asset, which is basically bad loans in the banking sector, is 18% of total loans, which is very, very high, right? But the curious thing is, it was a crisis, there is no doubt about it. But the interesting thing is, at that point of time, unlike the recent episode, the government didn't have to do a huge amount of recapitalization, and it was not a pell-mell disaster. Why? Because from 2002-3 onwards, the Indian economy starts booming. Right? I mean, this was this spectacular phase of economic boom that we have never witnessed since then. And the banking sector essentially grows out of the NPA crisis, right? You basically have NPA divided by total loans. Total loans starts growing because the economy is booming, so the ratio starts falling. So it was this curious artifact that the economy starts booming, the banking sector simply grows out of it, and we didn't really feel the crisis the way we felt the recent NPA crisis, which means that there is one way that you solve a banking sector if the economy starts booming, right? You don't always have to convert it into a fiscal crisis. And before I talk about the boom, I want to say that that 10-year period was also very interesting because you're doing all of these changes, and underlying all of these changes, it's not like politically it is a very stable time. Politically, it is very, very turbulent time, right? And despite all of that, we continue to have these reforms, we continue to have all of this. So I think it was a very remarkable period, maybe because of the whole team of people which were there in the government, the bureaucrats, etc. And before I go on to post 2004, I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, so there's a broader question that, I alluded to earlier, and this is a good time to ask that, which is about the impetus for the reforms and the impetus for the reform mindset that exists in the minds of a few people, right? Your initial proximate impetus in 91 is, of course, the balance of payments crisis and the IMF setting conditions and blah, 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 and that happens. But as we've discussed, that there is a community of reformers within the bureaucracy from the 70s, from before that. In fact, if you look at Manmohan and Montague chatting together in Washington, D.C. in the 1960s, it's a community that gradually forms itself. And I'm interested in two things. One is I'm interested in this community of reformers within the state, because my central question for them is, what is motivating them? If you look at public choice theory, the incentives of a bureaucrat is always to multiply subordinates and increase budgets. What is motivating these guys to reduce the power of the state from which they derive their standing? And were they outliers and we were just lucky to have sort of a clustering effect of outliers for a long period? Because I would imagine that the design of the state mitigates against such bureaucrats coming up in the first place. And my second related question is about the politicians, right? Again, public choice theory would tell us that a politician's eyes are on the next election. As you correctly pointed out, election cycles in India are not 5 years. They're very short because you have state elections all the time. With short time horizons, you're always going to go for, immediate, attributable, short-term welfareist measures, giving bags of rice, farm loan waivers, etc., necessary as they might be, as anesthetic in certain cases, but you won't do the deep-lying stuff. However, what we have for a period that is much longer than these 10 years, I think it goes on till 2010s, 2011s, is that you have a community of politicians across parties who are committed to reform, who are keeping the process going. Manmohan comes and goes. And, then Vajpayee comes, you have Deve Gowda and Chandrasekhar, then you have Vajpayee back. Now, I mentioned Narasimha Rao as an outstanding prime minister. Second one I would mention is Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Absolutely outstanding in terms of the reforms that he did, in terms of the humility that he showed. I've had many episodes with like Ajay Shah and my 8-hour episode with KP Krishnan, and you get a sense of this. And outstanding politicians all around them. If Manmohan had Chidambaram, then Vajpayee had, Jaswant Singh, Yashwant Sinha, Arun Shori, just fine minds, great reformers. You have them talking to each other. In a sense, something like the NPS coming into being is like a conversation between Vajpayee and Manmohan Singh. Something like much later on in time, something like inflation targeting getting passed is like a conversation between Chidambaram and Manmohan on one hand and Jaitley on the other hand, where, Jaitley told KP Krishnan that I don't need to read this document in too much detail because this country's finest legal and economic minds have approved it, by which he meant Chidambaram and Manmohan. So you have this sort of deeper commitment among these politicians. Not all of these politicians are deeply educated. I think hardly any of them went to foreign universities and got degrees. They're not supposed to know this shit. The domain that they're masters of is how to get votes. Economic reforms has nothing to do with that in the short term, given election windows and election cycles and all of that. And yet they continue. And now, of course, that has completely vanished. I am told that in the second rung of both the main parties, there are people and all of that, but the top rung is completely far apart from that. So, you know, the question that I have about both the bureaucrats and the politicians is, what is the impetus? That on the one hand, you and I would both agree that the design of the system is paramount. You want a system designed so well that the worst person in charge will produce good outcomes, and vice versa, right? And at the same time, you are actually having these individuals who, in a sense, are bucking the system and are doing things in spite of it because they seem to be motivated by some higher purpose, which is okay for one or two people. But it is this whole congregation and this whole community of people. What's going on?
I wish I had an answer to that, Amit, and I don't, right? And I would love to, and I couldn't see. I mean, the listeners can't see, but I was smiling all throughout when you were saying this, because it gives me goosebumps, right? To even think about what happened. And I think it's remarkable that the political stability was actually not there. Like, Vajpayee comes and goes, governments coming and going. There's hardly a government which is finishing 5 terms, and yet this remarkable continuity of reforms happens across years, across political parties, across bureaucrats. I don't know what happened. I think it was just a miraculous luck that we had of this fantastic group of people coming together who all thought alike. And maybe the pettiness of politics was significantly less. Maybe the leaders were so influential, like a Vajpayee or etc., were able to bring people together. And also the people were there at that point of time in exactly the right ministries and all. And maybe the intellectual discourse was much more free, was much more open, right? There were more ideas floating around. There was more discussion and debates happening in conferences and seminars. I don't think it was just the people who were there in the government. I think there were also people who were writing, debating, talking about it, analyzing the reforms. That was a very, very free environment of intellectual discourse, which must have helped enormously. That has gone to a large extent now, right, in recent times. So I think we got really, really lucky with this whole bunch of fantastic people, starting from the Manmohan Singhs and Monteks of the world to the Arun Shauris and Yashwant Sinhas of the world, and irrespective of which party they belong to. And I think that, if the counterfactual, if these people were not there, then we probably would not have happened, right? I mean, the continuity of the reforms, we never went back on any of the changes. The direction just happened in one way. I don't think it would have happened the way it did. So I think we got enormously lucky. And I think we now realize how lucky we got now, particularly when we see what is happening. And that was just... And that's why we got the whole economic boom that we did, because none of the policies was reversed. There was no going back. There was a continuity. And in fact, Vajpayee does this whole slew of second generation reforms, right? He need not have, right? He could have said, oh, that was Congress government. I don't want to really, whatever is happening, let it be. I don't want to add to it. I'll just do my thing, right? No, that's not what he did. He started a second generation reforms, which was exactly in the same spirit that Narasimha Rao had started in 1991. That's just brilliant. That's amazing. I mean, Vajpayee, he's called the Bhisma Pitamaha of politics. I think Manmohan Singh called him that. I mean, that's basically who he was, right? A statesman, a thinker, again, a scholarly person. And his reforms were actually deep structural reforms. And to some extent, I feel that it was unfortunate that he himself could not reap the benefits of the reforms, and there was a lagged effect where the growth started happening post Vajpayee's time. And this is probably why people think that reforms don't get you re-elected. But be that as it may, he did it. He did all these reforms. For example, if I can talk a little bit about that, he brought about this golden period of privatization, right? Remember, privatization was not mentioned in the dream budget, but Vajpayee did that, and they would call it strategic sales. And he started selling off public sector units to the private sector, which was remarkable back in the day, right? Imagine the whole history that we have said, where public sector was occupying the commanding heights. And from there, you're selling off public sector enterprises to the private. For example, Balco was the first one. Arun Shauri was the disinvestment minister. And Balco, it started with that. And then even Maruti Udyog, they reduced their stakes in it. Eventually, it was given over to Suzuki. And there were many other such public sector enterprises that were privatized, which was fantastic. The second, and mind you, this was not done because there was financial distress. It's not like the government needed the money and that's why they did it. It was because it was realized that you need to unlock the value that is getting lost in all these inefficient public sector enterprises. So that's why it was done. Then you had the very ambitious road project that he started, which was the Golden Quadrilateral project. It was, I believe, the longest road project in India at that point of time, which is phenomenal. I mean, the recognition that you need to build infrastructure if you want to get the real benefit from the 1991 reforms that were done. So these are roads that you're building from north to south, connecting the 4 metropolitan cities. Along with that, he also, and there's a research paper, I believe, by Ejaz Ghani and others, which I can send you, which found that as a result of the Golden Quadrilateral project, that provided major boost to manufacturing within 10 kilometers of the roads that were built. Now, that's real impact that you're creating, that you're getting to see from the reforms right then and there. Then he also does the Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana, which is basically building all-weather road connectivity to villages, right? Again, that's phenomenal. I mean, he's not just thinking about connecting the urban centers, but also the hinterland, the villages, because it's all interconnected. The third thing it does, and that's something that we are all beneficiaries of, is the telecom reforms. Right? I mean, today we take it for granted that, but mobile phones are going to be so affordable. We don't even think of how much we are getting charged when we make calls, right? It's practically free. But that's basically what he laid out the foundations of. He started a telecom policy, which basically, without going into the technical details, he moved from this fixed charge fee to the revenue sharing arrangement, which gave a lot of incentive to business operators to come in. And over a period of time, if you remember when we got the first mobile phones, placing a call was so expensive. The mobile handsets were so expensive, right? And from then on, gradually the whole revolution that has happened, I think telecom has been one of the major success stories, which plays such an important role today in everything, financial inclusion and digital services, what have you may. But he's the one who started that, right? Then, of course, the GST, right? We all know that GST was done during the Modi government in 2017, but the foundation of it was laid out during the Vajpayee government. He set up a committee under the Bengal finance minister, Asim Dasgupta, and there were ex-RBI governors, I.G. Patel, Bimal Jalan, C. Rangarajan, were all members of that committee. Again, stalwarts, great thinkers, right? They started thinking of having this combined goods and services tax structure. So that's when the whole discussion started. And again, I was talking of reform. It took that many years. He couldn't do it then because there was no political consensus. Even he couldn't do it, right? And it took that many years for an absolute majority government to push it through. And it's going to probably take double that time for us to actually start realizing the benefits of it, because of course the implementation, all the problems have happened with GST, right? But it's interesting that that's the whole arc of history for one single reform in a country like India. I think the vision that Vajpayee had, right? I mean, to even think about it at that point of time in the early 2000s, that there's going to be a combined goods and services tax structure. And mind you, coming from this situation where the tax system was completely messed up, right? Forget about the direct taxes, even indirect taxes, plethora of indirect taxes all over the place. And then you have this vision that, no, I want to combine all of it and have this single tax structure. I think he was a visionary, right? It was just absolutely phenomenal. And he had the people to form that committee, to come up with all the recommendations, to do all the research work, the background work, etc. And then in line with the whole opening up the economy to FDI, etc., he opened up the insurance sector, right? The insurance sector until then was entirely owned by the government. And he opened it up to private sector participation, which was fantastic and which was continued. In fact, that was a continuity the Modi government did. It also opened it up to FDI, and Modi government continued that as well. And of course, something that our common friend Ajay Shah has worked on, I believe, is pension reforms, right? The whole Atal Pension Yojana. Now, all of these things, right, these are deep structural reforms. These are not all about unwinding the mistakes, right? I mean, the Golden Quadrilateral project, the privatization, maybe to some extent, but the telecom policy, right? These are deep structural reforms which really start unlocking the potential of the private sector, right? And that is why I feel that the combination of these second generation reforms, along with what Narasimha Rao did, is what gave us the boom, right? It was not just the 1991 reforms. If Vajpayee hadn't done all of these reforms, I think the story would have been much more different, right? So that's why his role, I don't know to what extent it gets appreciated in the reform story. We always give a lot of credit to the Narasimha Rao team, as we should, but I think the second generation reforms matter disproportionately as well. And then when you combine all of this together, we of course get this spectacular boom that I mean I can keep talking about, but again, if you have anything to add.
No, before we go in for a break, just a couple of points. And one of them is that, at the start of this episode, I spoke about how you can never talk of something like a mandate. Elections are deeply complex, hundreds of millions of people voting for different reasons. And I feel that about 2004, one, I think Vajpayee got unlucky because all these great reforms, they had a lag and they actually started playing out properly later in the decade and really worked out, something that, both Manmohan and Chidambaram would acknowledge. And so that took time. But equally, the simplistic impression that, hey, reforms don't get you votes and etc., is not necessarily true. It's so multifactorial. The monsoons may have played a part. So many different things happens that we should not rush to judgment. And speaking of rushing to judgment, my second point here is about Narasimha Rao and Vajpayee. That often people will say of Narasimha Rao that, oh, he was home minister during the 1984 riots. And people will say of Vajpayee that, oh, Hindutva and this and that and etc. And I just want to say that people contain multitudes, right? As far as Narasimha Rao being home minister during 84 is concerned, it's fairly well documented that there was a phone call and he was told by the PMO that just stay out of this. Vinay writes about it in his book and we discuss it in the episode. And the whole deal is that regardless of what you feel about some of their actions, as prime ministers, you have to evaluate them on what they did. Like, my whole point is both those guys are dead. Passing judgment is pointless. I am not, having to decide on should I have dinner with them or should I be civil to him. They are gone. The only thing that is useful to us is to look at their actions and evaluate their actions so that we can condemn and avoid the bad things they did. And we can learn from and emulate and celebrate the good things that they did. And it is in that context that I say that, oh my God, they were outstanding prime ministers with outstanding teams. And, that's the note on which I'd like to sort of go in for the break. Or do you have something to add?
Yeah. Just one thing I wanted to add. I think it's in the spirit of this episode as well, about learning lessons, right? I think I completely agree with you that instead of sitting in judgment about the other things that may not have happened, whatever it is, it's much more important for us to understand what are the real good things they did, what are the real substantial reforms and changes they brought about, without which the Indian economy could have been in a very different place today, and then learn lessons from it. For example, building political consensus, right? For both Narasimha Rao, for both Vajpayee. I mean, these were coalition governments. Let's not forget it, right? And most of the substantial reforms got done in coalition governments. That's not trivial. Yes, maybe there's an advantage because you get more ideas and there's more discussion, there's more brainstorming happening, fine. But there is also a lot of political opposition. You have to make the allies go with you. You have to talk to the opposition. And that's definitely something extremely important that we perhaps don't appreciate as much. And the other thing is that, yes, doing reforms is difficult in a messy democracy like India, but you start somewhere, right? You don't just do welfare schemes and packages. You do policies, you change policies, you take reforms, because there is a vision that is, we have to take the country forward. I mean, there's China, which is just going gung-ho, Southeast Asian countries going gung-ho, and we want to grow as well. We have to lift millions from poverty, which is what the reforms did. It lifted millions from poverty,
Hundreds
right?
of millions.
Exactly. I mean, irrespective of this whole inequality debate or whatever it is, would you rather have a country where the reforms did not happen, right? Absolutely no. So I think it's important to evaluate these people I completely agree with you, on the basis of all these substantial changes that they brought about, and learn the lessons, so that now when we stand in 2024, we can get an inkling of what can we do, what should we do going forward. And I think we can take a break on that note.
Yeah, it almost sounded like you were ending the episode now that we stand in 2024 and etc. But no, we're not ending it. We've, barely reached halfway. I don't know.
I
So
have no idea.
we'll come back after the break. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AmitVarma. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm still with Rajeswari and we have reached 2004 in India's economic journey. And what's that sound? Did you hear that sound?
No, I was just
You didn't hear that
listing my
sound?
name.
It was a boom. I think
Oh.
it came from 2004.
Good-
So
good one.
let's talk about the boom years 2004 onwards. Get me started.
And I want to add before I go to the boom that, when Amit says that we are still talking here, while we started by saying my name is now officially a South Indian name, a Tamil name, but I think at this point I'm just the blue-blooded Bengali who just loves to do adda for hours and hours, which is basically what this is about. So moving on to the boom. the only real proper long boom that we have had in the post 1991 period. So what happened from 2004 onwards, right? We had all the second generation reforms that we were talking about, initiated by Prime Minister Vajpayee, who doesn't get re-elected, and then UPA 1 forms the government, and Prime Minister is Manmohan Singh, of course with all the knowledge as finance minister of all the 1991 reforms and all that experience and institutional memory, etc. And the reforms continue, right? In the light of this whole continuity of reforms, it happens, for example, allowing FDI in civil aviation, in broadcasting, in multi-brand retail. So there's a lot of opening up to FDI that is happening, which is great because India, of course, at that point of time needed not only domestic investment, but also foreign investment. Now, 2004 to 2008 is this spectacular period, actually 2009, when the economy was growing on average at 8-9%. Every successive year was above upwards of 7% growth rate, which is spectacular. And what were the catalysts, right? What were the triggers? One, of course, was this lagged effect of reforms, which started from 1991, continues with Vajpayee, etc., even during UPA 1. So, of course, the reforms are unleashing the potential of the private sector, which had been locked for decades, and that's definitely something that is helping. The other thing, which also is important to realize at this point of time, that this was a time of very favorable global environment, right? Globally, all countries were growing, right? All emerging markets were benefiting from it, not just India. China, of course, was growing at 9-10%. Globally, what was the scenario? Inflation was low, right? Interest rates were low. And the reason this is important for India is when interest rates in the developed markets, particularly in the US, when interest rates are low and inflation is low, what happens is that the cost of borrowing of foreign investors go down. And all these foreign investors who are therefore borrowing for cheap are looking for destinations where they can invest and get high returns. And this is where India comes in, because this is this new giant emerging economy that has just recently opened up with endless investment opportunities. The financial markets are developing, the private sector is opening up, FDI is opening up. So the foreign investors basically gush in, right? And there's a huge amount of foreign investment inflows that the Indian economy witnesses. I think by 2007-8, it was about roughly $30 billion of FDI, $30 billion of foreign investment in the stock market and bond market, which is massive. I mean, when the reforms were just starting in the 1990s, it was barely 1 or 2 billion. So it's a very, very big leap that happens.
Let me ask you to quickly demystify this for my listeners. So I'll kind of paraphrase what's going on, and you tell me if I'm right and add to it. That what's basically happening is you have extremely low interest rates set by the US Fed, Alan Greenspan in charge, and low interest rates was kind of a pet thing of his, which had which he championed. And what that did was it effectively increased the money supply and put a lot of what you would call easy money out there. And where would this easy money go? Beyond the point, it will come into the developing markets, and a lot of it is coming to India. So it doesn't necessarily mean that India is suddenly more attractive as a destination. It is that there is this easy money sloshing around. Where the hell will it go? And it'll eventually come to India, and when the easy money stops, it'll eventually make its way out of India also. And this, by the way, also explains why in the last few years, even though our economy was doing badly, the stock market was booming. And people will ask, why is that? Why the disconnect between the stock market and the real economy? And it's because a lot of it is easy money coming from investors abroad, and completely unrelated to what is also happening in our economy. And this also, in a sense, and tell me what you feel about this, leads to the one kind of inequality that I do think is a problem, which is that there's what is known as a Cantillon effect, where when the money supply goes up in this way, the early sort of surge of new money really goes to elites at the top, who will then put it in stock markets, and stock markets will boom, who will put it in land, and real estate will boom, and etc. And that is why, and there's a lag of inflation, and inflation hitting the common person. Inflation obviously is what will happen when the money supply goes up, the supply and demand, but ultimately the poor suffer, because a disproportionate amount of that zero money has gone to the elites on top. And that is why you will see that inflation first in the stock market, as it were, and it'll only come down to fruits and vegetables much later. So unrelated point, but something you broadly agree with, and is that correct?
So a few points where it's not about disagreement, but let me just clarify a little bit more. One is that the one way of looking at it is easy money, yes. But I think more technically, it's as if you're an investor, you're borrowing money from somewhere and you want to invest somewhere else, right? And you always want to arbitrage the returns differential between the low cost borrowing and high return investment. That is exactly what was happening when the interest rates in the US were low, and the interest rates in India is always high because India, by virtue of being a developing economy with high inflation, interest rates by default are always higher, right? So there is this returns differential, which is extremely attractive for investors who are looking for high yield investment opportunities. But at the same time, what was happening at that point of time is that the growth prospects of India were spectacular, right? This is an economy that is on the cusp of a boom. And I wouldn't agree that the stock market is completely unrelated. I think what happens is when the investors are investing in the stock market, they are taking a bet on the future growth prospects, right? They're expecting that the economy is going to be booming, and hence the asset prices will go up.
My unrelated comment was a comment on recent events where the economy has not been doing so well and the stock market has, and it's not necessarily something I'm saying, but the perception that people have that, oh, what's going on, is completely unrelated.
Yeah, so I'll come to that, right? So the general concept is that when you're investing in the financial market, you're taking a bet that this economy is going to grow. There's a massive growth prospect. Then that is going to increase the asset valuations. And as asset prices go up, you make more returns on your investment. And that's how you benefit, right? That's the calculation that happens. And which is what was going on in 2004 starting as well. And I want to just clarify another thing is that we shouldn't think of it as easy money coming in and then easy money leaving, because I'll tell you why. Then that feeds into this sort of quote unquote paranoia that policymakers have, that there are these volatile hot money flows that are coming in, and when they leave, it's all pell-mell disaster. Therefore, we should put capital controls and not let all this foreign money coming in, which is very harmful for us because we need foreign capital because our investment needs are massive. We don't save enough. So we need foreign capital as well, right? So we have to be a little bit circumspect about this whole money coming in and money leaving. This is basically about when you open up to globalization, when you get financially integrated with the rest of the world. There are points of time when the economy looks like an attractive investment destination and the global situation is also conducive because there is easy money or whatever low cost borrowing available, and investors will come in and invest your economy, and in the process there are benefits to be had. It's not like they are the only ones who are reaping benefits out of it. There are benefits to be had for the companies which are raising capital in the stock market, from the companies who are raising capital in the bond market. All of that is there, right? Because as I said, in India we barely save 30% of the GDP, right? Which is not nearly enough to finance all our investment requirements. So that balance, I think, is very important to understand here. Yes, there will be a volatility when the easy money leaves as well. But that is why you need to build a resilient financial system, as opposed to saying, oh, we'll ban everything and shut down everything simply because we want a safe system. And there is this constant trade-off between that stability and growth that, remember, Josh also talks about, Josh Feldman. So if you're constantly going after stability, then at some point you'll start compromising growth. And that's the trade-off, that balance that is very tricky to strike. Coming to the current period, when you said that the stock market is rallying, even if the real economy is not doing very well, I think what happens there is, even if the real economy by and large was not doing particularly well post-COVID, and we'll talk about it at length, there was this K-shaped recovery, right? The large formal enterprises were doing extremely well after COVID because they were able to gain market share at the expense of the smaller guys, right? And because they were doing so well, and they are the ones who are listed in the stock market, the investors, both domestic and foreign, were basically investing in these stocks, right? So there's one part of the economy that was doing very well, and to that extent, that part of the real economy was not disconnected from the stock market. But because of this K-shape, yes, there was this broader part which got totally disconnected.
Like a Jekyll and Hyde organized, disorganized
absolutely,
kind of thing.
Absolutely. Exactly. So going back to 2004, you have this global environment which is extremely conducive. There's huge capital inflows coming into India as an emerging market. Massive. I think at some point of time, it even became 7% of GDP or something, which was pretty damn big. And when these foreign investors are investing and the whole mood is one of exuberance, of course, there is a huge amount of domestic investment happening as well. Because what we have seen is there's privatization that Prime Minister Vajpayee started, which means a lot of the private sector is now interested in investing in some of these industries. There's a general whole license raj going away, meaning private sector can actually participate in the production process in a very big way. So a huge amount of increase in domestic investment is also happening. Simultaneously, there is a massive requirement for infrastructure, right? And the reason I'm bringing the infrastructure point is because it is intricately connected to what happens going forward, right? Now, to take a step back, when you need infrastructure investment, and of course the financing has to happen, for the longest of time in India, we had these institutions called development finance institutions, right? DFIs. And this was pre-1990s construct, right? And the DFIs, I don't want to go too much into technical details. I have articles on it that we can link. But the DFIs were basically giving loans to infrastructure projects. But when the economy started liberalizing, the DFIs became unviable and they basically shut down. That role of financing infra projects then got passed on to the public sector banks. And remember, after nationalization, of course, 90% of the banking was in government ownership. Even by mid-2000s, it had decreased a bit because private banks had come up, but still giant bulk of the banking sector was still in government ownership. So these public sector banks then start doing infrastructure financing. And what was the problem in that? And who are these? What are these infrastructure projects? So back then, there was this model called the PPP model, like public-private partnership. And the idea is that the government is going to procure land, get all the clearance and permits, etc. And the private sector will come with the capital, will come with the expertise and technology. And then they will start benefiting from the tolls, etc. that they collect, and they'll maintain. That's pretty much roughly the model. So the PPP model was very much in place at that point of time because a lot of infrastructure was needed. And the financing was being provided by these PSU banks. Now, the problem with that is infrastructure financing is extremely complicated, right? These are long gestation projects which can take anything upwards of 20, 30 years, during which time governments may change, policy risks, environmental risks, etc. You need a different kind of expertise to evaluate these projects and give out loans. If at all, this should be done by a banking sector. And the public sector banks did not have that expertise, right? But be it because of political pressure, be it because of the circumstances, the DFIs had died, they are the ones who got caught into this infra lending. And that was a problem. And we'll come to that eventually. So this is basically what is happening at that point of time. There's a massive investment boom, both domestic and foreign. Bank credit is growing at a remarkable pace. Roughly, if I remember correctly, 30 to 35% was the year-on-year growth in bank credit, in non-food bank credit, which is just fantastic. And alongside with the increase in bank credit and increase in investment, the general, what we called the macro indicators, just macro stability indicators, right? For example, fiscal deficit. Chidambaram was the finance minister, and he, in a fantastic way, he actually brought down fiscal deficit at that point of time, which was also because when the economy is booming, there's a lot of tax revenues, right? And automatically the fiscal deficit comes down. And the government also was not doing a large amount of spending at that point of time, which would put the fiscal deficit out of the boundaries. So that was happening, and we were exporting, right? Because finally, all those shackles are gone. You can start exporting. So we just went all out. I think exports at that point of time was 25% of GDP. Pretty massive. And this is goods export, right? And of course, service exports, right? Because this is also the time when the IT sector starts exporting IT services and the whole outsourcing boom takes off. I remember myself, when I graduated from Delhi school, I got employed in American Express, which is still a credit card company. And this was 2004, 2005, right? Back then, the euphoria and the whole mood of the outsourcing industry was so amazing that Amex basically rolled out the red carpet for us, right? I remember even as new management trainee joinees, we were flown out to New York to meet the CEO, the global CEO of the company. And we stayed in 5-star hotel in Manhattan. It was just the next level, right? And we were like real young graduates fresh out of grad school. And we had like stars in our eyes, right? I mean, this was not just one company. Every company was doing that, right? So this was the boom. We could feel it. And alongside that, what was going on is that the firms in India, right? Not just the infrastructure firms, in general, non-financial firms, the companies, they are borrowing left, right, and center, right? The banks are happily giving credit because the whole economy is booming. The firms are borrowing. Why? Because they are placing this bet on the Indian economy, right? The Indian economy has arrived. The boom has started. It's going to last for a very long time. The economy will continue to grow at 8-9%. And who wouldn't want to invest, right? Who wouldn't want to borrow? So this is the mood at that point of time of this recently opened up economy. And this is classic, what we call in economics, a debt-fueled boom, right? You borrow, you invest, and you're creating a boom, right? It's a credit-fueled, debt-fueled boom. And one interesting I want to mention here is, for the first time in post-independence India, we started having what the Western economies will call business cycles, right? The whole upswing and downswing, the whole graph that goes up and down. Because until 1990s, we did not have a modern economy. Markets were not functioning. There was no business cycle. Any growth cycle were basically just dominated by monsoon shocks or oil price shocks, right? For the first time, I know folks at NIPFP have done a great job in working on business cycles. The first recession we had was 1999 to 2002, which is when the bank NPA crisis happened. And then we had this massive boom from 2004 to 2009, right? So the whole capitalistic system, the market, all of those signs are getting visible. You're getting a nice business cycle boom. There's this whole exuberance. So that's the mood of the era at that point of time. There were, of course, some mistakes that happened. And now, of course, we call it mistakes. But back then, I guess when you think the economy is going to continue to grow at 7-8%, you don't think of it as mistakes. One is that when the banks are lending in this, and then you basically just think of it as irrational exuberance, right? When the banks are lending left, right, and center, willy-nilly, of course, a lot of things are slipping through the cracks, right? I mean, how much attention are you paying to the creditworthiness of the borrowers? You're just lending to anybody and everybody because, hey, the economy is doing so great. It's like the rising tide lifts all boats, right? That's the mood. And of course, then it's highly possible that many projects that got funding at that point of time were not as solid as every other project, right? So all of these things happened. The second thing was, and this is a little bit on monetary policy side, right? Inflation was relatively low. It came down roughly less than 5%, which was great. But with all these capital inflows coming in, so what happens, to put in very simplistic terms, when you have these foreign investment flows coming in, the rupee, of the value of the currency starts appreciating, right? Because there's a very strong demand for the rupee. Now, if you just stop there, it's fine. But the Reserve Bank of India, now remember I said that we moved to market-determined exchange rate system. It wasn't really market determined because from 2004 onwards, the Reserve Bank of India starts intervening very actively in the foreign exchange market to stabilize the value of the rupee because an appreciation is bad for exports, right? It makes exports costly and therefore you don't want to affect that. So with that objective, that whole intervention started. Now, the reason that is problematic, there are multiple reasons. One thing is that exchange rate is a price. And we have been talking about price so much, right, in this episode. And we agree that price should be determined by the forces of demand and supply in the market, right? So if you're going to be deregulating the price of everything else, you need to be doing that to exchange rate as well, simply because exchange rate also acts as a shock absorber, right? So when the economy is growing at such a high rate, there is also a risk of overheating, because then inflation starts increasing. There's so much of demand. And that's when exchange rate can play the role of the shock absorber, because exactly as it's appreciating, exports start getting dampened and slowly demand comes down. But if you start intervening, that entire role of shock absorber just gets disrupted. So that became very distortionary. And secondly, when you're intervening in the FX market, essentially what you're doing is you're buying foreign exchange and you're selling rupees. Because the demand for rupee is very high. You want to counter that. So you're supplying rupees, right? But as you're supplying rupees, you're increasing money supply, which means inflationary, right? So as it is, the economy is booming, there is an inbuilt inflationary pressure that's growing. On top of that, the central bank is adding to the money supply. So of course, inflation is going to increase, right? So when we talk about inflation picking up in the 2011-12 period, I don't think many people understand that the seeds of that were sown in this pre-2008 period, when there was a lot of injection of money supply that was happening in the quest to stabilize the exchange rate, right? So that's the unintended consequences of a policy, which I consider was a mistake. So, and of course, there can be multiple views of that. But end of the day, as I said, if you think of it as a price, and if you want the exchange rate to play the role of a shock absorber, then that intervention becomes distortionary. So, and the other thing I want to mention here, and then I'll pass it over to you, is that while this boom was happening and there was this lot of euphoria, animal spirits, as Keynes called it, I think at some level excesses were getting built in, right? And there was a certain amount of complacency that must have set in by then, that this is how it's just going to be. And And in a country where institutions are weak, when the state capacity is weak, and all of that became very apparent right after that, that when suddenly the going doesn't remain so good anymore, and it's like when the tide recedes, everybody's swimming. You know who's swimming naked, right? So I think that's basically what ended up eventually happening. That there were a lot of excesses getting built in. There was a lot of complacency that had set in, and we didn't have the institutional capacity or the state capacity to handle the consequences of what went wrong after that. So I'll stop here and hand over to you.
So, earlier we spoke about how even though the generation of reformers were planning their reforms for decades earlier, they had to learn on the fly how to do reforms within the state from 91 onwards. And here also, I think there is a kind of learning on the fly happening, because this is now in the 2000s, the first time that India is part of a global economy. The business cycle comes in, there is all this inflow of foreign capital. It also leaves you exposed to the world market, where shocks elsewhere carry far louder reverberations in India than they do. So, what was this learning process kind of like? Because at one level, it's easy to again look back in hindsight and say, oh, these mistakes were made. But as we did in the case of Nehru in the 50s, for example, it's easy to sit here and do that now. But in that moment, I'm guessing it would have been very hard. And secondly, tell me then about the 2008 financial crisis and how that affected India, because I have heard detailed stories about it, including on episodes, and I did on Everything is Everything with Ajay, and some seen unseen episodes as well, about how well it was handled by Chidambaram in the finance ministry and all his army of people. So take me a bit through that period and what was really going on, and how did we handle that part of it.
So, to answer your first question, once you move to this paradigm that the private sector has a significantly greater role to play in the economic activity of the country, you automatically will be subjecting the system to these upswings and downswings, right? That's why I said that we had business cycle swings only post 1991. We didn't have them for the first 40 years. And this is because the actions of the private sector, which start having this great influence, are obviously determined by where the returns are high, where is it worth taking a risk. And of course, as I said, that's why there is a whole body of work on this credit-fueled boom all over the world, right? In every capitalist market system. And it's not something that, you can't say that this was a mistake. I agree. Because at that point of time, when the going is good, you basically want to make the most of it. And that's what the banks, that's what the businesses, everybody was doing. And this is this classic symptom. And just because this happened, at the same time, you cannot say, oh, but this is a bad system, right? It's too volatile. It's subjecting the system to too much of upswings and downswings. And hence, let's just crack down, shut down private sector, shut down markets. That shouldn't happen either. So this is sort of the trade-off, that if you want to benefit from the market system, and if you want to get high growth from investment, which of course cannot happen without credit, etc., then there is this flip side that yes, there will be times when there will be boom and there will be times when there will be recession, which is where we have policies to deal with the recession. But in the process, there is also this growth that is happening. Yes, there are fluctuations, but over and above, mostly overall, you get this growth steadily over a period of time. And that's basically how the system is designed. One thing that happens is when you know that the system is vulnerable to the upswing and downswing kind of a thing, there are policies and measures that can be built in to guard the system a little bit against such volatility. For example, what we call counter-cyclical measures, right? If cycle is increasing, you have in some built-in counter-cyclical measures to sort of dampen it a bit. That's why I said exchange rates role as a shock absorber is a very important factor there. And there are many such actual measures by government or the central bank that can also be taken. So yeah, it's not a mistake per se, but it's basically it's the nature of the beast. On the second thing about the 2008 crisis, right? So this is what's happening in the Indian economy. Generally, globally, emerging markets are growing. Everybody is doing pretty well. And then, of course, it's a pell-mell disaster, right? All hell breaks loose in 2008. Of course, it's been building up in the US for a long time with low interest rates, etc. In 2008, I don't want to go too much into the details of the global financial crisis, but Lehman Brothers, a very big investment bank in the US, collapses. And this is a subprime mortgage crisis. Basically, it's a housing market crash that happens, stock market crash that happens. And then this basically morphs into a global financial crisis because, of course, if US has a meltdown, everybody else is going to get affected, right? So that happened. In India, Yes, we handled it very well. But also, it's worth noting that India was quite integrated into the global economy by then, by virtue of having opened up. But we were not very exposed to the crisis itself, because the kind of issues and the kind of markets that had caused the crisis in the US, we simply didn't have them. Right, we are still a nascent emerging economy that is finding its feet around private sector and free markets, etc. There are a lot of restrictions on the financial innovations that we can do, on how much integration we have done with the rest of the global economy. So by virtue of that, of course, some people would say we had a safe system and hence we did not get affected by the crisis. Yes, definitely. But that should also not be used as a logic to always prefer safety over taking risk, right? And unless you take some risks, you're not going to be able to grow. So that debate is also there. So I don't want to go too much into it. But the fact that because we didn't have all of those markets and products, innovations, etc., we were not that exposed to the global financial crisis. Our exposure was to the extent that, yeah, there was a general risk aversion. The financial sector globally just became risk averse. Foreign investors became risk averse. So to tell you exactly how it unfolded, that when a crisis happens, which originates in the US, ironically, foreign investors all take their money from all other countries and go back to the US, right? As counterintuitive as it may sound, this is basically called flight to safety. Because the US economy, despite the fact that it is the one undergoing the crisis, the US government bonds are considered to be the safest assets in the world, simply because they have the credibility, they will never default. So whenever there is a crisis, there's this huge risk aversion where investors don't want to stay invested anywhere else, definitely not in the risky emerging markets, and they all want to go back to the US, which is basically what happened. And because we were receiving a lot of foreign investment, that outflow became costly for us, right? So the lot of foreign capital outflow that happened, the rupee starts depreciating, and I'll talk a little bit later on about the repercussions of that. But in the immediate aftermath of the collapse of Lehman Brothers, I think there were a few weeks or so when one particular bank, ICICI Bank, got quite a bit affected, because ICICI Bank, I think, had some foreign subsidiary, etc., through which there was a little bit of exposure to Lehman and all. And there was actually a bit of a bank run on ICICI. The depositors started taking their money out and started investing in SBI, because SBI is, of course, the government-owned bank, right? So that happened. But of course, the government stepped in and sort of guaranteed all deposits of ICICI Bank, and that crisis was averted. And then also what happened was there was a sudden risk aversion in the interbank market in India. Interest rates shoot up, etc. But that again lasts for a very short period of time. But by and large, the government and the RBI handled it quite well. And if you want to add anything, because right after that we had the terrorist attack as well. I think that was more damaging for us than the fall of the Lehman Brothers. And then I can talk about how the whole thing played out post 2008.
Yeah. So, but before I get to the terrorist attacks, one little bit of trivia, which is like it should be a dramatic scene from a film. That, imagine a basement, right? It's completely dark. Then one by one, the lights are switched off and sweepers troop in and they sweep the place clean and they leave. And you have a time-lapse video and chairs are being put. And eventually you see that there are chairs and there's a stage and the stage is well lit. And, there are 4 sofas on the chair or whatever. And people start coming in and they go and they sit, and some people are like hanging around and etc. etc. And then 4 obviously important people, VVIP people, come in and they walk up to the stage. And what you have there is a panel discussion that is happening in Delhi at a basement where our friend Ajay Shah is moderating, and the 3 people on stage are KP Krishnan, SD Bhave, and Subbarao, right? And then what happens as the event begins is that a driver kind of person sneaks into the basement and he goes up to KP Krishnan and whispers in his ear, and KP Krishnan leaves the stage immediately. And then another driver kind of person, see my elite snobbish Latvian's language, driver kind of person, another driver kind of person enters and goes to Mr. Bhave, and Mr. Bhave leaves. And a third driver kind of person, to compound my sins of language, goes to Mr. Subbarao, and Subbarao leaves. And Mr. Shah is now moderating a panel with only himself, which is perhaps how he likes it, who knows. And what had happened is that Chidambaram, at that point in time, something had happened, maybe Lehman or whatever, and he wanted to speak to these 3 people immediately because they are the 3 most consequential people for him. And there's no cell phone signal in the basement, so he gets his person to call their drivers, and then the drivers go and get them. And it's just such a great sort of dramatic story. But the financial crisis is not the only consequential event of that time. Oddly, what you wouldn't expect to impact financial policy and so on and so forth happens around the same time, which is in 2008. There are the terrorist attacks in Mumbai, right? And this sets off a series of events. The attacks happen, and our home minister at that time is Shivraj Patil, who is unable to deal with what's going on. It is completely beyond his pay grade, and Manmohan soon sees that, and he decides that, look, this is the crisis for this moment. And he was right, of course it was. And I need my best man in that job. And his best man was Chidambaram. So Chidambaram gets shifted from the finance ministry to the home ministry. Now, at this point, you might expect that Manmohan will step in himself and take over finance until Chidambaram can come back. But he has some health issues and indeed has to be operated soon after this. So what happens is that Sonia Gandhi now intervenes and says, Pranab Da, your favorite, Pranab Mukherjee, is going to be in the finance ministry. Now, it so happens that Pranab Mukherjee is an extremely old school, left-wing statist economist, very much of the Indira Gandhi school of thought, and, almost an anomaly in this age of great reformers like Manmohan and Chidambaram. But he takes over the finance ministry, and a combination of Manmohan's health issues, which make sure that only Manmohan he can't take over finance, he can't take that back, and Sonia Gandhi's backing of Pranab Mukherjee mean that Pranab remains the finance minister, and he is a disaster as finance minister. There's a great book by Pooja Mehra called The Lost Decade. I had an episode with Pooja also, which elaborates on this, and I've spoken on this subject in many of my economics episodes after that. But everything gradually starts going to hell. The NPAs start getting out of whack. People talk about the phone alone scandals of the time, and obviously the public sector banks, to go back to that theme of nationalization of banks, the public sector banks have more NPAs because there are more political pressures on them, and the good incentives of making sound decisions, balancing risk and reward, doing due diligence, those aren't there. That goes out of whack. There is especially the retrospective taxation scandal that happens under Pranab Mukherjee, which perhaps you'll elaborate upon, but I think it's just completely disastrous, because if there's one thing that investors, foreign or otherwise, want, it is predictability. That if something is the law today, it will be the law tomorrow. You don't want somebody to retrospectively say that, no, 5 years back we should have had a tax, but anyway, we'll tax you for that now. You can't have that kind of BS going on. And investors start losing faith, and essentially the way the narrative goes is things start going to hell. 2011, the sort of the boom ends in a sense, which is why when Pooja wrote her book in 2021, she called it The Lost Decade, 2011 to 2021. And eventually the realization sinks in that we can't allow this to go on. It's gone on too far. Pranab is just completely taking us backwards. So circa 2013, 2014, it's kind of decided that kick him upstairs, and he's made the president, and Chidambaram comes back. And now for a few months there is hope, because Chidambaram does some great work. Things like inflation targeting is prepared. They're passed on to Jaitley. Jaitley does some great work. It's almost like a continuity there, what we spoke about with affection earlier, that, they might be from different parties, but they're united by their desire for good policy, based on rigorous due diligence, expert advice, etc., etc. But 2016, all of that kind of changes. Jaitley no longer has the same control within the finance ministry, and then unfortunately he starts declining and eventually passes away, and politics takes over. And we can speak about that period at length, but this is essentially the summary of what the bloody terrorist attacks did. And you could say that everything that came after sort of has been influenced by that, including the very fact that the 2014 elections went the way that they did. Everything kind of flows from that in a very accidental manner. And I'm reminded of, Keshava Guha wrote this great piece where he again considered accidents of history in politics with regard to politician deaths. And he was musing that if Pramod Mahajan wasn't, shot dead by his brother, which direction does the BJP go in? Because he is very much a Vajpayee kind of person, a successor to Vajpayee, and doesn't like Modi very much, and no way he's going to let him come up. But no, Pramod Mahajan is gone. Within the Congress, you have all the tall second-rung leaders die after that. You have Madhavrao Shindia dying, Jitendra Prasad dying, Rajesh Pilot dying. That entire second rung is kind of wiped out, where Sharad Pawar has just left the party and gone. And that leaves a party devoid of leadership and ripe for feudal capture, which is kind of what happened. So, and sometimes I think back to these accidents and I say that no, man, in hindsight, it appears that whatever happened was inevitable. But I think back to these accidents of history and the counterfactuals just stand up and strike me in the face and say that, no, nothing is inevitable. One atom goes one way instead of the other way, and the universe could be different.
So I agree, and to add 2 points to what you said, one is that when the UPA to government comes to power, right? This is 2008, 9, and this is the whole team of Manmohan Singh and Chidambaram, etc. I think there was a lot of expectation that once again, the reforms are going to happen. This is going to be great because it's the dream team, right? Manmohan Singh and Chidambaram, what can go wrong? And then exactly as you said, almost everything went wrong, right? And of course, there are a lot of macroeconomic factors, etc. But there are also these massive accidents of history. Who would have thunk, right? I mean, Pranobda becoming finance minister, etc. And the other thing I want to mention is that although
is it true? Can I interrupt and ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Is it true that Pranobda used to use the phrase bishabish?
Yes, I'm almost afraid to say the actual word of it because being a bong, I'm afraid I might actually say what he used to say.
Now you got to say. Now you got to say what he meant to say when he said
moving on from there. So to more serious stuff, I think I also want to say that, going back to my point about institutions, right? If it was a country with strong institutions, then the individual would not matter so disproportionately, right? If we had built that kind of an institution in whatever ministry or whichever organization, right?
Even a political party.
Exactly. Then who's leaving, who's coming, who's going, all of that will be relatively inconsequential. And then there will be a continuity of process of policies of reforms, right? And the fact that he was able to do the damage that he did, I think was largely a function of the fact that it is a weak state capacity, weak institution story, right? And I think that's something worth keeping in mind. And that's something that we need to keep working on, right? That at some point of time, the individuals should matter less. Of course, they will not completely become irrelevant. There's always a preference, a character, personality, and all of these choices. But at a broader level, the institutions should become more important. Now, what happens then? And the interesting thing is, for the first time, you get this boom from 2004 to 2008, 9, and then literally everything goes wrong, right? I mean, if I were a businessman standing in 2006, 7, it would be impossible to imagine that the world would go so badly south. And despite being insulated from the shocks of the global financial crisis to large extent, the kind of things that went wrong domestically, of course, there was the spillover effect that exports started declining because global economy started slowing down. That was bad for us. Of course, it is true that the exchange rate started depreciating, which means that all these companies who had borrowed in dollars now are experiencing very high debt burden because they have to earn a lot in rupees. But having said that, domestically, all these accidents, right, this whole Pranab Mukherjee and Vodafone taxation, basically the government of India had lost a capital gains arbitration suit against Vodafone in Supreme Court. And the matter should have just ended there. But Pranab Mukherjee brought in a legal provision to overturn the Supreme Court verdict and then retrospectively slapped the tax on Vodafone, right? It was an international embarrassment. I mean, for a country which is opening up to FDI and foreign investment, that is just not something that you do. And I think it significantly affected our image for a very, very long period of time. Simultaneously, we have a lot of homegrown problems, right? As if this whole external shock was not bad enough, we also have this whole 2G scam, right? I mean, the whole 2G spectrum allocation scam, which got really blown up, right? By media, by everybody, that this is a massive corruption scandal. Then, of course, the coal gate, the coal allocation. So one after the other, there are all these policies being taken, the corruption scams that are coming up. Essentially, what this is doing is, and I think Pooja describes this very nicely in her book as well, this basically means that the bureaucrats are just withdrawing, right? They don't want to push files, nothing is moving, there's a complete policy stagnation, because who would want to move files in this kind of an environment? And the reason this became extremely damaging is because think of all these businesses who had taken loans in the boom period, right? You have taken infrastructure loans, particularly in metals, in steel, in power, in all of these heavy industries, because you want to build infrastructure there. And all of these things require permissions and clearances from the government. without which you simply cannot undertake these investments. Now, you've taken the loans, you're quite indebted, and you're waiting for the government to give you the clearances. But suddenly the government goes into this policy paralysis mode because of all these scams, etc., other issues, and your files are not moving. You're basically screwed, right? You have to constantly keep making interest payments on the loan that you've taken from the banks, but your project is not really even taking off because you haven't gotten the clearances, you can't even start it. So that became a serious repercussion of the events of this point of time. So over and above these global events that were happening, fundamentally, I think what became a much more longer lasting damage for us was basically this, that because of this policy paralysis, because of all the other issues, the business community, the firms who had taken the loans, they simply couldn't move forward, a large chunk of them. And I'll come to why this became even more damaging. The other thing that was happening around this point of time was inflation, right? So during the boom period, the economy was overheating, and I talked a little bit about RBI's money supply expansion as well. And then food prices go up, right? We got unlucky with monsoon shocks. At some point when the global economy starts recovering from the crisis, commodity prices go up, all of these shocks. Inflation goes up beyond 15%. It's extremely high, right? For the first time since 1991, inflation is again back to double digits. And of course, RBI has to tighten the monetary policy. The other thing that Pranab Mukherjee did was he started giving a lot of fiscal stimulus, right? Fiscal packages in response to the global financial crisis. He increased the outlay for NREGA, farm loan waivers. Now, some of this was in response to global financial crisis, but a lot of it was also because of pre-election stuff, right? So the farm loan waiver, the NREGA, all of these things was done then. Post GFC, he starts cutting taxes. So huge amount of money is flowing into the economy because of the fiscal stimulus that he designed. So this is like the worst thing that can happen. You have inflation, inbuilt pressure building up, food shocks, oil price shocks, and then fiscal stimulus. Of course, inflation becomes 15% and higher. What does the RBI, of course, have to do? There was a bit of a delayed response, but RBI starts increasing interest rate. So now again, back to the businesses who had taken loans, right? On one hand, let's say if you had taken dollar loans, rupees depreciating, you're screwed because your debt burden goes up. Second point, policy paralysis, files are not moving, your project is not taking off. Third point, as if this was not enough, with the RBI increasing interest rate, your interest payment goes up, right? So it's really the worst of all worlds that could have happened after this phenomenal boom period. And this is when the whole NPA crisis starts germinating. Right? This whole huge infrastructure projects, infra loans, gradually they start going bad, meaning that the firms are just not able to repay the payments. And at that point of time, you may ask that why didn't we see a big NPA crisis in 2013-14? Because we didn't. Right? Most of us were not even aware that there was an NPA problem. And the reason we didn't is because there was a lot of hiding of the bad news that was going on, right? Once again, a classic weak institution problem. Although the banking regulation was such that the banks had to declare them as NPA, but mind you, most of these banks where the NPAs were going to show up were public sector banks. And if they start declaring NPAs, essentially the government has to give capital, right? Fiscal deficit is already high because of the fiscal stimulus. The government is in no position to capitalize these banks. So what happens is the news get hidden. And how do they get hidden? RBI offers a lot of what we call restructuring schemes. In layman's parlance, what it means is banks are offering multiple terms, right? You extend the loan repayment period, you maybe reduce the interest rate a little bit, you offer fresh loans to help you repay interest on the existing loan.
It's called evergreening of loans.
Exactly. Evergreening is happening through a lot of restructuring schemes, and we call it the alphabet soup of schemes, right? Many, many schemes were floated by the RBI, and this was called the helpline for the banks to tide them over. But hey, what exactly are you tiding over? The hole is just getting bigger, right? If the firm that has taken the loan is not able to repay the loan, simply providing a helpline is not going to work, because at some point of time, the guy has to repay, right? All that you're doing is you're just kicking the can down the road. Maybe the expectation was that the economy will start booming again, right? And like that last NPA crisis, the banks will grow out of the problem. But that was a very, very risky bet to take at that point of time, right? Some people would say, hey, but the RBI was busy dealing with the inflation crisis. Yes, sure, absolutely possible, right? So there were multiple pulls and push factors, right? So on one hand, the government was in no position to recapitalize these banks. RBI is dealing with an inflation crisis at hand, and maybe they thought this is not the right time to declare the NPA. But the problem is, when this kind of an issue is getting built into the system and you're pushing it down the road, when it blows up, it's going to be a real bad shock for the system. And you're almost betting that it will not blow up because the economy will start growing again. But the probability is also there that the economy doesn't grow as rapidly, and then it will blow up, which is exactly what happened, right? And we'll come to that. But to finish up that period running up till 2014, the other last thing that happened is the taper tantrum shock, right? What's the taper tantrum? Right after this Lehman Brothers collapses, the US Fed announces huge easy money policy, right? What we call quantitative easing. And all that money, of course, flows into the emerging markets. At some point in 2013, by which point during this time, the Fed governor in the US was Ben Bernanke. He says that the Fed is going to stop this process of easy money. He just says that one sentence. And such is the nature of the global financial markets that just that one sentence, that the easy money flow can stop, sends shockwaves across foreign investors, right? And they all start pulling out from their investment in emerging economies. And what that means for India is, India was particularly vulnerable because you have this high fiscal deficit because of fiscal stimulus, your exports have fallen, so your current account deficit is very high, your inflation is high. In this very fragile macro situation, of course, foreign investors will pull more money out of such a risky economy, right? So that came to be called as the taper tantrum, right? It was a tantrum thrown by emerging economies. There was a group of fragile five. India was one of them. So the rupee starts depreciating very sharply. As investors pull money out, there's a sharp depreciation that happens. The RBI, as I said, this whole stabilizing exchange rate. In order to stabilize the exchange rate, the RBI does intervention. It basically throws everything at the problem, right? It increases interest rate even more, because if you increase interest rate, the hope is investors will start coming in again. And you're increasing interest rate at a time when growth is slowing down. It's really bad, right? And it started imposing capital controls. So none of that is a good policy, right? Exchange rate is a price. You let it absorb the shock. And in fact, if you had allowed the exchange rate to depreciate, that would have helped exporters. But we did not. And the bottom line is, again, back to these businesses who are so leveraged, so indebted, this is like another shock. Interest rate again starts increasing because of this taper tantrum problem. So by the time we are going into the 2014 election, the state of the economy is really, really bad, right? The entire euphoria, exuberance of boom is completely gone. You have a very unstable macroeconomy, and this is the worst of the recession that you could have had. And there is this ticking time bomb, right? All these businesses in these heavy industries, in infrastructure, large firms, which are exposed to loans, which they're not able to repay. And this bad news is not even coming up to the surface. You can't even solve it because it's all hidden underneath, right? It's almost like a volcano which is just waiting to burst. And this is the situation in which we run into the elections.
And I'm thinking that, what happened in that boom period of 2004 to 2008 and what happened in this period you just described is actually the same thing. It is a perfect storm of events. Only in one case, it is a perfect storm of events that sets off a virtuous cycle and everybody is acting rationally. Chuck Prince, who used to head Citibank, once said in the aughties when he was asked about, before 2008, that why did you join in the exuberance and all of that? He said, when the music's playing, you have to dance. So it's exactly that, it is rational behavior and you're responding to a lucky confluence of circumstances. And in that moment, you cannot imagine what will come next. And what comes next is a perfect storm in the opposite direction. With India, it combines with the terrorist attacks and Pranabda and Bishabish and all that. and you have that complete madness. And again, everybody is acting rationally, that there is so much hoo-ha about corruption that now reforms become impossible. There is policy paralysis because no bureaucrat is going to do anything because they'll tell him that, hey, you took a bribe. I think one gentleman, I forget his name, known by everyone to be honest and incorruptible, actually went to jail in one of these scams.
Yeah.
And he refused to appeal because he said, I know I'm innocent and I don't give a shit and whatever. a very principled man, and that's a cautionary tale for everybody else, and that you can't do anything. Inaction is forced, and even that is a rational response. And even what happens with the evergreening of loans, the government helpline, as it were, etc., etc., all the jugaru stuff that is happening from regulators in the state, all of those are also rational reactions. And what you need is really some adults in the room to sit back and say that, look, we didn't build the institutions. If we had good institutions, if we had safeguards, if we had checks and balances, if we were more like the mature economies we aspire to being like, then this shit would not have happened. And which
So let me add one point, and you're absolutely right. For example, let's say the banks declared NPA, but mind you, at that point of time, we didn't really have a bankruptcy law, right? So how would you resolve all these bankrupt companies which are just defaulting one after the other? You can't. There is no bankruptcy law. There is something called a Sarfazi Act, which applies mostly to banks. But beyond that, we don't have a comprehensive bankruptcy law that covers all creditors and debtors. So that's an institutional problem. You've opened up the private sector, and they are behaving like the capitalist system that they're supposed to do, except there is no way for them to exit. So they've entered, but they can't exit if they fail, right? And what happened was, as I said, it's a classic upswing and downswing in a capitalistic economy. There's nothing unusual about it. Yes, the causes we can debate to the end of time, but this happens in most economies which are open to the markets, etc. Except here, we have done some reforms, but not all of them, and hence we are sort of stuck. So ideally, so it's like, you have opened up the banking to private sector, but you also have the 70% of banks in government ownership, right? They are the ones who have all the NPA, but the government doesn't have the money, so it cannot capitalize. So let's not disclose the NPA, right? Even if you disclose the NPA, there's no bankruptcy law. How will these firms exit? So all of these incomplete reforms that never happened till that point of time were probably one of the main reasons why this just got more and more compounded, because we just did not have the institutions to deal with it. As opposed to, for example, if you had a system where banking sector was entirely privately owned, the private banks would not come under the pressure of the phone alone kind of a thing, right? They would basically say, we can't lend to the infrastructure industry simply because either this doesn't make any economic or financial sense, or even if they did, maybe they would be a little bit more motivated by business commercial objectives as opposed to the political compulsion. And or maybe even assuming that they still went out on a limb and credit growth still increased, infra lending still happened, then this whole idea of government having to recapitalize them would not be an issue, because these banks would be able to raise money from the stock market like every other company. And if you had a bankruptcy law, then the firms could have been taken to that law and NPAs could have been announced, right? And even going one step further, if you had a corporate bond market, a debt market, then banks wouldn't even be lending to the infra. They would be basically raising money in the debt market. Now, these are all wishful thinking, right? I mean, of course, this is wishful thinking because we are talking about an economy that just started opening up and liberalizing, deregulating a couple of decades ago. So we can't expect that all of these things would also have happened by then. But I think that's the way to think about it, that we did some reforms which exposed the system to the vagaries of the capitalistic system. But because we didn't go the whole hog, all of these problems got compounded.
And my mind goes back to Russia here as well, that when the Soviet Union collapsed and Russia opened up, initially there were all these hopes that, there's going to be a great flourishing of the market system and blah, blah, blah. And that went to hell. And looking back, you can see that the reason it went to hell is that just opening up markets is not enough. You have to have that superstructure of the rule of law, of institutions. You can't build a building without scaffolding and a foundation. You need those things, and those simply weren't there. So on the one hand, you can say that, okay, the lesson here is that when we think about markets, the state's job is not just to get out of the way, which of course it should, but also to build that foundation of the rule of law, to build the scaffolding of institutions. So you're building solid structures which can withstand winds and hurricanes and all of that, etc., etc. I hope I'm not taking the metaphor too far. But the danger there is, and now yesterday I recorded with Bhargavi Zaveri, our friend who is an expert in regulatory institutions and agencies, and that episode will release a couple of weeks after this, so dear listeners, please excuse. But one of the points she made was that in India, the journey was that we opened up the markets and straight away we started, without even understanding what the requirement of the market will be, we started putting regulatory agencies in place because, hey, that's what the state knows to do. And even that, doesn't work. Even there is dysfunction because there is just not enough thought. And you can't create regulation also from this engineering mindset. You have to actually see what happens in the real world and then cater for that. It's again river and stones, right? So
a few points there, Amit. One is that, yes, I agree. I mean, if you open up the markets, open up the private sector, and without the requisite institutions in place, of course, there are significant risks. But at the same time, knowing the way the policymakers think, right? Keep in mind, we have that whole socialist mindset coming in. This should also not be used as an excuse to say, oh, it's too risky, it's too dangerous, let's just shut down.
Absolutely,
right?
I agree.
And I know that, and there are many such instances that the first reaction of policymakers is impose a ban, shut down a market, shut down a product, kill that product. And that's really wrong, because it's like you're taking one step forward and 3 steps backward.
It's
right?
baby meat bathwater.
Exactly. So we shouldn't also think that just because it is making the system so volatile, we should just shut everything down and be stable and safe. I mean, it's like, of course, my favorite analogy is that if I have a car, of course, I will never face an accident if I never take the car out of the garage, right? But just for the fear of the accident, will I just keep the car always in the garage? Then what's the point of having a car? It's exactly that, right? I mean, yes, you have to open up the system and there will be risks that you face, and you build institutions and keep on improving the resilience of the system. But doesn't mean that you shut out to all innovations and all creativity, because then you're back to the central planning model, right? And you don't want to go back there. The second point I want to say that institution building is extremely crucial. But at the same time, you can't wait to build institutions and then do the opening up, right? It's not a linearity that works in the real world, because building institution is a very, very long process. It's a trial and error. It's a long process, and we have discussed this. So it has to happen simultaneously, right? When you're a country of 1.4 billion people, at some level, you don't have the luxury to say that, oh, I'm going to first build institutions, then open up, then grow. But you're dealing with poverty, right? You're dealing with the whole idea of improving per capita GDP. That luxury of time is simply not there. So that is something that we always have to live with the trade-off. Yes, there will be some periods when it will get volatile, things will get risky, but you learn the lessons from it and you keep on building the institutions. For example, the bankruptcy law came about, right? Gradually, this government is talking about privatization of banks. I don't know to what extent it will happen, but at least the discourse has started. So I think that's sort of the process that you watch the problems and you can't withdraw and say, oh, but this is bad, let's shut down. Nor can you say, let's wait to build the institution, build the rule of law, and only then we will make progress on the reforms, right? And the third thing I want to say on the point you said about regulators. I think I disagree to some extent. Of course, I don't know exactly what you and Bhargavi discussed, but one thing is that when you are opening up the markets, when you are opening up the private sector, there is such a thing, and we know in public choice theory, right? There is such a thing as market failure, right? Private sector is, of course, not perfect, right? I mean, there are many things that go wrong in the operation of the private sector. And there are classic market failures, right? There's externality problem, there's asymmetric information, and there's monopoly. And when you have these market failures, it is not in the incentive of the private sector to solve the problems on its own. It simply won't. And that's when you need the state to step in. And the way the state can step in, because the economy is becoming big, it's becoming pretty large, one centralized government cannot really control all of these things. You need regulators to do all of the addressing of market failure. So I don't quite agree that you open up the private sector and then you do trial and error to see what kind of regulator will work, because you need both of them
she wasn't
together.
making a normative, Bhargavi wasn't making a normative point. It was like a descriptive sense of what kind of happened in India, where she looked at the history of regulatory agencies around the world and how they evolved over time in response to growing needs, and how in India we tried to kind of supercharge that process. So a couple of things. Ajay and I have a couple of episodes on Everything is Everything on number one, when should the state act, what it should take into account. I'll link them from the show notes. Market failure again is another term which people misunderstand. They think market failure is when the market doesn't give me what I want. कि मुझे लाल कुर्ता चाहिए था, market में सिर्फ green कुर्ता है, market failure, intervene करो. No, that is not a market failure. It's a specific term that means specific things. Markets fail very rarely. Governments fail all the time. Government failure is ubiquitous. That is a big lesson of public choice theory. But when there is genuine market failure, that's when you need the state to step in. And we've laid it out in great detail in that Everything is Everything episode, exactly what there are. Now, I have another question here for you. I would imagine that the way institution building would work and adapting to a new world would work is that you design a framework as you go along, and you also sort of adapt to changing circumstances, and you keep modifying your institutions. And all of this knowledge that you're getting, all of this learning, this becomes institutional knowledge, this becomes institutional memory. It is embedded somewhere, which means that mistakes of the past are not repeated ever, right? And I want to ask about whether that is happening and where that is happening. Whether that is happening is the reason I ask that is because a lot of the reactions of the state in many of these situations is so reactive, so knee-jerk, almost so jugaru, like, the bank helplines, for example, quote unquote, that one wonders if you are just going from crisis to crisis, reacting with each one in a piecemeal way, or is there somewhere an evolving rule book, an evolving set of best practices, which, you can look back on and learn from your predecessors. And the reason I ask where is this institutional knowledge encoded is it encoded somewhere within the state where ideally it should be, or is there a knowledge community where it is encoded? Because when I see what Ajay and Susan are doing at XKDR, for example, I imagine that there is an encoding of that kind of institutional knowledge and memory there, which is being passed on to future policy people. So is it happening there? Is it happening in the state? Do we learn from our mistakes? What's your sense of this?
I think it's a great question. And I don't think it's happening at the level of the state, right? I think at the level of the state, it's exactly pretty much the way you described it. It's more reactive, right? You're basically fighting crisis to crisis. If it's not a crisis per se, you're essentially plugging one hole and then running off to plug the next hole. What's happening, I think, there is this institutional knowledge in the knowledge community. And that's where all of this is coming together. Because there are people in the knowledge community who have seen these institutions come up, who have basically have access to data, access to evidence, which they can use to monitor how these institutions are performing, be it regulators, be it judiciary, be it whatever, criminal justice system. And then there is this lot of research, lot of analysis, constant discussion that is happening to evaluate whether it's going in the right direction, what's going wrong, etc. And I think that's fine. I think the knowledge community has to perform this role. The state doesn't always have the time and the bandwidth to do something like that, and that's okay. I think the problem is there has to be a constant feedback mechanism from the knowledge community to the policymakers, right? So that the policymakers don't get blindsided, that, oh, I've done a reform, it's working well, let's just get some political win out of it, and we forget about it, and it takes a life of its own. Unless that feedback mechanism is there from the knowledge community to the policymakers, there will never be this flow of information that, hey, this is not working and that needs to be fixed. And I think somewhere down the line, that feedback mechanism has broken down. So that is why what's happening now is, yes, some reforms are happening, some institutions are getting built. And even if the knowledge community is doing the monitoring and the evaluation, the two are not talking to each other. And that becomes the risky part, right? That's the danger. Because then it's just orthogonality, right? Like two parallel railway lines walking together, and the knowledge community can see that this is really not working, but nobody in the policy world is interested to hear, right? I think that's the risk.
Is it a risk that is looming larger and larger? Because one sense that I get from within the knowledge community is the state has stopped listening. While if I look in the past, the knowledge community is embedded in the state, weaving in and out of it, almost like a deep state kind of thing. Like Ajay worked as part of the state between 2003 and 2017. So he straddled the Vajpayee regime, the two Manmohan governments, all the way up to the Modi government. And you had an entire community of people who knew each other, who were talking to each other, who were debating, who were often disagreeing. But there is a dialogue and a discourse happening, a shared knowledge, a mutual respect. And a lot of those people are out in the dark today, as we know. And there is this sense that this government doesn't listen to experts anymore, or if it does, it listens to quote unquote quote those useful idiots who will tell them what they want to hear. And I use that phrase very deliberately. So what's your sense
No,
of that?
I agree with you. I think when I said that the feedback from the knowledge community to the policymakers, that's exactly what I was thinking. That not just that particular group that you referred to, I think there are many, many such groups, think tanks, what you want to call them, that they were a part of the policymaking process. They would get feedback from the policymakers, they would have access to the discussions, and there would be this constant dialogue, constant conversation that happens where both the parties are learning from it. And that's a fantastic way to move forward. And once you discontinue that, right, once you're basically just listening to those who are saying all good things about what is happening, then you end up building an echo chamber, right? And you sort of lose a sense of reality. You just don't know what is working, what is not. You just keep thinking that, oh, everything is going great and nothing needs to be fixed. There's no reform that needs to be taken, because it's like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think that's the danger. And I will agree with you. I think we are sort of in that world where there is a little bit of a denial that there are problems which need to be fixed. And B, even if there are people, there are knowledge communities across the country who are thinking about how to fix some of the problems, what to do, what reforms, what analysis, they're not plugged into the policy-making community at all. So that connection, I think, has totally fallen apart. And one can only hope that over a period of time, it'll happen again. I mean, the two things will come together again.
What do you mean one can only hope? Explain that. One must act, Rajeshwari. One must act.
I live in hope. I live in hope that whatever we are saying, discussing, writing at some point of time will start mattering again.
I live in act.
So now we are basically come to 2014, right? And this is the last phase of those four phases that we started off with. Now, 2014 to current period since we are talking government to government, of course, that's one continuous government, so to speak. I want to first say that since we're talking about the economic issues and the details of it, in the spirit of reforms, you're basically inheriting an economy which is really fragile, right? The growth is slowing down and all of these things are going wrong. There are some things which were done, which were quite positive in terms of the reform initiatives during this period. And I want to highlight that because I think the general sense of some of the people is that, oh, no, nothing really good happened from 2014. I think that's absolutely not right. One thing a few things. The first thing would be inflation targeting. Right? This was extremely important because, as I was saying, that around 2010-11, the inflation rate in India just shot up. And at that point of time, RBI did not really have a monetary policy whose well-defined objective was inflation control. Of course, like any other central bank, the RBI was increasing the interest rate to deal with inflation, but it was not coded in the RBI Act, right? Interestingly, to give you a trivia, the RBI Act of 1930s, the preamble of the RBI Act says that the RBI was set up as a temporary provision, right? Because this was the need of the hour. This is a volatile period, the world wars, etc. And the preamble of RBI Act had not been changed until 2016, which means from the legal perspective, there was no well-defined objective that was spelled out in the Act. But that changed in 2016. Now, what happened was in 2014, there was a committee report that was submitted by Urjit Patel. Then Raghuram Rajan becomes the RBI governor. And he was the governor in 2014 as well. And in 2015, an agreement gets signed between RBI and the Ministry of Finance, which formalizes inflation targeting. And in 2016, Arun Jaitley, as the finance minister, in the budget speech announces that the RBI Act will be amended. And for the first time, the preamble gets changed and that line gets added that the objective of monetary policy is price stability, keeping an eye on growth, right? And it was a phenomenal reform because for the first time, the objective gets clearly defined. There's an accountability associated with conducting monetary policy, right? The central bank is held accountable for maintaining inflation at a certain level, which was 4% of consumer price index with a 2% band on both sides. And what it also did was it brought transparency to the conduct of monetary policy, right? Until then, monetary policy was a very esoteric stabilization policy, so to speak, that people wouldn't really understand. I mean, what exactly is going on? But with inflation targeting, there's a lot of transparency that is introduced because now, as you know, there are the fixed times, the 6 times a year, when monetary policy meetings are being held, there's a press conference, everybody can listen to it. There are statements being released, which are nice, short, and crisp. So there's a lot of transparency of communication of conduct, which helps analysts, commentators, experts to hold the central bank accountable in case the target is not being achieved. I think that was great, right? The other thing that happened also with inflation targeting is that until then, the governor of the central bank was taking a decision on the monetary policy, right? With inflation targeting, a committee was set up, a monetary policy committee, with 6 people, 3 of whom are academicians from outside RBI. And what that does is, it brings in diversity of opinion, right? Of course, many is always better than one. So there's debate, there's discussion, and people are privy to it. Like all the minutes are released, we know what they're discussing. Of course, there's a long way to go, right? There's many, many more improvements that can be done, but at least the start has been made. So I thought I think that's a very good reform that was done post 2014. The second thing, of course, is IBC. Right? I mean, I think it's just a phenomenal reform that was brought about, notwithstanding everything that has happened since then, which is basically the working of the law has been seriously affected by
IBC
institutional
being
weakness.
Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code for my listeners, not International Burger Council or something like that.
Okay, yes. Yeah. Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code of 2016. And the reason it was really, it's a very comprehensive bankruptcy law, which and does something very interesting, which is that if a firm has defaulted on loans and it goes into the bankruptcy law, basically the law is used against the firm, then the promoter loses possession of the firm, right? And the bank, the creditors take over and everything. And that was the first time this kind of a provision was brought into the overarching bankruptcy framework. IBC was done in 2016. The problem that happened was that the way the bankruptcy law was designed was it required many other things to work. This is the classic institution story, right? Tribunals, information utilities, which are basically credit agencies that would store a lot of information. Those things weren't in place, of course, by the time IBC was implemented. Everything was envisaged together. That plus the fact that there are issues with the way the court system works, issues with the way, the entire community, the vested interests, the multiple stakeholders, the IBC has basically taken a life of its own. It has been amended way too many times at this point. I don't even know what the law really looks like from what we had recommended. But having said that, I think it is still a great reform, because what's happening now is there's this threat that if you're a promoter who has defaulted on the loan, and if IBC gets used against you, you lose control of the company. That has started working as a threat. So IBC itself may have problems, but the credible threat that IBC may be used against you is basically working, so that firms and banks can do out-of-court negotiations and things are getting settled. So I think that's a great outcome in some sense. And as I said, at some point of time, right, in a country like India, all these reforms will take a very, very long time to actually reach the shape and form that was probably envisaged and to have those outcomes. And maybe in the process, it'll undergo many, many changes as IBC is doing. So that was the one reform. The third that I want to mention is, and they're both negatives and positives, of course, like with anything, is the goods and services tax, right, which was conceptualized during Prime Minister Vajpayee's time, was actually implemented by the NDA 2 government. And the GST, of course, is in and of itself, it's a great reform, right? Before that, there were almost as many as 15 indirect taxes. All of that get rolled into one tax. Yes, not one tax. We had slabs and all of that, 4 slab rates, etc. But I think in terms of interstate trade, bringing all of that together, integrating the interstate trade of the country, and giving a boost to the manufacturing sector, it's a very good step in the right direction. Yes, the implementation of GST was not as expected. It was not really a single tax. It was multiple tax and all of that. But once again, I will say that these things take time, right? You learn from the mistakes, you start tweaking on the margins, and I think that's a time-consuming process that needs to happen. But at least we made the start, right? I think GST, in and of itself, the idea is great. So that's third. And these are 3 really big reforms, by the way, right? You get inflation targeting in 2016, you get IBC in 2016, you get GST in 2017. The fourth thing that I want to say that worked really well during this period, and the reason I'm listing these things is because there are many things that went wrong during this period, right? Some of these are just the workings, like legacies of the 2008 to 2014 period. Some of these were policy mistakes. But it's important to also understand some of the things that went right or that were done right. So these three are ones. Then the fourth one is coming to the COVID period, right? When the COVID-19 pandemic hits India, and of course, all over the world, the most natural reaction of governments across the world, particularly in the developed economies, was to announce massive fiscal stimulus. Right. And there was a lot of demand from economists here as well that the government of India needs to spend a whole lot of money to give a fiscal stimulus package because this is once in a century crisis. Now, at that time in 2020, the fiscal deficit of the central government was already very high. And had the government announced very large fiscal stimulus, it's not that the government didn't do fiscal support at all. It did announce fiscal support in terms of direct cash transfers and other support packages, etc. But it was nowhere close to the magnitude of fiscal stimulus that was announced in the developed economies, right? Had the government followed that path, I think it would have been a disaster because the fiscal deficit would have already shot up to 9% for the central government alone. It would have become so high that for a country like India to finance that kind of a fiscal deficit, the amount of borrowing that the government would have had to do would be extremely damaging for both growth as well as macro stability. So I would definitely give a lot of credit to the government for not following that route and being relatively fiscally conservative, which is why today our fiscal deficit is down to, this year I think it's going to be 5% or so. I thought that's a great thing. The other thing that I want to mention, of course, are the farm bills. Right? I mean, I think you and I will both agree that the spirit, the design, the principle of the farm bills were exactly what was needed. Right? We haven't been able to do it for all these years, and finally, they were able to come up with the right kind of design. But of course, the way it was done, with the way it was implemented, without enough consultation, discussion, etc., that definitely didn't work out. But the way it was designed, that is exactly what should have been done. So I think that's definitely one positive. So I think all of these things, and it's probably going to take quite some time for the economy to realize the benefits of many of these things that were done. Some of these we're already realizing because of fiscal consolidation, etc. So that's why I wanted to talk about this before going to the biggest problem of this period, which is the balance sheet crisis. Right. I think the one episode that really affected growth, and we are still suffering from the repercussions of that, was this giant balance sheet crisis that was brewing as a ticking time bomb, as we were discussing, and basically blows up during this period. Over to you.
That's a brilliant summary, and I appreciate that you went through the positive policies of this period first, because one litmus test I have for independent thinking is that if someone says they oppose this government, I will ask them, tell me about the good things it's done. And if they say they support this government, I'll say, tell me about the bad things they've done. And if they can, that's good, because you are keeping that balanced view, because no government is all bad or all good. And if you can't, then it's tribal thinking. I mean, it just basically is that. So I'm really glad that you kind of mentioned these. I'll quickly summarize my big issues with the government, because I agree with you about all of these policies, except I would demur a bit on GST. The GST is conceptually incredible, but a policy is ultimately the whole package of not just its conceptualization, but also its design and its implementation. And the design and implementation were disastrous. I did, back in the days when the Seen and the Unseen are daily short episodes, I did an episode on GST with Devanshu Datta before GST was implemented. And he predicted a bunch of things that would happen because it was designed badly, and all of them happened. So in that sense, it was a mess. I know for a fact from my friends who are small businessmen, medium businessmen, that it really hurt them. Even for me, compliance is a mess. Yeah, every month I've got to, not that I'm earning anything, but every month I've got to find invoices, figure out. It's just a pain in the ass. Why do you make people do this? And but leaving that aside, I broadly.
So I have a question for you, Amit, at this point. Given that the implementation went haywire and there are too many complications built into it, are you hopeful that over a period of time things will get ironed out and the GST will start working the way we expect it to?
Yes and no, more no. Yes, because there is a knowledge community which is pushing, and it's there in the discourse. We know what's wrong with it. We know what should be done. But no, because that once we have announced it and it is there, the people who are benefiting from it will never let their advantages go. The people, etc., etc. Because earlier you could have said we will just have one rate, and there were arguments against that also. also read, there were different kinds of service tax and whatever, and one rate is unfair. But now that you have multiple rates, if you start changing it, they'll start, kicking and shouting, and it gets very hard to do. Exactly what happened with the farm laws in a sense. Like, one thing that I often think about reform is that, take any sector. Right now, you are in a particular equilibrium, right? All sensible people in all parties may agree that you should be in another equilibrium entirely. Even if there is consensus on that, there is now a huge transaction cost on moving from one equilibrium to another, a lot of which is political, because all the beneficiaries of the current system will kick and scream and fight, and all the beneficiaries of the future system will either not know that they would be beneficiaries because they can't imagine it, or they would not be incentivized enough to actually protest, which I think is kind of what happened with the farm laws. And with the farm laws, like Ajay and I have a great episode called The Tragedy of the Farm Bills. And the truth there is, you're absolutely right. They messed up on the politics completely in trying to sort of bludgeon it through parliament and etc. etc. Whereas you could have taken a much more consultative and gradual approach and gotten there in a better way. So for once, they got it the other way around. Normally, the BJP is very good at handling the politics, and they completely mess up the economics. And in this case, it was the exact opposite, and it went to hell. Now, before we get to the balance sheet crisis, I'll quickly talk about the things that I keep ranting about. One of them, of course, is demonetization. I had a bunch of pieces on it in the sense that it was like a dialogue between me and Modi ji. That's what I feel. Because Modi ji would say, this is why I did it, and I would publish a piece in Times of India or any of the places I used to write for and demolish that completely. My piece comparing him to Mao was then retweeted by Rahul Gandhi and Kejriwal and all of these people. Seldom have all of them been united on one thing as much as that piece of mine. And then and I'll link that from the show notes. And so I have a whole thread. I have many episodes on it. Without getting into this, why it was nonsense and all the specific reasons given by the Prime Minister were not valid, to use a euphemism. My biggest objection to it is that it was the largest assault on property rights in human history. That is, it was in that sense that it was a leaf out of the left-wing Maoist book rather than anything that the right-wing would do. They call him right-wing in a social sense. In economics, he is extremely left-wing and statist, right? Burkean conservatives and Hayekian libertarians would be aghast at demonetization. It was an assault on property rights. It was absolutely terrible. And the other part that I really hated about demon is that you had all these useful idiots. Now, let me talk about that phrase, useful idiots. It's a proper noun. It's a phrase used by Lenin for people who would come up and support a regime because they want a position in it and not out of conviction. And you and I both know, we will not take any names on the show, but everybody knows them, that there were a bunch of people who perhaps for understandable reasons that, we'll be done with the socialism of the past and we'll have markets. And by the way, for all the rhetoric around Modi, completely far from free markets, as statist as his predecessors, as central planning as Nehru, as authoritarian as Indira. So basically combines the qualities of his favorite politicians. And so entirely in that spirit, so there were a lot of sort of people, including some people I used to admire, who actually went in and went all out for the regime. But they weren't doing so on the basis of principles. They were doing so on the basis of tribalism, and perhaps they stayed on that line out of inertia or out of ego, I don't know what. But they continued supporting Demon. In fact, they were at one point, circular was sent out to all these house idiots who were told that, okay, support Demon. Many of them didn't actually support Demon. They thought it was batshit crazy, but they came out in public in any case and debased themselves by making ridiculous arguments about it. And the worst possible argument was about costs and benefits. Where they would try to sound nuanced and they would say that, look, there are costs and benefits. We don't know yet. Let's wait and watch. And to me, that was entirely immoral. Like at that time in an op-ed I wrote for the magazine I used to edit, Pragati, I pointed out that any economist who support demonetization is either a bad economist or a bad human being. And in many cases, both, right? So it was, in that sense, it was pretty shocking. And for me, it is almost a litmus test now that when I look at public intellectuals, were you still, did you support Demon? Did you speak out in favor of it? If you did, I cannot take you seriously. And there are many people who changed their mind about Modi at around that time, and, more credit to them for that. People have a right to change their minds as well. And again, I won't take names. So Demon in that sense was a complete disaster, and it stands on par with Indira Gandhi's worst policies. I called them crimes on humanity earlier. Demon was exactly that. I thought the COVID lockdown was, at the time, I thought a lockdown was justified because you had the fog of war, you had the healthcare systems in Spain and Italy falling apart completely. India's healthcare system anyway was a joke and at overcapacity. I kind of understood it. But the way that it was done, the draconian, unfeeling way, the plight of migrant labor, all of that shit that happened, and then the work that went into actually hiding the data of not allowing the actual death toll to be out there, I thought it was horrendous and unforgivable and so on. And in a piecemeal way, the mindset of the government over the last 10 years has been incredibly statist. You've had the same kind of bad economics. Every once in a while, price control will come. Every once in a while, agar प्याज का भाव ऊपर चले गया तो they'll ban export of प्याज. All these completely ad hoc policies without any economic logic are constantly carried out almost on a daily basis. Bizarre things happen. Like at the time of the farm bills, I think they banned onion exports. How can you do both? It is not coherent. It means that there are no principles. It's still ad hoc. You happen to want to do something good, but it is still in an ad hoc way, and that is kind of something I lament. So that is my overall lament. The arrogance of our current finance minister during her press conferences, and just it's a lot of the economic policy today is just so dumb. I mean, I don't have, we've been recording for 6-7 hours now, and I'm running out of coherence and adjectives. So I'll hand over to you. So tell me more about what you feel is the biggest problem with this administration.
So let's neutralize Amit's anger a little bit, because I can see him getting really angry at this point. Going back to the balance sheet crisis that I was talking about, I think one of the biggest problems of this period was there was this three-way balance sheet crisis that broke out. One was the balance sheet problem in the banking sector. The second is the balance sheet problem in the businesses who had basically borrowed from the banks, the non-financial firms. And the third was the balance sheet problem in the NBFCs, the non-banking financial companies. So what happens from 2014 onwards is that, as I was saying earlier, that a lot of this bad news was hidden. It was like kicking the can down the road. But by 2014, it was becoming pretty clear that you can't keep this news hidden for too long, because it was too large a problem and something has to be done about it, right? And maybe also, I'm not privy to this, but it's possible that the whole work on the bankruptcy law had started. So maybe the understanding was that around the IBC is around the corner, and then we would actually have a mechanism to solve the bad loan problem. So whatever it may be, in 2015, the RBI Governor Raghuram Rajan announces the Asset Quality Review, right, the AQR, which essentially forces all these banks to come clean, right? You reveal all the non-performing assets on your balance sheet and show what the extent of the bad news is.
And then the helpline is dead.
Exactly. And this was, as I said, the volcano, right? That's the bursting of the volcano. And ultimately, what the data showed was by 2018 March, if I remember correctly, the total extent of the NPA was around 12% of the total loans of the banking sector. And for public sector banks alone, it was close to 16% of their total loans, which are very, very high numbers, right? I think overall it was around 13 lakh crore of NPA in the system, which is massive, right? So all of this bad news now starts pouring out. The genie's out of the bottle. And of course, you have to resolve the problem, right? You know the extent of the problem, then what do you do to address it? Multiple steps were taken, right? One, of course, is recapitalization of the banking sector, because as I said, 60-70% of the banks were still owned by the government. The government had to inject capital. End of the day, I think the government ended up putting in about 4 lakh crore of money, taxpayers' money, to bail out these banks. Pretty damaging, right? But then it had to be done, because you have to basically save these banks. You can't let them die. These are all owned by the government, and that's the whole vestige of the central planning era. The second thing that was done was a slew of corrective measures taken by the central bank and the government. This was the Prompt Corrective Action Framework, where basically 11 out of 21 public sector banks were put in this framework. These were the weakest banks with the highest extent of NPAs, and they were told that you can't give any more loans. You have to basically shut down the books till the problem gets resolved. You get capital, you fill up the hole, and till you get to that level of becoming healthy again, you can't lend. Then a lot of penalizing actions were brought against bank officers. For example, we have the Prevention of Corruption Act. The bank officials were brought under the Prevention of Corruption Act by a Supreme Court ruling in 2016, because they are all public servants, which essentially implied that all NPA decisions came under the scanner. And this was extremely fearful, right? These NPA decisions, these lending decisions were taken during the boom period. Maybe some of them were taken after 2008-9. All of these decisions could now be open up to investigations. Right now, imagine the kind of incentives that you're creating by doing this. And of course, what happens is the banking sector just withdraws, right? There is enormous amount of risk aversion. Nobody's lending. The bank credit growth, again, if I remember correctly, by 2017-18, start of 18, is down to 5%. Now, remember, the peak of bank credit growth was 35% year on year. It comes down to 5%. That's very, very damaging for the economy because the banking sector is the most important financial intermediary in the Indian economy. If the bank credit growth falls to 5%, nobody basically is getting credit.
It's a heart sending blood to the rest of the body.
Absolutely, right? It just stops functioning. Simultaneously, what happens is the private sector stops investing. Right? Because, of course, this whole bursting of the volcano, much of the private sector, the large firms are victims of this. Culprit, victim, whichever way you want to look at it. But bottom line, they are also struggling because they have not been able to repay the debt. Now they are all will be into the bankruptcy law that was implemented in 2016. But basically, investment starts slowing down. The data shows from roughly 2011-12 onwards. It doesn't recover after that. There's a period of investment decline, and then it's complete stagnation of private sector investment for a very, very long period of time, right? Again, extremely damaging for the economy. So you have this twin shock of bank credit growth slowing down drastically and private sector investment becoming completely stagnant, right? And simultaneously, what is happening is that as the banking sector started withdrawing from lending to industry, the non-banking finance companies started lending because they basically saw that this is an opportunity, right? Not only were they lending to whichever industry would borrow, but they were also lending to consumers, right? This continues till about 2018. But in 2018, there was a big NBFC called ILNFS, Infrastructure Lending and Financial Services, that defaults on its payment. And the whole cycle of this default and NBFC sector going into crisis, that starts at that point of time, September 2018. And the NBFC sector going into crisis was almost like the last straw because already the banking sector is struggling. The private sector has withdrawn from investing. The NBFCs were lending to consumers as well. That goes into this shock kind of a thing. And the banks were told at that point of time by RBI to give some lifeline loans to NBFC so that it doesn't completely fall apart. So that happens a little bit. But by 2019, essentially what it means is the economy has just completely fallen off the cliff, right? GDP growth rate, irrespective of how it's measured, was less than 4%. Right. It's really, really bad. This was also the time when consumption, for the first time, I think in 60 years, was growing in single digits. Unemployment shot up. As I said already, investment was completely sluggish. Exports had started slowing down as well. So by 2019, the economy was in the worst possible shape that it could be in a very, very long time. It had been struggling from 2011 onwards. By 2019, all of that culminates into very bad macro numbers. Now, I want to mention one thing here, and I don't want to go into demon and all of that you've covered in all your rant, but I want to mention one thing that in 2015, a new GDP series is released, right? And this was the time when the entire methodology and input data for computing GDP underwent a wholesale change. And what that did was it started showing that the economy post 2013-14 was growing at a very rapid pace. We have had discussions. I've done a lot of work on this. I know people have done a lot of research in this. There were many measurement problems with the new series of the GDP. And apart from the statistical problems of it, of course, the reason it was damaging is because it gives a false sense of complacency, right? If the data shows that the economy is growing at 7-8%, as policymakers, you would think that everything is going fine. Nothing really needs to be addressed. And I think that lulls the policymaker into this state to think nothing has to be fixed. So that definitely, I think, happened to some extent. And it's important to point that out because while the balance sheet crisis was brewing, maybe the growth rate was not as high as the official data showed. And if the growth was correctly measured, maybe some steps could have been taken. But by 2019, it was already too late. So this is sort of the state of affairs going from 2014 to 2019. Now, essentially this is what happens from 2014 to 2019, right? So we have had that boom of 2004 to 2009, and then since then basically everything starts slowing down, one shock after the other, both external and domestic, and then by 2019 it all culminates into an economy that is really, really struggling.
So I've had an episode on NBFCs in the hoary past, very small episode, but I've had episodes that have addressed some of this banking crisis with both Josh Feldman and Harshvardhan. So I'll link those from the show notes. Plus, importantly, at the end of 2019, I had an episode with Vivek called The Indian Economy in 2019, right? And the reason I'm pointing that out is to underscore your point that the economy was doing pretty badly then. Now there is some kind of narrative that, oh, COVID happened, what could we do? This happened, that happened. No, I have regularly, routinely done episodes in the years before that, the last of them in December 2019, talking exactly specifically about that and breaking that down on, the state that we were in and why we were in a bad state. So, we were in a bad state, and regardless, of course, welfareism zindabad, the elections happened and etc., etc. But still a lot to cover, because you will realize that we haven't even reached the present time yet. And after we reach the present time, we have to talk about the present time in some detail. So before that, I think both of us need some reinforcement. So let's take another quick commercial break. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen for the last time, by which I don't mean that this is the last episode, of course not, but this is probably the last section that we shoot of this particular episode. And there's a story behind this, that the section that we are going to sort of record now is a section, 2019 to the current day, is a section we recorded that day itself when we did the rest of the episode. And it lasted like an hour and a half, that particular section. And then, the next day, Rajeswari messaged me and she said, we were very tired that day. We'd already spoken for 7 hours. There's a lot more I have to say. Can we re-record just that last section? And I said, sure, fine, let's do it, because hey, I'm a sucker for punishment. But speaking of punishment, last night, and 2 days have passed since then, and last night Rajeshwari actually spent a fair bit of time in an emergency room. What happened, boss?
Yes, it was a really bizarre incident. I finished my dinner and then suddenly I started getting hives and rashes all over, which definitely did not feel like mosquito bites. And I took an anti-allergic medicine and I messaged a family doctor and she said just immediately rush to the ER, because this could become something really fatal, because your body could be shut down, because your body is reacting to some kind of a allergen that you can't figure out, of course. So lo and behold, I find myself in ER, where they give me an IV drip and inject multiple drugs, 3 drugs to be very specific, including a steroid. And I completely conk off. Like, I think for the next 1 hour, I was gone. And then I wake up and everything is like the hives and the rashes, they've all disappeared. And I feel as if nothing had ever happened before. But the result of that was I was really drugged up on anti-allergic, steroid, all of those medicines, including today morning. So let me tell you, when I was going to the hospital and then the whole IV drip happened, I'm coming back, I actually started thinking that it's almost like in 1991, the Indian economy went into ER. Right, because it was getting allergic to this 40 years of command and control system that was in place. And then it was given in IV, literally in IV, right? Like a massive big bang stroke of the pen. It has to happen right now, otherwise it will be fatal. So 3 drugs were given, the delicensing, removing public sector control on some industries, and trade liberalization. And then, of course, for a few years, it went into this, the way I got conked off, because it takes time. So that's why we get a growth rate of only 6% in the next 10 years. But then when I wake up from that conked off state and I have this new lease of life, that's the boom of 2003 to 2008, when the Indian economy just goes literally like, all new energy is being unleashed and new dynamism is being infused. And with that energy, I have basically come today, Amit. So this is my post-drug, post-coma boom phase when I'm raring to go. But then mind you, the Indian economy started sliding back in 2011 onwards, right? From 2011 onwards. And from then, it has been a long story of slowdown and everything that went wrong. So we have to finish the recording before I hit my 2011 mark. And that's the thing that was going on in my mind. I thought, yes, there's a reason why things happen in life.
The metaphor was awesome till 2008, but now I don't like it so much because I want you to continue to be healthy and, not be full of all kinds of different malaises, as it were. Is malaise
No, but
is
what
a
I
plural
meant
of
is
malaise? Yeah.
my boom of 2003 to 2008, like the Indian economy, is going to be for the time when I'm recording with you. So this is the boom period. Now, after the 2011 thing happens, then I might just lose that energy and enthu that this whole boom phase has triggered in me. And then exogenous shocks, etc., who knows what happens. So I'm saying that, there is this massively nice finite period of finishing this recording and talking about the last phase of this historic journey.
I'm feeling alarmed now. I'm like, let's not digress too much. Let's not take it too slow. So, gentle listeners, when Rajeswari told me this as she came in, I made the very insensitive quip but though I thought before making it that this is a person who will get dark humor, so it's okay. So I made the insensitive quip that had something happened to you, this would have been a super successful episode, because just imagine you speak about the economy for 8 hours and then you conk off. What can be a better marketing success?
Yeah, the reason I'm not taking any offense to what Amit said is because I'm drugged on both caffeine and anti-allergic. So they're doing different things to my mind right now. So let's carry on.
Good Lord, it's like monetary policy be, fiscal policy be.
Everything, just firing from all guns.
Firing from all guns. So, okay, so here we are. We've reached 2019, which is relatively recent. And we've been speaking for the last almost 7 hours about the economy so far. But as we go ahead, would you like to, kind of sum up where we've arrived at 2019 or...
So I would like to do a sum up. The reason is because I think 2019 was a very important year, especially since we are looking at a long arc of economic history of India. And also because, if I sum up, it also gives an opportunity to understand why 2011 was the end point of the third phase, and then what exactly happened since then, which makes 2019 such a critical year. So as we were discussing for the last several hours, that we did first generation massive reforms in 1991, followed by second gen reforms under Prime Minister Vajpayee, to essentially free the private sector from the inefficient, extractive, command and control state-led system that had gotten entrenched in the economy. And when the reforms started, a few things happened, right? A few million Indians got lifted out of poverty, something that had not happened under the central planning system. The economy gets a new lease of life. We got some semblance of the markets operating on their own in multiple areas. And the reason I say some semblance is because that's a long, long way to go for us. India gets integrated into the global economy, which was a massive source of demand for our producers. As a result, demand surged, both domestic and external demand. Investment and production increased manifold. There's an unleashing happens of creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurial energy, which is absolutely fantastic. Consumers started benefiting from a wide variety of goods and services. You and I have been direct beneficiaries of that switch from the 1980s to the 1990s and 2000s. And we witnessed a major economic boom, which was our third phase from roughly 2003 to 2008, let's even say 2011. Right? Now, as I mentioned earlier, that as a result of these reforms, we got a business cycle swing for the first time, right? Like any modern capitalist economy would do, because we were reaping the fruits of freedom. Then, however, from 2011 onwards, especially, the business cycle turned. The economic growth began slowing down, both because of external shocks like the global financial crisis and the taper tantrum shock of 2013, also because of India's own structural economic issues. For example, government ownership of the banking sector, which worsened the NPA crisis that started, and domestic policy misadventures like demonetization, GST implementation, etc. Unfortunately, as economists or statisticians, we cannot continue the business cycle measurement beyond 2013 because, as we know, the GDP series changed from then onwards, and we almost got a completely new GDP series, right? Usually, when what happened was there was a base year change in 2011-12. Usually, when base year changes happen, nothing fundamentally changes in the method and the input data that is used. But that happened in this new GDP series. So then we can't continue the business cycle measurement. And this is therefore when people started looking at a lot at high frequency indicators, right? Also because of internet and computer accessibility had improved, but because the credibility in the official data got affected, economists and other experts, everybody started looking at a whole bunch of high frequency indicators. And the high frequency indicators clearly conveyed that the economy had started sliding downwards from 2011 onwards. Now, this continues till 2019. So we get this period of almost 10 years of growth slowing down and things just not working well. That is why the most critical year in this post-reform period journey, I think, is 2019, because all the economic problems that had started, maybe even from during the boom period, because of it was a debt-fueled boom where businesses were borrowing a lot, all the economic problems in a way culminated in 2019. Right? So all the data that we were looking at in 2019 looked really scary. And also because post 2019 we get COVID. So that's a whole different set of problems altogether. And there's no counterfactual what would have happened if COVID didn't hit us. Maybe the economy would have gotten worse in any case because the way it was in 2019. So we discussed a little bit in the last segment as well what happened in 2019 very quickly. I need to give a little bit of numbers here just to show how stark the problem was. Private sector consumption, which is basically what people like you and I would consume, which constitutes more than 50% of GDP, is the biggest component of demand in GDP. Typically in private sector consumption in India had been growing in double digits. For example, 2011-12, it was growing at roughly 17%. In 2019, that growth rate fell to single digits for the first time in decades to roughly 7%. Now, an interesting point here is, again related to data, almost every 5 years, a household consumption expenditure survey is being conducted. In 2017-18 was the last survey, pre-COVID survey that was conducted, and the results were published in November 2019. The numbers somehow got leaked, and we all came to know that consumption growth had declined to the single-digit number. Now, why do I say leaked? Ideally, this should have been a part of the official data collection process. But no, because the growth number of private consumption appeared inconvenient, the report was withdrawn. I think it's for the first time in India's official statistical history, particularly in the post-reform period, when an official statistical report released by the National Statistical Office had to be withdrawn because the government, the political establishment of the time, did not find it very convenient right before the elections. Now, you can imagine what it does to the credibility of official data, especially in a period when already so many questions are being raised about the GDP data, which is the most important macro indicator. So I just wanted to put this there and we can discuss it later. Now, consumption was in this situation, and I'll say briefly why consumption became, the growth slowed down to such an extent. Private sector investment, which is one of the most important components of demand in terms of boosting growth. In the boom period of 2004 to 2011, private investment was roughly 36% of GDP. By 2019, it had come down to 28% of GDP. It's a pretty big collapse because investment started declining from 2011 when we look at the CMI capex data. There was a little bit of a blip in 2014 when the new government got elected. There was an optimism that things will start changing, but post-demon, it started declining again, and by 2019, it was stagnant, which is really bad for an economy which is trying to grow at a high rate. Unemployment reached 4-decade high. Now, unemployment measurement in India is another massive problem. We are always underreporting unemployment. For example, the official unemployment percentage was 7%, but there is no way India has only 7% unemployed, right? It's much higher than that. So when we look at the CMIE data, it showed that in the age group of 25 to 29 years, unemployment in 2019 was 40%. It was that stark. And just think about it for every 100 workers in the 25 to 29 year age group, which is the prime age group, 40 workers did not have a job. right? He was unemployed. What happened to exports? Because the two biggest drivers of growth are investment and export, right? Exports in the boom period again was about 25% of GDP. By 2019, it fell to less than 20% of GDP. Now, a lot of explanation was given at the time that global economy is slowing down, the whole remnants of GFC are continuing, and hence we just couldn't do much. It was outside our control. Now, the point remains, and I think Vivek Kaul mentioned this in an article. At that point of time, Shankaracharya had written a post which basically talked about the comparison of different countries in Asia, their growth rates of exports. Vietnam's export in that period, 2018-19, was growing at more than 100%. Bangladesh's export was growing at roughly around 60%. Even China, which already had a very high base effect, their exports, goods exports, were growing at 30%. Our exports were growing at 8%. So clearly, global economic slowdown was not the reason why our exports were growing at 8%. We simply did not have a competitive tradables sector, right? And all of that became extremely evident by 2019. And the funny thing is, when so many indicators, some of these are actually even official data. I haven't even quoted the high frequency data collected by other departments. When it became so apparent that the economy is doing badly, in fact, even by the incorrectly measured official GDP data, the growth was less than 4%, 3.9% in 2019. I mean, 3.9% growth rate is something we had last seen in the 60s and 70s. That was the Hindu rate of growth. So that tells you how bad the situation had become. There was a complete denial of the policymakers. There was no acknowledgement of the problem whatsoever. Forget about trying to solve it. And it became almost like an intellectual debate between experts, depending upon which side they were on. And the debate became so polarized that some people were looking at these data and saying, guys, things are really not looking well. And the others who want to curry favors with the policymakers started saying, no, but everything is fine. There's no problem in the economy. So for the first time, I remember thinking that, even in 2011 to 13, when things got bad under UPA 2, there wasn't this kind of a polarization. Everybody said things were bad. But now suddenly we don't even know what to conclude about the Indian economy. Forget about coming up with solutions, right? And how did things get so bad? Very quickly, just for the purpose of recap for the listeners, we just talked about the balance sheet crisis in the banking and the corporate sector, right? Why did that become so serious that became one of the reasons why economic growth slowed down to such an extent? In a capitalist economy, which is what we were trying to build post-reforms, the process of obtaining credit, then investing and producing is at the heart of producing GDP. That's the whole reason you want the private sector to be unshackled, right? And in that process, credit acts like an oxygen to the economy. You cut off that supply of oxygen, there is no way that the body is going to function. It's exactly what happened, right? When the banking sector went into this crisis and the corporate sector withdrew because they were so heavily indebted, they couldn't undertake any investment. They could barely refinance their own loans because banks, after the Raghuram Rajan's AQR, were simply not willing to lend to industry anymore. The supply of credit in the economy completely choked. So there was neither a supply from the banking sector nor a demand because these businesses were not investing. They were just focused on clearing up their balance sheets, right? And throughout this period, we have discussed this before, there was a time when the banks were diverting credit from the so-called healthier businesses to the stressed businesses, what is called zombie lending, right? So banks are actually giving money to the zombie firms because banks can't reveal NP on the balance sheet, and they somehow have to keep these guys on, since I've just come back from the hospital, in an ICU mode, just keep them alive on a ventilator. You can't let them die because then I am going to be answerable for the death and I have no capital to provide for. I am owned by the government. The government will not give me money. So it's a complete disaster. And the reason I say this is important is that typically when you have a business cycle downswing in a developed market, right, it doesn't last for this long because they have institutional structures to deal with the business cycle downturn. That when firms are going bankrupt, they have a bankruptcy system and there's a creative destruction process that the bad firms will go and good firms will come in their place and the resources will get shifted from unproductive use to productive use, right? What happened in India is, even though we opened up the private sector and we tried to give them greater freedom to operate, we did not have all the supporting institutional mechanisms needed. So we did not have a bankruptcy law. We had an overwhelming presence of government in the banking sector, which of course led to the entire infra lending by banks and then prolonged NPA crisis. We did not have a functional corporate bond market because ideally infrastructure financing that happened in the boom period by the public sector banks should have been done by a bond market, because you don't want to take so much of risk on an institutional balance sheet. You want to leave it to the market. But we did not have a bond market. So it's like we started the process, but we had such a short period of time that all these institutional supporting structures had still not come up, but the business cycle boom had started. So then suddenly when things got bad, we had nothing really to use. So we're dealing with the public sector banks, and then RBI is giving restructuring, and it's just a disaster, right? So as a result, what happened was this balance sheet crisis got prolonged for almost 10 years. The first restructuring scheme by RBI was given in 2009. So 9 to 19, a good 10-year period when the two biggest components of the private sector, the banking sector and the corporate India, basically just choked off, right? And then credit started declining. So it's not surprising that by 2019 things got so bad. And of course, then what happens, forget about the policy missteps, Demon and GST over and above this, then as the banking sector is struggling with the crisis, you get this non-banking sector crisis of 2018. And then after by the way, the NBFCs in India, they also do a lot of lending to consumers and small enterprises or medium, for example, truck financing, gold loans, etc. So if they start getting choked off because of the default of this one NBFC, many of the NBFCs lost access to the debt market to raise capital. So they became fund crunched. So they couldn't lend to the real economy. So by 2019, you have a banking sector which is extremely risk averse and impaired. They don't want to lend. Credit growth from banking is down to 6% from the high of 30% of the boom period. The NBFCs are not lending because they are barely struggling to survive. The bond market is struggling because there is risk aversion from the NBFC crisis. And in 2018, as if it was not enough, we had even more financial sector stress because of Yes Bank problem, Franklin Templeton Mutual Fund failed. So finance, which is basically the lifeline of a modern capitalist economy, this was a financial crisis, right? We can't call it a financial crisis because according to the developed market literature, a bank has to fail. But in India, banks don't fail, because we are public sector banks, right? They are not allowed to fail. They'll be kept on life support using taxpayers' money for as long as needed. So it was for all practical purposes a financial crisis of a capitalist economy. We just didn't want to treat it like that and resolve it accordingly. And of course, just as we did not have a bankruptcy law for these businesses, we did not also have a resolution mechanism for failed banks or failed NBFCs, right? I remember there was a point when I think IBC was tweaked to use it for an NBFC resolution. Doesn't make sense, right? You need a separate bill, a separate law to do resolution of financial firms, which we did not have. So the way I look at it, this became a case of what happens when reforms are done under duress, because we had to resolve a crisis in 1991. And once the crisis goes out of our hand, as in the crisis gets resolved, not only does the momentum slow down, there is no comprehensive thinking on what all is needed to let the markets operate, right? And I've mentioned this earlier as well. So then everything moves on the slow burner. And of course, the problems will start brewing because you have opened up one part of the economy, which will behave in a capitalistic sense, but the supporting structures are not there. So when I think about it, it was almost inevitable. The way the reforms were done, this would have happened. The second thing is, the lesson that I can think of is, this is what happens when you try to liberalize or deregulate or privatize a deeply and fundamentally socialist system that is not used to dealing with the operation of the free market mechanism. And hence, there's a lot of pushback from multiple stakeholders, right? From bank deposit holders, from government, from workers. Like, for example, if a firm has defaulted on its loan and is bankrupt, you want to liquidate the firm, just shut down the firm, right? Which is what happens in developed countries. But here there is this whole socialist mindset about the bechara workers, there's labor union, what will happen to all of them, and it gets dragged on for years and years and years. And finally, the third lesson that I'll draw is, I think in India, what happens, and maybe it happens in other countries, but I have not studied them that well, reforms happen when we face a major crisis. Major reforms happen when we face a big crisis. For example, the IBC happened because there was a Vijay Mallya, right? There was Kingfisher, he became the poster child, and because we were dealing with an NPA crisis, the bankruptcy reform happened. Inflation targeting law happened because we had an inflation crisis from 2009 to 2011. I don't think IT would have happened if we didn't have the inflation crisis. Because the NPA crisis happened, now the government is talking about privatizing banks. Right? It's like you can sort of use it as a hook to push a major reform. So I think in general in India, major reforms when there are multiple stakeholders happen when there is a crisis. But by and large, what we do is incremental steps, moving forward in a slow and bumbling manner, doing welfare subsidies, etc. There are some exceptions like GST and Farm Bill. But other than that, I think without a crisis, it becomes very difficult to get reform done. So that's how I would summarize where we were by 2019. And of course, not to forget, while the large formal sector was struggling from the financial system crisis, you had demonetization, which destroyed the vast informal sector. And I think in India, we never really appreciate how important the informal sector is. We are just so obsessed in formalizing it. But before that, we don't realize is that the informal sector, along with agriculture, employs more than 85% of India's labor force. Let's just take a second to digest this. 85% of India's labor force is employed in the informal sector and agri sector, the two sectors which are grossly neglected. So when you do a demon, you're perhaps not even thinking how this is going to affect informal sector. And there is no data because informal sector doesn't get monitored, the data doesn't get collected. Only sporadically some survey will happen. So the informal sector gets killed by demonetization because the way their business works is entirely cash-based. So when you take away the cash, there is no way that they're going to survive. And then as demonetization in 2016, followed by GST in 2017. So two consecutive shocks in just a matter of 2 years. And GST, I had said earlier, was theoretically a very good idea and we should keep working towards improving it. But at the time, the way it was implemented, and you have also talked about it, was absolutely detrimental to the informal sector and the MSMEs. So somehow the policy making, I don't know what the policymakers were thinking at the time, then you have this ticking time bomb in the form of an NPA crisis, which is the largest financial intermediary in the country is choking. You have the NBFC, if the entire financial sector is basically just gone, right? It's just really struggling. And then on top of that, you're doing demon, you're doing GST. And frankly, when IBC was at that time a negative shock, because all these firms which have never faced a bankruptcy framework, they're sitting with so much of debt that they have to get rid of. And now you're being told that, oh, there is this bankruptcy law. And if you go to the court, you lose control of your business. That's how we designed the law. And we hadn't anticipated that when IBC will be implemented, the Reserve Bank of India will say that the 14 largest NPA cases will be pushed to the IBC. So IBC gets implemented in December 2016. By April 2017, RBI comes up with an ordinance. The government comes up with an ordinance instructing the RBI that the 14 largest cases be... Now, at that time, imagine this is a completely new law. Most of the stakeholders don't even understand the implications of it. IBC needed many different institutions, right? Information utility, insolvency profession. Those are not even being set up. And then you say, no, but this is the crisis. We are going to push the biggest cases, right? Bhushan Steel, se leke, everything to IBC. Of course, IBC crumbled. It was not even prepared to take the pressure. It's like a hospital is barely getting built. There is no ICU and ventilator. And you send all the critical patients and tell the hospital, they know, please deal with it. I just keep coming back to hospital examples. Of course, the hospital is going to earn a very bad name for it. It doesn't even have the equipment to treat those critical patients. So anyhow, I think the combination of the fact that reforms were incomplete, we didn't have the institutional structures, we kept on taking policy mistake after mistake because we didn't even realize what the system is going through. That all of that culminates in this series of numbers that start coming out one after the other in 2019. Right? So by 2019, the economy is second time in ER. It needs life support. Right? And then when I talk about the next step, I'll tell you why in some sense it will sound really perverse, But COVID almost acted like a distraction because I mean, imagine from growing at 6%, 8%, 9%, forget post 2013, I don't know at what rate the economy was growing, but you're down by all indicators in a really bad state in life support. Basically, you needed to be in a ventilator. So I'll stop there.
So that's a great narrative, and I want to double click on a couple of things. And there are two big questions that I want to lead to. And one point that I want to make is about the informal sector, about how such a large part of the country works there. And often, what we find in the popular discourse is people will talk about the informal sector as if it is something bad. People will say, "Oh, we need to formalize, we need to get them in the formal sector," almost as if they are criminals operating outside the law, and etc. etc. And my point is no. Look, the point is that markets exist as a mechanism for people in society to help make each other better off, to serve each other to mutual benefit. And when the state gets in the way, which the Indian state did with this panoply of socialist controls, so many of which still exist, then people are forced to sort of go outside the ambit of the law because it is no longer possible to stay within them. And that's where the informal sector comes from. The informal sector is still doing something virtuous. People are serving each other. It is still a site of virtue. You're forced to be outside the law. So to quote unquote get rid of the informal sector is not by killing it completely, because then you're killing all the enterprise and the trade and the good that comes out of it, but by changing your laws and by changing your structures so that none of it is illegal in the first place. That's a critical point. Now, I'll come back to what you said about, you can't just shift from a socialist system to free markets immediately without institutions, and that is dead right. That is something that many people get wrong. That's the reason Russia kind of failed. In fact, they didn't have those institutions, they didn't have the rule of law. So after the collapse of the Soviet Union, it simply didn't work out. And we need to do that. But our argument is not that you do not make the shift. You have to make the shift. Making some of the shift in 1991 got hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. It's a moral good. It is our moral imperative to solve poverty. The only way to do that is through market and growth. We have the entire history of the 20th century as testimony to that. So the transition has to be made. And here, the key question is, how does that transition get made? Because every time you shift from one equilibrium to another, there are transaction costs, there is friction. The agriculture being a classic case in point, that you can talk about that APMCs are bad, let's abolish them, and etc., everything that we've discussed earlier. But the point is that the transition carries pain, that the people who are beneficiaries at this moment in time will inevitably fight back, that people who would be beneficiaries if the reforms were implemented simply do not know that. You can't imagine that. You don't have those frameworks to think about that. So how does one think about a framework? Because if I look at all the changes that have been happening, all the post-91 institutional building almost feels either ad hoc or reactive, as if something happened and then you react to it and you say, oh, we've got to do this. Or it is, even if you're putting institutions in place in advance, you're not really thinking them through properly. It is like, we've got to design a SEBI, let's design a SEBI, without the thought going into it. So is there a way past it, or until we make the transition, are we condemned to bumbling our way through? Because you cannot, of course, let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And there is no question that more markets are good. So how do you think about these transitions and the process of building institutions?
Great points and great questions, Amit. And I completely agree that we can't wait to have all the institutions ready and then say that, okay, now we are going to do reforms, right? It's not a controlled lab experiment. It's a messy country. It's a democracy. There are lives and fates and fortunes of 1.4 billion people that are at stake. So it's an extremely complicated, it's much easier for us to sit in a room and pontificate on some of these issues. But if I think either of us were given the chance to do any of these changes in real time, I think there would be extreme difficulties and complications that we would face. Of course, I completely agree. And I just started saying earlier as well that many good things happened when we started doing the reforms. And this was a much needed transition that was pending for a long time. I think what needs to happen is, And I agree with your last point that the transition from this state-led socialist model to now trying to move towards a more capitalist, market-driven production system is extremely hard and complicated. I don't think any economy, particularly democracy, I keep harping on that point because it's much more difficult in a democracy, has done this without undergoing all the opportunity costs and trade-offs that we have been facing over the last 30 years. I think it's important to understand that when you do the transition, the state withdrawal needs much more careful political handling, particularly when powerful interest groups will be hurt by the reform, right? And the classic example that comes to my mind is the Farm Bill versus the 1991 reform, right? When you have the 1991 reform, there were businesses and private sector who wanted the liberalization, who wanted the deregulation, right? They wanted to be unshackled. So there was a massive push or consensus from their side, and because they were going to be the ones to be most affected. So there was an alignment of interest of the most dominant interest group along with what the state was trying to do. When the Farm Bill was being introduced, it was exactly the opposite. Right? The dominant interest group who was going to be affected by the reforms were not aligned with what the state was trying to do. Forget about the state trying to do consultation and build consensus. I think fundamentally it would have been difficult nonetheless because the interest of this group was so different from what they didn't want liberalization of the agricultural markets. They didn't want the MSP to be removed. They didn't want the APMC middlemen to be removed, right? These things had gotten entrenched in their operating system, and they certain sections, particularly of the agricultural community, had gotten used to it, right? So then no matter what you try to do, there was going to be an extremely high friction process, and that probably would take a significantly longer time where you have to have the political will, the political skill, most importantly, and enormous amount of patience to see it through. It's much, much harder. So I think we also don't have the luxury to cherry pick reforms, but this is one framework that I use to think about it. That, okay, what happens when you introduce some reforms like liberalization, and if despite being in a coalition minority government, you're able to push it through. But then despite being an absolute majority government, you're not able to do something like a farm bill. So maybe that's one framework to think about it. And I think Atul Kohli has a book on Indian development called The Political Economy of Reforms in the 1980s. And if I remember correctly, said that the quiet reformist mindset of the bureaucracy and the intellectual thinkers of 1980s was also supported, as I was saying, by the new wave of entrepreneurs who wanted the economy to open up. So when that alignment happens, I think it becomes much easier. Or for example, when the stakeholders are not that visible, for example, in inflation targeting, who are the stakeholders, right? There isn't any such strong interest group. So it's relatively easier to do a reform because it's much more esoteric, etc. Right? When an IBC happens, it's significantly harder because there are so many stakeholders involved. And it may be in the bank's interest to do it, but may not be in the promoter's interest to do it. And then you have to constantly keep balancing, which is why IBC is struggling much more than a deregulation or an inflation targeting. So it's like a meta discussion, almost like a different episode, where what reforms are easier to implement depending upon the institutional structure, the stage of the development, the deep socialist mindset, all these factors. Some reforms may be easier to implement and facilitate the transition from a state-led system to a market-oriented system. Some reforms are going to intrinsically face a lot more opposition. Let me give you another example. When IBC was, and I keep coming to IBC because I've seen the process firsthand, right? When IBC was implemented, there was an enormous urgency because of the NPA crisis, but it still started operating, right? The bill became a law. There were standing committee discussions, which by the way were absolutely fantastic quality, and it became a law, it got enacted, and the process started. Today we have a bankruptcy law, broken or otherwise, it is still functioning, better than having nothing at all. In parallel, another bill was introduced, which was called the FRDI bill, the Financial Resolution and Deposit Insurance Bill in 2017. It was tabled in the parliament. And this bill was exclusively meant to come up with a resolution mechanism for financial firms. Because these are two sides of the same coin, right? If you're resolving the businesses, non-financial firms, you also need to be able to resolve the failed banks, NBFC, etc. But this one faced such enormous opposition from political parties, from depositors, because it was put out in the media that if you're a depositor and the bank fails, you lose all your money. Now, suddenly, millions of depositors are affected by this. Even if you say, fine, the government will guarantee 2 lakhs of depositors, but that may still send shockwaves amongst the entire electorate saying, no, doesn't sound good. They are taking away our money. So we'll not just put our money in the banking system. So, tremendous opposition from the largest interest group. And the bill was withdrawn. It didn't become a law, even though we needed it, right? Today, if let's say the government is talking about bank privatization, how will you privatize banks without having a resolution mechanism for failed banks, right? You can't again do a botched up thing of merging banks and letting the banks continue in an insolvent state. So I think these are some of the examples which probably help create a framework that it's not like you're going to be only designing reforms that are again easy to push through, but the kind of preparation, the kind of consultation, the kind of dialogue, political skill that is required to do some of these reforms are very, very different from when the interest of the dominant group are aligned with the state. So that would be one way that I think about it. And the third thing I want to mention is, it's true that you can't wait for institutions to come up and then do reforms. Absolutely, right? It's not a linear process like that. It's a messy, what we call a general equilibrium process in economics, where everything will move at the same time. But I think the lesson also to learn is as a policymaker, you can see, and they have access to much more data than you and I can ever have, right? When you are seeing that things are really going badly in the economy and many things have to be done as a bandit solution because you don't have the institutions, you have to offer restructuring lifelines to the banks because government doesn't have the money to provide capital, because RBI is dealing with an inflation crisis, it doesn't have the bandwidth so when you know all of this, that's perhaps not a good time to do a demonetization, irrespective of whether that's a different debate. The demonetization is the worst possible thing to do, but that's not a time to perhaps implement GST the way you did. Now, of course, it's easy for me to say maybe the government is thinking I'm going to pack in whatever I do in the 5 years that I have, but that's the dilemma, that's the trade-off again, that when the system is already struggling in a crisis, it's like saying the US is in a global financial crisis, right? It's a pell-mell disaster. And now suddenly the US government decides that I'm going to bring a new monetary policy regime, right? Or I'm going to do some currency kind of reform. Or I'm going to change the taxation structure. No, they don't do that. Of course, they are at a different paradigm. They may have the luxury to wait and they've already done some of these. But it's a little bit of a more pragmatic approach to think, let's try to solve the problem at hand and not make a bad situation worse, right? It's a financial sector crisis. It's pretty damn big. Don't start reforming tax structure, dealing with corruption, all of these things all at the same time. Then things are bound to go really bad, which is exactly what we saw, right? Yeah, I think that's pretty much what I had in mind to say about in answer to your questions.
Yeah, that's well put. I mean, it is a messy process. When we first discover these ideas, we think that, oh, these are magic bullets. This is how the world is. Ye reform karo, sab badal jayega. It is complicated in a political sense in terms of where the incentives are, short-termism, etc. It is complicated when it comes to the state doing it. It is complicated when you think about the interest groups that are there. And I think what makes it further complicated is, when you speak about the coherence of a particular strategy, that if you're going through a particular kind of pressure on the system, then don't do GST then. But as far as demon is concerned, I would say that you can't expect coherence like that, because demon will no policymaker would have supported it, no economist supported it. It was just one random quote-unquote masterstroke by this politician in charge who did not bother to consult enough people or listen to them and just carried it through. There is no logic or rationale there. Ki bhai ko mood hua, bhai ne kiya, and it's such an incredible disaster. And speaking of incredible disaster, that kind of brings me to my next question, where we were speaking about the informal sector and how there is so little data. And I'll go back to Mohit's column and I'll quote something that he said from there, where he looked at the findings of the ASU study, and from there Mohit did his back of the envelope calculations that what is the impact of this on our overall numbers. And his point was that according to these numbers, annual GDP growth rate would be marked down from 4.97% to 2.35% over this period, and the size of the economy needs to be adjusted downwards by 16%. And that brings me to a question that, and obviously these figures are going to be sort of challenged by people and etc. And that brings me to the question that when we are in such a data environment where we are not getting reliable data at all, how do we even know what the problem is? Like the rationale for the GDP in the first place was exactly this: that in 1920 the war is over, and Keynes writes this important document called the Economic Consequences of the Peace. And Keynes's whole point is this: that look, you've had your meetings where you've said, okay, Germany has to give reparations. You've come to a figure. How have you come to this figure? How do you know it is possible for Germany to pay? Right? And now, as we know with hindsight, what happened is that the figure was so crazy that Germany had no option but to print large amounts of money to pay those reparations. That led to hyperinflation within Germany, so that, on Friday, if a loaf of bread is 10 rupees, it is 1,000 rupees on Monday. It was as crazy as that hyperinflation, devastated the society and sent shockwaves that resulted in Hitler and the Nazi Party and the Second World War and everything bad that happened. So Keynes's fundamental point was that something like that would never have happened if you, had a way to measure the economy. The GDP, of course, is an incredibly flawed measure. We have discussed that in a full episode, but the bottom line is that it is a measure. At least you have some freaking idea. Well, my question to you is that we have no idea right now what is the state of the country. 80% of the country, 80% of our workers are in the informal sector. We have no idea what has happened there. All data has now become part of narrative battles. They will be contested. Somebody will say economy is doing great. We are Vishwaguru. Look at this number. Somebody else will say, oh, no, we are going to hell. Look at this number. How do we make sense of this? So as an economist and an analyst, what do you think about data? And at a personal level, what are the kind of proxies that you find useful in trying to understand what's going on?
Absolutely, Amit. I think what has happened from 2013-14 onwards is that in general, policy making has become extremely challenging, not just because of the structural complexities of the economy, but because, exactly as you pointed out, that the access to reliable, credible data, which will convey a consistent story that is consistent with many other indicators, official data that will pass what we call the smell test, that whatever story it is conveying is more or less in line with a whole bunch of high frequency indicators, that access has completely broken down, right? Now, it's basically it's a function of the fact that the statistical system decided, there are many reasons, I don't want to go into it, international benchmarking and all of that we had to reform the way GDP is calculated. But the problem is when you have a GDP series that suddenly showed that from 2013-14 onwards, the economy starts booming. I mean, when I say booming, it's growing at 7-8%, which is not consistent with many indicators. And more importantly, there is a saying that usually in countries, we know our history, that's like a fixed thing. And what we try to change or plan for is the future. Post 2013, India became a country when even the history was unknown, because we changed our own history by changing the data. So the new GDP series basically said that the boom of 2003 to 2008 was not as spectacular as the old GDP series had conveyed. So suddenly we are confused ki forget about what is happening now, what was happening then, right? So you're changing history also, and that again raises questions of credibility. Now, on the informal sector point that you said, very roughly and in a way simplistically, we can measure the formal sector using, now in the new system, the financial returns filed by companies. The informal sector, because it is by and large informal by definition, the way it is done is there is a survey of informal enterprises that is done every 5 years or so, and that gives us a rough idea of how big the informal sector is and the rate at which it's growing, and then we incorporate it together to come up with an idea of the total state of the economy. Now, for the since it's done once in 5 years, for the rest of the time, the assumption is that we assume that the informal and the formal sectors are growing at the same rate. So we sort of impute the formal sector growth rate on the informal sector, and that's how we go. And it's fine, it's fair, because you can't keep doing the survey. We have resource constraints, etc. every year. Now, until 2016, this was okay, because by and large, what happens is, see, these two sectors are intricately connected to each other. The other mistake we make is we think that the informal sector is like a complete unknown part of the economy, which is totally decoupled from the formal sector. That is absolutely not true. They are very strongly connected, and if the formal sector is doing well, it's going to pull up the informal sector, right? Because it's going to create jobs and supply chains, etc. from the informal sector. Now, till 2016, this kind of a parallel process was working well. But then, as what we have been discussing, what happened was there was a massive divergence because the informal sector started facing shocks disproportionately in a way the formal sector did not. A demonetization impacted informal sector much, much more than the formal sector. A GST implementation, same thing. And eventually COVID pandemic, same thing. So suddenly within a span of 5 years, you have these series of shocks which the informal sector is getting very badly affected by. The formal sector after that NPA crisis, which also affected the very large businesses in infra especially or real estate. After that, the formal sector sort of recovered. In fact, COVID, the biggest firms of the country started booming. They were doing very well. So when you have this divergence and you're still in a GDP national account system where you're using the formal sector growth rate and imputing, of course, you're overestimating GDP growth rate, right? It's like a common sense thing without having deep statistical knowledge. And it's not something that the policymakers and the statisticians are not aware of. But there's no allowance made to say that, no, this is not the correct way. Maybe it will take us a long time to correct this whole process. But at least have the acknowledgement that there are some caveats to this growth rate. But there is no such honesty or confession, so to speak, that a GDP growth rate of 8% is not that the entire economy is growing at 8%. There are a lot of this arithmetic jugglery happening, which is hiding some of the very bad news. The other thing I want to mention is, the looking at high frequency indicators, I want to clarify one thing, is not something that we are doing only because the official data has lost credibility, right? This is something that is done in every economy around the world, from developed countries to emerging countries. The reason is because with the advent of the internet and the computers, everybody now has access to a plethora of data sources, right? From economists to statisticians, policymakers, students, everybody. And it's in a way good because you do get to understand the details of different parts of the economy that a single GDP number is bound to ignore. Like all the nuances of a complicated economy like India, one GDP number cannot capture. So it's a good thing that we have a whole bunch of high frequency indicators to look at. But it's a good thing, especially when I said earlier, when the two things move in tandem. That when I see broadly, let's say I create some kind of an index using 20 high frequency indicators, and broadly the index moves in the same direction as the official GDP data. Then I get confidence that I am also looking at the right indicators and the official data is also correct. That broke down from 2013 onwards. I think Arvind Subramaniam has a very good paper on this, and the first one, and of course he got heavily criticized and many other polarized environment, right? Many other narratives came out to dispute what he said. But by and large what he said was correct, that when you take this whole bunch of high frequency indicators, which are not coming from a different country or planet Mars. These are all representing different parts of the Indian economy only. When you put all of them together, you are getting a very different picture from what the official GDP data is conveying. So something is wrong somewhere. Now, so many indicators can't go wrong, right? So for example, what indicators do we look at? First of all, we look a lot at micro level data. How are the firms doing? Non-financial firms. Non-financial firms are the ones who produce GDP. Formal sector is what we have access to. Listed companies, unlisted companies. Their revenue growth, their profit growth, their sales growth. That's one. We look at the banking sector because that, as I said, is the lifeline, right? Is the credit growth strong enough? Now, in a system where majority of the commercial non-government credit comes from the banking sector, if the credit growth is down to 6% by 2019, how can you say the economy is growing at 7%? Who's financing that growth? We don't have a bond market. The stock market doesn't finance growth. It's just people exchanging shares from one person to the other, right? So that's one, banking sector. Then there is a lot of households data, which CMI has started doing. You look at the household balance sheet, household expenditure, income, etc. That is also not conveying a strong story. Then you look at some indicators that, in fact, some ministries and departments of the government are releasing, which is, let's say, or even other private organizations. For example, automobile sales, two-wheeler sales, which is a very important proxy for the informal sector. Most people in the informal sector would buy two-wheelers, right? So two-wheeler sales, four-wheeler, automobile, railway freight, right? If the economy is really doing well, there will be a lot of freight movement, cargo movement through planes, etc. Airline passengers. How many people are traveling if the economy is truly booming? Electricity consumption, construction industry in general, cement, all of that, right? So FMCG product sale, because informal sector again will use products like soaps, shampoos, toothpaste, biscuits. Are the sales of these things going up over a period of time? So we have a whole bunch of these indicators to look at to get a sense of which way the economy is moving. That all of these started showing that from 2013 onwards and 2011 onwards, in fact, things were really going bad. and they got worse by 2019. So when you have that kind of a divergence, obviously by now what has happened is every analyst, every economist will look at the high frequency indicators. They are not just looking at the GDP data, even if people who don't want to directly question the GDP data for whatever reason, but they are also looking at the high frequency indicators, right, to get a sense of the economy. So as I said, one is the availability of these indicators is good, and second, there is always that nagging feeling that you can't really trust an 8%, something is off somewhere. So that's basically where we are now. Now, your question on how should policy be made? I wish I had a good answer to that. I don't know. I'm not an expert on this, but I think when you are in a system where there is this divergence, it is first of all extremely important to prioritize a reform of the national statistical system. Many of us started creating noise and raising questions about the national accounts change of 2013-14 when the new data was released in Jan 2015. But since then, National Statistical Organization has never engaged. Recent times things have changed a bit, but the initial years there was a lot of resistance, not enough engagement with the knowledge community. That's not a good way to go about it, right? I mean, everybody in the end of the day wants the economy to do well. There are no split interest in that, right? So why would you become so defensive, and why would you not come out in the open as the true experts? You are the only ones who actually have access to all the data to release a proper document that this is what was done. These could be some of the things where areas where improvement need to be made. This is what we are working on. That instills confidence that fine, computing GDP of a country like India is a massively complicated process, right? It's like the largest statistical exercise in the world, so to speak. So yes, many things can go wrong because you're instituting a new system in keeping with international standards. All of that is fine. But come out in the open with a proper document, with like a white paper, engage with the knowledge community, do conferences and consultations, and let that be a process. And simultaneously, I think what should have happened is they should not have discontinued the old GDP data. When you are doing a fundamental change in the measurement process, have a testing period that let's release both the series at the same time, see if they are going in the similar direction. Because ultimately it can't be that the two will completely diverge, right? No matter what you're using as an input data, is the same economy. But the fact that they discontinued it and sort of forced all of us to start accepting this new data without the validation, without the tests required, was the other problem. If they've continued for a good number of years, X years or whatever, and then said, no, there is confidence that the new series is also similar, some tweaks need to be made. So then that, I think, would have been the way to go about it. And policymakers should have had the sense and honesty to say that let's look at a whole bunch of high frequency indicators that economists and experts are looking at, and let's continue this old series and then take policy accordingly. What would have happened then is they would have understood the economy is not doing as well as they thought. There was a massive amount of complacency that set in, that an economy growing after demonetization, the GDP growth rate was more than 7%, right? Yes, it takes time for all of that to show up in the system. But seriously, I think if they had followed that kind of an approach and with the complacency hadn't set in, that the economy is actually not doing as well as they think, then maybe many steps could have been taken differently, right? That's the counterfactual. So that would be my long-winded answer to your question.
So what I just want to say is that I want to fantasize that we go with your suggestion and there were actually two GDP series numbers being released at the same time, and they go in wildly different directions. One says 2%, the other says 9%. Then the 2% goes to minus 2%, the 9% goes to 15%. Opposition will use one GDP series, the government will use another GDP series. And basically that's exactly what's happening now. You don't have two series, but people use whatever numbers they want. What I want to underscore is that, what we earlier said about growth being critical across all indicators, about per capita GDP being the one common factor. Yes, that is true, but yes, it is also a problem when the GDP isn't measured properly. So we are not repudiating that earlier point that growth matters and growth, helps across all human welfare indicators. It is that we need to measure it. The other point I want to make is that, 20 years ago, my instinctive response to some of this would have been to say that what is good for growth, you should do it anyway. Why does it matter what the numbers are? Why do you need to specifically know what the numbers are? You know what helps growth and what doesn't. Now, that would be extremely simplistic, because the point is that the government has the bandwidth only to do a few things, to focus on a few areas, to, carry out reforms in certain areas, and you need to know where the crisis is. Like earlier in this episode, you spoke about the NPA crisis. And for a long time, there was an NPA crisis which we did not know was there. It was a big elephant in the room. They kept evergreening the damn thing. Basically, to take that metaphor too far, there was a carcass of an elephant, and these guys were pumping it with steroids and giving it electric shocks so it would twitch, but the damn thing was pretty much dead, right? And had we known much earlier, then policymakers could have gotten together and done something on an emergency basis, and not allowed things to get to the point where they got by 2019. So that is the importance of data, that it is useful to know. And especially in a democracy, for God's sake, the people need to know how the government is performing. One way of knowing is you just look at your own life and you say, am I better now than I was 4 years ago? But critically, to have a sense of how well the government has done, where you're going to get that from? You're going to get that from the data. And I know that one has to look at many proxies. Different economists figure out different ways of looking at the data. CMI does an incredible job as well. So it is not just that we are reliant on the state, but there are many more sophisticated ways of looking at it. Yeah. So moving on from data, you've got us very cogently and worryingly, though I don't blame you for worryingly, because that is the successive governments screwed up. But you've got us to 2019 and things are pretty bad. And then COVID comes. It's like Sone Pe Suhaga. So tell me about that and the impact that had on the economy.
But very quickly, since we are at 1.5 bongs doing an adda, argumentative Indians in bongs, so to speak. So very quickly on your points, I think if it had it been the case in my hypothetical scenario, when we have two GDP series and opposition is saying, oh, but this is showing -2, this is showing +4. I think that exactly is the sign that something is wrong with the new series, and that is your smell test. That okay, let's go back to the whiteboard and do it. Because I can't think of any other way how this could have been done. Because every which way you're trying to do such a major change to GDP measurement, and then you don't give people the option of also looking at what the old series was saying. There's bound to be criticisms, because everybody will question, because we don't have access to all the information that the NSO has, right? The second point I want to make is in terms of why do we need data when we know already that what is going to give us growth? Think of a business, right? A business needs to see or tell the shareholders or in the annual reports, is it earning profit or is it incurring losses? Quarter after quarter after quarter, right? For a capitalist world, for the businesses, that is the most important marker, the profit. If they don't have data on the profit and the losses, how do they know what part of the production process or whatever it is they need to tweak and change? So it's exactly the same at a much, much more complicated level.
No, I understand. I agree with you. Like I said, that's a simplistic view. But the reason there are differences is that a business owns itself and it is responsible to the shareholders. The state doesn't own the people. The state doesn't own our wealth. I mean, they behave as if they do, but they don't. In an ideal, because that whole thing that let us have data, let us measure, let us do things to the economy comes from a central planning engineering mindset. In a utopian world where there is freedom, the state does just the rule of law and looks after the institutions, and that's it. You don't need to know how well we are doing. It's none of your freaking business, right?
In fact, that's an excellent point, Amit, because the way, exactly as you say, the way the whole concept of GDP measurement officially came about was in a world where the state's importance suddenly skyrocketed because of the Great Depression and the Second World War. Till then, the markets were free. There was no proper GDP data that everybody knew of. And suddenly, when Simon Kuznets is working in NBR, the Great Depression is happening in the US, the Second World War breaks out in the continent, and then suddenly there is a requirement to understand how much output you're producing, because how do you make the reparation payments? And then, of course, this whole idea that if the government spends in a war effort, then GDP will automatically go up. So the role of the government and the state in this underlying official data measurement is undeniably massive, and that is the system that we have inherited from the West, and that is what it's at some point.
We've done a full episode on
exactly.
this.
We'll all link to that. Okay, so coming back to the COVID point. So what I was saying earlier before we got into this discussion was that we end to 2019 with this massive balance sheet problem, right? Now, COVID, in a very perverse way, it almost provided an escape route, a distraction from trying to solve all of these structural problems, because then everybody got preoccupied with dealing with problems of a whole different nature altogether. And in a way, it helped resolve the balance sheet mess to a large extent. And what do I mean by that? For the banks, they were essentially not lending to industry. Like credit to industry completely collapsed after the NPA crisis. What happened in 2020 was there was a Supreme Court order that for 1 year, because this was such a big shock, no NPA will be declared and the IBC would be suspended for that 1 year, which basically meant that the bank sort of got like a breathing space, because this was an unusual period, right? So the borrowers got a breathing space, the lenders got a breathing space, and there were no new accretion to the NPA problem, so to speak. And then after 2021, when the economy started recovering, then the banks started lending a lot to the retail sector, consumers, and bank credit growth increased manifold. So in some sense, the banks again grew out of that NPA crisis. So there was, to some extent, write-offs that happened because bank recapitalization happened. IBC took care of one small part of the problem, and the rest of it, the banks just grew out of it. So COVID provided that breathing space, so to speak, for the banking sector. For the large businesses, COVID was again perversely almost like a boon, because they were able to cut costs. Everybody was working from home. They were able to increase their market share at the expense of the large informal sector and MSMEs, who did not have the wherewithal to deal with a crisis like COVID. As it is, they were struggling after the shocks of demand, etc. And now with COVID, they basically just withdrew into a shell kind of a thing, right? And this for large businesses, this was a boon. Imagine Britannia and Parle-G manufacturing FMCG products versus all the small guys doing it. I mean, what chances do you stand? And what we saw at the end of 2020, that the profitability of these large businesses went up significantly. Their revenues were, and they basically started sitting on a stockpile of cash, because there was no investment happening. There was no demand. So no investment was happening. They're sitting on a stockpile of cash, which also helped to a large extent to cleanse their balance sheet of all the financial stress. So out of 2020 and 2021, both the banking sector and the private corporate sector came out of it with very strong and healthy balance sheets. So COVID provided that breathing space for this part of the formal economy. Of course, what happened in COVID, unfortunately for the other part of the economy, is that when that drastic lockdown was announced on March 24th, there are two dates I can't get out of my mind. One is 24th March 2020 and one is 8th November 2016, right? 4 hours of notice. One is you cancel 86% of currency, and here you announce a nationwide shutdown in just 4 hours of notice. I remember my mother at that point was staying with me. She had just come down from Calcutta thinking that she'll just stay for 10 days and leave. She ended up staying with me for the next 1 year, because everything just went complete, because for the next 2-3 months, 4 months in fact, there was no question of going back to Calcutta. And after that, all of us got sufficiently scared to think that you should not go back. But it essentially shows the kind of decision making disruption that happens, that she came for just 10 days and then couldn't leave because of 4 hours of notice, right?
A Bengali mom and daughter together, my God, such scope for drama.
Bengali mother, daughter, and the next generation, right? So it was just at a different level of chaos. But it brought economic activity to a grinding halt, service sector particularly. I remember the roads of Bombay. All of us know all this story, right? I mean, we have not seen such things ever in our lifetimes.
I did some 13-14 episodes post-COVID on different aspects of it, so I'll link them from the show notes. But
and I remember, Amit, that I think that was for the first. I mean, we live in a country where there are a lot of disparities across income levels, no doubt about that. But I remember that was the first time we almost started feeling guilty or ashamed, because here I could actually live a comfortable life. I had access to Amazon. I could order everything online. I could talk to my friends on Zoom. I could get all the work done. But then there is a major part of the economy with these millions of migrant workers, about 45 migrant workers, 45 million migrant workers, who are doing this unprecedented reverse migration from the urban locations to the villages, because they have lost their jobs overnight in 4 hours. They have lost their source of livelihood and income. They have nowhere to go because there is no urban social support system. So the only place they can go back is to agriculture, is to the farmland to get any chance at all of feeding themselves. And the way they went back, right? We all remember that glaring vision, the pictures of they're walking for hundreds of kilometers by feet and everything. It was just a humanitarian crisis. Forget about the economic implications of it, right? So many people just died on the way because the conditions were so bad. And this is during a pandemic when all of us are locked up in rooms because we don't want to be infected by the virus. Here are these people who just have a different birth lottery. They are just out in the open walking for hundreds of kilometers with women and children just because they need food to eat.
I want to make 2 points here because this is deeply painful. One is that you have to realize that 80% of the country is basically poor enough to be equal to sub-Saharan Africa. I had done an episode with Sajid Pai. He'd written a legendary essay on this: India A, India B, India C, or was it India 1, India 2, India 3, whatever. But India 3, which is 80% of the country, is sub-Saharan Africa. And then there is another 10%, which is essentially a middle class and which is not us, which is our domestic help, which is our drivers, which is a panwala. They are the actual middle class of the country if you think about it. And then there is the 10% on top, and on part of that 10% is the total elites, which are possibly 40-50 lakh people, which include you and me. So, and which probably include most of the people listening to this at this point in time, at least when the show is released. And therefore, the plight of the migrant laborers and what's happening out there kind of gets unnoticed, and policymakers come from the same elite class as we do. And the other point I want to make is that for us, if we get a monetary shock, like if we lose our job or whatever, shit happens, but we can survive. It's not such a big deal. For the poor, I think the term you economists use for it is welfare shock. That, you might have moved out of poverty, but you're one shock away, which could be a medical incident, or one arm has to be amputated because there is gangrene, and you're back in poverty instantly, because that is how precarious it is. So I have no trouble believing that not only was the informal sector obviously devastated because of the lack of cash flow and etc., but that many people would have slipped back into poverty because this was such a big shock.
Absolutely. In fact, the CMI at that point of time, I remember, released a report that more than 100 million jobs were lost in rural and urban areas because of this migrant crisis and just 4-hour notice of a lockdown. I mean, imagine a country that is fundamentally poor, where creating jobs itself has been a problem for the longest of time. There is a loss of 100 million jobs. I mean, I just get so riled up and upset when I even think about it, right? I told you that was the first time in my life I remember feeling ashamed. And it's like I almost helpless that, okay, this is my life, this is my birth lottery, but look at what is going on the other side of the country. So anyhow, that's why, I can't in my mind distinguish between what was a worse shock. Was it demon or was it the lockdown? I mean, it's just, to me, I think they were just equally bad. And I almost felt like after the migrant crisis, maybe the policymakers for the first time may have realized that the informal sector is this big. I don't even think there was a realization, exactly as you said, that there is such a vast informal sector. Finally, everybody could see them, the invisibles, right? We don't see them. They're finally out on the road when everybody else is in the comfort of their houses. They are the ones finally out on the road, and we can see them. And that was the first thing that came to my mind, that they probably don't realize when they announce a lockdown.
But that's not the thing. We can't see them. We can't see them because we've locked up in our air-conditioned houses and we are chilling.
Yeah, we are seeing TV.
Yeah, so it's a classic sort of seen in the unseen situation. But
yeah, absolutely.
Continue.
Anyhow, so what happened, of course, is that as a result of this huge shock, the economy contracted. Again, we don't really know by how much, but there was a massive contraction. And finally, by 2021, I'm just skipping all the details because we don't want to keep talking for hours and hours now. By 2021, the economy started recovering. Now, one small thing I want to say here is that I said that the large businesses were doing very well, right? In fact, in 2021, around the summer of 2021, India actually had a boom in goods exports after a very, very long time. And the reason was because the developed countries were coming out of lockdown. They had recovered by then, and they had this massive demand for goods. China was in a lockdown. So that ironically created this space for us when we capitalized, and our goods exports just went through the roof. And the large businesses benefited massively from this. It was another reason why they started doing so well after COVID. So anyhow, so the recovery happens in 2021, and it's a very uneven, heterogeneous recovery that came to be called the K-shaped recovery, which is obvious by now from what we have been discussing, that the large businesses were in the upper leg of the K and all this informal sector, MSMEs, were in the lower leg, and they haven't really recovered from then since then on. Now, moving on to 2022, just as the economy is recovering from this huge shock, and remember, as we were discussing, even before COVID, the economy was in a precarious situation. So all of that compounded, we're trying to recover. Then we get hit by multiple headwinds. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which was very bad for everybody because economically it created supply shortages. So it further compounded the supply constraints that COVID had created. And that led to inflation. Something that was not foreseen was going to happen. That happened worldwide. So the developed world, US, UK, etc., who had not experienced inflation in 40 years, started having inflation to the order of 8-9%. And you have to imagine that it's not just their problem. Because now we are also in a globally integrated landscape. For India, it became a problem because our policymakers have never encountered a situation where developed countries will face inflation and their central banks will start raising interest rate. Because what happens is suddenly their interest rates are higher than ours. So all the foreign capital will just flow out of our financial markets back to the US, which is bad for us because suddenly there is this instability that gets caused. And because in our case, we always try to stabilize the exchange rate, right? We don't like a volatile currency, we have discussed before. The RBI started defending the exchange rate. So from 2022, we basically had a pegged exchange rate, which has its own problems. I'll talk about it later. But India also was obviously couldn't escape the inflation problem. We also had our inflation thing. But the reason I want to mention this specifically is because unlike 2011-12, when inflation became 15%, this time around it didn't cross 7%. Also because by now we had the institution of inflation targeting, right? So it was almost the first test of inflation targeting. And the RBI did act, although with a delay. There was an monetary policy tightening that happened. And barring food prices, more or less inflation has come down now, right? So that's how that institution of inflation targeting worked at that point of time. And to basically sum up exactly what was happening, and then I'll talk about where we are now. On the fiscal side, what the government started doing was, from 2020 onwards, the government started doing a lot of investment in infrastructure, what we call capital expenditure, to prop up demand. Because when nobody else is spending in this kind of a lockdown situation, the government started doing capex. It has continued even today, which in my mind is a bit of a contradiction, because if the official GDP number shows the economy is growing at 7-8%, why does the government need to spend? And I'll talk about it later, but government spending in a Keynesian world is a fiscal stimulus, which you give when the economy is not doing well. If the economy is growing at 7-8%, why do you need the government to keep on spending on infrastructure, right? So that is something that, again, doesn't square. Maybe, as I said, the economy is actually not doing as well as the official number is showing.
I think everyone's drunk their Kool-Aid except themselves. So they kind of...
pretty much, exactly, yeah.
No.
So let me quickly say 4-5 points about where we are now. I think that's sort of, after this long discussion of history, it's important to understand where do we stand now. One is this K-shaped recovery, right? Now, what turned out from anecdotal evidence and from a lot of data put out by other analysts, etc., that this K-shaped thing was not just a feature of the recovery, it has now become a characteristic feature of the economy itself. And what do I mean by that? There's an emergence of a new India and an old India. The old India essentially is the India that we knew before COVID, right? Which is basically middle and rural India. The traditional manufacturing, MSMEs, agriculture, even parts of the formal economy that are not connected to the US, for example. That's old India. Then post-COVID, there is a new India that has emerged, which is intricately connected to the US labor market. And this part is pushing and boosting service sector exports. So what's happening here is much of the new economy employees work in what is called global capability centers. These are GCCs. That is a very recent phenomenon that has become a big deal in India. And this part of the economy is booming. What are these GCCs? These are essentially, I think of it as outsourcing 2.0. The first outsourcing happens in early 2000s, primarily in the IT financial services. But now, because there is first of all, a whole work from home medium that has been popularized and become so prevalent after COVID. And also because as a result of work from home or other reasons, these big MNCs in the West have discovered that instead of sending a consulting or an HR or a legal job to Boston, sitting in San Francisco, I can just send it to Bangalore or Bombay, right? So in a number of sectors, not just software and financial, and not just in an online mode. So this pharma, energy, healthcare, automotive, semiconductor, AI, ML, all over the place. Many functions, for example, IT, R&D, in a big way, HR, all of these are getting performed in these global capability centers in India. For example, JP Morgan has set up a giant office. McKinsey has bought a lot of space in Goregaon. So NASSCOM released a report in April of this year, and I'm just going to quote from that report. India has firmly established itself as the go-to destination for these global capability centers, attracting an increasing number of global companies seeking to leverage the country's unparalleled advantages. Now, these advantages are, of course, in the highly skilled portion of the workforce, right? So you have English-speaking, digitally skilled workers with an aptitude for innovation and new technology. So R&D, they call it ER&D. R&D has become a very important component. So all our engineering, technological skills are getting used, which I think is fantastic because these are becoming sort of the nerve centers of global businesses. So many MNCs are deeply building roots in India. And the reason I find it interesting is at a time when we are struggling to do manufacturing exports, because that is where there's a lot of interface with the state, right? But there is this part of the economy where service sectors exports have taken off because the interface with the state is much, much less. So that is almost like the organic market system working, win-win situation. MNCs figure out, oh, this is a country which has a lot of skilled workers. Skilled workers say, I can just export my services. So why not? Whereas in the manufacturing sector, there's infra, land, labor, import tariff, all of these complications, and that's languishing, right? So again, very interesting thing of how markets versus state can operate. In fact, today, India houses half of the GCCs in the entire world. To give you a number, the annual export earnings last year was $60 billion, adding to 1% of GDP. By 2030, it is predicted to be 2% of GDP. And that's not trivial, right? It's a relatively small part of the economy. Roughly, I think this is 15% of the economy, which is growing by at 13-14% rate in nominal terms. So there is this new economy, and also what is happening is these are the people in India who are buying the SUVs, luxury goods, going to a Geo whatever mall that has come up in BKC, luxury imported items, and their linkage to the old economy. One is construction, very luxury residential real estate getting constructed. So construction sector is growing at 10%. That's a nice linkage. Second thing is hospitality industry, hotels, restaurants, all of that is getting a boost. So this is that interesting part of the economy that has emerged out of COVID. But then there is the old India, which is 85% almost, right? They are probably growing at, 4%. So this kind of a divergence can never be captured by that one GDP number, the nuances. And the old India is where the main demand problem is because of everything that we have discussed, right? This whole informal sector struggling. Agriculture, for example, last year grew at less than 1%. And agri-informal together is more than 85% of labor force. So that's a massive demand problem in old India. But there is this new India, which is doing spectacularly well. Now, two things can happen. Either this new India gradually starts become bigger over time. I still don't see a situation where it'll be able to pull up the old India because the latter is so much bigger. Or we keep continuing in this divergence path, which is a little bit worrisome because unless there is demand coming from this old economy, the manufacturing sector cannot receive a boost because ultimately businesses will invest if there is demand. And the biggest demand creation can happen from this old India. So this is the interesting thing that has happened after COVID. The other thing is trade. Okay. Now, it seems that now we are slowly and steadily regressing back to a protectionist trade environment, right? The government started the PLI, Production Linked Incentive Scheme, in 2020 to give incentive for investment and production. But at the same time, they're encouraging import substitution, like and vestige of the
That's what
60s
Make in
and
India
70s.
is basically.
Exactly. So to give you a number, between 91 and 2014, our average tariff, MFN tariff, declined from 125%, because this was the command control economy, to 13%. Right? Since 2014, import tariffs have been increased on more than 3,000 items, both finished goods and raw materials. As a result, on average, the tariff has gone up from 13% to 18%. So today, India has the highest import tariffs in Asia. And Asia is a continent where all of these countries like Vietnam, Bangladesh, Philippines, Thailand are again booming through exports because they have lowered their tariff. So it's completely counterintuitive what we are doing. Almost 70% of our imports are affected by this protectionist regime. And again, to go back to what we were saying, Amit, earlier, the largest increase in import tariff happened in 2018. Now think of that period. So many shocks, struggling economy. MSMEs benefit a lot from exports. You can't export today without importing. And then you slap import tariffs. Why would you do that, right? I mean, I guess we know why we do that, but I'm just saying that how it became that much worse. So, and let me give you an interesting line. Andy Mukherjee wrote in one of his articles that India's trade policy is working great, ... for Vietnam. Right? Because what is happening is, to explain in simple terms, under PLI, the firms in this chosen industry are given some financial incentive, 4 to 6% of the value of production. But they're also facing import tariff. Now, in today's world of global value chain, you can't produce anything without also importing, and sometimes importing from multiple countries, right? Now, the government is also pushing for input localization, that you source domestically. Now, many of the inputs may not be cost effective in India. They may be cost effective somewhere else. That is why you want to have access to a global market for importing as well. So on one hand, you're pushing these guys to do input localization. And on the other hand, you're making import expensive by slapping tariffs on it. There's a study which shows, and Andy Mukherjee in fact quotes it, is that making mobile phones in India comes with a cost disadvantage of roughly 4%. So think of what is happening. On one hand, the state is first making the system uncompetitive by using import tariff and then providing incentive to encourage them to produce here. It's just almost netting it out, right? There is no additional benefit that is really happening. So that is why he said that it's good for Vietnam, because Vietnam has almost zero import tariff on many items, which means it is able, Vietnam producers, whoever is producing in Vietnam, MNCs, etc., able to import free of tariff. And they're able to do trade with a large number of their leading trading partners with whom they have signed free trade agreements. Whereas in India, our businesses, be it MNC or local, they are importing at a higher cost because of tariff. And we don't even have FTAs with our biggest trading partners. So we are making the already uncompetitive system, which is uncompetitive because of land, labor problems, even more uncompetitive, which in my mind is just bonkers, frankly speaking, right? And then another thing, when you know that there is a great opportunity when companies are moving out from China and looking for options, why would you try to almost peg the exchange rate to the dollar when a depreciating exchange rate, a weaker exchange rate is good for your exports? So you want to be encashing on this opportunity that is lying out there. The other countries are in your own continent are taking advantage of. You are just making the system more and more uncompetitive, right? So it's like you've gone way off the path that we embarked on in 1991. That's the way I see it. If you want to add something now.
Yeah, I'll just double click on a few things. And one is, as far as tariffs are concerned, it is particularly bonkers. I wasn't realized that it's actually become worse since 2014, but it's particularly bonkers because it harms us in two ways. One is it harms every consumer. Like tariffs, as I keep saying, and I'll link my piece, a great redistribution from the show notes. They're a redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich. The consumers at large are essentially having whatever they would have saved on whatever product it is redistributed to the small business, from the to the local businesses which benefit from it, which are powerful interest groups. So that is one thing. But But the other thing is they even hurt exports, because a lot of inputs for things that you're manufacturing and that you're going to export, those inputs become more expensive, and therefore you become uncompetitive, and therefore you can't export so much. So even your exports get hurt. What happens when your exports get hurt is that actually exporting is amazing, not just for the exporters, but for the entire economy, because the people who are exporting have to compete in the global marketplace. So their standards and practices, just reach a whole new level. To be competitive, they have to excel. And because they're also in the domestic market, the domestic competitors also have to excel. So it takes everybody's standard up. It helps the consumers. It is a virtuous cycle. And instead of that, we are now in a vicious cycle where our local guys don't have to compete. In some cases, they cannot compete because they might be exporters, but now, our import tariffs are screwing them over, and the consumers get hurt, and this vicious cycle just kind of continues endlessly.
Absolutely. And in fact, to add to that number, I was talking about free trade agreements, right? Between 2004 and 2014, India signed 14 FTAs. None from then on till 2022, right? And then from 22 onwards, we have signed with UAE and Australia, not with the leading big trading partners like US, UK, European Union, right? So we're also losing out on that race, which is very important in today's competitive world, because everybody is vying to get a share of that goods trade that China is ceding space in.
So the second of 3 points I briefly want to mention, and it requires a separate episode perhaps as elaboration, is this madness over the exchange rate. Ki where is the rupee? The rupee is falling, and all of this. This is fucking hysterical. What is, when you look at the rupee vis-a-vis the dollar, what is determining the number? It is supply and demand. How much do people want the rupee? And if the rupee is high, there will be winners and losers in terms of exporters and importers, and equally, and that will flip if the rupee is low. And the point is, a number means nothing. It is not a source of national pride. It doesn't impact anything. Ideally, if you're letting a free market operate, you let the free market operate in this way also. Now, one can bring in complicated rationales ki nahi isko, you got to control it to this, or you got to peg it to that. And I don't want to go into those arguments, but the point is that every time you interfere with the free market, bad things happen. And leaving everything aside, this fact that Twitter may, for the last 10-15 years, it's become a battle. That first, when the UPA was in power, the opposition was screaming that, oh, the rupee has gone to 60. Now these buggers are in power and the opposition are screaming, oh, the rupee has gone to 84. It doesn't freaking matter. It didn't matter then. It doesn't matter now. Now, of course, the people are screaming to point out the hypocrisy of these guys, that you were shouting when it's 60 and now it's 84 and you're chilling. But leave the hypocrisy aside. It's a useless number. It doesn't matter. Just as trade deficits, and I will rant, why not? People keep complaining about trade deficits. We have this trade deficit with China. Tim Harford wrote this great piece in 2005 called My Trade Deficit with My Babysitter. And this could be true for all our domestic helps as well. I have a trade deficit with my domestic help. She comes over, she does the house cleaning and whatever else. I pay her. She never pays me. Always I am paying her. I have a trade deficit with her. Is it a problem? Of course it isn't a freaking problem. We are doing it to mutual benefit. Similarly, if somebody pays me money for a service I provide and I never pay them anything, it's a trade deficit. What freaking difference does it make? It's a double thank you moment. And when India and China don't trade with each other, period. Individuals in India trade with individuals in China, or companies from both countries trade with each other. They do it to mutual benefit. Which direction this, so if you want to worry about a deficit, worry about the fiscal deficit. If you want to worry about a deficit, worry about the cognitive deficit in all our policymakers and economists. Do not worry about a trade deficit. Sorry for the rant. And to go on to the third point, which kind of really sort of saddens me, and I'm trying to come to terms with it, is I loved your phrasing of how, just as we talk of a K-shaped recovery, we should talk of a K-shaped economy, right? And that takes me from what is like a temporary thing, a recovery is happening, to something that might be more permanent, and it worries the shit out of me. Now, the K-shaped recovery, of course, is happening, like you said, big businesses are gaining market share at the top end. On the bottom end, informal sector is losing that same market share. You have your, goods exports bouncing for a while, and you have services exports, which, the whole GCC phenomenon, and which is turning parts of India into the first world. And you have another part which is, going in the opposite direction. And as we discussed, there isn't even enough data. And, one metaphor I like to bring up for this is there's a book by China Miéville called The City and the City. And the China Miéville book is basically about one city, but it's two cities, but in the same geographical space. They literally overlap. And people from one city, even though, if you are from one city and I'm from another, I literally can't see you even if you're next to me. Each city exists only for itself. And the premise of the novel is that a detective finds a body in one city from another city and he has to go over to solve the crime and whatever. Leaving that aside, but it's a great metaphor for the seen and the unseen and how we live. When I'm at a traffic signal and I'm irritatingly waiting for the red light to turn to green, the beggars of the traffic signal are unseen to me. They are in one city, I'm in the other city. And I worry about this K-shaped recovery that we could be formalizing it. And the point about the K-shaped recovery is precisely the point that you made, that we've had the boom in services exports in GCCs. Why? Because the state never got in the way. It happened at night, as it were. So much of it happened after 91. The state didn't regulate it. And so that is a good K, where the state is out of the way. And the bad K, where the state is still in the way, and etc. etc. So some people would look at these two different Indias and they would say that, oh, the state needs to intervene. We must do something for the poor. And my point is, the problem is that the state intervened, that we need them out of the way. And I think that's an essential part of the diagnosis.
Absolutely. I think Gurcharan Das said in his book India Unbound that India works at night when the state is sleeping, right? Which is exactly what is going on. For the reason the whole GCC boom and the service sector exports of $15 billion a month, all of these spectacular things is happening is because the interface with the state, with the bureaucrats, is minimal there compared to manufacturing. The couple of points, Amit, I'm glad you brought the point of exchange rate. Without belaboring too much on it, I know every time I think of the exchange rate, and exactly as you said, political parties, agnostic of who's running the government, is shouting that, oh no, control the rupee, don't let it depreciate, right? I'm almost reminded of, they are trying to control like parents trying to control the behavior of an errant teenager who will just do whatever he or she wants to do, and the parents continue to be in this disillusionment that we can control the behavior no matter what, and it never really happens, right? That is exactly the rupee dollar exchange rate. We have tried from time immemorial post 1991 to control the value. It has gone from less than 45 to now more than 80, and in the process we have had a lot of distortions because of our attempt to constantly trying to control it, and of course we have failed at it, right? Because nobody knows what is the correct value of the rupee. It is something that the market has to decide, and exactly as you said, end of the day it is a price. Just as we can't control and shouldn't control, and we deregulated the price of cement and steel, exactly like that, the price of the rupee cannot be controlled. There is, and we have this aspiration of becoming a developed economy. There is no developed economy in the world which controls the price of the exchange rate, or price of their own currency. None. So it's not even consistent with the aspiration that you're peddling to everybody else. But still, there is this innate, almost obsession that whenever there is fluctuation, just put everything, like douse the fire, somehow or the other control the rupee. It doesn't work at all, and you're harming different sectors of your own economy. When the rupee is depreciating, or not letting it happen, exporters are getting hurt. When the rupees are, so it's almost like the thinking is, oh, but the rupee is weakening. The exporters may benefit, but what about the firms who have borrowed in dollars? Their debt is going up. So if that lobby is stronger, I'm just going to control that to give them some kind of a hedge through my intervention. But then when the rupee is appreciating, the exporters are getting harmed because their exports are becoming more expensive. So then I'm going to satisfy that lobby. It just cannot work that way. You're just trying to douse whatever fire is coming up depending upon the interest groups, but in the process creating enormous distortions in the economy, right?
Like, I love the teenager comparison, because there is a phrase mature democracy, and I was thinking at one point of write something at some length, maybe a long essay about how India is a juvenile democracy, and now to this juvenile democracy you've added the teenager rupee, and everything kind of falls into place.
Absolutely. And I mean, I would love to, now you have to write this piece, I would love to read it. The last point on this, the city and the city, I completely agree that there is this old and new, and I worry because I really hope that this doesn't get perpetuated, because if the new economy is getting overrepresented in the official GDP data, then that's what we'll keep on seeing, and of course the informal sector doesn't get represented. So it's a real worry. But I think, when you said that there's a dead body and the detective comes and then discovers there's the other city, the macro metaphor of that is basically that the private sector is not investing. And everybody, for all ministers, our finance minister keep on saying, Bhaiya, aap invest to karo, aap kyun nahi karo invest,
This
please
is the
invest.
dead body.
This is the dead body because there is no demand. The old India, where your 80% of the labor force is supposed to be creating demand for your manufacturing goods, They are languishing. There is no demand. So why will the private sector invest? The basic thing, right? Investment happens when there is demand. If there is no demand, investment will not happen. So that's the dead body that our detective ministers need to figure out and understand that there is this old India which is not growing at your 8-9%. So I think it's I mean, I'm going to read that book now, but I think that parallel is absolutely fascinating. And the other point I want to say, Amit, is that this whole this elephant in the room that's currently in the Indian economy, that why is the private sector not investing? I mean, some people will say no, but they are investing. It's not happening the way it should happen, in the sense there is no massive surge, there's no boom in private sector investment. It's just not there. There's a little bit of pickup that has happened, and this is despite the government throwing everything at it in their mind, right? Make in India, PLI, protecting the domestic sector. The government is spending in infrastructure that is supposed to crowd in. It's still not happening to that extent. And that the one other reason is, see, there is the domestic demand problem. Now, even if now let's say the domestic old economy has lost its dynamism, and it may take a long time to figure out what to do, there is this large global market out there, right? The per capita GDP of the US is at a different level compared to our per capita GDP. There is demand. China is receding from the space in many labor intensive industries like apparel, gems, jewelry, whatever, toys, etc., etc. There is a huge opportunity for us to take advantage of this massive demand that lies out there in the global economy, where so we don't have to be constrained by the lack of domestic demand in India. But now, because of the protectionism, etc., we are not even able to take advantage of that. So how will private investment increase in this kind of an environment, right? So there are a lot of fundamental things going wrong, and there is no country in the post-Second World War history which has been able to sustain a 7% growth rate without increasing private investment and exports. I mean, you look at the data from any which angle, it's just not there. Unless, of course, we are this unique country who has figured out a whole different way of doing it, which I don't think we have, but it's not there. The third thing I want to mention, right? There was one is new and old, one was the protectionism. Third is, perversely what is happening is that the government is spending on capital expenditure, right? This has two implications. One is, as I said, the government spending is justified when the economy is not doing well, which is a classic Keynesian fiscal stimulus. And as we have discussed in our GDP episode, is when the government spends, automatically GDP will go up, right? It is the one component of demand in GDP which is not in the free market. It is not decided by the organic forces of demand and supply. The government is literally controlling it. So government spends, GDP goes up. It's almost automatic.
Let me quickly double click on that for our listeners.
Yeah.
One of the decisions that Cousinettes and all had to make when they tried to define what would happen with the GDP was what gets included in GDP. And they decided at that point, because the war was just ending and there was going to be, a lot of spending by the government to stimulate the economy, they decided government spending will be included. Now, hypothetically, what this could mean is that a government could get 1 million people, could pay 1 million people to dig up a ditch and pay them again to fill it up and do that ad infinitum, and the GDP could just skyrocket like that with government spending alone. And therefore government spending doesn't necessarily take that into account, that it doesn't mean anything. It's not necessarily productive. It is not necessarily wealth or value being created. So I just to clarify what
absolutely fantastic point. I mean, Simon Kuznets was so much against including government expenditure in GDP because it's like tautology, right? You increase government spending, of course GDP will go up. And the problem there is, if you therefore look at non-government GDP, because that's the GDP that is actually getting produced in the private sector, there the growth rate, if you look at it, is not going to be whatever the official numbers are suggesting, because the private sector is neither investing nor exporting. So that's, I feel in India, we should increasingly start looking at non-government GDP as opposed to just the official GDP. And the other thing is, what is essentially happening is the private consumption is slowing down. When we look at the data, private consumption growth has slowed down again. So you had that period that by 2019, private consumption was slowing. You get a blip in COVID because once you remove lockdown, there's a revival of pent-up demand. But then by now, again, private consumption has slowed down, right? So private consumption is slowing down. Private investment has not taken off in a massive surge. Private good exports are not growing. In fact, last year, goods exports contracted. So the private sector is not spending and the government is spending. So it's almost totally topsy-turvy that the part of the economy which was given the freedom post reforms to start producing GDP and doing all the economic activity, has withdrawn. And the government, which is supposed to do by now everything else, which is provision of public goods, etc., instead of doing all of that well, is now doing sort of quote unquote the work of production. And to give you an example, the infrastructure spending, for example, a high speed bullet train between two cities, how is that the most important infrastructure need right now in India? It's not. So exactly as you said, right? I mean, what is the government spending on is also something, the quality of the expenditure is also important to question.
So I'll give another spoiler here. 3 or 4 weeks from now, Ajay and I have an episode of Everything is Everything in which we talk about infrastructure exactly. And Ajay's deep point there is that we bought into the dogma that you spend on infrastructure is great, period, because positive externalities and all that. And yes, that is sound. But what has happened in India is that all the low-hanging fruit is done. You made the Mumbai-Pune expressway, great externalities, good for the economy. You built all the airports, you did everything, great. But now a lot of the stuff is almost like ticking boxes that, oh, what do we do? The economy is in bad shape. Yes, our numbers are good, but we know the economy is in bad shape. Let's do Keynesianism. Let's spend money. But spending money alone isn't enough. I mean, I have very fundamental disagreements with Keynesianism fundamentally, but even if you agree, it matters where you spend money. As Kelkar and Shah showed in their book In Service of the Republic, every 1 rupee spend of government has a 3 rupees cost on the GDP. So you have to have a decent ROI on all the money that you spend. We've entered a cycle of diminishing returns on investment on infrastructure, and it's something we need to reconsider. We can't just take it as an axiom that infrastructure banayenge, so there will be a huge benefit to the economy. We can't take it as an axiom that government will spend and will stimulate private spending. Not necessarily, and not working today, and that's something that we need to think about.
Absolutely. And I think a lot more needs to be written and discussed about this thing, this strategy of growth that seems to. So it seems like.
Did you just say this strategy of growth? I heard the strategy of growth. Yeah.
Okay. So a lot needs to be discussed and written about this new approach to growth that seems to have emerged, which is that growth is propped up by. There's a service sector export, which is great because that's happening in the new economy, etc., private sector. But then there is also government spending a lot on infrastructure. So these two are the ones which are propping up growth. But there are these major elements of goods exports and private investment which are not really working. And that's what any reform that we need, that we do or that we think of, need to start targeting, right? That's the fundamental problem. The fourth and last point I'll make about this, where we are now, is that pre-COVID, as I said, that there were a balance sheet crisis in banks, businesses, non-financial businesses, and NBFCs. Now there is a fourth kind of balance sheet problem, which is in the households. So what do I mean by that? For the last 10 years, we find from the data that households in India are borrowing to consume, right? Banking credit to the retail sector has gone up significantly, just as their share of industrial credit has fallen. So Harshvardhan and I have done a lot of work on this, and you can link from the show notes. We call this the consumerization of bank credit. So just as during the NPA crisis, particularly private banks, they withdrew from the industrial sector, they started lending a lot to the retail sector. By now, even public sector banks are doing it. And simultaneously, the ease of lending has also gone up with fintech and apps and all of those things. The net result is today the what we call the unsecured credit, that is credit which is not backed by a collateral. Unsecured personal credit, think of credit cards, personal loans, etc. Year on year basis, it at one point of time, I think in the last year or so, it was growing at 30%.
Wow.
So essentially what means is when households are borrowing to consume, that's definitely not a good thing. So why is this happening, right? So on one hand, these aspirational Indians, right? The Indians are always aspirational in terms of their spending habits, etc. They are clearly not earning enough to support their consumption. And all of that boils down to all the problems we have been discussing. In fact, there's a International Labour Organization study that came out this year, which says that over the decade until 2022, the average monthly real earnings of regular salaried workers declined by 1% each year, right? And one factor, and I'm quoting from the report, one factor is that many low-skilled regular workers like guards and household help are experiencing stagnation in their earnings as their employers are not increasing their wages proportionately. Another factor is that the growth in the private sector, which is mainly situated in the urban areas, has not translated into higher wages for its workers. So if you combine this decline in real wage with rising inflation, last 2 3 years inflation has been high, which means the consumption basket has also become costlier, especially for food items. What do you get? You get declining savings, right? You're not earning enough, and you have to spend a lot more on consumption because of inflation. So your savings are declining. And as this is happening, the households are borrowing to support their aspirational consumption habits. And what we see from the data is that both household gross and net savings are falling. What is net? Net is gross minus whatever debt the households have incurred. And of course, as debt has gone up, net savings have gone down. So essentially, what it all means is that today the household balance sheets in India are in deep trouble as a function of falling income. Of course, the jobs situation further aggravates the problem. So falling income, rising inflation, savings are falling, and they are borrowing to consume. Apart from creating the obvious risks that you have this household balance sheets which are highly leveraged, and this also creates risk for the banking sector, because if it's an unsecured credit, by the way, also remember we don't have a personal insolvency law, right? Another resolution mechanism that we don't have. So by chance, if there is a household credit bust that happens, which spreads rapidly through the banking sector, we wouldn't have a resolution mechanism to deal with that crisis. And that can become a real bad systemic crisis, because not only are banks involved in this, NBFCs, fintechs, everybody's involved, right? NBFCs are also doing household consumer lending. And the other problem is, which is a more macro question, that if savings are falling, financial savings particularly, and by the way, households, we find from the data, are also investing a lot in gold and real estate because inflation is high. Again, not a very productive use of savings. So if household financial savings are falling, saving is growth capital, right? If savings are falling, that is bound to affect investment. So where would the financing for growth and investment come from if your households are saving less? So only two options. Either you figure out ways of encouraging savings, tax breaks on deposits and stuff like that, or you have to start depending more and more on foreign capital, because the pool of foreign capital is infinite. But then again, we are hit by the deeply socialist mindset that foreign investment, we are skeptical about it. India is the only country other than China that has an extensive set of capital controls in place, despite starting our liberalization process 35 years earlier, right? So anytime there is a crisis, we'll put a tip a tantrum, controls on foreign investment. Anytime if we know, no, this is creating volatility, let's prevent their entry, let's prevent their exit. So capital control liberalization is completely a different mess. But we have this problem, right? Your domestic financial savings are not enough. And India, by the way, is mostly domestically financed. Our government debt is entirely held by domestic citizens because of financial repression. So our banks and RBI and us giving money to the government. The corporate sector's external borrowing is very, very low. And the banking sector is also entirely financed by domestic deposit. So domestic financing is very key for us. So if the domestic financial savings is now falling, and I'm really surprised at how this is not discussed in mainstream more, because this is a real long-term problem of how will you keep on financing the 7-8% growth, right? So that is the other thing that I wanted to mention in terms of where we are today. If you have anything to add.
One, again, there's another vicious cycle happening here, involving savings and investments, that if you don't have enough savings, there's not investment happening. If there's no investment, there's no growth. If there's no growth, there are no incomes. If there are no incomes, there's no savings. So we're kind of stuck in this terrible trap. The other thing that I would, before I come to my follow-up question on this particular thing, the other sort of thing I'd quickly like to mention is that what is also becoming common these days are these scams where you download an app, they'll promise you a loan, so you have to download an app for that. You download the app, you take that short-term loan, and the app will have access to all the pictures in your phone and your contacts and all of that. And then, the interest rates will be crazy, and these people will be doing debt recovery even before your debt is due. They'll be calling your parents, your family. They'll be sending all your photos everywhere. They'll be threatening you, and it can get incredibly messy. So if anyone is listening to this, please watch out for this and, keep an eye out. And at one level, it is so indicative that there are so many more scams these days. why are people getting into these scams? Because there are no jobs out there. There are no opportunities. I did an episode on Bihar with Mohit Satyanand and Kumar Anand, and this was a point that came up, that there are places in Bihar which are like, you'll have a village or a town which is known for its call centers, which are just scamming people. That's all they are doing. And you think about, and the innovativeness is crazy. Like, people in Bihar have stolen a bridge. People in Bihar have stolen a pond, presumably because they needed something to put the bridge over. Literally, I will link these from the show notes. And there has been crazy scam. I wrote a newsletter detailing some of them. I'll link it. And the thing is that at one level, these are kind of funny and worrying, and you're saying, oh, crime ho raha hai, and etc., etc. But it is also a pointer to the tremendous ingenuity and the entrepreneurship of our people. And all of this energy, this creativity could have found some other outlet instead of stealing fucking bridges. So
This is just mind-blowing at a different level. I had no idea this is happening.
No, it is.
I mean, the
it's,
stealing bridges bit, yeah.
It's absolutely crazy. But here's my question for you. Harsh also in his wonderful episode with me spoke about this household debt crisis and all that. Give me a quick sense, because when I hear about it, that these are unsecured loans households are taking to finance consumption, then what I kind of worry about is that, I'm thinking something's gotta give, and a lot of things could give at the same time. So, what is the worry, and what can be done?
I think the biggest worry is by nature, if these are unsecured, right? Let's say there is the jobs crisis gets worse, incomes start getting affected even more, and then these households who are buying on EMI, who are taking multiple credit cards or rolling over debt without realizing how much interest they are really paying, suddenly when their incomes get hit even more and they lose jobs or something happens because the economy is not doing well, then they'll not be able to repay all of this. And when household after household is not able to repay, first, and these are unsecured, so banks have no way to seize any collateral to make good on the loan. So suddenly when the banks see that, okay, there is some pocket, let's say in Bihar or Orissa or Bengal, wherever, that there is a segment of households are not able to repay the debt, initial react, because these are also small ticket loan, compared to the corporate NPA where the volume of NPA was huge because the loan ticket size was massive. Here these are small. So initially my guess is the banking sector would start ignoring. I mean, they'll provide with capital, banks are very well capitalized. So initially the problem will not become that large. But the risk is, and this Harsh and I have discussed at length within ourselves, is that a household consumer credit bust can spread like a quick fire in a way that a corporate NPA will not. See, corporate NPA is concentrated within, let's say, these 50 really large businesses and these whatever banks, and they are trying to solve it out and fight it out. That's basically what's happening. But in a consumer credit sense, if I see that, oh, but you are getting away by not repaying your debt, nobody's coming after you, why should I therefore try to repay my debt? I will also not repay. Even if I have the wherewithal, I'll say, nahi, mujhe bhi nahi dena hai. So then what happens, like a quick fire, suddenly household after household, individual after individual will say, we are going to default. If this becomes that big, and also, mind you, what I said is that the NBFCs are also intricately connected in it, because the NBFCs have lent a lot to consumers. NBFC's source of money, they don't take deposits, is bank borrowing. They are borrowing from banks. So if suddenly NBFCs face this consumer credit crunch, then banks will say, no, you guys are really vulnerable. We are not going to lend you money anymore. So suddenly NBFCs will also lose access to funding. They'll then hold back lending to consumers. So it can become a systemic risk very fast if it comes to that level. And as I said, we don't have a resolution mechanism. What do we do with, let's say, thousands or lakhs of individuals if they just start defaulting on their loans? There is no recourse mechanism. There's no personal insolvency law. We wouldn't know what to do with it. So that's the risk. It's almost like that unknown that we are hoping it doesn't happen because no, how can it get so big? But if it happens, I don't think any of the policymakers understand how to deal with it, which is why the RBI last year got really worried. And what they did was, usually the only tool that they have is what we called increase the risk weight on some of these loans. If you increase the risk weight, the bank has to provide more capital. And that sort of holds back the bank to say, no, I'm not going to lend so much to retail. So that's what they did. Clearly, because they are seeing the problem much more than you and I can discuss. They are looking at the data. So they are worried and they have taken the steps. But still, the growth rate in unsecured consumer credit is still pretty high.
Because I would assume that when that happens, when the risk weight goes up and they have to put up more capital, then the logical thing for the bank is to charge a higher interest rate to the consumer and to pass it on, right? So
Yeah, but then I mean that's the hope, because when they charge a higher interest rate, then
there'll be less
consumers will
people.
say that okay, I can't borrow as much because I can't really do this, and there'll be less people. That's the hope.
You haven't met any consumers, have you?
Exactly. So see, so that's the worry, that if this continues like this, and mind you, this is happening at a time when RBI has already increased its own policy rate. So despite the interest rate environment being quite unfavorable, still the households are borrowing, and that shows that when you if your incomes are not increasing and your consumption basket is becoming expensive, and you're looking at social media everywhere and having the aspirations of spending, what do? You borrow. You have a fintech app, exactly as you said, it's very easy to borrow. I do it. In Amazon, it's insane. I mean, if I try to buy something on Amazon, I actually get the option of doing EMI
Yeah.
on anything that I do. Now, any individual can think, oh, but this is so much easier for me. Let me just do an EMI, right? So, this is how it's getting perpetuated in an economy where the incomes are not growing and inflation is high. Now, one can only hope and pray at this point of time that it doesn't blow out of proportions. But if it does, then I think we have a serious consumer credit bust around the corner.
We have a serious credibility crisis first, because earlier when we began this particular session, I said this is the last break of the show, but I'm afraid this is not the last break of the show. That was the second last break. We have to take one more break now.
And since we are going down this gloomy path, and we'll probably come back on a more positive note after
Yes,
the
very
break.
positive.
But let me just add that we are facing all these challenges in an extremely adverse global environment, right? Between 91 to 2011, the global environment was very benign. Everybody was growing. The US and developed country inflation rates were low, interest rates were low. There was a general optimism because giant countries like China and India were opening up, huge sources of demand. So the global environment was highly favorable. And this is always a factor because we are more and more integrated into the global landscape. Now it is exactly the opposite. Developed countries have messed up at a whole different level, right? I mean, they actually make some of us look better, by the way. And there is this huge uncertainty coming from wars, Middle East tensions. Globalization is a bad word now. There's US China trade wars. So, all these bad things are happening all at the same time, as if what was happening in India is not bad enough. So, we have to now figure out how to solve these challenges in this adverse global environment, which is not easy for any country, let alone a country where generally institutions are on the weaker side. But I just wanted to add that point to make it finally more gloomy.
Yeah, but after the break, we'll be less gloomy.
Yes.
Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. Here we are, and we've, finally sort of reached the current day. And I really was excited about this episode because, I've done tons of episodes on economics. I've written a lot on it. And what often happens is that I find that there are many things that people like you and I take for granted. It's a curse of knowledge. We'll say, we just assume that axiomatically everybody knows why an open economy is good, why state controls are bad, etc., etc. And I realized that there is actually a need to spell out that framework a little bit more with regard to the real world, right? That these are the kind of policies we've had over the last 75 years. These are their consequences. This is why we are where we are. And what I was especially hoping for is that everyone listening to this now, when they hear of an economic policy being announced, they can actually use the framework, their framework, to judge for themselves, whether it is good or bad. Too often, I think people just respond to policies by, either looking at the party in charge, that I'm against X, this policy is by X, therefore I'm against it, or it will be on terms of intent that, oh, this will protect the workers or this will protect domestic business, and they'll just stop completely there and go no further into second order and etc. etc. So hopefully we don't do that anymore. The discourse is really too tribalistic. What we wanted to do today was not focus so much on people and parties, but more on ideas and policies, and talk about them so that you can evaluate those on their own terms. And that was really the purpose. But I want to come to you, Rajeshwari, with a question now, which is that whenever a public policy comes out or is announced, what is the framework through which you think about it? Like, what are your heuristics? How do you decide whether it is good or bad? How do your instincts work as well, in a sense?
A great question, Amit. And also, I'll add to what you said that I think it's very important to remember that ultimately ideas build a nation, right? It's not even the people, it's definitely not the parties or the government, it's ideas. And that's what I think, given the current environment, we need to do much, much more of it, and not definitely in a polarized fashion, not with some kind of a vested interest in mind, but generally intellectualize, think, pontificate, discuss, write, and be also have that flexibility to admit that some things will get wrong and some things will get right. But unless the discourse keeps on happening and the ideas keep getting exchanged, we are not going to proceed forward no matter how many reforms we talk about, etc. So in terms of how to evaluate public policy, from the limited understanding that I have, is that I think it's very important to first ask the question, what is the problem that that policy is trying to solve, right? Is there a well-defined problem statement? Second is whether the problem is important in the sense that what is the scope of the problem? How many people does it touch? For example, Gandhiji, I don't exactly remember the quote, right? His point was that an economic policy is important only when it helps the poor people.
I think his policy was every policy must be judged by its impact on the poorest of the poor,
Exactly.
which I agree with entirely.
Exactly. So I think it's very important to understand, is this policy or is this problem an important problem statement enough to tackle at that point of time, given that there is time, there's resource, there's state capacity constraint for a country like India. The third thing I would say is whether this policy that is being thought about or designed has a good chance of solving that problem, of addressing that problem, right? Is there a match between the problem statement and the public policy design that is being thought about? Given the available evidence, I think using evidence to do policy making is extremely important, and my sense is we don't do enough of that in India. And also maybe some amount of analysis of whether the benefits outweigh the cost. We often underplay the importance of cost benefit analysis. I think it's extremely important to have that process of thinking that, do the benefits outweigh the cost, and therefore is it worth doing this policy, given again all the constraints and other stakeholder interests, etc. And when I use this kind of a framework to evaluate a policy, what comes to mind is, there was a point of time, in fact, not so long back in India, where the committee process was very important. For any reform and any policy change that we wanted to do, a committee would be set up under the chairmanship of an eminent thinker. There would be people experts from the domain with domain knowledge. There would be an extensive consultation process. There would be discussions and writings and conferences, etc., over an extended period of time. Lot of feedback and inputs would be sought. And then when you have such multiple views and ideas and debates, then you converge to some kind of an answer, not necessarily specifically to these questions, but many of these points would be addressed by now. And then you release in the public domain and so on and so forth. So I have a deep respect and appreciation for that committee process in a democracy like ours. And I think we need to do a lot more of that. I myself was a part of the bankruptcy legislative reforms committee, and I saw how amazingly it worked over a period of almost a year, where there were extensive stakeholder consultations, lot of research, lot of debate, lot of reading, lot of research. So that's, making a policy or making a reform is not trivial. You can't just do it, just waking up in the morning and say, oh, no, today we have to do this, that shock and awe factor. A lot of this thinking has to happen in this framework. And that's how I think I would evaluate the policy. And one last point, I think what we talked about before the break is that just as a farm bill is difficult to implement because the strong interest group who's getting affected by it is not aligned with the reform, and something like a deregulation is relatively easier to pass through because of the alignment. I think that element is also important to have in mind, because much of the reforms that we try to do is to move away from the state intervention and state control towards more free market and open economy, which, given this 40 years of deeply entrenched socialist mindset, can often become very difficult. And I think that once you have that in mind, keeping that knowledge and then discussing the policy, discussing stakeholder consultations becomes even more important. So that's what I think, how I would evaluate a policy.
I agree with all of these, all wise words. I'll double click on a couple of them. One is, when I was a much younger person, I would look at the bureaucracy, I would see yes minister, yes prime minister, and I would think कि यार the worst thing in the world is a committee. कि आपको कुछ करना है तो आपने कमेटी बिठा दिया, मीटिंग्स हुई, समोसे मंगवाए, चाय वाय मंगवाया, and
In fact, I remember, I mean, there used to be a joke that you call one committee meeting to discuss what to discuss in the next committee meeting.
Correct. But now I completely get it. Like everything you said about process, that it should be slow, deliberative, and etc., is very wise, because sudden changes will not take into account all the different information from all the different stakeholders, etc., etc. It is, in fact, the height of hubris to think that you know enough to come to a quick decision and to implement it. No, you need to listen to a lot of people. The world is deeply complex. That process has to play out. Otherwise, you get demonetization. Otherwise, perhaps you get some of Indira's policies like bank nationalization. You actually need people to sit and deliberate upon all of this. Over a period of time, one way in which I have kind of begun to think of myself is an appellation I would apply to some of my heroes in the freedom movement, like Gokhale, Agarkar, Ranade, that they had liberal ends and conservative means. That you want to make the world a better place, but you cannot do that by burning it down. You've got to figure out a way to get there. And especially in a democracy, that is important. In a democracy, that process where you're speaking to as many people as possible is important. And what it also does is that it builds consensus or a broad agreement. Everybody at the table feels respected and feels valued, which makes it politically easier as well. And this was the great blunder of this current regime when it came to the farm bills, that had they gone through, because essentially in the policy community, there was consensus on the reforms. We've been speaking about them for 20, 30 years. Everybody kind of knew this. And you just had to bring everyone to the table, bring the farmers especially to the table, the different farmers, the ones who opposed it vocally and the ones who supported it in many other parts of the country, not so vocally. So, that process was super important. The other caution I would have is about the term cost benefit. My good friend Suyesh Rai at the time of demonetization had made an incredible point. He had said that you cannot do a cost benefit analysis for demonetization because the cost is on one group of people and benefit, if any, is to the other, the purported benefit. So in a democracy, you also got to think like this. People are not pieces on a chessboard that isko cost de diya to wahan pe benefit hua. At some level, you cannot do that. There are also basic moral considerations that come into play, and we should have come into play in the sense of demon. So I think that's something to keep in mind. And it's merely an addenda of caution to what you said. I agree with what you said, that every policy, too often what happens is we think of the intention and we think of the seen effect. At this point, I will link Frederick Bastiat's great essay, That Which Is Seen and That Which Is Not Seen, because of which my podcast is named what it is. I was inspired by him. And, every policy will have a first order effect which you see, and then further effects which cannot be seen. And you have to focus on the seen. You have to look at the costs and not just the assumed benefits. So I agree with all of that. And to sort of add my little 2 bits to that on how I look at policy, when I used to edit the policy magazine Pragati, my thinking was looking at policy was that, like, first, my decision for the direction of the magazine was we will never talk about people or parties. We will only talk about ideas or policy. And secondly, one way the first heuristic I applied to a policy is that does it increase freedom? And if it doesn't increase freedom, if the amount of freedom is the same, is it more efficient? And if it was one of these two, that was probably a good thing. And like you said, when you ask what is a problem meant to solve, one fundamental question I would ask is, where is the coercion? And in my experience, whenever you answer that question, where is the coercion, you will find the nub of the problem. That is generally where the fault line is. So these are my sort of thoughts on it.
No, I agree. I think on the cost benefit analysis, I do agree with you. I think it also relates to something I said earlier, which is that every reform in some sense is very different in flavor and character, right? So while we can apply one broad framework to evaluate policy, at the same time there is a wide ranging differences across reforms. So for example, when I think of a cost benefit analysis, take a reform like inflation targeting. It's an example of a reform where the cost is extremely small and the benefits are vast, right? What is the cost of it? It's basically the central bank shifting the structure of conducting monetary policy, but the benefits are something which are going to touch almost 1.4 billion people, which is massive, right? On the other hand, take something like GST, right? Where the cost of implementing and designing a GST, which is not really a single tax on goods and services, versus the benefits, right? The costs are significantly higher than the benefits that are being accrued. So I think that's what I had in mind, that maybe it gives a little bit of an useful framework to understand that how do you design implementation? What are the different state capacity or institutions that are needed? How heavy a load is it on the state capacity versus the number of people that will benefit from it? The other thing, and I think this did come up in our very long conversation in this episode, is what Deng Xiaoping said, right, which is basically cross the river by feeling the stones. Ultimately, I think that is an extremely important sentence to keep in mind when designing any public policy and reform, to be gradual, slow, deliberative, and do consultations, do discussions, and not have that shock and awe factor, which really does not work.
Oh, I'm just thinking maybe Deng was kind of kinky and he got turned on by stones. So he's like crossing the river by feeling the stones. But never mind. To proceed onwards, we have done a long episode on dream reforms. Or actually, we did it a long time ago. It wasn't so long compared to this. You, me, Vivek, and Shruti. And I've completely forgotten what reforms I suggested at that time. I don't know if you remember yours. But given the context, now that you've laid out this entire journey and okay, this is where we are and this is how we got here, what are the reforms that you'd love to see?
So before I go to the specific reforms, the couple of things I want to mention on a general point. I think that, in fact, 2-3 points. One is that so there needs to be restoration of increased levels of engagement between the knowledge community, the public policy intellectuals, and the policymakers. If you don't have that, then this whole thing that ideas matter is simply not going to work, because ideas are going to come at the end of the day from the knowledge community, right? So we are at the stage where many fundamental structural reforms are pending. If I use that lens of the path we embarked upon in 1991, just to complete that whole package of reforms and the vision that was there in the thinkers' minds at that point of time, itself is going to take us a very long time, because as we were discussing before the break, many things are pending which need to be done. So I just don't think of reforms as something that needs to be done to help us move forward. In the Indian context, I think of reforms as something which is required to complete this process of gradually moving away from state intervention towards more free market participation. And the second thing I want to mention is that I feel in the last few years, and this is very important in the context of growth and investment, there has been a worsening in the relationship between the business community and the government, right? With all the investigative agencies and tax rates, etc., which is extremely detrimental. So fundamentally, I feel there needs to be checks and balances and accountability on the agencies, so that if there is a fear, and this is of course all anecdotal evidence, amongst the investment community, that definitely needs to be addressed, because unless that is done, no matter what reforms you implement, the results are not going to be what is being expected. Having said that, the few reforms that I would include, and since we are dreaming, of course, all politics and state capacity constraints aside, the first thing that I would talk about, and this I have realized now since we did our last Dream Reforms episode, how important this one reform is, which is a reform of the agricultural sector. This is one major sector we mentioned earlier, which was not touched by the 1991 reforms. And this is that lesson. Remember, I started off saying learning some lessons from China. This is something that China did. And this is the lesson that we need to learn from China, not the other things that they have done wrong. And there's no country in the world which has been able to sustain a high rate of growth of GDP without reforming the agricultural sector. It's like the unseen, right? In keeping with the name of your show, it's the unseen when the rest of the economy is the seen. And we have talked about reforming every aspect of the economy over the last 30 years, right? Particularly deregulating and opening up private sector. But what I guess we haven't realized is agriculture effectively is the largest private sector, which employs the highest percentage of the workforce. And if you reform agricultural sector, it's not just about improving the livelihoods of the farmers, of course, that is extremely important, but it also creates enormous demand for manufactured goods, which is what we were talking about again before the break. So it's like we are not addressing the problems in that part of the economy and hoping magically somehow the formal manufacturing sector is going to work simply if we fix some laws here and there, and that's not going to happen. In agriculture, the distortions and the level of the state control are mind-boggling, right? For example, the farmers, they face controls every step of the way in a way that corporate India today cannot even imagine. If corporate India today is complaining about regulations and state intervention, agriculture is at a whole different level. Farmers, for example, have no control or freedom on buying seeds, on selling their crops, who to sell to, at what price. There are a lot of vestiges of the socialist economy of 60s and 70s. For example, Food Corporation of India, we've discussed this minimum support price, Essential Commodities Act, APMC regulations. The way all of these work now are effectively to the detriment of the farmers, which is what the farm bills to some extent were trying to resolve. For example, the government will announce MSP on almost 20 crops and ultimately end up procuring less than 10. But what it does is it distorts the incentives of the farmer. The farmers will end up producing all 20, thinking that they are going to be getting the higher MSP. But then when the government doesn't procure it, the farmers are not able to sell it. So that's a huge wastage of the time, land, all of that resources.
And even if they were procuring all 20, it's still a massive distortion.
Absolutely.
But we've discussed it earlier in the episode.
Exactly. And not only are there state controls in this whole main activity of farming regarding crops and seeds, etc., and selling the produce, there also huge amount of distortions, and this is where it gets connected to land market, right? In the whole idea of farmers owning land, farmers, for example, they cannot sell agricultural land. I mean, agricultural land can't be bought. There's no transaction, which means the land use policy has to be changed, which is extremely complicated. The farmers can't even hold land beyond a certain ceiling. So they can't exit the whole land, they can't exit being a farmer, and they can't grow within the agriculture either because they can't hold land beyond a ceiling, which is, again, it's mind-blowingly restrictive, right? I remember Niti Aayog has a paper on diversification of rural incomes, which shows that non-agricultural activity now forms a very big chunk of rural income. But if you keep the people locked to their land, then this prevents the acceleration of this diversification, right? There is something that is happening in the economy and you need to be able to facilitate it and encourage it. But the land laws and the land market is so restrictive that that kind of diversification is not going to keep on happening beyond a point of time. And yet we find that when something like a pandemic happens, majority, like this whole bulk, what we're talking about, of informal sector workers move to the agriculture, the villages, because that's their social support mechanism in absence of something that is being provided by the government in the urban areas, which makes it very hard because if you're already feeding 5 mouths, now you have to feed a 6th mouth, which is not easy for the poor farming community. So ultimately, agriculture is bearing a whole brunt of a major shock, and agriculture is supposed to be creating the demand for manufactured goods. It's providing employment to so many workers, and it's only less than 15% of GDP, which means agricultural productivity is also abysmally low in India. But somehow, decade after decade after decade, irrespective of which political party is forming the government, all they've essentially done is provide lip service to agricultural reforms because, of course, farmers, everybody wants to be seen as doing something for the poor, hapless farmer, right? So we always had sloganeering and schemes. In fact, incidentally, when this government finally, when they came back to power, the coalition government now, the first thing that they signed was, in fact, one of the first steps that was taken was increasing the MSP for paddy. I mean, that was the first policy initiative taken by the government, was increasing MSP for PD, for paddy. So that just shows that, there is an attempt to be seen as doing something, but of course it's like you're moved so much away from the farm bills that were being tabled. And if you reform agriculture, A, as I keep saying, that when incomes of farmers increase, the demand for manufactured goods increases. And B, when we improve agricultural productivity, farmers move away from agriculture. They're able to leave the locked land environment they are caught in, and they're able to find jobs in the manufacturing sector. That is the transition that economist after economist have talked about, has not happened in India. And at some point, we need to start figuring out, if it doesn't happen, we are in deep trouble.
Yeah, so I'd like to sort of double click on some of these. Like, firstly, I've done a whole bunch of episodes and written many pieces on agriculture. They'll all be linked from the show notes. In fact, the first episode of The Seen and the Unseen was called Entry and Exit in Agriculture, about exactly that you can't enter, you can't exit, that you don't allow scale in terms of corporatization. So everybody is forced to stay small. They can't get out. The land point is really important because in India, you cannot sell agricultural land for non-agricultural purposes. So that typical move that would happen where you sell land and somebody sets up a factory there, and then that generates employment. Agricultural productivity is going up on the one hand on the side, and agricultural laborers are transitioning to working in manufacturing and so on. That's a journey most other developed countries have taken, which is why in India you have 60% of the people in agriculture, whereas in the West it's 5 to 7% and so on. I'll link to great episodes I've had with the farmer leader Gunwant Patil and also Barun Mitra and Kumar Anand. I had also sort of moderated a sort of a discussion through a series of essays on Pragati, the magazine I used to edit. Kumar, in an essay in that, had made the same point that, we have freedom in every aspect of our life. I can buy what I want, make what I want, sell what I want. But farmers have this freedom in none of their things, not in input, not in output, absolutely nowhere. We've spoken about the horror of APMCs before. And Mrinal Pandeyji made another great point in an essay she wrote for me, where she pointed out that whenever you look at any crisis in India, one layer below that is a crisis of the women. So if you're looking at the crisis of farmers in India, one layer below that is a crisis of women farmers. And, and that often goes unseen in the mainstream discourse. And it's important to kind of look at that as well. So yeah, it's a crazy problem. And when people, when people will criticize the liberalization of 91 and say, oh, inequalities, like one, we've addressed the inequality poverty thing earlier, but the other aspect of it is that actually, yes, there was one terrible inequality that happened, that for a large section of the population, you gave them more freedom, or in the case of people who were in IT, you didn't interfere much because that was a new field. But in agriculture, where more than half the country lives, you gave no freedom at all. And there's a terrible inequality there. They were not allowed to escape their circumstances. Their land is dead capital. Like, the whole problem of not being able to sell agricultural land for non-agricultural purposes is that because now there are so few buyers, because only other farmers can buy it, that your price is much lower than it would be. I had an episode on the right to property with Shruti Rajgopal in episode 26, where she pointed out that sometimes a market price of a land could be 40 times as much as what you're allowed to sell it for, right? That is a crazy distortion that can lead to scams. For example, it is alleged that the Robert Vadra scam of more than a decade ago was basically him buying agricultural land and then getting the land use certificate changed from agricultural use to non-agricultural use, and then selling it on at whatever multiples of that it would be, right? So regardless of whether he was guilty or innocent in that particular thing doesn't really matter, but this kind of thing is common, and this kind of scam is impossible if you don't have terrible distortions like this, because what it means is that the farmer's access to credit also goes down massively, to farmer credit, because normally you could do that on the basis of the land that you own, but if you reduce its value by 40 times, then it's like dead capital, in Hernando de Soto's words. So I feel that this is one terrible crime of 91, that we did not liberalize large parts of the economy which affect the poor people, and this needed to be done. And agree with you entirely, everything you said.
And I would like to add one last point, which is that when we get so busy in providing lip service and then we follow up with actions which are totally consistent with it. For example, on one hand you say that you want to double farm income, and then you ban exports at a time when prices are rising.
Absurd.
I mean, it kills the community, right? I mean, farmers want to take advantage of the price rises by exporting their produce, and you will not let that happen, and yet you want to double the incomes.
And there's no coherence to this. At the time of the farm bills, the government also, I think, banned onion exports.
Yeah.
Right? There is no coherence to this. Then it appears that aap ad hoc kar rahe ho. There are no principles involved. There's no deeper understanding.
Absolutely. And that's why I said, like, whenever you're looking at a policy, what's the problem that you're trying to solve? And is this policy action going to solve the problem? So oftentimes, whenever food prices will increase and there's inflation, the instinctive reaction is going to be banning exports. And that doesn't help. In more than helping, it actually starts causing more distortions and really hurts the poor farmers. The second reform that I want to talk about, and once again, this has been talked about innumerable times, but I think it's important that if you're having a list of dream reforms, to include this, which is of course factor market reforms, right? Again, something that was not touched in the 1991 reform process. One is, of course, what I was just discussing, liberalizing land markets to enable extensive changes in land use and easy transactions. Second, of course, is freeing up the labor markets to reduce cost of formalization. Because increasingly, as we were discussing, there's a shift towards contractual labor, which is economically or socially not optimal. Third is financial market reforms. We made some progress in this in the 1991 process, which is basically doing some banking sector reforms by bringing in prudential regulations. Definitely a whole comprehensive set of equity market reforms. We've discussed about it. But many other things are still left to be done. For example, as I was saying, I think one thing which is extremely important in the financial market reform is coming up with a resolution mechanism for failed financial firms. Right? You have a bankruptcy reform for the non-financial businesses, but what if the other side, when the banks and NBFCs are giving loans which are not getting repaid, how do you resolve the problem? And now that the government is talking about privatization of banks, I think it's going to be very difficult to have a successful, even if it happens, it's extremely difficult in and of itself, but even if you end up privatizing the full banking sector, you need a resolution mechanism for failed banks. The other thing that I want to talk about is you have to privatize banks. I mean, no matter how difficult it is, how much of resistance comes from different stakeholders, the last 10 years showed that when you have an overwhelming government presence in the banking sector, it just cannot work well, right? So you have to get the state out of the banking sector, and that is of paramount importance. And I'm glad the government is at least talking about it, and one can only hope that it will materialize at some point of time. Anything you want to add?
To this particular reform? No, you have more reforms?
Yeah.
So carry on. I mean, obviously, I completely agree with you.
Yeah. The third one I want to talk about, which is, of course, related to my pet peeve that I was saying earlier, which is opening up the economy, right? The capital account to goods and services exports to FDI, because there is still a historic opportunity that we have because of the China +1 strategy, right? Yes, it's been 5-6 years, which is a lot of time in and of itself. And there are a lot of energy of multinational companies who are wanting to move out of China, looking for alternative options, which is where all these Vietnams and Thailands and Philippines and Mexicos of the world have benefited from it. India is a vast country, right? Our biggest resource is labor, right? And it's not expensive labor. And we want to make the shift at some point of time, as I was saying, from agri to manufacturing. We have to create millions of jobs. You can't create millions of jobs in services sector, even if services sector is doing spectacularly well. You don't want to create millions of jobs in agriculture for reasons we just discussed. You want agriculture to be a highly productive sector, but you want people to move away from agri towards manufacturing. And this is an opportunity where, given the domestic demand is low, but even if the domestic demand revives, right, you still have another massive source of global demand waiting for you and this massive opportunity. The question that I think we should ask at this point of time is, why is India not being able to take advantage of it, right? It baffles me when I think about it, that when the opportunity is there, something that we have been lamenting for 20 years, ki China took off, we couldn't, we are only stuck in services, now the manufacturing bus is gone. If we keep on saying the manufacturing bus is gone, but the thing is, we are taking policies which are counterintuitive. We are turning more protectionist. We're increasing tariffs. We're not signing free trade agreements with our leading, most important trading partners. We are not rolling out the red carpet for MNCs to do FDI. If you look at FDI data, Amit, it is shocking. last couple of years, FDI globally has declined predominantly because FDI in China declining because MNCs are pulling out of China. But FDI in India particularly is so stark, it has declined significantly more than it ever has. Even forgetting last year or last couple of years, over the last 10 years, the FDI to GDP percentage in India is stagnant at 2%, which is just mind-boggling again for a country which needs investment, right? If domestic sector is not investing, you want the foreign guys, the MNCs, to come and invest, right? Of course, there are common problems across both policy uncertainty and all of that. But my question is that you have this opportunity. Why would you not take steps to leverage this opportunity? Now, I've heard many of my friends and colleagues give this argument that no, but US is imposing protectionist measures against China and they are providing industrial subsidy. I have two ways to counter that argument. One is that US is at a very high level of per capita GDP, right? And they are doing very specific things targeted at China. Because there could be a legitimate worry for China dumping goods in the US, or legitimate worry that China is developing one particular industry in a way that is not really helping the US manufacturing industry in electrical vehicles, etc. But we are not at that level, right? Even if there is an evidence that China is dumping in India, if required, maybe just use protectionist measures against that particular sector where there is evidence of China dumping. But you can't use that as an excuse to slap tariffs on more than 3,000 items. You want to be able to grab market share. The global trade in goods exports is more than $30 trillion. India's share is less than 2%. There is huge opportunity for us to even increase from 2% to 5%. If you go, that itself is a big deal. So that's the vision that you should have. And the second argument I'd have is this, something that I think most of our mothers tell us, that if your friend is jumping off the roof, are you going to follow her? No. Just because some country is doing something doesn't make it a great policy, and you don't have to emulate it, right? So if you want to emulate something at all, understand that exports are a massive way to supplement domestic demand. So I would say agriculture, factor market reforms, and opening up the economy. I said trade in goods, particularly FDI, and also capital account, right? We have to understand something, that whenever we complain about having a high current account deficit because our imports are more than exports, having a high current account deficit in and of itself is not a problem. It is a problem when you don't have enough capital flows coming in to finance that deficit. If you open up capital account commensurately, then you will have foreign investment coming in, right? India is a very attractive investment destination given our growth prospect. But from time to time, we will keep experimenting and imposing capital controls, which doesn't help because it creates policy uncertainty. And that's the last thing that foreign investors would need. So when you've embarked on this path of moving towards market economy, why would you do it in such stops and starts and keep on citing the excuse of volatility and then actually end up causing more distortions in the system? It's like I told you, right? Your option is, okay, you have a car. Would you just rather park it in the garage because you're too scared of having accidents? Then why have the car at all, right? Let's all go back to where we were in the 70s and 80s and just, sort of shut down many of these markets. But that's not what we want to do. So if you want to become a developed economy by such and such year, and that's the aspiration that you're selling, then these are the initiatives that you need to take to be able to reach there. But if there's an inconsistency between the vision and the steps that are being taken, then it's not going to work out, right? That's the way to think about it. You want to add something to this?
Yeah, I think Bengali mothers have some guidebook on what to tell your children in X situation, Y situation, because even my mom used to say, if I would talk about something my friend is doing, she would say, if he jumps off a roof, will you jump off a roof? So this is most familiar. And I completely agree that just because, there is right now a wave of populism across the world, and the US also has grown more insular. It did under Trump, and perhaps Trump is going to come back and it's, going to go down that way. By the way, you mentioned those some of the arguments against China as even if they have legitimate reasons, none of those reasons are legitimate. There is absolutely no reason to stop trade with others. More trades are more positive sum interactions. They are always good. So, even if no one was to reciprocate, we should just open up our borders to goods and services, because it will help our people. That is the only thing that matters. The more they have access to global markets, the more we'll be better off. So, I couldn't agree more with that. And my one big reform I would kind of add to all of this is not something specific, but just a mindset reform. That too often in India, like I often say that the biggest religion in India is not Hinduism, it's government. That we have faith in the state, that whenever something goes wrong, we think, oh, the state will solve it. Even if the state caused it in the first place, we'll say, yeah, but the state only will solve it. And that default mindset has to change. That whole statist my bap mindset has to change. We have to start behaving more like citizens rather than subjects. And when it comes to policy, we have to look at outcomes and not just intentions. Otherwise we will just get swept away by whoever fights a better narrative battle.
No, I completely agree. And to add to that last point, Amit, that you're making, see, in developed countries, right, the consumers have been interfacing with the market directly for a very long time. So, and they're comfortable with the model by now. So, as and when there's market failure arises, the state intervenes. By and large, the state lets the market operate and the private sector develops and flourishes. And of course, the extent of state intervention differs depending upon which political party is in power. But fundamental principles governing the relation between state and market remain unchanged. But in contrast, in countries like India, right, especially given what we have been discussing, the history of the first 40 years, there's a long history of democracy, but the tryst with capitalism is relatively new, right? And what happened as a result of this first few decades of socialistic economic model, when the state owned, controlled, managed everything, is that decades of that muscle memory about the state being the most important entity in economic affairs, that have arguably gotten entrenched in the mindset, in the psyche, exactly as you're referring. And that is how the consumers, the normal people, the electorate's views have also gotten shaped. And this becomes an ingredient in the tensions of policymaking in today's India. This creates an inertia against the development of new markets and nurturing of even existing ones, right? So oftentimes we see that for example, in the global financial crisis instance, right? Of course, the crisis was absolutely horrible, and I'm not defending whatever led to the crisis in terms of the financial innovations like credit default swap and etc. And of course, we all felt very relatively good about the fact that India was much more untouched by the crisis compared to many developed countries. But having said that, we should not use that as an excuse to say that financial innovation is bad, right? Because it leads to crisis. And therefore, let's ban everything, stop everything, don't let new products develop, new markets develop. Because exactly that car example, we want our country to be safe. So this constant tussle between the stability, safety versus growth is something that we'll have to address in our policy making process, because what we are always fighting against is this socialist mindset that you mentioned. And that's why I find that post 91, it is true that the state has attempted to move away from several sectors, but the political economy is getting shaped by decades of this statist mindset amongst the populace, which repeatedly proves to be a challenge. Even this privatization of banking sector, right? Because you and I both know that there's going to be enormous resistance against it. The economic logic is absolutely sound. Nobody is going to debate that. But there's going to be an enormous resistance against it exactly because of this mindset problem, right? And the decision will always swing in favor of the politicians whose objective function is influenced by what the common man wants. And that is always the trade-off in a democracy like India. So I find that is almost like the larger question, that when this is our background, this is our history, and we are victims of that muscle memory, in that environment, how do impactful reforms take place, which will help build markets and foster capitalism? I think that's, I mean, it's not like I'm looking for an answer. I feel that's the grand question that all of us need to ponder about, that this is sort of like a challenge that the policymaking process in India is confronted with.
These would be great words to end on, but we cannot end. There are two more sort of broad questions to go. And my penultimate question, which I'll answer first and then you can go, I'll very briefly go through my recommendations, is really not the standard question I ask at the end of every show where I ask my guests to recommend books, films, music that they love. But I want to ask you to recommend resources which you feel will be useful for people who've heard this entire episode. Like if you think of this episode and its show notes, which we're going to make pretty exhaustive, if you're going to make it like a one-stop shop to begin understanding and to get a foundation of what the Indian economy is like. What resources would you add to that? I'll give my quick answers. I will, of course, link all episodes of The Seen and the Unseen and Everything is Everything, which are about this subject, from the show notes. Among Indian books, a book that was eye-opening for me, which perhaps 25 years ago, was India Unbound by Gurcharan Das, which is a great book to get a sense of the economy until then. But among modern books, I keep complaining that there isn't a body of knowledge that is being built up in the current time, and I think that is supremely important and in an Indian context. And two great recent books that have come up in that category in recent times are In Service of the Republic by Vijay Kelkar and Ajay Shah, friends of ours, a masterful book, How to Think About Public Policy. There's also a wonderful graphic novel called We the Citizens by Khyati Pathak, Pranay Kotasane and Anupam Manur. They're all fine thinkers. It's a wonderful book that anyone can understand. I mean, they've done a masterful and underappreciated job of making complex ideas simple without being simplistic. So do pick up We the Citizens. Among books from elsewhere to understand the state, I recommend Seeing Like a State by James C. Scott. I recommend all the papers of Land Pritchett, which I'll link from the show notes. I think they're remarkable. He's a great mind. You can listen to my episode with him. There's Milton Friedman's Free to Choose, which is a great book. There's a British writer called Eamon Butler who has a bunch of primers, and I will link to his primers on Milton Friedman, on Frederick Hayek, and on public choice theory. And he's got a bunch of other primers as well, but these are like, you can read them in 1 hour and it will give you a great sense into the ideas of all of these people, which I think are super important. I'll also recommend a wonderful book by a friend of mine, The Clash of Economic Ideas by Lawrence H. White. And this is it's essentially a history of economic ideas over the last century. And Larry White is a great scholar, and this is also a great book to give a lot of perspective. So I did promise to be brief, but I think I quickly went through all of these names. I'll link them from the show notes. They're all great books, and you should read them all.
And Amit, of course, the many of the books that you recommended are common to what I was going to say. For example, Seeing Like a State is fantastic, In Service of the Republic, Milton, all of that, right? So, in addition, I would say that in the Indian context, there have been there has been a whole series of fantastic autobiographies. For example, Montek's book, then Subba Rao, then Y.V. Reddy, Ishar Aluwalia, Padma Desai, then Rakesh Mohan's book on 25 years of reforms. I mean, the chapters by some of the experts are absolutely great to read. In terms of history, Tirthankar Roy, absolutely fantastic economic historian, The Business History of India. Couldn't stop recommending it. Then going outside India, I would say one economist and policymaker that I deeply respect is Ben Bernanke. And the way he handled the global financial crisis, the kind of negotiations, political negotiations that he had to do, I thought was absolutely mind-boggling. So any book by Bernanke during that period, for example, Courage to Act, is a worth read for anybody who's interested in understanding how do policymakers navigate a very volatile situation like a global financial crisis. I forgot to mention in Indian context, of course, you have had an episode with her as well, The Lost Decade by Pooja Mehra. I don't think anybody else has written a nice, detailed book to capture that period of Indian history. Also, Whole Numbers and Half Truths by Rukmini S, which is fantastic in terms of data, since we talked about data quite a bit.
They both have episodes with me. In fact, Rukmini said that it was my first episode with her that sparked her to write the book.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, so
that's fantastic. Maybe this episode is going to spark me to write some book.
Yeah, will you please? Will people on Twitter kindly at Rajeswari? Because wouldn't this be a great book? Like, I would not be talking about In Service of the Republic and We the Citizens. I'd be talking about 3 books if you had written this. So kindly
that is incentive enough, Amit.
Yes.
And continuing on it, since we talked about banking, and banking is something that I'm extremely interested in, and I've studied. I've been studying it and learning about it quite a lot in the recent times. There's a book called Fragile by Design by Calomeris and Haber about the great bargain between state and the financial sector, which applies very nicely in the Indian context as well. You mentioned Milton Friedman and Hayek, so I'm not going to repeat it. But at the same time, there are books on Keynes. which are absolutely fantastic to read. So, for example, Seven Lives of John Maynard Keynes. Kenneth Galbraith has written A Life in Our Times, absolutely great. Also by Galbraith is The Age of Uncertainty, right? That whole period of Great Depression, Second World War, etc. Since we are living in a whole different kind of uncertainty now with climate change, AI, global geopolitical tensions and whatnot, I think that's again a very suitable book to read. So I think this is what my list would be. Yeah.
Yep, that's a wonderful list. And so here's my final question. I often think about my approach to the world as coinciding with that great phrase, pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. Right? You look at the world and you look at everything that's going wrong. There are reasons to despair. Time moves fast, the state moves slowly. We've been going in the wrong directions. People's default mindset is wrong. There are many, many reasons to despair. But the pessimism of the intellect has to be matched by an optimism of the will, that you have to keep doing whatever your dharma is. And a lot of people that I respect and admire in this space who think of themselves as playing the long game. There's no immediate reward in it for them, but they do what they do because you kind of got to do that, because you can't just lie back and be apathetic and etc etc. And I admire that greatly in many people I've seen, including your whole community of economists and thinkers and policy people and so on and so forth. So what is sort of your journey dealing with both pessimism and optimism? That on the one hand, you can intellectually convince yourself that I should be optimistic and I should keep acting and I should not think of the fruits of my actions. But on the other hand, it is common to so often get completely dismayed by what is happening around one and just say that screw this, man, I don't want to get involved in this shit. Nothing's going to happen. The world is going to hell. We are all going to die.
Okay. So let me answer that question, Amit, by saying a little bit about how I came upon doing what I do now, right? So it's a bit of a digression, but it might help to throw some light on what I'm going to say. When I finished my PhD from the US in 2011, and I'd started the episode by saying I came back thinking I was going to ride the Great Indian Growth Wave, which I'm still waiting for. Personally, after coming back, the first 2-3 years were extremely depressing. I mean, if depressing, it was a bit lonely. I didn't really know a whole lot of people in India because I was already abroad for 5-6 years. I didn't have a community that I could belong to. So I was in that usual American PhD mindset of writing papers and getting publications, and which also was a little bit hard because at that point of time, much of my research was using data from the US, etc., a little bit from India. So it just felt like, so disconnected. I'm sitting in India, but I'm looking at journals in US and working with people who are located far away. I almost felt like a glorified RA at that point of time because I'm working with a whole lot of professors. So it just didn't fit right. Like I came back from the US because I just couldn't relate to the US academic community and the way that operates, and I wanted to be doing something different. But when I came back to India, I found that it was extremely difficult. And this was also, mind you, when you're reading the newspapers around 2011-12, all you are coming across is corruption scandals and scams and policy paralysis, and nothing much is moving. So it was generally, the environment was quite disappointing and disheartening. So I remember I almost came to the stage where every quarter or every year I would keep thinking that maybe I should move back to the US because nothing much is happening here. What work am I doing? I wanted to create impact and do something meaningful in India. That was always the underlying current. But I found it very hard. But then, as luck would have it, sometime around 2013-14, I ended up meeting a bunch of absolutely fabulous people at the institute where I'm currently working. And I was just completely taken in by the kind of passion they had to understand the Indian economy, to understand what are the different issues, what are the policy constraints, how can we impact the policy making process. That knowledge community that I interacted with was completely different from what I had found in the US, right? In the US, it's a very different game. Like academicians are doing journal publications and policy wonks of DC are doing something else. And here I found that, there is this community who's not so much bothered about just writing papers that maybe not many people will even read, but just for their own glory and getting citations. But they were actually interested in getting plugged into the Indian policy making process, which is very hard because you have to understand this whole messy democracy. How does policy work? What are the different issues? But it was just fascinating. And then again, as I started interacting with them and as I started talking to them, the bankruptcy law happened, the whole committee of the IBC. And I became a part of it because I was deeply interested in that. And that I feel was a complete turning point in my life, because that changed my mindset to think that I was going to go back to the US, to thinking that, no, I want to be in India. I want to study the backyard of the economy, and I want to figure out what are the important issues that are worth investigating, worth analyzing, irrespective of the data constraints. And from then on, I think the purpose and the objective became that I want to understand the Indian economy in whichever limited way I can, and basically pursue truth. I think that's why I'm relatively less affected by the political process. I don't get so disillusioned or disappointed by what is happening, because my goal ambition is not to be a part of that. My goal ambition is to be the intellectual thinker where I can write, I can pontificate, I can think, I can teach. I love teaching, and I find teaching is a great way to learn. I'm constantly learning through my courses for my students. And also, as I said, ultimately the objective is to understand various facets in the economy and pursue truth. That's, I think, the overarching objective that basically keeps me going. So in that process, since you asked the question about hopes and worries kind of a thing, worries, I think, as I've been discussing, there are several worries about the Indian economy that would deeply concern me. Like most of us, we all think very similarly. And the general worry that these days really I've been thinking about a lot is this: the way the intellectual discourse has gotten affected by polarization, where you can't go to an event or a conference or a gathering or a forum and openly and objectively analyze evidence and data and come up with conclusions, because there is something else at work as well, and that worries me, right? What group you belong to, what side you're taking, that is something that deeply worries me. That's not something that I had seen when I first started working on the Indian economy. But having said that, I think what at a larger level gives me hope is that despite everything that has happened in this country, and we have discussed so much of history, we have held on to democracy in a remarkable way. I think India is a massive success story in democracy, despite being a country which was in colonial rule for 200 years. And how far we have come, for example, in our own lives, right? I mean, our own lives have gotten massively transformed from our old childhood days we were discussing at lunch of the 80s and 90s in India to what we do today, the kind of privilege we have, the facilities, the amenities, and not just we, I mean, everybody in general, right? So the how far we have come in our own lives, the fact that we've held on to a democracy, and the fact that we could do reforms in a messy, contentious, fractious democracy, climb out of extreme poverty, move from a situation where we were dependent on food aid on other countries, and today we are self-sufficient on food. We have a semblance of a private sector which is working. There is a massive amount of dynamism that has been infused in the economy. It is an Indian version of a vibrant capitalism with all its problems. I feel that journey that we have done is absolutely spectacular. And of course, there's a whole long way to go. And I just hope that we don't go back on that journey, right? I think that would be worse than not doing reforms. We shouldn't undo the progress that we have had till now and go back and repeat the mistakes of the past, which is why we decided to do this episode as well. As long as I feel we are moving forward, we may not have big bang major reforms under every government. There are political compulsions. But as long as we are moving in the direction of gradually reducing state intervention from the market and letting the market operate, I think we will be fine. And that's why I remember starting this episode also by saying that the goal shouldn't be to get 8% GDP growth rate in 10 years and become such and such country, right? I think the goal should be to grow at this steady, even if it's 5-6% for the next 40-50 years, and simultaneously keep building institutions and keep doing many of these deep structural reforms which are pending, so that we reach a stage where after that we can keep doing incremental changes. But that process should not get affected. That process, we shouldn't go back in that journey. I think that's the vision that we should have in mind.
So, normally when an episode gets this long, it is partly because I do these oral history episodes where I talk about someone's life and all that. And this episode, of course, we decided that one, we've already discussed your life before in previous episodes, and two, let's stick to the subject and make it super deep dive into that. But, however, I am going to come to the personal for one more question, which is not just a personal, but it's a human question, I think, which is this, that in every field that I look at, most people in that field have learned what they have learned, and then they are static, they are going through the motions, they are ticking boxes, and they are following whatever their incentives are. And I see this even in academia, where for a lot of economists, especially those trained abroad, the incentives are towards things that don't actually have them interacting with the real world. If they remain in academia to get tenure, they have to do X number of papers and X number of journals, a certain kind of turgid language is expected, they are expected to specialize and go deeper and deeper, wheat production in Southwest Africa in 1876, that kind of nonsense, which has no relation to the real world at all. And they get stuck in those silos, and often they follow the fashions of the day in terms of whatever ideological imperatives there might be for them wherever they are. And there are great minds wasted and lives wasted doing just that. And I think of that in the context of India and economists from India or in India, where on the one hand, there is that game being played where people are chasing academic advancement. People might be following the fashions of the day, which in development economics have gone in an entirely crazy wrong direction in terms of kinky development and not national development, as Lant would say, not tackling the core problem of poverty just because it's too difficult. And all of this gives me a certain amount of despair, but it is also for me a cautionary tale that if there are young economists listening to this, I want to tell them that do what is important. Don't do, don't just follow that career path that you will do well in your career and you will get your grants and you will become assistant professor and then professor and etc. etc. And, don't follow that, but think of the larger scheme of things, that when you end your life, what do you want to have done? Do you want, citations in publications in obscure journals, or do you want to have made a difference in the real world, even if it's hard to quantify? Do you want to have made that difference? And I want to ask you what you think about this, because at one level, there is, I think, a selection bias, because you are with the awesome community of people who were in our NIG idea, Susan Thomas and her entire team, Ajay Shah and his entire team, all of these people who I find I interact with regularly, and there's passion and there's purpose and all of that. To me, they're outliers. They would deny that. To me, they're outliers, and I think part of their job is also to kind of create more outliers like themselves, to build that community, to grow that community, so it's not a fixed bunch of people. It's always expanding, and you don't know where the magic will happen, but you have to let 1,000 flowers bloom. What are sort of your thoughts on this? I know you don't think of yourself in grandiose terms and higher purpose and long game and all of these things, but nevertheless, what is your thinking? There is definitely a sense of purpose that drives this group. There is something more. These are not people ticking boxes. Everyone I named and everyone in their teams could have a job that pays them 3x, 4x, 10x more, right? So what's the deal? Tell me a little bit about your thinking about this, and if there are young economists or young policy people listening to this who are like, yeah, I fucking care about the country, acha lekin wo journal ke liye pub karne ka hai, so what is your advice to them? What would you say?
Fantastic question, Amit. Very thought provoking. Let me first say that what you just described, what some of these people have done, is extremely hard, right? They are truly the outliers. And I'm not just saying this particular group, there are other groups in the country as well. This is very hard because the way the industry is shaped, by industry I mean the academic industry, right? The way the incentives are shaped is that unless you get publications in the top journals, you will not get a promotion. And of course, everybody ultimately has to fend for themselves, right? We are not getting grants and charities from other organizations. Somebody said, "Ha, ji lo apna apni zindagi, right? Do whatever you want to do. So we are bound by the constraints of this industry, where to get a promotion, to get a tenure, even in India, you have to publish, you have to kowtow to the editors of American journals who may not care at all about what is happening in India. And you meet your peers in conferences, etc., and you are evaluated by your CV, which is number of publications you have. It's a race, it's a game, right? Like any industry. And in academia, the stakes are low, because in India, the monetary incentives are abysmally bad. So then everything is defined in terms of publication status, and it's very, very hard to not be a part of the game. I have to say that, right? So my advice to the young people who genuinely feel that they care about what is happening in the country, I think first of all, that kira, right? That thing is extremely important to have. Either you have it or you don't, right? Either you have something in you going off saying, oh, but I really, really want to follow what is happening in the economy because I want to understand it. Not just because I want to earn a name for myself as an expert and I want to write 5 op-eds, simply because I just want to understand and make sense of the world. That is what drives me, for example. Even before I think I want to disseminate knowledge using a panel discussion or an op-ed or an article or a paper, the first thing that drives me is, if I read a particular news or if something is happening, can I make sense of it? Can I explain it in layman's language to my students? And once I've understood it, then I feel, okay, fine, let me write something, let me do something about it. So I think that drive is extremely important, that I want to understand what is happening in the Indian economy. If you don't have the drive, then it's impossible to get it later on in life. I almost feel it's either there or it's not there. The second thing that I would tell young people, that if you have the drive, right, if what is happening in India is truly something that you're interested in, that you care about. See, Amit, the other thing you have to understand is academia is a very strange profession where there are no deadlines and deliverables like corporate India, right? Aisa nahi hai ki if you do this, you get a bonus. Or if you do this, you get a promotion immediately in the next 2 years. There is a certain time, slow process, and you have to be extremely self-motivated, right? Now, either you use the motivation of a journal name in your CV, or you use the motivation that I want to just stay deeply plugged into what's happening in India. And that's what I'm saying. Which way does your motivation swing? That's very important. And the second thing is, if you find that you are genuinely motivated in understanding, and that's the kira that's working in your brain, then you have to strike this balance, which is what many of us have done. That to some extent, yes, you have to write the papers, you have to get the journal publications, because you also need to retain a job, you have to get the whole promotional cycle, you need to be plugged into some extent to academic community also, because sometimes interesting ideas germinate there too, right? It's not like they're completely detached from reality. That's not true. There is a lot of interesting discussions and ideas that you can get by talking to your academic colleagues as well, and you should not cut yourself off from that community at all. And the kind of rigor that happens in the academic community in economics is fantastic. So it's also a challenge to be able to say that, can I participate in the rigorous process, and can I use data and evidence in a rigorous manner to come to some conclusion? That is also a massive high in some sense. So I think to some extent you should stay plugged to that community. And the important thing to remember is, exactly as you said, interact with the real world people. And by the real world people, I mean the practitioners, the industry people, the financial sector people, the policymakers, to the extent that you can, so that you're constantly understanding, okay, this is what they are bothered about. These are the real issues. And can I convert that into some research idea, as opposed to reading some literature and finding some gap and writing some esoteric paper? So that's the balance, right? You stay in the academic community, but the questions on which you write papers, if to the extent possible, can they come from the own backyard? Can they come from talking to the real world people? And yes, these may not get you the top publications, get some pubs out of it, but again, do some esoteric question pursuit, whereas you also get, because you get credibility even in the policy community in India by journal publications. That's the distortion, right? I mean, you can't run away from it. And it's okay, you don't have to also. But if you can strike a balance like that, I think that's sort of the holy grail. But as I said, the important thing, and this is very hard, is to find a community. We can't do this alone. Nobody can do this alone, right? You need to have a community to talk, to ideate, to be mentored. I have had fantastic group of mentors, luckily, in the last 10 years. So having that mentorship and having that community that you can talk to, and to just discuss and brainstorm and ideate without constantly thinking what is the output that I'm going to get out of it, that is very, very critical. So it's hard. It's probably much harder than saying, as I said, I'm just going to find a gap in the literature, apply my technical knowledge and write a paper. But I feel that is a much more satisfying and fulfilling purpose to have. if that kira in your head is, no, I want to understand this extremely interesting, fascinating, dynamic economy where every week something new or the other is happening, and it's worth trying to make sense of it.
And wise words, especially about community. It takes a village to build a city. So, well done getting here. We are done with the episode. How does it feel? Like, do you want to give a victory speech? This is the longest episode in the history of the Seen and the Unseen.
I feel I'm like, after 10 years of trying to understand and study the Indian economy, I'm done. I should just go and retire. No, I'm of course kidding. But I think this was a very, very satisfying experience. I think to bring all of this together and to talk to you about this across hours, I didn't even realize how many hours went by. I think this has been a very satisfying and fulfilling experience. And I feel this is why I do what I do. I mean, to have this kind of a conversation and make sense of the world in the way that I understand. I'm not saying everything that we discussed is right. There's no right and wrong. There are views and opinions, right? But I feel this is why I do what I do. And that is why it has been an extremely satisfying experience. So thank you so much for this.
Yeah, this episode is a labor of love. I just want it to be useful for many people. And dear listeners, if you've appreciated Rajeswari's putting in all the hard work in doing this, and it's not even 9 hours of work, it's a lifetime of work, it's a lifetime of learning, and you distill all of that and you sort of come to the point where you can do this. So one, thank you for doing that, and two, if gentle listeners, if you want to let Rajeswari know, tweet to her or whatever. And
I'm not on Twitter.
You're not on Twitter, so how will they let you know?
Let Amit know.
Okay, let me know that you appreciate the episode. But that's why you're so productive. You're not on Twitter. So thank you. This was great.
Thank you so much, Amit.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, share it widely, share it with anyone you think might be interested. Check out the show notes. I put a lot of work into them. Enter rabbit holes at will. You can engage with all of Rajeswari's work there, as well as past episodes of this show and a lot of other great resources. Rajeswari doesn't seem to be on Twitter, but you can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITBARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in and all podcast apps of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.